Chapter 281 Scared. The scaly monster was choked. 2 seconds later, he punched the hairy monster in the head again.
It took us less than half a minute to go back and forth. Who could have thought that he would run so fast? You didn't expect it, so it's normal for me not to expect it.
The hairy monster held his head.
Why did you hit me?
During the quarrel, some more monsters rushed over. After everyone heard the general situation, they knew that they had missed again this time, and their prey had already run away.
How can this guy appear and disappear so suddenly?
The tentacles monster, who had talked to the scaly monster before, scratched the tentacles on his head.
Can he flash? I think it's very likely.
The hairy monster got rid of the scaly monster's fist and took the initiative to take over the topic.
I didn't hear any sound at all, and he had already disappeared. If he was walking, I would not be able to detect even the slightest movement.
As soon as the hairy monster finished speaking, many monsters frowned and kept talking.
If that's the case, this guy is too difficult to deal with. Yeah, he can be invisible and flash. It's too hard to find him. We just arrived. He flashed away. How can we catch him? And every time he ran away, it's very difficult to find him again. Invisibility. In addition to relying on smell and hearing, is there any other good way? He also has such a powerful fire. It has killed so many of our companions. I'm a little scared when I see his fire now.
When it comes to this matter, several monsters who saw the Birdman's miserable death on the scene have popularized science to other monsters around them who are still unaware, so that everyone has a clear understanding of the power of Zhao Sun's fire and the flexibility of using fire. After all, among all the monsters who are still alive so far, there are only a handful of those who have experienced the power of Zhao Sun's fire up close. After listening to all the content, the monsters' faces became even uglier.
After becoming monsters, our physical fitness has improved several times, and the defensive ability of our skin, flesh and bones has also increased a lot. Even if we are hit by bullets, they may not be able to penetrate our bones. The fire can actually burn through us after we become monsters in a few seconds, and it only takes a few seconds to burn us to death. Why is there no one among us who can use magic? With such a big gap, what chance do we have of winning? I think fire is not difficult to deal with. Even the most powerful fire can be put out with water, as long as there is enough water.
The scaly monster put forward his opinion at the right time.
There are fire hydrants everywhere in the playground. We just need to get the water over as soon as possible after determining his location, he said. That's right,
the tentacle monster also said.
And if we use water to hit him, even if he is invisible, he will reveal his position, and then we can deal with him easily. In other words, for us, the most difficult thing to deal with is actually his flash ability.
The scale monster followed up.
No matter how well prepared we are, once he flashes away, all our plans will be in vain. If we can determine his approximate position, I can try to restrain him.
A monster with vines as limbs volunteered.
But I am very afraid of fire, and I may only be able to hold on for 2 or 3 seconds. You must attack him with water in time. Otherwise, I will be the one to die. I can also help you.
Another monster with hair like rubber bands said.
My hair is very elastic and can grow very long, and it can also tie him up. But I am also afraid of fire, and can only hold on for 2 or 3 seconds. I can do that too.
A monster with legs turned into snake tails also spoke up. Immediately afterwards, 5 more monsters said they could tie up Zhao Sun. But the limit for each monster was 3 seconds. If they exceeded this time, they would probably not be able to escape Zhao Sun's fire attack. The scaly monster immediately thought of a way.
You take turns, and when you find that you can't hold on, give up immediately, and the next one will take over. In this way, each monster has 3 seconds, and 8 monsters can hold on for 24 seconds.
Then he looked at the other monsters.
Our task is to connect the fire hydrant to the water pipe within 24 seconds and spray water in the direction of that person. As long as we work together,
we have a chance of winning.
The other monsters felt that the scaly monster's analysis made sense, and they all nodded in agreement. Just when the morale of the monsters was rising, the long-haired monster suddenly said,
Then how do we find that player now?
For a moment, there was complete silence, and the whole atmosphere was strangely quiet. The originally excited momentum was gone in an instant. The scaly monster was so angry that he hit the long-haired monster's head again.
You are the only one who ruins the atmosphere.
He finally mobilized everyone's enthusiasm, and the stinky long-haired monster had to say this at this time. The monster was so angry The long-haired monster covered his head and said speechlessly,
"But I asked the most important thing. If we don't find the person, how can we carry out the plan later?"
As soon as he finished speaking, there was an obvious commotion in the distance, and even some monsters far away from them could be seen moving in one direction.
"The prey must be over there."
The scaly monster was in high spirits and took the initiative to walk in front.
"Hurry up. Let's go over there."
The other monsters also got excited and ran towards the direction of the commotion at the fastest speed. At this moment, the source of the commotion, Zhao Sun, was being aimed at by several water pipes, and the water columns were all sprayed on him. Obviously, the solution that the scaly monster could think of, other monsters would also think of, and put it into practice faster than them. Zhao Sun took off the chameleon's cloak and put it back into the storage compartment. A wet cloak would indeed expose his figure. In this case, he might as well show up directly, so as not to have to wipe the water off the cloak when he turned back. Seeing Zhao Sun actively exposing himself, a monster covered with sharp thorns instantly sprayed dozens of spikes at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun did not dodge, but just raised his hand casually, and a hemispherical wall of fire formed around him. The moment the spikes touched the fire wall, they were burned to ashes. Seeing this, the monsters immediately mobilized all the water pipes and sprayed water columns at the fire wall in unison. The water column touched the fire wall and quickly formed a thick mist. The mist lasted for a long time, and the monsters around could not see Zhao Sun in the center clearly, and they did not know whether the flames around Zhao Sun had been completely extinguished. Just as the monsters were considering turning off the water temporarily to check the situation, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot out from the mist. Following the water column, the lightning bolt split into several thinner ones, attacking each monster holding the water pipe. The speed of lightning is too fast, many times faster than fire attack. Even when the naked eye just caught the existence of lightning, the monsters were already hit. And the moment when other monsters found that the monsters holding the water pipes were knocked to the ground by lightning, they also felt like being electrocuted. Almost in an instant, a large number of monsters fell around Zhao Sun. At this time, all the water pipes fell to the ground. Without the impact of the water column, the thick water mist around Zhao Sun slowly receded, revealing the still intact hemispherical fire wall. The monsters who were still alive were all shocked. They never expected that after all the trouble, not only did Zhao Sun's fire wall not get extinguished, but Zhao Sun could even use other tricks. Lightning. It is even more difficult to deal with than fire, and the use of water will increase the conductivity, which is undoubtedly more unfavorable to the monsters. The scale monsters and other monsters who finally arrived nearby also saw the current situation from a distance and stopped unconsciously. The tricks they thought of were strangled in the cradle before they were used. No one expected that Zhao Sun's fire could not be extinguished by water. In addition, Zhao Sun could also use thunder and lightning. If the monsters used water attacks again, it would accelerate their own demise. This is no longer a question of whether the monsters can use superpowers. Even if the monsters can use water superpowers, they have no way to deal with Zhao Sun's fire, and they may even die faster. For a moment, all the monsters on the scene were desperate. Just with all the abilities that Zhao Sun has shown now, they have no chance of winning. Not to mention that they don't know whether Zhao Sun has other hidden abilities. If they didn't think about it before, then after seeing Zhao Sun suddenly use thunder and lightning, they had to think more. Perhaps he has been hiding some abilities, and when they think they have thought of a way to deal with him, he will use other abilities to deal with it. What's the difference between this and playing them like monkeys? Although they felt aggrieved and wanted to cut Zhao Sun into pieces, no one dared to act impulsively. They were really scared of Zhao Sun. The monsters looked at each other and subconsciously stepped back, fearing that they would become Zhao Sun's next target. Zhao Sun looked at the retreating monsters, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. They just got here, and these monsters actually retreated. It seems that there is really no very powerful existence among them. There are not even those with superpowers. Well, it's not that there are none at all, but their superpowers are just to strengthen the body, and there is no magic attack. Although he had a judgment in his heart, Zhao Sun did not underestimate the enemy. After all, in this game, these NPCs appeared in the second form at night. Who knows if they will appear in the third form as time goes by and tomorrow morning. Perhaps because of the strength he showed, the monsters will also have corresponding abilities to evolve. This is also the reason why he did not show all his abilities at the beginning. In uncertain situations, it is always right to keep some backhands. Zhao Sun didn't stay for long. He put on the chameleon cloak again and used teleport to leave.
The monsters were surprised again when they didn't expect Zhao Sun to run away instead of pursuing the victory. They all thought they would die here. Zhao Sun had an overwhelming chance of winning. But he ran away. This was too strange. After a short silence, the scaly monster suddenly said,
"Is there a limit to the number of times his ability can be used?" "It's possible."
The tentacle monster seemed to be awakened and immediately replied,
"He always runs after attacking a few times. Maybe he can only use his ability a few times in a period of time. If it exceeds this number, it won't work."
The other monsters thought more and more that it made sense. And gradually a little hope emerged. Then if Zhao Sun used up his ability, tied him up, and didn't let him go, wouldn't they have another chance to kill him?
But what if he has other hidden abilities?
The long-haired monster once again poured cold water on the monsters when they were holding out hope. The scaly monster punched the hairy monster in the head.
"Even if he has other abilities, he can only use them once for a period of time. As long as we hold on until all his abilities are used up. Can't we kill him?" "That's right."
The tentacle monster nodded repeatedly.
"As long as his abilities are limited in number, we have a chance to kill him. Even if he has other hidden abilities, we are not afraid."
The hairy monster hugged his bulging head and muttered aggrievedly,
"I think you think too well. He looks very powerful. If you go like this, I'm afraid you will still die."
But his voice was very low this time, because he didn't want to be beaten again. Even the scaly monster standing next to him didn't hear what he said clearly, let alone the other monsters far away. So, this group of monsters, who were remotivated, began to actively look for Zhao Sun again. Only the hairy monster left the group and walked away alone. He didn't want to die with this group of people. Everyone said he was stupid, but he felt that he was smarter than those monsters. With their current strength, there was no chance of winning. Before he found a way to win, he didn't want to meet Zhao Sun. He cherished his life very much. He didn't give up the idea of killing Zhao Sun, nor did he have the idea of running away and hiding. Instead, he was actively looking for ways to deal with Zhao Sun, so he didn't violate the game settings and would not be forced to chase Zhao Sun. On the other side, the group of scaly monsters didn't notice the long-haired monster's presence or absence. Even if they found it, they wouldn't say anything. It's better for an existence that disturbs the morale of the army to leave. This time, after searching for more than 40 minutes, Zhao Sun was finally found in the car at the top of the Ferris wheel. The group of scaly monsters didn't rush forward to confront Zhao Sun immediately, but ambushed nearby, waiting for other monsters to die and exhaust Zhao Sun's ability times. The car quickly turned to the bottom, and Zhao Sun didn't run, but once again took the initiative to expose his figure. Waves of fireballs and fire snakes attacked, and soon Zhao Sun's feet were full of burnt monster corpses. The remaining monsters had not seen the consequences of the previous water attack, so they sprayed water from the fire hydrant at Zhao Sun's fire. Zhao Sun did the same thing and used lightning to electrocute the monsters again. At this time, the scale monster waved his hand, signaling the 8 binding monsters to attack immediately. Last time, Zhao Sun ran away after electrocuting a circle of people. This is most likely the limit of the number of times Zhao Sun can use his ability in a short period of time. Chapter 282, the third form. The monster whose limbs were made of vines was the first to actively respond to the call of the scale monster. It immediately stretched its limbs, and the long vines rushed to Zhao Sun's body, forming several circles. Seeing that the vines were about to successfully wrap around Zhao Sun's body, a small fire snake suddenly appeared and swallowed up the vines on the second floor that tried to get close to Zhao Sun in one bite. The vine monster screamed in pain. The fire snake did not give up, and it bullied along the vines and quickly approached the body of the vine monster. Seeing that it was not good, the vine monster hurriedly broke its arms forcibly and kept retreating. Only then did it dodge before the fire snake touched itself.
"Didn't you say that he has reached his limit?"
the vine monster asked loudly. The scaly monster was a little panicked, but after hearing the question from the vine monster, he still responded calmly.
"Even if he still has some strength left, the number of times he can use his ability must be very few. Otherwise, he wouldn't run away at about the same time every time. I left a few opportunities to use my ability just to deal with the current situation."
Then he looked at the other 7 binding monsters.
"With so many of us, we can definitely kill him."
The monster with rubber band-like hair heard this, and felt that the scaly monster had some truth in what he said. So he rushed out and tried to tie up Zhao Sun with his rubber band. While running towards Zhao Sun, he said to the other monsters,
"Don't be afraid, brothers. Victory is just around the corner."
Zhao Sun listened to the whole process and smiled.
So you are counting on me to run out of power.
After he finished speaking, he raised his hand slightly, and a fire dragon thicker than a human swirled out. The fire dragon sprayed countless fireballs again, accurately flying towards every monster hiding around. The vine monsters and rubber band monsters closest to Zhao Sun were the first to be hit and died the fastest. Only a few monsters hiding behind the amusement facilities barely managed to escape. The Samadhi True Fire was too powerful. If it touched any amusement facilities, they would be damaged. In order to hide the points and special items of the task, he could not take this risk. Among them, the scale monster and the tentacle monster were still alive. However, at this time, these two monsters were so scared that they peed their pants. And they no longer had the previous enthusiasm. It was not until this time that they deeply realized that Zhao Sun's strength was even more unfathomable than they had imagined. The so-called ability exhaustion and number limit may not exist at all. All of this was a deliberate illusion created by Zhao Sun. In fact, Zhao Sun did have the possibility of ability exhaustion. At least it was difficult for him to kill 100,000 monsters before his mental strength was exhausted. Therefore, in order to achieve sustainable development, he would hide again every time he solved some monsters. However, he hid not because his
power was about to run out, but to persevere until the end of the game without using special items to replenish his mental power.
Every time he took a break for half an hour to 40 minutes after killing a wave, his mental power would recover a little, although he could not recover to his best condition. With this repetitive buffer, the time it took for him to run out of mental power was greatly extended. But he couldn't reveal these to the monsters. The more confusing the other party is, the more interesting it is. He likes to watch others struggle to the end and lose all hope. Zhao Sun looked around him. The water pipe that fell to the ground was still gurgling with water. Creating water balls out of thin air consumes much more mental power than using local materials to manipulate existing water. There are water resources that can be used, so they should not be wasted. He manipulated the water into several huge water balls and rushed towards the amusement facilities. He didn't use too much force. The water balls did not cause any damage to the amusement facilities at all, but just poured some water on them. After the water balls passed through the amusement facilities, they tightly wrapped the monsters hiding behind them. The few surviving monsters were so scared that they didn't dare to look out to check the situation. They were even shaking uncontrollably because of excessive fear. They couldn't recover for a while, and they didn't have the strength to stand up and run away. They didn't know that Zhao Sun had a way to deal with them. By the time they reacted, their entire bodies were wrapped in the huge water ball. No matter how they struggled, rolled, tore, and pulled, they could not destroy the water ball, let alone escape from it. During this period, because Zhao Sun stayed for too long, other monsters rushed over. Zhao Sun controlled the water ball with one hand to trap the previous monsters, and controlled the fire dragon with the other hand to attack the new monsters. The scaly monster held his breath the longest. He had gills to breathe in the water. When the other monsters were drowned, he was the only one alive. Originally, he thought he would not die, but the water ball seemed to isolate the outside air, and the oxygen contained in the water ball itself was very limited. After running out of oxygen, he felt suffocated. He tried various ways to get out of the water ball, but he could not succeed. Instead, he accelerated the consumption of oxygen because he struggled too much. When he gradually felt suffocated, he finally noticed that Zhao Sun was attacking the new monsters with a relaxed look. The huge fire dragon was majestic and clearly illuminated Zhao Sun's face. He didn't look tired or exhausted, and there wasn't even a drop of sweat on his forehead. The scaly monster smiled bitterly. After this wave of monsters attacked, Zhao Sun still had so much extra power. He didn't look like he was about to run out of power. He overestimated his own abilities. The scaly monster persisted for a few more minutes in a mood of reluctance and regret, but was eventually drowned in the water ball. Zhao Sun dealt with the remaining monsters. Put on the chameleon cloak. Use teleport to leave here. He found a quiet place to rest for a while, and then started a new round of fierce fighting. In this way, they fought intermittently until dawn, and Zhao Sun had killed less than a quarter of the 100,000 monsters in the amusement park. As the sun gradually rose in the sky, the mechanical electronic sound rang out again in the amusement park's broadcast.
When daylight comes, you will be further promoted. Please seize the opportunity and try your best. In the following time, the location of the players will be updated in real time. No matter how the opponent hides, they will be exposed. Please pay attention to the electronic screens in various places at any time.
As soon as the electronic voice fell, A beep sounded outside. Zhao Sun looked out through the window and found that the topographic map of the playground appeared on the electronic screen. And one of the red spots that kept flashing was exactly where he was. He retracted his gaze, with no special expression on his face. He expected the monsters to appear in the third form, but he didn't expect that the game would not only change for the monsters, but also for him. It actually located his position in real time. In this way, his chameleon cloak would no longer have any meaning. Zhao Sun didn't panic. He put the cloak back into the storage compartment and teleported to the roof, quietly waiting for the arrival of the first wave of monsters. Now, it depends on what tricks these monsters have after entering the third form. He will then use the simplest method to solve these enemies, with the least mental energy. In total, the number of monsters left should be more than 20,000. As long as the third form is not particularly difficult, he can try to annihilate them in one fell swoop. This time, the first wave of monsters came very quickly. A dozen of them flew over directly, and dozens of them ran all the way. The first wave of monsters obviously got a doubled speed bonus after the third form. It took only 2 minutes from the time Zhao Sun stood on the roof to the time they appeared, which was much faster than any previous time. The flying monsters surrounded him from all directions, blocking all the ways for Zhao Sun to escape to the sky like a net. The monsters running wildly on the ground sprayed streams of acid at Zhao Sun in unison after approaching. Even before getting close, Zhao Sun could smell the obvious pungent smell. He guessed without touching it that the acid should be highly corrosive. He must not let the acid touch him. Such a strong and pungent acid, even if diluted with water, is difficult to completely lose its lethality. Not to mention that these monsters can continue to spray acid to increase the concentration. And this kind of highly corrosive acid, after being burned with fire, the gas is also toxic, and inhaling it into the body will definitely cause great harm. Zhao Sun's attacking abilities that are most exposed are fire control and water power. This acid is obviously aimed at the third form derived from these two abilities. As he guessed before, the evolution direction of the monster's third form will change according to the abilities of the players it sees. It can be said that he has put a lot of thought into it. However, Zhao Sun raised his hand, and the acid that was originally shooting towards him stopped in front of him. His water power is not just about controlling water. The faces of the monsters downstairs all changed. After the acid was shot out by them, they had already lost control of the acid, just like the water shot out of a water gun. They did not expect that Zhao Sun could actually control the acid. Zhao Sun raised his hands and divided the acid into two parts. One part became countless thin water needles and attacked the flying monsters in the sky, and the other part was sprinkled on the monsters standing downstairs. Although the flying monsters were very fast, in order to restrict Zhao Sun's movements and form an encirclement, more than a dozen monsters were very close to him. They were only 50 meters away from Zhao Sun, and only 3 or 5 meters away from each other. When Zhao Sun suddenly controlled the acid and attacked them, they wanted to dodge, but because they had no tacit understanding with each other, they bumped into each other, stumbled, and were hit in the head by the acid before they could even stabilize their bodies. In just a few seconds, all the monsters flying in the sky were killed, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. While the sky was in chaos, the monsters downstairs were unscathed. They even sprayed acid at Zhao Sun again, trying to win by numbers. Maybe the amount of acid was too large, and Zhao Sun couldn't control it. This was their guess, but they were destined to be disappointed. Zhao Sun not only easily controlled all the new round of acid again, but also turned the acid into arrows and shot them all at the new wave of monsters that had just arrived. For a while, all kinds of wailing and screaming came one after another. The monsters that just arrived did not have time to use their third form abilities, and most of them were corroded to death by the acid. Only a few of them dodged it, or were only stained by the acid to the edge and suffered some injuries. Now, all the monsters that can spray acid are afraid to act rashly. They can resist the damage of acid, but other monsters do not have this ability. As long as they can kill Zhao Sun, it doesn't matter if they sacrifice other monsters, but their attacks can't hurt Zhao Sun at all, but provide Zhao Sun with weapons to kill other monsters. If they continue to use acid, they will become the target of public criticism. Just when these monsters were racking their brains to think of new tactics, Zhao Sun's attack had arrived. Lightning as thick as an arm hit all the monsters that were still alive again and again. Acid targets water and fire, but it has little effect on lightning. Moreover, Zhao Sun's timing of attack was very precise, and there was no chance for these monsters to spray acid to fight back. The monsters didn't even have time to scream before they died.
before the smoke and dust stirred up by the lightning had dispersed. Several fists as big as hot air balloons suddenly appeared and swung straight at Zhao Sun's body. Zhao Sun then realized that there were still monsters that survived the attack of lightning. He immediately used teleport to avoid this wave of attacks. The smoke and dust completely dissipated, and Zhao Sun finally saw clearly that a total of 5 monsters survived. They seemed to have turned into rubber material, which could not only change the length of their bodies at will, but also be very elastic and not conductive. This is why lightning could not kill them. At this time, several rubber monsters cooperated with each other and launched 2 of them towards Zhao Sun like cannonballs, trying to attack Zhao Sun at close range. Zhao Sun calmly conjured a fire snake and burned the 2 rubber men that rushed over in an instant. The air was filled with a faint smell of burnt plastic. Zhao Sun dodged and hid in the upwind direction to avoid any poisonous ingredients in the smell being inhaled by him. As soon as he changed his position, the fire snake pounced on the 3 living rubber monsters again. So far, no monster has appeared that can deal with his 3 attack abilities at the same time. He only needs to use the appropriate ability to target the monster's ability weaknesses and solve it with half the effort. The 3 rubber monsters are very afraid of fire and fled in all directions. The fire snake split into 3 parts and chased them separately. Just when the fire snake was about to bite the rubber monster's body, a handful of mud pounced on the rubber monster earlier and quickly pulled the rubber monster farther away. Chapter 283 Decomposition and Fusion. The fire snake followed closely, relentlessly chasing the rubber monster. But at this moment, countless muds fell on Zhao Sun's body, like dirty rain all over the sky. Almost at the same time, countless vines broke out of the ground around the house where Zhao Sun was, like flexible snakes, constantly climbing upwards. And soon the entire periphery of the house was airtight. The vines bloomed countless black flowers, each of which was facing upwards. As the petals unfolded, a faint black gas diffused from the stamens, and all drifted towards Zhao Sun. This black gas was not a good thing at first glance. It was definitely poisonous. When the vines bloomed, Zhao Sun had already laid a hemispherical fire wall defense around him. The continuously falling mud was burned dry by the flames, becoming fine ash. Falling down, 2 dense dust fell in front of Zhao Sun, blocking most of his vision. At this time, the place where Zhao Sun was standing suddenly turned into a small swamp, and his feet quickly sank into it. At the same time, the poison gas was about to reach Zhao Sun's inhalation range. Zhao Sun could not be sure that the Samadhi true fire could purify the poison gas. Even with the barrier of the fire wall, it might not be effective against the poison gas. Moreover, he heard the sound of breaking through the air behind him. Even if he did not look back, he knew that it was a new attack method launched by another wave of monsters. Zhao Sun barely glanced at the surrounding situation from the falling mud. All around him, there were monsters, densely packed, about 15,000. Obviously, in this short period of time, the large forces of monsters have arrived. Various attacks followed one after another, making Zhao Sun a little overwhelmed. The monsters knew that even if their tricks could not completely restrain all of Zhao Sun's abilities, as long as the attacks were dense enough and the tricks were enough, Zhao Sun would always have a time when he could not react in time. Then there would definitely be a place where he could not dodge. Even if Zhao Sun was hit by only one move, it would be an absolute victory for the monsters. Even if Zhao Sun didn't die, he would be seriously injured, and it would be much easier to kill Zhao Sun later. All the monsters used their new abilities without reservation. They didn't even dare to blink, for fear of missing half a second and letting Zhao Sun escape. In full view of the crowd, Zhao Sun and the hemispherical fire wall around him were submerged in various attacks. The whole house couldn't withstand such an intense attack and collapsed. The vines wrapped around the house were mixed in and smashed into pieces. Green juice flowed out, emitting an unpleasant smell. This vine, even the branches and leaves are poisonous. Thick smoke mixed with poisonous gas continued to spread around in the air, and the monsters subconsciously retreated and kept a safe distance. Except for the monsters whose ability is to create poisonous vines. Other monsters are not immune to poisonous gas. Once contaminated, they will also be poisoned and die. Even when retreating, the monsters stared with their eyes wide open, anxiously waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The smoke was too thick, and after waiting for more than 10 seconds, it still did not dissipate. And the monsters could not help but whisper to each other, "He should be dead." "Right. Unless he is strong. He will die if such a big house collapses. We have so many tricks. He definitely won't be able to resist them all. No matter how powerful he is, He is just a person. He should be dead. I am so anxious. Can the smoke disperse faster? Who broke the electronic screen nearby? There is no way to see the player's position. Who can be blamed? It's strange that the electronic screen is still intact after so many attacks just now. Stop arguing. Who has good eyesight? Look at the electronic screen in the distance. The electronic screen in the distance is facing here sideways, and the position on it can't be seen clearly at all.
The noisy discussion was soon interrupted by screams. A large group of monsters in the east area were cut in half by a huge and sharp sickle, and a large number of corpses fell, and the scene was instantly in chaos. The monsters in other directions were originally uncontrollably happy, but they were replaced by solemn expressions. They only had one enemy. So the person who could create such a big chaos and kill so many monsters in an instant could only be Zhao Sun. Many monsters looked in the direction of the sound source, and at the same time, they were ready to attack at any time. But a few monsters were already panicking. They didn't expect that Zhao Sun could still survive under such a fierce attack. How did he do this? Moreover, they didn't see Zhao Sun at all. The sickle seemed to have self-awareness, swinging and slashing by itself, as if entering an empty space. Just seeing such a scene made their hearts tremble. They seemed to have seen the scene of their own failure. Of course, most monsters were not scared. They tried to look for a while, but found that they couldn't find Zhao Sun's figure. They knew that they couldn't solve the problem from the root for a while, but at least, they could solve the current trouble first. So, the monsters using vines conjured vines one after another, wrapped around the huge sickle, and prevented the sickle from continuing to kill other companions, who knew that the sickle would decompose as soon as the vines wrapped around the sickle. That's right. It decomposed. It decomposed from a sickle into hundreds of sharp needles. The vines were not as slender as these needles, so it was difficult to wrap around them, and they were easily pierced by them. Before the other monsters could come up with other countermeasures, a huge fire dragon appeared from the north, spitting out fireballs one after another from its mouth, burning the monsters standing in the north. Many monsters subconsciously looked at the turmoil in the north, and some tried to find Zhao Sun's figure from the north. It was just a 2-second distraction, and hundreds of needles in the east instantly pierced the heads of these monsters. A large group fell down at once, seeing these needles coming out from the other side of the monsters' heads. The surrounding monsters immediately moved closer to each other and made a defensive gesture. Those that could spray acid and those that could create sludge took the initiative to attack the needles. Acid is very corrosive, and metal needles can easily rot if they are sprayed. The sludge has a strong viscosity, which can wrap the needles inside and block the attack of the needles. Seeing that the defensive counterattack was beginning to be effective, a dozen of the monsters felt as if 1 or 2 drops of water had entered their nostrils or ears almost at the same time. They subconsciously rubbed the part that felt like a foreign body, and didn't take it too seriously. But the next second, they felt an indescribable stinging pain in their heads. It was like a stick with countless barbs, stirring in their brains, mashing their brains, cerebellum, brain stems, etc. into a pulp. Amid uncontrolled screams, the dozen monsters eventually died of bleeding from all 7 orifices. They died so strangely that even the monsters standing closest to them didn't understand what was going on. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen monsters screamed in pain, and then bled from all 7 orifices. For a while, a huge panic spread rapidly, and the east and north were completely in chaos. Some of the monsters in the west and south tried to deal with the fire dragon, while others quickly approached the chaos zone to help. At this time, the frog version of Zhao Sun, who was hiding in a tree not far to the northeast, took out the special item unyielding bone from the storage compartment, broke off a section and ate it. This time, he consumed too much mental energy. If he doesn't take this to replenish his mental power, he will definitely not make it to the end of the game. When about 15,000 monsters attacked him at the same time, the way he thought of to consume the least mental power was to turn into a frog, use the ability Invalidation to invalidate all damage to him, and use Teleport to leave the most dangerous center. After going through so many survival games and using every ability he got, he summed up an experience. Except for Resurrection Rage, which can ignore the state of mental power, other abilities are more or less linked to mental power. Invalidation is no exception. Before, he used it for a short time, and there were only a few attacks that needed to be avoided, so it didn't feel obvious. But he could still feel that how long the effect of invalidation could last depended on his mental power and the intensity of the attack he suffered. As long as he still had mental power, invalidation would always be effective. But once his mental power was exhausted, Invalidation could not be maintained. And the greater the intensity of the attack, the greater the mental power consumption when using invalidation. The attack strength of the monsters of about 15,000 is obvious. He had to invalidate so many attacks at once. So it was conceivable that the consumption of mental power was very huge. In order not to use up his mental power, after turning into a frog, he used teleportation many times to get away from the most dangerous central area. But the attack came very fast, and teleportation could only transfer a maximum distance of 50 meters at a time. Even though he had reacted quickly, he was still greatly shocked after the first teleportation. By the time he completely escaped to the safe area, more than half of his mental power had been consumed. The remaining half was consumed by the control of gold, control of fire and water power that he had just used. Although the results were gratifying, he solved at least half of the monsters in the east and north. But there was almost no mental power left. Even maintaining the frog state became difficult. In this case, he had to use special items to replenish his mental power. After his mental power was instantly restored, Zhao Sun immediately merged those fine needles again, turning them into a huge four-cornered dart. Every edge of the four-cornered dart is very sharp, and neither the mud nor the vines can stop its attack. The only thing that can work is acid. But this time, the acid sprayed by the monsters suddenly turned and sprayed towards other monsters before it could hit the four-cornered darts. For a while, under the attack of the blind darts and acid, a large number of monsters fell to the east. At the same time, the fire dragon in the north was still spraying fire everywhere. The mud, acid, and vines could not play a role in extinguishing the fire, and even the role of the mud in blocking the line of sight became useless. The fire dragon attacked all creatures on the ground indiscriminately, and it was controlled by Zhao Sun. There was no point in blocking the fire dragon's line of sight. Just when the monsters felt helpless, suddenly a lightning thicker than a hair hit the palm-sized fireball sprayed by the fire dragon. The lightning quickly traveled in the fireball, and then the fireball exploded violently under the influence of the overload reaction. The high-temperature explosion instantly vaporized the bodies of nearby monsters, and dozens of monsters were eliminated in an instant. Zhao Sun squatted on a high place and saw the result clearly. He nodded with satisfaction. This attack strength is very good. Then, he sighed with some regret. If it weren't for protecting these amusement facilities, he could have shot a lightning bolt thicker than his waist into the fire dragon, and the explosion should be enough to kill all the monsters. But in this way, the nearby amusement facilities would definitely be destroyed. He couldn't complete the hidden task. If it weren't for points and special items, why would he bother so much? Zhao Sun thought so in his heart. But his hands didn't stop moving. This time he carefully controlled the fireball to fall in various different positions, and then shot lightning bolts as thick as a hair. Not long after, all the monsters in the north were eliminated, even the monsters that came from the west to the north to support, and the last wave of monsters that came late and happened to come to the north were not spared. As for those places where the amusement facilities could be easily blown up, Zhao Sun used psychic power to hypnotize dozens of monsters with different abilities and let them fight with other monsters. After the first wave of hypnotized monsters died, he hypnotized the next wave. During this period, he was not idle, and continued to use control gold, control fire, thunder power and water power to carry out small-scale attacks everywhere. After nearly an hour of uninterrupted attacks, all the monsters, including those that came later, all died. The ground was charred black, and there were pits of various sizes. There were also some signs of damage to the amusement facilities not far away, but these were all affected by the monster attacks and had nothing to do with Zhao Sun. As for whether there were any remaining monsters hiding in the dark, Zhao Sun didn't know. But even if there were survivors, it would be difficult for them to pose any threat to him. Zhao Sun turned back into human form and began to recycle the remaining metal materials. These were all transformed from the cold weapons in his storage compartment. He couldn't destroy the amusement facilities here, so he could only use his own inventory. As long as it can be used, it can't be wasted. It has to be put away. After collecting all the metal materials, Zhao Sun sat on the ground and rubbed his temples tiredly. He could feel that there was not much mental power left. His mental power was already very strong among the players, but even he couldn't bear this high-intensity consumption. But fortunately, he finally left some mental power and didn't use it up, so he didn't have to enter a 24-hour weak state. Chapter 284. Just a few more missions of this difficulty. Zhao Sun took out the remaining buns from the storage compartment and ate them all, and then gulped down a bottle of mineral water. The mental energy consumption was great, and it also increased hunger.
He couldn't save this meal. Eating more and being full could also help restore some mental energy. After eating the remaining buns, Zhao Sun opened a can of meat left in the backpack and ate it clean. After eating and drinking, Zhao Sun moved to a cleaner place. He took out the body of his foster mother from the storage compartment. When it was in the storage compartment, he couldn't see or smell it. But as soon as he took it out, he clearly saw the corpse spots on the body of his foster mother, and the obvious stench of decay. It has been nearly a week. It seems that after the devil died, the special ability effect imposed on the foster mother is also disappearing. This is expected. At this rate of decay, it won't take long for the foster mother's body to completely decay. Zhao Sun stroked the hair by his adoptive mother's ears. His eyes narrowed slightly. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring his adoptive mother's body back to the real world. He calmly tidied up his adoptive mother's appearance, took out his mobile phone, and took a few neat photos for the posthumous portrait later. Then he burned his adoptive mother's body. He tried his best to control the intensity of the flame, so that the Samadhi true fire would not burn even his adoptive mother's ashes. Then he rummaged through his suitcase and the volunteer's mountaineering bag in the storage compartment, and finally found a roll of garbage bags in the volunteer's mountaineering bag. He put all the ashes of his adoptive mother in the garbage bag, tied a knot, and put it again in another garbage bag, and then put the bag of ashes back into the number 4 storage compartment. After doing all this, he stood up again and looked around. The system has not popped up a pop-up window to complete the side quest. It seems that there are indeed fish that have slipped through the net. After the side quests turned into a hunting mode, it stands to reason that players need to survive until the end of the game under the hunting of NPCs. But if all NPCs are dead, there will be no pursuers, and the side quests should be displayed as completed in advance. But there is no pop-up window to complete the side quests, which can only mean that there are still pursuers. But until now, there is no shadow of a monster. Is it because they were frightened by the previous scene and dare not come to die? But forget it. Anyway, his side quest is not to kill all monsters. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. He can save some mental energy if he doesn't come. Zhao Sun was too lazy to move and sat on the ground again. He waited until the end of the game time, and 3 pop-up windows popped up in front of him one after another. The first pop-up window is about the side quest. Complete the side quest, player hide and seek. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 1,000 points and 1,000 hours of survival time. Seeing this score number, Zhao Sun was in a very good mood. This was the first time he had received 4-digit points on a mission. The side mission turned into a hunting mode. The monster changed its form twice, and there were more than hundreds of thousands of hunters, which increased the difficulty of completing the mission. This was why the points this time became very impressive. If he could do more missions of this difficulty, he would be able to accumulate 10,000 points soon. Or maybe there will be a task next time where you can get points by killing NPCs. Even if you get 1 point for every 10 heads. With a number of 100,000 NPCs like this time, he can easily accumulate 10,000 points. Zhao Sun thought about it casually. Then he closed the first pop-up window and looked at the second one. The second pop-up window was about hidden tasks. Complete the hidden task. Survive until the game deadline without destroying the amusement facilities. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 500 points and 500 hours of survival time, and getting the special item Gun of Truth. This score was quite satisfactory, in line with Zhao Sun's expectations. Zhao Sun did not rush to check the details of the special item, but closed the second pop-up window and looked at the third one. This time, the completion of the task, the points obtained, and the survival time were announced first, which meant that the game time had ended, and his proxy body on the endless train was no longer protected by the safety barrier, although a few seconds of delay would not cause any accidents. After all, others might not notice that his safety barrier had disappeared in a timely manner, but he still had to hurry back. The third pop-up window was an expected game notification. The safety barrier purchased by player Zhao Sun is about to expire. Do you want to renew it? Yes, no. Zhao Sun immediately chose no. Player Zhao Sun has been in this dream game for 3 days. Do you want to leave? Yes, no. Zhao Sun quickly chose yes. After a while of dizziness, Zhao Sun's vision reappeared the familiar upper bunk board. Zhao Sun sat up and checked the situation in the box. Su Tian and the other male player were not in the box. But Zhao Zhao, who was in bunk number 4, was taking a nap on his bed. Hearing the noise, Zhao Zhao woke up in a daze. She raised her head and saw Zhao Sun got out of bed. Then she smiled brightly. Are you back from the dream game?
Yeah, Zhao Sun responded, and then asked,
When is the latest platform game? From the 19th to the 22nd.
Zhao Zhao and Zhao Sun have lived together for several times, and she knows that Zhao Sun will go to the platform game whenever he has the chance. She teased.
You missed this platform game.
Zhao Sun smiled.
Yes, you can only miss it this time.
Then he asked,
Did Tian Tian go?
Yeah. Zhao Zhao nodded.
She went.
Zhao Sun said, Yeah.
You continue to take a nap. I want to sleep too.
After that, he lay back on the bed. This time, the mental power consumption is not small. He is still in a weak state. Sleeping is the simplest and cheapest way to recover. After covering the quilt, Zhao Sun did not fall asleep immediately, but thought about Su Tian going to the platform game. This time, the platform game time spans the critical date of the 20th. I don't know how the points ranking will be calculated after Su Tian comes back. According to the previous situation, whether Su Tian is on the endless train or not, Su Tian's ranking will be updated on the evening of the 20th. Normally, the ranking should be calculated based on the points Su Tian has at 2400 hours on the 20th. The points she got from passing the platform game this time can only be counted in the statistics on the 31st. Then he should have a big gap with Su Tian this time. After the ranking is updated, they will most likely not be in the same box. He is looking forward to it. Compared with number 10, he has increased nearly 1,800 points. He is looking forward to how high his ranking will be. Even if the points gap between players is still large at his current position, he should at least be promoted by 3 or 4 places. Zhao Sun was drowsy before his thoughts were completely turned around. The consumption this time was indeed very large. In a relatively safe environment, he quickly relaxed and fell asleep. 12 o'clock midnight. Zhao Sun woke up in time. He opened his personal panel to check the information. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 4,681. Ranking, 113. Survival time, 179 days and 2 hours. Ability, Devouring LV5. Currently devouring special abilities Gold Control LV4. Ability Resurrection Rage. Special ability Beast Transformation LV5. Special ability Fire Control LV3. Special ability Evil Spirit LV5. Ability Invalidation. Psychic Power. Water Power. Telekinesis. Lightning Power. Special items, Burning Blood. Goddess's Wings. Princess's Prince Pendant. Primate's Blessing. Cowardly Shackles. Fiery Red Seal. Doll good at imitation. Chameleon's Cloak. Unyielding Bones. Firefly Light. Mirror Realm. Nutrient Solution. Ability Injector. Real Gun. The ranking has moved up by 6 places, which is better than Zhao Sun expected. Perhaps among the players ranked ahead of him, there are those who died in the survival game. This thought flashed through Zhao Sun's mind, but he didn't care too much. He walked outside while taking out his ticket and taking a look. Zhao Sun. 05 car. 7 box. Number 3 bunk. Zhao Sun walked into the new box. The lights in the box had been turned off, and everyone moved around with the help of the lights in the corridor. Soon, the box was completely quiet. None of the new roommates were known to Zhao Sun, and they were all very silent. Zhao Sun didn't even think of saying hello, and lay down on bunk number 3. Everyone, the male player on bunk number 4, Zhao Sun's upper bunk, suddenly patted the bed lightly.
The last person to come in has to close the door.
Zhao Sun didn't respond. He was touching the new special item realistic gun he had just taken out, and checking the item details. He was not the last person to enter this box, so it was not his turn to close the door. The last player to enter the room was the male player in bunk 2. After hearing what bunk 4 said, he lazily said,
I'm on the upper bunk. It's not convenient for me to go down to close the door. Let the brother in the lower bunk help me close it.
Without waiting for number 4 to speak again, number 2 looked at the male player in bunk 1 and Zhao Sun in bunk 3, who were sleeping in the bunk below him, and said,
One of you two, go close the door. It's a simple thing.
Zhao Sun ignored number 2, and number 1 didn't say anything. A trace of suspicion flashed across number 2's face, but in the dark, no one noticed his expression. He glanced at number 1, and then turned his focus to Zhao Sun, who was ranked lower than him.
Hey, brother in bunk 3, go close the door.
Zhao Sun could see that number 2 felt that since his ranking was higher than his, he had the qualifications to order him around. He was too lazy to waste time on number 2. Nor did he want to have an argument with number 2 and violate the train rules. He casually raised his hand, and the compartment door closed immediately. The metal handle on the door was controlled by gold control, and it was easy for him to close the door remotely. Number 2 saw that Zhao Sun did not get up at all, so he closed the door and narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the result was as he wished, he was not satisfied with the process. He always felt that he seemed to have given the other party a chance to show off his ability, which made him feel that he was suppressed invisibly. But before he could say anything else, the male player in number 1 suddenly spoke.
It's getting late. Be quiet.
Number 2's mouth, which had just opened, slowly closed, and he didn't say anything. Zhao Sun put his special item back into the storage compartment. Then he turned over and faced the wall, recalling the details of the special item he had just seen in his mind. This is a special item that looks like a pistol, but the material is not metal, but it feels like cheap plastic, like a toy water gun. Real gun. This item can ignore any form of defense and attack the enemy's soul. The first attack on the enemy will not feel anything, but as long as the enemy is attacked twice at the same position, the enemy will be killed on the spot. Any form of remedial and life-replenishing measures are ineffective. P.S. After the item successfully kills a target, it will enter a 24-hour cooling period. This special item is icing on the cake for Zhao Sun. Many of his abilities have strong attack power, and long-range attacks are no problem at all. It doesn't affect anything if the real gun is not used at ordinary times. However, in some cases, the real gun will be more useful. Zhao Sun has even thought of 2 times when he will use the real gun. Anyway, more skills are better, and more special items are not cumbersome, which is good. Zhao Sun fell asleep again soon, and slept until more than 10 o'clock in the morning on the 21st. He went to an ordinary restaurant to eat a chicken leg rice, and bought 30 points of reserve food and water. After returning to the box, he prepared to enter the dream game again. This platform game will not end until the 22nd, so he can't just sit there and wait. According to the rules, there will be a break of 2 to 3 days after the platform game ends. So, if he enters the dream game now and comes back on the 24th, he should be able to catch up with the next round of the platform game. If he is really unlucky and misses the platform game again, then he can only be considered unlucky. Zhao Sun put the ticket in his coat pocket, then lay down, and spent 30 points to buy a 3-day safety barrier. After making all kinds of preliminary preparations, he waited for a while. He didn't enter the dream game until 10:31. After a dizzy spell, Zhao Sun found himself sitting on a bench in the church. Behind the pulpit, the solemn pastor was chanting something in a low voice. Behind him, a choir of more than a dozen people sang a hymn in unison. The atmosphere of the whole church was very peaceful and harmonious. Those believers sitting on the benches, each of them bowed their heads and muttered something. It seemed that they were praying devoutly. Just as he finished taking stock of the environment, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Main quest, become a believer. Seeing this quest, Zhao Sun quietly nudged the long-bearded uncle sitting on his left with his elbow. The long-bearded uncle didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Sun and continued to pray in a low voice. Zhao Sun was not discouraged at all and asked in a low voice,
"Excuse me, how can I become a believer?"
Hearing this topic, the long-bearded uncle finally became interested. He looked up at Zhao Sun and looked at him.
"Do you want to become a believer?"
"Yes." Zhao Sun nodded and said with certainty,
"I came here to become a believer, but I don't know how to truly become a believer. I hope you can give me some guidance."
Chapter 285, Becoming a Believer. The bearded uncle saw Zhao Sun's sincere and polite attitude, and smiled with a little relief.
"Okay, there are not many young people as sensible as you."
Zhao Sun didn't show it on his face, but he felt a little weird in his heart. From the tone of this bearded uncle, it seems that he thinks that people who are willing to become believers are sensible, and many young people are unwilling to be believers, which is an ignorant behavior in his eyes. It's like believing in religion is not a personal choice, but something that everyone should do. He even thought of several possible plots that might happen next. The old man with long beard didn't know what Zhao Sun was thinking, so he just actively introduced to Zhao Sun.
"It's actually very simple to become a believer. You need someone who is already a believer to introduce you to the pastor, and then you have to express your piety sincerely. If the pastor is satisfied, he will baptize you. After the ceremony, you are a believer."
Baptism?
Zhao Sun asked the question he was most concerned about.
"Can I ask first, what is the process of baptism?" "This is very simple."
The old man with long beard.
The pastor drops clean water on the forehead of the person being baptized. and the baptism is considered successful.
Zhao Sun nodded. There is no need to strip naked and soak in a wooden barrel. And there is no circumcision. He can accept it. Then he showed a warm smile to the old man with long beard.
Aren't you a believer? Can you please introduce me to someone?
Of course. The old man with long beard agreed very readily. And judging from his expression, he seemed quite happy. He did not hide it, and took the initiative to say to Zhao Sun,
as long as we believers can introduce a new believer, we can get a reward from the Lord. So, I have to thank you for letting me be the introducer. What is the reward?
Zhao Sun asked another question.
It's not fixed. Sometimes it's a sumptuous meal. Sometimes it's the recovery of a sick family member. Sometimes it's gold coins or gems. It all depends on the Lord's decision.
The long-bearded uncle piously drew a circle on his forehead with his finger, and then smiled at Zhao Sun.
You haven't become a believer yet, but you already have the idea of introducing others. I'm optimistic about you. You will definitely become the most loyal believer of the Lord.
Zhao Sun smiled and did not deny it. He just asked,
when is it convenient for you to help me introduce someone?
He asked this, but his mind unconsciously recalled the actions of the long-bearded uncle just now. It's not drawing a cross on the chest, but drawing a circle on the forehead. It seems that the
Lord
mentioned by the believers is not the same as he thought. Although the architectural style and pattern here are very similar to a certain sect in reality, the actual situation should be different from the sect he thought.
I will take you there after this morning meeting is over.
The long-bearded uncle answered, lowered his head again, and continued to murmur something devoutly. Zhao Sun did not interrupt again. Taking advantage of this time period, he carefully observed the situation in the church. The layout here is indeed no different from a certain sect. At least for laymen, they will subconsciously think it is that sect at a glance. However, even Zhao Sun, a layman, can see many differences after careful observation. There are some unknown plaster sculptures hanging on the roof of the church. They are basically the same size, but different in shape. The sculptures look like neither Jesus nor God, and they can't even be said to be human-shaped. But some strange things, which are difficult to refer to the existing animals. It's not accurate to say that they are monsters, but it's hard to find other suitable adjectives. If you have to say it,
perhaps weird
is more appropriate. And staring at these sculptures for a long time will make people feel an indescribable sense of panic from the bottom of their hearts. Even people like Zhao Sun, who have few emotions, can feel some discomfort. He almost never has strong emotions like
panic.
But facing these sculptures, he feels very uncomfortable and repulsive. These things will never appear in a normal church. In addition, the altar in the front is not a statue of Jesus. Although Zhao Sun doesn't know what the real statue of Jesus should look like, he can be sure that it is definitely not this strange and twisted non-human appearance. The only similarity between this sculpture and humans may be that it also has a pair of eyes. In the part that I don't know if it can be called a
face,
2 eyes are looking straight ahead. Although it is a sculpture, Zhao Sun has a feeling of looking into those eyes. The discomfort is even stronger. At this moment, the choir's hymn ended, and the pastor walked out from the pulpit. All the believers stood up tacitly,
said, "The Lord will bless us,"
and left the church in an orderly manner. I don't know if it's because the prayer is over, but Zhao Sun clearly felt that the feeling of being watched disappeared. He stood up and looked at the sculpture on the altar through the crowd. The eyes still looked straight ahead, but there was no sense of
eyes,
substance, and they became the same as ordinary sculptures. But Zhao Sun was very sure in his heart that this sculpture was not simple.
Don't worry.
The long-bearded uncle beside him thought that Zhao Sun stood up because he wanted to become a believer as soon as possible. He comforted him. The pastor is always the last one to leave the church. I will introduce you to someone after all the other believers have left. It's still in time.
Zhao Sun came back to his senses and nodded to the long-bearded uncle.
Okay.
Soon the church was empty, and the long-bearded uncle led Zhao Sun to the front. The pastor looked at the long-bearded uncle, then at Zhao Sun, and seemed to have understood something. He had a relieved smile on his face.
John, it's not easy. You can also introduce new people.
John smiled embarrassedly, and then he said to the pastor,
"Let me introduce you. This is..."
At this point, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Zhao Sun. It was not until this time that he remembered that he didn't know Zhao Sun's name. Zhao Sun smiled and introduced himself naturally.
"Hello. My name is Shui."
Neither the pastor nor John had any doubts about
why there is no surname
because of this name. Instead, after saying the name, Shui, They began to enter the formal process. The pastor asked Zhao Sun.
Shui, why do you want to become a believer of the Lord?
Zhao Sun had already considered that the pastor might ask this question, and he answered without hesitation.
The Lord can save me, bless me, and give me peace of mind and happiness.
To express his piety, he only needed his expression, gesture and words. These disguises were not difficult for him. After all, he was a person who disguised himself as a normal person with an
abnormal mental state,
and had lived like this for more than 20 years. Acting was his daily routine. As long as he needed it, it was easy for him to disguise himself as a certain person. The pastor was obviously very satisfied with Zhao Sun's answer. He nodded and said to John,
The newcomer you introduced is very good and has more prospects than the previous ones.
Hearing this, John smiled and said,
The Lord will be very satisfied.
As long as the Lord is satisfied, the reward he will receive will be better and richer. He has begun to look forward to it. The pastor walked to the altar and motioned Zhao Sun to kneel on the soft rectangular cushion.
Face our Lord.
Zhao Sun did, as he was told, and knelt down facing the strange statue. The pastor took out a copper pot from the first layer of the altar and placed it on the side close to him. Zhao Sun looked carefully. The copper pot was full of water. The water was clear and transparent without any impurities. He did not smell any strange smell when he got close. The priest took out a small piece of soft silk from the box on the altar and put one end of the silk into the copper pot. After the silk was soaked by the water, he turned to look at Zhao Sun.
Raise your head,
he said to Zhao Sun in a gentle voice. Zhao Sun raised his head, and his eyes stayed on the strange statue. The eyes of the statue were still looking straight ahead. But Zhao Sun felt that the statue was observing him with his peripheral vision. He felt the substance of that eye, again.
Close your eyes,
the priest said, as he took the silk out of the copper pot. Zhao Sun closed his eyes obediently. Soon, the cool water touched his forehead, and the silk soaked in water touched his forehead 3 times. There was no discomfort or pain. His thoughts flashed through his mind. And just as he was about to open his eyes, he heard the priest muttering something in his ears. The priest's pronunciation was not clear, and Zhao Sun could hardly distinguish the specific words. Then, Zhao Sun had an indescribable feeling of dizziness. Not only could he not open his eyes, but it was even difficult for him to stand up. He could only keep kneeling and looking up. Like a true devout believer, the water on his forehead seemed to invade his skin and quickly flowed into his brain through the blood. As the water invaded, the dizziness became more severe. Zhao Sun subconsciously wanted to use water power to force the water out of his body. But then he found that he could not use special abilities. Yes, in the dream game, he could not use special abilities before completing the main task. He could only use his mental strength to resist. Fortunately, after experiencing the last dream game, killing more than 100,000 NPCs in about 24 hours, and breaking through the limit and finally controlling 3 or 4 abilities at the same time, he felt that his mental strength had also increased a little. At this moment, although it was difficult to resist the dizziness, Zhao Sun still resisted it, although the dizziness became more and more intense, and even some strange whispers sounded in his ears. He never fainted, nor was he swayed by the whispers. This whisper was obviously not the voice of the priest, nor was it ringing in his ears, but in his brain. Moreover, he could feel that this was a hypnotic effect. He was constantly trying to brainwash him. And even if he didn't understand the language, he was still affected. Because he didn't understand the language, it was difficult for him to judge the purpose of the hypnosis. However, with his mental strength, he still resisted most of the hypnosis. I don't know how long it has been. At least in Zhao Sun's feeling, it seems like a very long few hours. And the priest finally spoke.
Very good. You have passed the baptism.
There was a kind smile in the priest's voice.
Welcome to join our big family and become a believer of the Lord.
As the priest's voice fell, Zhao Sun was finally able to open his eyes. At the same time, a familiar pop-up window popped up in front of him. Complete the main task, become a believer. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 50 points and 50 hours of survival time. The dizziness did not disappear, and it was even getting worse. But Zhao Sun could already stand up. It seemed that the priest's approval lifted the restrictions on Zhao Sun's physical movements. But the effect of the water was still there. Zhao Sun said low to the priest and John, and quickly turned and left. When he turned his back to the 2 NPCs, he immediately used water power to forcibly peel off the water that was still trying to deeply invade his brain. The moment the thing came out, Zhao Sun immediately felt that he was much more relaxed, and the dizziness in his head completely disappeared. He stared at the water floating in front of his eyes. The moment it came out of the brain, Zhao Sun noticed that the water was no longer pure and transparent, and it was faintly black. But the black was very light, and after leaving Zhao Sun's body, it quickly returned to transparent color. The water seemed to want to struggle to escape, but Zhao Sun used water power to control it. It could only float in front of Zhao Sun, and could not leave. It was not until he walked out of the church and stood in an empty corner that Zhao Sun raised his right hand. In his palm, a ball of flame the size of a ping-pong ball rose. As if sensing the danger, the liquid changed its form drastically. Unfortunately, it still couldn't get rid of Zhao Sun's grip, and could only change shape on the spot.
It seems that you are afraid of fire.
Zhao Sun slightly raised the corners of his lips, and his smile was not as warm as usual, but a little fierce. The next second, his fireball wrapped the liquid. With a sizzling sound, the liquid was quickly burned clean by the fireball. Even the faint black gas that came out was chased by Zhao Sun's fireball, and nothing was left. It was not until this time that Zhao Sun was relieved. He turned his head to look at the church. His eyes were heavy. Now thinking about it, he can probably guess what the purpose of the incomprehensible whispering hypnosis in his mind is. It should be to make him truly a devout believer. It is not difficult to confirm this. Just find a believer and see if you can extract that kind of liquid from his brain. After extracting the liquid, whether the believer can still maintain a devout attitude, everything will be clear. If it is as he guessed, then every believer here will be brainwashed by this liquid when they are baptized. Zhao Sun thought so in his heart, but did not put it into practice immediately. He chose to check the side quests first. In fact, the moment the main quest was completed, the side quests appeared immediately. It's just that his condition was too bad at the time, and he couldn't take care of it at all. He could only solve the current troubles first. Side quest: survive until the end of the game. Hint 1. When there is a choice in this round of the game, there is no correct answer. No matter what the player chooses, it will be fine. Hint 2. There are gains and losses. Chapter 286. You are my lucky star. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. This side quest is not easy, compared with previous quests. The content of this quest is too concise. There are only 6 words.
Survive until the end of the game.
With fewer restrictions and less directionality, it gives him a feeling of higher difficulty. It's like a test paper with a total score of 100. You are only told that you can pass with 60 points, but no scoring points are marked for you. And there is only one very broad question. This is easy to happen in 2 ways. The first is that you think your answer sheet is perfect, but in fact there are very few scoring points. The second is that your entire answer sheet is completely off topic and you only get 0 points. In other words, the risk factor of this game is very high. Otherwise the quest would not just let the player survive. And the 2 hints in this side quest are also worth pondering. Combining the 2. In this game, once a choice appears, no matter what choice you make, it will not be judged as failure. But every choice is destined to lose something. For example, gaining money means losing health. Gaining health means losing a loved one. Of course, he doesn't think that these are the things he gains and loses in this game. But he can only use such simple things as metaphors. In general, this choice must be made carefully, and one should not be greedy to get everything. One must consider whether it is worthwhile to lose something in order to get it. In other words, whether the loss is what one can afford, and whether the gain is what one wants most. Zhao Sun quickly sorted out the idea of passing the game this time, and looked back at the direction of the church. Take the current situation as an example. If he chooses to capture a believer for research, he may get part of the truth. But what will he lose? Before he knows what he has lost, he cannot judge whether the loss is what he can afford. So he cannot act at will. In any case, being able to pass the game alive is the most important thing. After Zhao Sun made a decision, he saw John walking out of the church with a happy face. John held a bulging cloth bag in his hand, which was twice as big as John's palm and looked heavy. Zhao Sun thought for a moment and walked over. John soon saw Zhao Sun, with a very cheerful smile on his face.
Shui, why didn't you go home? I just came here and don't have a place to live yet.
Zhao Sun responded with a smile.
I wonder if it's convenient for you to stay.
Anyway, you have to stay. And it's better to find someone familiar than to sleep on the street. Throughout the game, any place is potentially dangerous for Zhao Sun. But facing known enemies is much better than facing unknown and uncertain enemies. John nodded without hesitation and agreed.
Okay, come with me.
Zhao Sun walked beside John, showing a happy expression.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect you to agree to let me stay so readily. How should I pay you for the accommodation? No need to pay.
John held up the big cloth bag in his hand, his face full of joy.
This is all thanks to you.
Zhao Sun heard the crisp sound of metal colliding inside and realized something. He asked,
All gold coins? Yes.
John couldn't help laughing and couldn't control his joy at all.
This is all the Lord's reward to me. Not every believer can get such a generous reward after introducing new believers. You are really my lucky star.
As he said, he winked at Zhao Sun.
Giving lucky stars a comfortable place to live. Isn't that what I should do?
Zhao Sun immediately understood why John agreed to let him stay so readily. On the one hand, he felt that he had brought enough benefits to John, so he didn't need to care about the accommodation fee. On the other hand, he thought that living with John, his lucky star, might bring John more good luck. Just by looking at John's expectant eyes, Zhao Sun could guess what John was thinking. Zhao Sun smiled.
Then I won't be polite with you. No need to be polite with me.
John waved his hand and then asked,
By the way, what do you want to eat for lunch? Let's celebrate and have a big meal. You decide.
Zhao Sun's face was relaxed.
I'm not picky about food, and I don't have any taboos. That's great.
John was even happier, and even quickened his pace a little.
Let's go. Let's walk faster. After sending you home, I'll go out to buy things.
Zhao Sun said, and followed John closely. After walking for about 10 minutes, we arrived at John's home. This is an old apartment building with a total of 5 floors. John lives on the first floor. A small 2-bedroom house. The house is messy, with few furniture and appliances, and they are all very old. Obviously, John's financial conditions are poor, and he should live alone, without parents, wife, or children around. No wonder John was so excited when he got such a big bag of gold coins. John threw all the dirty clothes and smelly socks on the sofa to the ground. And then he said to Zhao Sun,
You sit here for a while. Watch TV or something. I'll go buy lunch.
As he said that, he skillfully took out the TV remote control from under the sofa cushion and turned on the big butt TV with snowflakes.
You don't have to greet me.
Zhao Sun waved his hand.
You go and do your work. I'll wait for you here.
John nodded and went out with the big bag of gold coins. Zhao Sun looked at John's figure, who left without looking back, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that John has no defense against him at all, and he is not worried about what he will do to this house. He thought of 3 possibilities in an instant. 1. There is nothing in this house, so there is no need to worry about anything being stolen. Another. John thinks he is a lucky star and has a great liking and trust for him. Another. Taking anything in the house casually may be life-threatening. Zhao Sun is more inclined to the last possibility. After all, he has always been accustomed to speculating the hidden rules of the survival game with the greatest malice. After hearing the door closing and the footsteps gradually leaving, Zhao Sun stood up and opened all the windows in the room. There was a sour smell in the room, and it felt like the windows had not been opened for ventilation for many days. It was really unpleasant. Although he was not a misophobe, he would naturally prefer to make himself more comfortable if conditions allowed. Zhao Sun sat back on the sofa. He didn't touch the remote control covered with potato chip powder, and he didn't bother to change the TV channel. He just watched the advertisements on TV casually. In fact, he still had a question in his mind. John went out with such a big bag of gold. Wasn't he afraid of being robbed? Or was it that the public security in this game setting was very good, and there was no possibility of robbery? However, this kind of question would not give any results just by thinking about it. Zhao Sun planned to ask John after he came back. About an hour later, John finally came back. He was holding a big bag of gold coins in one hand and several paper bags in the other. Zhao Sun went over to help and put all the paper bags on the coffee table. The living room of this house was very small. There was no dining table or chairs. There were several empty lunch boxes on the coffee table. It was not difficult to guess that John usually ate on the sofa. John casually swept all the messy things on the coffee table to the ground, then took out the things in the paper bag and called Zhao Sun.
Shui, come and enjoy the food with me.
Zhao Sun followed John's instructions and sat cross-legged on the floor. He saw John took out 2 double burgers, an 8-inch pizza, 2 bags of fries, 2 cups of Coke, 8 egg tarts, 10 chicken wings, and 4 chicken legs. Zhao Sun. In a sense, in John's mind, these are rare delicacies. It is far from the feast he imagined. But it's okay.
He is not picky. And he hasn't eaten these things for a long time. It's good to change the taste. But, Zhao Sun looked at John, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Have these foods not been touched? Will they not cause any harm to the human body after eating? To be cautious, he had to make sure that these foods were not poisonous. John's eyes became empty instantly, and he answered truthfully. Yes, these foods will not cause any harm to the human body. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun asked again, are these foods added with the water used in baptism? In this game, the possibility of poisoning may be very low, but the possibility of being invaded is very high. That kind of water is colorless and tasteless, and it will not attract attention no matter what it is placed in. In addition, it is non-toxic, and it is difficult for people to find its existence except for the strong dizziness during the prayer ceremony. It is easy to mix it in food, although Zhao Sun can easily expel this water from the body. He is not sure whether the water that exists in the body for too long will cause serious damage to the body, and whether it can be easily excreted. So, he should try to avoid being invaded by the water again. John frowned slightly, and was silent for a few seconds before answering. No! Zhao Sun got the answer he wanted, so he let John return to normal, and the two of them ate together, but his eyes stayed on John's face. When John answered the second question, his state was obviously different from when he answered the first question. Although he gave the answer quickly, his expression clearly showed that he was repulsed by the question. It was obviously just a simple question. Normally, a light hypnosis would be enough. But John's rejection was so obvious. Was it because of the mention of something related to the Lord? Zhao Sun guessed in his heart, but did not immediately do other things to verify his guess. Some things, if they have little to do with the game, do not need to be explored in depth. Reducing the number of choices can also reduce the losses caused by choices. So Zhao Sun asked John, you just took out the purse. Aren't you worried that others will rob it? John suddenly showed a mysterious smile when he heard this. No, the Lord will bless all believers. Those who dare to rob the gifts given by the Lord to believers will definitely pay a painful price. Zhao Sun nodded and roughly understood what John meant. Either John blindly believed in the great power of the Lord, or the Lord did have the ability to punish those who stole gifts. In view of the power of the Lord that Zhao Sun felt, he was more willing to believe the latter possibility. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun couldn't help but recall the strong discomfort when the water invaded his brain before. He swallowed the food in his mouth and asked John again. By the way, John, what did you feel when you were baptized? John paused with his hand holding the French fries, then smiled. No feeling. Although he didn't hesitate when he spoke, Zhao Sun still saw the flash of confusion in his eyes. That look was as if he didn't remember the specific experience of baptism. This made Zhao Sun more convinced that the role of water invading the brain is to control the mind, and the water should always exist in the believers' brains. What puzzled him was that the Lord controlled all believers through the water. What was the purpose? It didn't seem to make much sense just to make others worship themselves, even in terms of metaphysics. The power of faith, obtained through hypnosis, should not be very useful. It must be real, and the faith from the bottom of the heart can become power. This doubt flashed through Zhao Sun's mind, and he quickly gave up the idea of exploring. The purpose of this game is different from the previous ones. In previous games, you need to explore more plots as much as possible to complete the task. But this time, we should try not to explore the plot. In the dream game, there is no extra points reward for exploring all the plots. There is really no need to take this risk. Zhao Sun said nothing more and finished his lunch quietly. After John was full, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and then said to Zhao Sun, these two bedrooms. The big one is the master bedroom where I often sleep, and the small one is the guest bedroom. You can live in the guest bedroom? Thank you. Zhao Sun nodded and thanked politely. Then I'll go on a date with my girlfriend first. John stood up and picked up the purse beside his legs at the same time. You can do whatever you want at home, or go out for a walk. Anyway, there is nothing to do in the afternoon. I will be back before 5 o'clock in the evening. You don't have to worry about not being able to get into the house after going out. Okay, Zhao Sun responded, and then chatted like an ordinary friend. Do you have a girlfriend? Confirming the population composition of the host's home will also help him understand how many potential threats live here. Not yet, but soon. John shook the purse in his hand and smiled. After saying that, he couldn't wait to go out. Zhao Sun. Alright. Zhao Sun didn't go out, but checked the guest bedroom. The guest bedroom probably hadn't been occupied for a long time, so there was a faint smell of dust inside.
but it was much cleaner and tidier than the living room overall. It seemed that John rarely went into the guest bedroom. So the guest bedroom was not destroyed to such a terrible state. Chapter 287 as it slowly eroded. The guest bedroom was indeed very small, with only room for a 1.5-meter bed and a small chest of drawers. There were no basic configurations such as wardrobes and bedside tables, not to mention a TV and a dressing table. But Zhao Sun didn't need these, as long as he could sleep. He closed the windows and bedroom door, drew the curtains, and then summoned the gorilla and baboon. "Help me guard. I'll sleep for a while." After he gave the instructions, he laid down on the bed. Although it seems calm now, who knows what will happen later. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, so he should sleep more. In case he doesn't have a chance to sleep later, he can still hold on for a while. The gorilla and baboon stood on both sides of the bed, one guarding the door and the other guarding the window. Zhao Sun lay on the bed, slightly curled up his knees, barely keeping his legs from hanging outside the bed. The whole afternoon was spent peacefully. At 5 o'clock in the evening, John returned home on time as he said. Zhao Sun opened his eyes almost at the moment the door opened. He quickly stood up, put the gorilla and baboon back into the primate blessing, then opened the bedroom door and walked out. John was surprised to see Zhao Sun's messy hair. "Are you sleeping at home?" "Yes." Zhao Sun yawned and made up an excuse for himself without changing his expression. "I came here after a long journey, and I haven't had enough sleep. I'm really tired. You said you had nothing to do this afternoon, so I just took a nap." "I see. Then you should have a good rest." John nodded and said, "But it's boring to stay in the house all the time. I'll take you out for a walk tomorrow afternoon." Zhao Sun didn't refuse or agree, but changed the subject. "Did you go out today and have a successful date?" "Of course." John's attention was immediately diverted, and he showed a proud smile. "But she's a big beauty. I'll take her to see you if I have a chance." Then he said, "We can't waste any more time. We have to be at the church on time at 5:30 to attend the party." After that, he walked out and motioned Zhao Sun to follow. "Evening party?" Zhao Sun asked as he followed John out of the door. "Is it the same as the morning meeting?" "Yes," John replied. "The process is the same. You have to attend a morning meeting and an evening meeting every day. This is a daily activity for believers." At this time, the two had already walked outside the apartment building. Zhao Sun stopped and asked, "What if you don't go?" John also stopped. He looked back at Zhao Sun and frowned. "You don't want to go?" Before Zhao Sun answered, John's face was visibly gloomy. "As a believer, how can you not want to serve the Lord?" There were wisps of black air in his eyes, and the whites of his eyes were completely covered. "Any believer who is unwilling to serve the Lord is not loyal to the Lord. Disloyal traitors should be eradicated." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint black air around him. "I didn't say I didn't want to go." Zhao Sun said this calmly, and his eyes lit up slightly. John's expression relaxed slightly, but the black air around him still did not diminish. The effect of hypnosis was minimal. It seemed that Zhao Sun's words had become a spell that triggered a certain switch. Even a simple inquiry would cause irreversible consequences. Fortunately, Zhao Sun still had room for recovery. The light in his eyes became brighter, and he emphasized again, "I am willing to go." The black air finally slowly receded, and John's gloomy face gradually eased. But his whites of the eyes still did not recover. The pair of pure black eyes stared straight at Zhao Sun, causing Zhao Sun to feel obviously uncomfortable. It seemed that something was staring at him through those eyes. It felt exactly the same as the sculptures in the church staring at him. Zhao Sun once again strengthened the effect of hypnosis and washed away John's memory of the previous conversation. John finally completely returned to normal. He blinked his eyes, looking a little confused. "What happened just now? Wasn't I walking towards the church? Why did you suddenly turn around?" Zhao Sun did not answer John, but used hypnosis again and asked, "What are the consequences of killing believers?" As usual, Zhao Sun would take action the moment John showed hostility. But this time, he had to determine the severity of the consequences before deciding whether to kill John immediately. John's eyes were blank for a moment, and the black air spread out from the whites of his eyes again. This time, Zhao Sun was mentally prepared. When he saw John's unusual movements, he immediately deepened the hypnosis. John's facial muscles twisted uncontrollably, as if being pulled by two forces, causing his lips to open and close. He wanted to speak, but it was difficult to speak. After more than a minute of stalemate, John finally spoke. "The Lord will bless all devout believers.
and the evil people who dare to kill believers will be wiped out by the Lord.
Zhao Sun lifted the hypnosis, and before John asked, he took the initiative to say,
"Let's go quickly. The party is about to start. Don't be late."
John only felt a sharp pain in his head, and he subconsciously covered his head and wanted to scream. But before he could make a sound, he heard Zhao Sun's words. He didn't care about anything else and immediately quickened his pace to the church. Zhao Sun, who was on the side, walked with big strides and fell into deep thought. This time, he talked with John and determined 3 invisible rules. First, you can't refuse to participate in any sect activities. Otherwise you will die. Even if you just ask or mention it casually, you will be judged as
having the intention of not participating in sect activities,
which will stimulate the fierceness of believers. Secondly, killing believers will be wiped out by the Lord. The specific way of wiping out is unknown, but based on all the information currently available, it should not be some unconventional and unnatural way. If the body can be completely destroyed, then Zhao Sun's resurrection rage may not be effective. Therefore, if you are not sure what the method of annihilation is, you cannot act rashly. It is not the believers who burst into violence that are difficult to deal with, but the master behind them. Finally, when asking believers any daily related questions, Zhao Sun's hypnosis effect is no different from usual and will not be affected in any way. But once the question you want to ask is related to the master, the believers will reject his hypnosis. The more important the event is related to the master, the more difficult it is for Zhao Sun to hypnotize. It should be the water liquid that is causing the trouble. Zhao Sun has personally tried the mental control ability of the water liquid, which is very strong, and he has a hard time resisting it. If he had not completed the main task, he would have used his special ability to force the water liquid out. If he had allowed the water liquid to stay in his head, it would be a matter of time before he was controlled. Other players would find this situation difficult to deal with, and ordinary people would find it even more difficult to resist. Once the water liquid is stationed in the human brain, it becomes very difficult for a third party's mental power to intervene again. And the feeling of being watched. Zhao Sun thinks that this water liquid may be part of the master, or it can be regarded as part of the master's mental power. The master can control all believers through the water liquid, and can also observe everything in the outside world through the eyes of all believers. It is so difficult to ask questions about the master through hypnosis, and I am afraid that no useful information can be asked without hypnosis. Therefore, if the things he wants to know next are related to the master, but do not conform to his identity as a believer, any indirect method will be invalid, and he can only use hypnosis. When Zhao Sun finished thinking, he and John arrived at the church in time. The evening party went smoothly. The evening party was no different from the morning party, with prayers, hymns, and Bible readings, which lasted for 2 hours before it ended. During this period, Zhao Sun always felt that the sculpture on the altar was looking at him. It was a very uncomfortable feeling, as if he was slowly eroded. Under the influence of this feeling, every prayer, every hymn, and every Bible sentence would make Zhao Sun feel vaguely tranced uncontrollably. However, compared with the feeling of being eroded by the water before, it was much lighter, and Zhao Sun could easily resist it. Zhao Sun guessed that this should be the Lord deepening the hypnosis of believers through the morning and evening meetings. After the evening party, Zhao Sun followed John home. John was in a good mood and walked at a relaxed pace.
"I feel relaxed,"
he looked at Zhao Sun and said seriously.
"When I rushed to the church this evening,
I don't know why. I felt a sense of suffocation in my heart, and my head hurt, and I felt very uncomfortable. But after 2 hours of prayer, the suffocation and headache disappeared."
At this point, he stretched out his right index finger and drew a circle on his forehead.
"Thank God for blessing me."
Zhao Sun smiled and did not comment on this topic. He changed the topic directly.
"Are there any other activities in the next few days, in addition to the morning and evening meetings?"
John looked at Zhao Sun in surprise, and then he seemed to think of something and laughed.
"Yes, you just joined, and you don't know a lot of things yet. I should explain more to you. I neglected it."
Zhao Sun nodded and motioned John to continue.
"There will be a performance between 12 noon and 2 p.m. tomorrow in the town square."
John said to Zhao Sun,
"You haven't participated in the rehearsal of this event, so you don't have to perform on stage. Just hand out flyers below." "Hand out flyers?"
Zhao Sun asked.
"Is it to attract people to join our sect?" "Of course. We certainly can't perform for those non-believers for nothing,"
John said as a matter of course.
"On the one hand, it is to promote our Lord, and on the other hand, It is to show the Lord's greatness and mercy.
Zhao Sun did not comment on the two descriptions of
Great and merciful.
but continued to ask John,
Are there any other activities? Between tomorrow and the 24th.
John did not doubt him and answered truthfully.
The day after tomorrow morning, the son of the richest family in the town will get married and hold a wedding in the church. All of us believers will attend and send the highest blessings and prayers to the newlyweds. Is the rich man also a believer?
Zhao Sun asked.
Of course.
John nodded and raised his chin proudly.
If you are not a believer, you are not qualified to let the Lord bless your marriage. It is such an honor and happiness to enter the palace of marriage under the witness of the Lord.
He couldn't help showing an envious look.
I really hope that I will have such a day.
Zhao Sun was not interested in John's blind worship and asked again,
Are there any other activities? Of course.
John showed a mysterious expression. He moved closer to Zhao Sun, lowered his voice and said,
The night after tomorrow, there will be a very important sacrificial ceremony. You must participate. If you are lucky, you will be selected by the Lord, and you can participate in the selection of pastors. Once you clear the level, you can be a priest.
Zhao Yan's response was faint, just asking,
Is there any other activities? These activities have been answered in recent days.
I am a newcomer and should not be eligible to become a pastor. The bathroom was barely rushed out. He walked out of the bathroom and saw John sitting on the sofa watching TV. It seemed that he didn't plan to sleep for the time being. Zhao Sun was about to go back to the room. Hearing this, he didn't say anything and walked over to open the door. A young woman stood outside the door, with delicate and charming makeup on her face and a big wavy wine-red hair draped over her shoulders, looking charming and sexy. As soon as the door opened, the woman rushed over. Zhao Sun dodged flexibly and said at the same time,
Who are you?
The woman rushed into the room and fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. She looked up and glared at Zhao Sun. When she rushed over, she noticed that Zhao Sun was not the person she was looking for. But it was too late to retract her actions. Seeing that Zhao Sun was good-looking, she felt that she was not at a disadvantage. So she was ready to be caught. Who knew that Zhao Sun didn't catch her at all, and actually dodged like this? How could he bear to watch such a beautiful woman like her fall to the ground? The woman cursed Zhao Sun several times in her heart and stood up quickly at the same time. She stroked her long hair.
I'm Lilith. I'm here to see John.
When John heard the woman's words, he quickly got up from the sofa and walked over. When he saw the woman's face, he immediately hugged her and kissed her lips.
My little sweetheart, why are you here at this time? I invited you to come in for a cup of coffee in the afternoon. Didn't you say that the progress was too fast, and we should talk about it later?
Chapter 288 Washing Away One's Own Evil Thoughts. Seeing John and Lilith being affectionate,
Zhao Sun was about to go back to the room. Unexpectedly, John looked at Zhao Sun at this time and introduced.
This is my girlfriend, Lilith.
Zhao Sun had to politely nod to Lilith.
Hello.
Lilith ignored Zhao Sun. She hugged John's neck intimately and asked in a coquettish voice.
John, who is this man? He is my family. Ah Shui.
John replied.
Family?
Lilith showed a suspicious look.
But you don't look like the same race at all. We all believe in God. We are a family,
John explained.
So it's because of this.
Lilith suddenly realized.
Baby, you haven't told me yet. Why did you come to see me at this time?
John asked while carrying Lilith to the sofa. Zhao Sun saw that there was nothing for him to do, closed the door, and turned back to the guest room. Lilith's aggrieved voice came.
I was kicked out by my parents. I really have nowhere to go. So I thought of coming here to find you.
Zhao Sun closed the door, but still heard John's concerned question.
Why did your parents kick you out? I had a quarrel with them.
Lilith's tone was very low. She was unwilling to talk in detail, but just said,
Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise I could only sleep on the street. My baby, I feel so distressed.
John kissed Lilith on the face and asked,
Have you eaten? I'll buy you something to eat. Yeah, I'm just hungry.
Lilith nodded repeatedly.
My dear, you are still the best to me.
She raised her head and had a passionate French kiss with John. Zhao Sun could hear the sticky and entangled sound through the door. He lay on the bed speechlessly. The sound insulation of this house is too poor. These two NPCs are so passionate, and they don't seem to be shy. If they really do something intense, I don't know if he can sleep well tonight. Although he was prepared that he might not be able to sleep well in the game. He had never thought that this was the reason. A little speechless, John and Lilith kissed for 5 minutes before they reluctantly separated.
Baby, wait for me at home.
John's voice sounded.
I'll be back in a while. Yeah.
Lilith's sweet voice followed.
Dear, come back soon.
After a while, there was a sound of the door opening and closing. John went out. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Sun's door was knocked, and Lilith's voice came through the door.
Hey, you should not be asleep. Right.
Zhao Sun didn't want to pay attention and pretended not to hear it.
Hey, come out and talk to me.
Lilith knocked on the door persistently. Zhao Sun turned over and turned his back to the door. Lilith snorted.
It's fine if you don't open the door. But I remind you that you and John are not real brothers. You can stay here for one night, but you can't stay here for a long time. Right.
Zhao Sun summoned the gorilla and baboon, signaling them to keep watch. And then he wrapped himself in the quilt again and covered his ears with a pillow to block out some of the outside noise. Lilith was still talking relentlessly.
Move out early tomorrow morning and don't disturb the world of two people between John and me. You are really redundant here. Don't you think so?
Zhao Sun didn't respond. Lilith was so thirsty that she kicked the door in dissatisfaction and left. Not long after, John came back. Lilith's attention returned to John. The two flirted while eating. In the end, it really turned into an indescribable movement. Just as Zhao Sun was flipping through his storage compartment, trying to find earplugs, the noise outside disappeared again. He waited quietly for a while to make sure that there were no more indescribable sounds. Even John and Lilith's voices were too low to hear clearly. Zhao Sun immediately understood what was going on. John was not doing well. Zhao Sun laid down again and felt relaxed. That was just right. He could have a good sleep tonight. Asterisk. 2:25 in the morning. Zhao Sun's door was suddenly knocked. Immediately afterwards, John's voice came.
Brother, it's time to get up.
Zhao Sun opened his eyes and immediately checked the time on his mobile phone. Then he got out of bed, took back the gorilla and baboon, opened the bedroom door, and asked,
Why are you up so early? Of course I'm going to pray.
John said as a matter of course.
This is also a compulsory process for us believers every day. Praying at 2:30 in the morning. Going to church?
Zhao Sun was a little surprised. Normally, the church should not be open at night. No, I have to get up in the middle of the night to pray before I can go back to sleep. What kind of crazy sect is this?
Of course not.
John laughed.
The Lord is very considerate of believers. It is so inconvenient to go out at night. Especially some believers live far away from the church. Is it at home?
Zhao Sun asked again.
But I don't see any altars or statues in your house.
Although the sects are different, there must be an altar and statues or portraits for worship when praying or worshiping. John smiled mysteriously.
Such a sacred place. Of course, it can't be placed outside casually.
He led Zhao Sun to the door of the living room. There is a locked small door next to the door, which looks like a utility room inside. However, utility rooms are usually not locked. So when Zhao Sun saw the room for the first time during the day, he only thought that there might be some valuable things hidden in it, or something that John valued very much. But he didn't think about the altar at that time. John took out a small key from his trouser pocket and opened the small door. There was indeed a small altar inside. A palm-sized statue of the Lord was placed high up, and below it was a book, a copper pot smaller than a palm, and a soft silk tied into a bow. Compared with the dirty living room and bedroom, this small room can be regarded as spotless. It is enough to show John's importance and piety to the Lord. John glanced at the time and said to Zhao Sun,
At 2:30, we must start praying immediately. We can go back to rest after half an hour of prayer.
Zhao Sun nodded to show that he understood. And then he looked at the copper pot and found that there was some very clear water in this small copper pot. The amount was not much, only half a pot, but it was enough for several baptism ceremonies. He asked John,
Are the copper pots and silks you have here also prepared for baptism? That's not the case.
John shook his head and said with some regret,
Only pastors are qualified to perform the baptism ceremony. Ordinary believers like me can only use this to wash away their evil thoughts.
He looked at Zhao Sun and said in a very pious tone,
Whenever I feel very uncomfortable, I must be entangled by evil thoughts. At this time, as long as I wash myself once according to the baptism process, I will immediately feel comfortable physically and mentally.
Zhao Sun said, Oh, and didn't say much. He already understood in his heart that this was a deep brainwashing of the believers by the Lord, in case some unexpected situation occurs to the believers.
causing the body to unconsciously resist the invasion of water. Let the believers replenish themselves with some water to strengthen the invasion. Time is up, John reminded Zhao Sun. Then, he put the watch on the altar, opened the scripture, drew circles on his forehead with one hand, and clenched his fist with the other hand on his heart, looking at the words in the scripture solemnly and muttering. Zhao Sun followed suit, maintaining a similar posture to John, and uttered some syllables randomly. He tried to speak as low as possible so that John could not hear clearly that what he said was not the content of the scriptures at all. At the same time, he carefully looked at the words in the scriptures. It turned out that he could not understand it at all. Although he did not know all the languages in the real world, he was sure that the words in the scriptures were definitely not any known words in the real world, because those words were too strange, neither like symbols nor like Chinese characters, nor any letters. Just like the feeling of the sculpture, it was a twisted and weird thing. Zhao Sun stared at the words for about 10 seconds and felt a headache. But looking at John's appearance, he could not only understand these words, but also did not feel any discomfort, and could even recite them. However, no matter how carefully Zhao Sun listened, he could not hear what was being recited. It did not feel like a certain language in the real world, because when he listened, he also felt uncomfortable. Zhao Sun could only guess that the brain that had been invaded by the liquid could understand the scriptures, and after being brainwashed, the body had no rejection reaction, so there would be no discomfort to these text contents. In short, these text contents must not be normal things. Zhao Sun was thinking about this, and he felt that he was being watched again. He raised his eyes and saw that the two eyes on the small plaster sculpture were looking straight at him. It should be looking forward, but it still gave Zhao Sun an uncomfortable feeling of being stared at. It was similar to the feeling given by the sculpture in the church, but it was much weaker than the eyes of the sculpture in the church that seemed to be able to turn into substance. From this, Zhao Sun had a new guess. The Lord can divide several perspectives on each sculpture, just like it can divide countless perspectives on the believers. However, the largest sculpture on the altar of the church should be the main body of the Lord, so it can give Zhao Sun the strongest discomfort. Even if all the sculptures are not the real body of the Lord, the sculpture on the altar must be the most important sculpture of the Lord. Then the biggest question came. Where is the main body of the Master? If the Master is killed, can all the problems be solved from the root? Is this a hidden task in this game? Do I need to take a risk to see if I can trigger the hidden task? Before Zhao Sun made a decision, John had stopped mumbling. John looked at Zhao Sun. Okay, we can go to rest. Without John's voice like a spell, the discomfort in Zhao Sun's mind was finally reduced by half. He followed John out of the cubicle and asked John again. What time do you go to the morning meeting tomorrow? 9:30. John answered, and then smiled and said to Zhao Sun, Don't worry. I will wake you up. You don't have to worry about being late. Okay. Zhao Sun nodded, and suddenly said, You read the book so smoothly, without any stumbling, and you feel very familiar with the content. John showed a proud expression. Of course, after becoming a believer, I read the Bible every day, and many contents are engraved in my heart. Then have you found that when you read the Bible, the language you speak is different from your usual language? Zhao Sun asked casually. John was stunned for a moment. Different? No. Maybe I spoke too fast, which gave you this illusion. Maybe. Zhao Sun replied according to John's meaning. In short, I feel relaxed and comfortable after every prayer. John actively promoted his favorite product to Zhao Sun like a salesman. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you can try to pray like me. Okay. I know. Zhao Sun agreed. And then, he was able to go back to the guest room to rest. Soon, ambiguous voices came from the master bedroom next door. But it still didn't last for a few minutes before it became quiet, without the worry of being disturbed. Zhao Sun slept peacefully. 22nd. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Sun got up and ate a simple sandwich. It was called a sandwich, but in his mind, it was just 2 slices of bread with fried eggs, without even a slice of lettuce or tomato. But it was fresh and hot, and it was not his meal. So after hypnotizing John and Lilith to confirm that there was no problem with the food, Zhao Sun ate it without hesitation. Although he was not full, he went back to the room and ate a meat bun in the storage compartment, which was enough to fill his stomach. When Zhao Sun came out of the room after eating, he saw John and Lilith flirting on the sofa in the living room. Zhao Sun ignored them and just said to John, John, don't forget the time for the morning meeting.
although his reminder was a bit redundant. After all, John could finish the battle in a few minutes, and would not waste any time. However, Zhao Sun felt that he had to express his attitude to give John the illusion that he was also very pious to the Lord. John kissed Lilith's lips heavily, and then said to Zhao Sun,
"Don't worry, brother. I won't miss the morning meeting time. We will set off on time at 9 o'clock.
Then, he asked Lilith,
My little sweetheart, do you want to go to church with me? Are you both going?"
Lilith asked John.
"Of course. We are all believers of the Lord, and we have to attend every meeting arranged by the Lord.
John showed a matter-of-fact expression.
"I still won't go."
Lilith got off John's legs and curled up in a corner of the sofa.
"I'm not a believer of that Lord. What do I do in church?"
Chapter 289 Curse Ceremony.
"You are my girlfriend, so you should become a believer."
John's expression was a little serious.
"I will only marry a woman who also believes in the Lord. Only in this way can my marriage be blessed by the Lord."
Lilith pouted her lips, seeming a little unhappy, but she still said coquettishly,
"Oh, you suddenly told me this. I also need time to think about it. Don't force me to make a decision immediately. Okay?"
After that, she winked at John playfully. Lilith did not refuse, but just said that she needed time to think about it, which softened John's expression again.
Okay. I'll give you a few days to think about it,"
John said helplessly.
"But I really hope you can become a believer of the Lord. It will only benefit you and not harm you."
Lilith did not respond to the matter of believers, but just blew a kiss to John.
"I know that my dear treats me the best."
Zhao Sun, who was on the side, watched the whole process without saying a word. He always felt that Lilith was a little weird. He felt Lilith didn't have any feelings for John, although he himself was emotionally indifferent. In order to pretend to be a normal person, he learned to observe how these normal people expressed their emotional states since he was a child. So, from Lilith's eyes, he could be sure that she had no love for John. Without love, and John was a silver-plated gun head, and could not satisfy Lilith physically. So what could Lilith want? The only thing Zhao Sun could think of was the bag of gold coins. And John took the bag of gold coins with him when he went out yesterday afternoon, originally wanting to attract a girlfriend with money. So Lilith must have seen John's big bag of gold coins. Just now, Lilith first asked him and John if they were going to church, and then said that she would not go, most likely to have enough time to steal the gold coins. After all, this was the first time Lilith had the opportunity to be alone since she entered this house. Zhao Sun even suspected that Lilith tried to drive him away last night, and also wanted to create an opportunity when no one was around to steal the gold coins. Of course, the reason why John was completely unprepared for Lilith was probably not because he really trusted Lilith completely. After all, how could he trust someone who had just met for less than a day? John firmly believed that
stealing the Lord's reward would come at a heavy price,
so he didn't worry about the gold coins being stolen at all. Zhao Sun did not intend to expose Lilith's purpose, let alone remind Lilith that the price of stealing might be death. He wanted to take this opportunity to see what kind of painful price this Lord would make Lilith pay. By the way, understanding the Lord's way of attack would also facilitate him to formulate the next strategy. If the situation allowed, he still wanted to try to trigger the hidden task as much as possible. So, he was looking forward to Lilith acting as he guessed. Asterisk. Time soon came to 9 o'clock. Zhao Sun and John set off on time, leaving Lilith alone at home. The morning meeting was no different from the evening party yesterday. The process was the same, and the discomfort caused to Zhao Sun was the same. Zhao Sun dealt with it easily. This made him a little confused. Since entering the game, the master has been keeping an eye on him as a player, but has not taken any special action. The Lord should know that he was not successfully invaded by the liquid, but he did not try to invade his brain in other ways again. The Lord did not even give the pastor and John a dream or brainwash them, guiding them to doubt that he was not a true believer yet, so that he would be attacked by the crowd. This surprised Zhao Sun, who had always been on guard against possible crisis. So far, the Lord gave him the feeling of being more like a bystander, in addition to using the liquid to hypnotize the believer's brains to a certain extent. It seems that nothing else has been done, just observing everyone's actions and status. Even for him, the exception who was not tamed, he just observed like this. He has been in the game for more than 24 hours, but has not encountered a real life and death crisis. He even thought that the side quest,
surviving to the end of the game,
seemed to be not difficult. Is it just to make him lower his vigilance in the early stage of the game? Think that. It's not difficult. And then give him a few fatal blows? It's impossible that the Lord is really just a simple bystander. Right? There is no accurate answer to this question for the time being. But Lilith has already given a clear answer. When Zhao Sun followed John back to the apartment, he saw the living room and bedroom were even more messy than before. And Lilith had disappeared. John immediately went to look through the closet in the master bedroom. Then lifted the sofa cushions and reached into the cushions to grope. Then he cursed fiercely.
This bitch! What's wrong?
Zhao Sun pretended to be ignorant and asked John.
Why didn't I see Lilith? That bitch stole my gold coins.
John was so angry that his face was flushed.
She stole all of them. Not a single gold coin was left for me.
He specially separated the two places to store them. But now, he can't find a single gold coin. It's really infuriating. Zhao Sun showed a surprised expression.
Did she run away with the money? I must make her pay the price,
John said as he reached out to grab Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun dodged sideways.
You want her to pay the price? Why do you drag me?
John didn't pay attention to Zhao Sun's actions, just thinking that Zhao Sun misunderstood that he wanted to take it out on him and avoided him. He explained,
I need you to go to the church with me again and tell the Lord about this. The Lord will definitely make that bitch pay the price. Don't you have an altar here?
Zhao Sun pointed to the locked small door on the side.
Is it possible to let the Lord know here? No.
John shook his head.
There are not enough people to perform the curse ceremony. Curse ceremony?
Zhao Sun was a little surprised. He thought that
the Lord will make Lilith pay the price.
Means that after the Lord knows about this, he will assign each believer to do something. Or the Lord will show his mysterious power. But he didn't expect that the believers need to curse Lilith themselves. So what is the role of the Lord in this? Or is it necessary to go through the curse ceremony to allow the Lord to exert his power? Otherwise the Lord can't do anything to non-believers? If this is the case, then it would explain why the Lord has never taken action against him.
All evildoers who have committed evil deeds can be punished by the curse ceremony,
John explained to Zhao Sun.
But the curse ceremony requires 5 people. We just finished the morning meeting and left. And I'm afraid there are not enough people there.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun suggested,
I can go to the church with you, but I can only watch the curse ceremony. As a new believer, I'm afraid that I don't have enough ability to complete the curse ceremony with you. It would be bad if I affect the final result.
He had to go and see the curse ceremony to confirm his inner guess. If it was really as he thought, then he could try to trigger the hidden task. John thought about it and felt that what Zhao Sun said made sense. So he agreed. He said,
In this case, you don't have to go to the church with me. I can go by myself. You are so angry. I'm a little worried.
Zhao Sun showed a look of concern at the right time.
I'll go there later and explain the situation to the pastor, which should be clearer than you in your angry state. That's right.
John was instantly convinced by Zhao Sun. So, the two of them quickly rushed to the church. At this time, the pastor had just finished baptizing a newcomer, and the newcomer unconsciously showed an expression of enjoyment on his face, as if he had enjoyed the joy of his whole body and mind. There was also a believer standing next to the pastor, who was recommending the newcomer. The pastor and the old believer both showed gratified expressions on their faces, and said words of welcome to the newcomer. Even John, who had just arrived, applauded to express his welcome. Only Zhao Sun noticed that there were still tears in the corners of the newcomer's eyes, and there were wrinkles between his eyebrows when he frowned. Both of these points show that the newcomer was in pain during the baptism process. However, at this moment, even the newcomer himself no longer remembered this matter. The pastor then noticed John and Zhao Sun, and he asked in surprise,
Why are you two back?
Zhao Sun briefly described Lilith's theft of the gold coins, and then stated John's needs.
John wants to perform a curse ceremony. So that's it.
The pastor nodded to show that he understood. And then he turned to the old believer beside him and said,
You stay.
He looked at the new believer who had just become a believer.
You leave first.
The new believer did not ask any more questions and left obediently. Zhao Sun saw this and had some ideas. From what John said before, new believers can also perform a curse ceremony, and the pastor did not let Zhao Sun leave, which is enough to prove that there is nothing wrong with this. But the pastor let the new believer leave. This means that people who have just completed baptism cannot perform a curse ceremony. Is it because the water that invaded the brain has not yet completely stabilized? In addition to this, Zhao Sun can't think of any other reasons for the time being. If this guess is correct, then the idea that
The longer the water invades, the harder it is to remove.
Should be correct. Zhao Sun saw the pastor looking at him, and without waiting for the pastor to speak, he took the initiative to say,
Pastor, I heard that the curse ceremony requires a total of 5 people, and you have to find 2 more. Yes.
John nodded aside.
Shui is still a newcomer. I'm afraid he doesn't have enough energy. The pastor should find a few old people to ensure the smooth completion of the ceremony.
Seeing that the person involved took the initiative to make a request, the pastor did not object. He looked at Zhao Sun.
Then you. I want to stay and watch,
Zhao Sun said sincerely.
As a newcomer, I should learn more, so that I can be useful next time when the curse ceremony is needed.
The pastor nodded and smiled with satisfaction.
Not bad. Not bad. You are worthy of being a promising believer that I have chosen. The Lord will be very happy with your positive learning attitude.
He agreed to let Zhao Sun stay. Then he took out his mobile phone and made 2 calls. Soon, a man and a woman came over. After everyone understood the whole thing, they expressed contempt and disgust for Lilith's behavior. Then the pastor muttered an unknown spell, lit a thick white candle on the altar, took out a very small copper bowl and plate, and scooped a small dish of water from the copper pot. The other 4 people sat cross-legged in front of the altar. While muttering, the pastor took out a copper needle and handed it to John, who was sitting on the far left. John took the needle and pierced his index finger. The pastor used a bowl to catch the blood, and 3 drops of blood dripped into the water. John clenched his left fist on his chest and drew circles on his forehead with his right hand. The other 3 believers did the same. The pastor put the bowl on the altar and dripped 3 drops of blood into it. Soon, the water in the bowl boiled violently. Zhao Sun noticed that the eyes of the 5 believers had turned pure black, and there were wisps of black air diffused from their 7 orifices, gradually flowing towards the boiling water. There were also wisps of black air coming out of the water, and the blood drops, and finally gathered together with the black air flowing from the 7 orifices of the 5 believers, forming a whole. The water turned into a thick black color, and even the color of the blood was obscured and could not be seen. During this process, the pastor kept chanting scriptures in a low voice that Zhao Sun could not understand. John saw that the liquid was boiling more and more, as if it was about to splash out, and immediately spoke out his request loudly.
Lord, Lilith, that bitch stole the reward you gave me. I am your most loyal believer. Please punish Lilith and let her pay the painful price she deserves.
The pure black liquid in the bowl and dish immediately floated into the air, constantly spinning and rolling, and finally flew out towards the door of the church. At that moment, Zhao Sun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and something quietly touched his brain nerves. The strong feeling of being watched seemed to become real, as if a pair of eyes were tightly attached to him. Sticky, cold, and uncomfortable. Zhao Sun subconsciously looked up at the sculpture on the altar. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he actually felt that the eyes of the sculpture seemed to move, but the amplitude of the movement was too small, only half a second. So Zhao Sun couldn't accurately judge whether he saw it wrong for a while. He took 2 steps closer and carefully observed the sculpture's eyes, trying to get a clear answer by comparing the angle of the eyeballs in his memory. But he didn't get what he wanted, and the sticky feeling of the eyeballs sticking to his body only lasted for more than 10 seconds before disappearing. All that was left was the feeling of being stared at, which he had already gotten used to.
Great! The Lord gave me a clear response.
John stood up happily and said to Zhao Sun,
Shui, let's go home first. It won't be long before there will be good news.
Zhao Sun came back to his senses, nodded to John, and politely said goodbye to the pastor and several other believers, and then followed John to leave. Chapter 290: The Price You Should Pay. Whether the eyes of the sculpture moved or not, at the moment the curse was completed. The Lord must have obtained a part of the energy from the curse ritual of the believers. It is this part of the energy that allows the Lord to get closer to the outside world, so the water can leave the church. So he has a stronger feeling of being watched than ever before, and even feels that his brain nerves are moved by some unknown force. Although it was only once. All this is enough to prove that his guess is correct. In the absence of the curse ritual, the Lord cannot touch or deal with people. Relying on the curse ritual, the Lord can actively attack the target. But the restrictions are also very clear. The so-called attack target is only the person that the believers want the Lord to execute, and the Lord cannot touch anyone at will. Otherwise, with such a good opportunity just now, Zhao Sun will definitely be attacked by the Lord. He doesn't think that the Lord is willing to let him.
A false believer. Go it, he can touch anyone. Even so, it can't be taken lightly. If the number of curse rituals increases, one day the master will grow to the point where he can take action personally. There is no doubt about this. So, whether you want to try to trigger a hidden task or want to do other actions, now is the best time. Zhao Sun glanced at the time and decided to take action this afternoon. Between 12 o'clock and 1400 hours in the afternoon, all believers will go to the town to perform and promote the sect. At this time, even if there are guards in the church, there are not many people, which is the best time. After Zhao Sun and John returned to the apartment, John called to order a pizza for lunch. Just after the two finished lunch, there was another knock on the door. And this time, the knock was very urgent. Enough to hear that the person knocking was very anxious. John suddenly became energetic, and he jumped up from the sofa. "It must be that bitch," he said, and couldn't wait to open the door. Zhao Sun also followed. Sure enough, it was Lilith standing outside the door. Compared with the bright and beautiful woman before, Lilith now looks horrible and embarrassed. Blood slowly flowed from her ears, nose, mouth and eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of bloodshot, and her fear was beyond words. Seeing the door open, Lilith immediately threw the big bag of gold coins in her hand to John. "I will return all the money to you. Can you lift this terrible curse?" Before that, she sneered at John's sect and curse, and she didn't believe in them at all. But half an hour ago, she just wanted to exchange the gold coins for banknotes and live a life of luxury. And suddenly it seemed that something wet and cold penetrated into her skin. And then she began to bleed uncontrollably from all 7 orifices. In her ears, there was a voice that kept circling, shaking her scalp in dizziness. The voice kept asking her to return things that didn't belong to her. It made her crazy. But covering her ears was useless. And the sound felt even louder. She stood up anxiously and began to vomit blood uncontrollably. At that moment, she had to believe that what John said before was true. She could only return the large amount of wealth that had already been obtained. Zhao Sun listened to Lilith crying and describing the previous miserable situation. It was not difficult to guess that it was the water that had turned black that was causing trouble in Lilith's body. However, the water can only harm the cursed after the curse ceremony. The water in the believer's body does not have the ability to harm. At least not with the current ability of the master. Zhao Sun had thought of the reason before. If the water can attack anyone without any restrictions, then the master will not let him go. John weighed the thick purse and showed Lilith a cold expression. "This is the price you should pay for your greed." After that, he was about to close the door. Lilith was immediately anxious. She rushed up and got into the apartment. "John, you can't do this to me." She knelt down directly. "I have returned all the gold coins to you, and the punishment you gave me is enough. Please spare my life." John did not drive Lilith out, but closed the door. Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. It seems that John is not really going to drive Lilith away, but intends to guide Lilith to come in on her own initiative. He wants to see what John is going to do. "Lilith." John looked down at Lilith, without any pity in his eyes, and his words were particularly cruel. "I gave you trust and the opportunity to believe in the Lord, but you didn't cherish it and trampled on my sincerity." As he spoke, he took the key to open the small door next to him, revealing the small altar inside. "This is the price you should pay." He repeated this sentence again, and then said, "It is your honor to be able to make a little contribution to the Lord in the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Lilith turned into a pool of blood with a painful face, and she didn't even have time to scream. Just like ice cream melting, the skin, muscles, bones, eyeballs, hair, etc., all melted away. John lowered his head, drew circles on his forehead with one hand, and clenched his fist with the other hand on his chest, muttering something in a low voice. The next second, the pool of blood seemed to have self-awareness and swam towards the altar on its own initiative. It finally swam to the body of the sculpture and was absorbed by the sculpture bit by bit. After the sculpture completely absorbed the blood, Zhao Sun immediately noticed that the feeling of being spied on had increased again. Although the intensity was only increased a little bit, it was still not as strong as the feeling given to him by the sculpture in the church. But he could still clearly feel the change. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the master is strengthening his strength in this way. No wonder this so-called master would set up such a thing as a curse ceremony. Which serious sect would openly ask believers to curse others? I'm afraid all this is the task assigned to believers by the Master, in order to complete his own growth. After the dust settled, John locked the small door again. He sat on the sofa, staring at the TV for a long time without saying anything. But he didn't turn on the TV. He was just in a daze. Zhao Sun walked over and took a look, and saw that John looked very depressed, with inextricable sorrow and resentment in his eyes. John, who had been very indifferent and didn't care about Lily before, now looked like a pitiful man who was hurt by love. Ashley, she shouldn't have betrayed me. John sighed deeply. I love her so much, but she only loves my money, which makes me so sad. Zhao Sun didn't say anything. John didn't care and continued to talk to himself. She died like this. I feel very sad. Zhao Sun. It seems that the person who just cursed Lilith to death and let the sculpture devour Lilith's blood is not John. What's the point of being sad after doing it? Zhao Sun pondered for a moment, but felt that John now was more like his real self. The John who was particularly indifferent before seemed to be a person whose mind was controlled by the water. Perhaps the Master did use the water to affect John at that moment in order to get blood to nourish himself. It may also be that the Master does not need to control it deliberately. The longer the person is invaded by the water, the more indifferent he will become. After a long enough time, John might become a person without emotions at all. This way, it will be more convenient to work for the growth of the Lord without being delayed by other things or emotions. Zhao Sun did not comfort John at all, but John's sad mood did not last too long. It was almost 12 o'clock, and as soon as it involved the tasks related to the sect, John quickly sorted out his mood and returned to the appearance of a positive believer. John took Zhao Sun to the square of the town. The stage had been set up there, and each believer was doing his work in an orderly manner according to the assignment of the pastor. Not long after, Zhao Sun was assigned a stack of leaflets. Zhao Sun took a look at the content, which was some slogans of the sect. The text was ordinary Chinese characters that he could understand, and he would not feel dizzy or uncomfortable when reading it. Soon, the rehearsed performances unfolded one after another. Zhao Sun found that when these believers performed, their eyeballs would turn completely black. But except for him, other people, even passers-by, seemed not to notice this phenomenon. In addition, I don't know if it's the influence of the black eyes, but it seems that as long as passers-by take a look at the performance and meet the black eyes of one of the believers, they will stop and watch. At this time, Zhao Sun handed out flyers to the people who stopped, and they would accept them without hesitation and read the words on the flyers carefully. As for other passers-by who were in a hurry and didn't even look at the stage, they basically wouldn't take the flyers in Zhao Sun's hand. Zhao Sun had to guess that this was also a hypnotic method of the Lord. However, the effect was slight, and it could only make people willing to stop and watch the performance and read the flyers, but not to the extent of being willing to join the sect. John had just changed into his performance clothes, but it was not his turn to perform yet. So he went out for a walk, seeing Zhao Sun staring at the people sitting in the audience. John took the initiative to come over and said to Zhao Sun, "Generally, those who stay to watch are willing to go to the church after the event." Zhao Sun was not surprised by this. He asked, "How many of them are willing to join us and become believers of the Lord?" "Basically, as long as they have been to the church 3 times, they will join us," John said proudly. "They can all feel the greatness and holiness of the Lord." Zhao Sun was too lazy to comment on this. He pointed at the pastor who had his head sticking out from behind the stage and said to John, "The pastor seems to be looking for you." John saw this and hurried towards the pastor. Zhao Sun took the opportunity to find a corner where no one noticed him, took out the doll that is good at imitation, and turned into his own appearance. Doll that is good at imitation. After observing a person for 5 minutes, you can imitate the other person's demeanor, tone, appearance, and style of doing things vividly, and it is completely the same as the original. And the height and figure will also become like that, but it will not use special abilities. After being taken back and turned back into a doll, you can turn into the person you imitated before without a cooling off period. If you want to turn into someone else, you need to observe the new object for 5 minutes. If you are killed and turned back into a doll, you will enter a 24-hour cooling off period. This special item has turned into Zhao Sun's appearance before. Now, if you take it out again, you don't need to observe him for 5 minutes again, and you can smoothly turn into someone exactly like him. Zhao Sun handed all the flyers in his hand to the puppet and said, "Just do the same as I did before. If someone stops by, hand out flyers. Otherwise, pretend to be interested in the performance." The puppet nodded to show that he understood. Remember? Don't let any unknown liquid get close to you, Jowson reminded again. Then put on the chameleon cloak and walked quickly to the church. This place is not close to the church, and it takes 20 minutes to jog all the way there. However, Jowson used his special ability Beast Transformation to partially transform his legs into kangaroo legs, and performed 5 times the amplification. Using the kangaroo's powerful muscle strength and extremely strong running speed, he rushed to the church in 3 minutes. Because it was daytime, the door of the church was open. As Jowson guessed, there were only 2 elderly believers guarding inside, and no one else. There were no valuable objects in the church, not to mention the protection of the Lord. So the believers didn't worry about theft at all. Jowson stood in front of the altar and stared at the sculpture for a while. He did not feel that he was being watched. It seemed that this master had no perception ability and could not see him when he was invisible. After confirming that the master had limited ability many times, Jowson knew what was going on. He glanced at the 2 elderly believers sitting on both sides like door gods, and walked out of the church again. On the road next door, he randomly caught 2 strong passers-by and hypnotized them. Under normal circumstances, he would not choose to hypnotize believers. These believers were invaded by water, and hypnosis was difficult. Destroying the sculpture was against their beliefs, and the resistance would definitely be more intense. It was unknown how many times an order had to be strengthened before it could succeed. Maybe when the large group of believers came back, he had only tried 1 or 2 of the methods he wanted to try. It also consumed a lot of mental energy. Besides, he did not plan to expose himself in front of the believers for the time being, so he would not take off his chameleon cloak when entering the church. Hypnosis requires eye contact, and he was in invisible mode, so the believers could not see his eyes. Passers-by were more useful. After the hypnosis was completed, the 2 strong men walked into the church quickly. Jowson remained invisible and followed the strong men. The 2 elderly believers were taking a nap, and suddenly saw 2 people walking in, and they woke up immediately. With smiles on their faces, they stood up to greet the 2 strong men and asked kindly, "Did you come here because you saw the flyers distributed in the town square?" Chapter 291 Wishful Thinking. Yes. One of the tall and strong men nodded and replied, "I'm quite interested, so I want to come and see it." "Me too." The short and strong man also responded. "What do you want to know first?" The old man with a mustache asked with a smile among the 2 elderly believers. "The Bible of the sect. The great deeds of the Lord." Before he finished speaking, the tall and strong man interrupted. "I want to visit this church first." "I think so too." The short and strong man continued, looking up at the sculptures scraped off the roof, showing a very interested look. "These sculptures are very artistic. I want to appreciate them carefully." "Sir, you really have a good eye." The old man with a mustache showed a very happy look. Come on. Come on. I will introduce them to you one by one." The Mediterranean old man on the side also nodded repeatedly. "This gentleman is obviously destined to be with the Lord." So, the 2 strong men followed behind the 2 old men, listening to the introduction of the 2 old men while looking at the sculptures. When the 2 old men were not paying attention, the 2 strong men would occasionally reveal an indescribable expression, and even suddenly close their eyes for several seconds, then slowly open them, or suddenly shiver for no apparent reason. Only when the 2 old men looked at the 2 strong men would the 2 strong men stare at the sculptures intently, pretending to be particularly interested, and control their expressions and movements. Obviously, looking at these weird sculptures made them lose a lot of sanity, even with the hypnosis effect. Even if Jowson added an instruction in advance during the hypnosis that, "Don't be afraid of those sculptures," they couldn't keep looking at those sculptures. The discomfort of such weird things is engraved in the bones, and hypnosis can't completely offset it. Jowson followed and listened to the whole process, and had a general understanding of the origin of these sculptures. One day, a meteorite fell from the sky in the town and smashed a deep pit. The pit was not filled with irregularly shaped stones, as in everyone's conventional consciousness, but with these bizarre sculptures. Yes, these sculptures were not carved by someone, but fell from the sky. These sculptures all looked very strange, neither like humans nor animals, neither like statues of gods, nor like ghosts. Many people would feel a sense of fear for no reason when they saw them, and even dared not look directly at them. However, when everyone was away from the deep pit, one person took the initiative to approach these sculptures. This person was not only not afraid of these sculptures, but even believed that the sculptures were substitutes of God.
given by God, and that worshipping them would bring God's blessing. This person became the first pastor. Later, the pastor funded the construction of this church, which was more than a year ago. Under the hard work of the pastor, the sect gradually grew, and more believers were added, eventually forming the current scene. However, compared with the number of people in the entire town, the number of believers was still too small. So every believer was trying to promote it to the people around him, wanting to recommend them to become new believers. Zhao Sun believed that the first pastor should be the first person to be brainwashed and hypnotized by the sculptures. Perhaps the right time, right place and right people made this pastor the first test subject. The sect was established more than a year ago, which is not long. It is not bad to be able to develop to the current scale. Zhao Sun approached the tall and strong man and whispered a few words. The tall and strong man, who had been given instructions in advance, had no frightened expression on his face, and calmly looked up to admire one of the sculptures. After Zhao Sun finished speaking, the tall and strong man asked the two old men,
"Is the first pastor the current pastor?"
The old man with a mustache shook his head.
"Of course not. We have changed several pastors. What about the first pastor?"
The tall and strong man asked.
"Was he replaced by other pastors and became an ordinary believer? It shouldn't be."
The short and strong man put forward his own opinion.
"That was the first person to believe in the Lord, and he had a different meaning to the Lord. His status must be higher than other believers. Of course, the first pastor has a different meaning among all our believers, and everyone respects him."
The old man with a mustache suddenly stopped talking here. He sighed, as if he was about to say something but stopped.
"Did something happen?"
the tall and strong man asked. The old man with a mustache turned his head to look at the old man with a Mediterranean face, as if he didn't know whether he should say it or not.
"Let me tell you."
The old man with a Mediterranean face took over the conversation. His tone was heavy.
"The duty of a pastor is to preach our Lord to more people and bring more believers to the Lord. The first pastor did a good job at the beginning, but as time went on, he gradually lost his original intention and even wanted to replace the Lord and become the faith of all believers."
The two strong men looked at each other, both with an expression as if they had heard some fantasy event. It's crazy that someone actually wanted to replace the gods.
"Then the first pastor was driven away?"
the tall and strong man asked.
"He was rejected by the Lord and received the punishment he deserved."
After the old man with a mustache finished speaking, he clenched his left fist on his chest and drew a circle on his forehead with his right hand. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Zhao Sun knew that this so-called punishment must be death. As for whether the first priest really had the ambition to replace the Lord or die for other reasons, only the Lord knows.
"He should be punished indeed."
The short and strong man was indignant.
"An ordinary human being actually wanted to replace the Lord. This can't be called ambition. It's just wishful thinking." "You are right."
The Mediterranean old man cast an approving look at the short and strong man.
"It is precisely because of this incident that priests have been replaced every once in a while to avoid repeating the same mistakes. It is a good choice not to let one person have the power to dominate."
The tall and strong man also echoed. The four people walked while chatting and finally arrived in front of the altar.
"In fact, all the sculptures are the same.
Lord,
the only belief of all our believers,"
the old man with a mustache introduced.
"These sculptures look different because they show the appearance of the
Lord
from different angles. Although all the sculptures represent the Lord, this sculpture is the most important."
The Mediterranean old man looked at the sculpture on the altar with a pious face.
"We pray or perform other rituals in the church to it."
Before the Mediterranean old man finished speaking, the tall and strong man suddenly took out a big stone from his backpack and smashed it towards the sculpture. The stone hit the sculpture, making a dull sound, and then bounced off, almost hitting the tall and strong man. Fortunately, the tall and strong man reacted quickly and dodged it. The sculpture, which looked like ordinary marble, was not damaged at all. The two elderly believers were shocked, but because of their old age, they did not react quickly enough and had no time to stop it. When the stone was bounced off, the two old men staggered and stood between the altar and the two strong men.
"What are you doing?"
The old man with a mustache glared at the tall and strong man.
"You are disrespecting the Lord. The Lord will punish you."
The Mediterranean old man also cursed angrily. Without saying a word, the short and strong men punched the two old men respectively, and knocked them both unconscious with just one punch. After finding out what they needed to know, and getting confirmation from believers themselves that the most important sculpture was the one on the altar, they had to proceed to the next step according to Zhao Sun's instructions.
The short strong man took down the ropes used to tie the curtains in the church and tied up the two old men tightly. At the same time, the tall strong man rushed to the altar and tried to pick up the sculpture and throw it to the ground. But he found that the sculpture didn't look very big or heavy, and he couldn't lift it. After 2 failed attempts, the tall strong man gave up decisively. He picked up the copper pot and copper needle on the altar and smashed and poked the sculpture. Still failed. He didn't even leave any marks on the sculpture. When the 2 old men fainted, the invisible Zhao Sun walked to the door of the church and closed the 2 heavy doors. When he walked back to the altar, the 2 strong men were still trying to destroy the sculpture in various ways. But none of them succeeded. Zhao Sun was not surprised by this. This is not an ordinary sculpture, so it is normal that ordinary methods cannot solve it. He asked these 2 strong men to come, never expecting them to really destroy the sculpture. He has 3 purposes. The first purpose is to get more information about the sculpture from the 2 elderly believers without using hypnosis on the believers. See if the hidden task can be triggered after learning more about the sculpture. Zhao Sun has participated in several morning and evening meetings in the church, and has a certain understanding of the behavior of these believers. His introducer is John, and only John is willing to answer his questions. But John is not reliable. John's answers to the things he asked many times before were reserved. He will remind him again when something happens. Although John's behavior did not cause any harm to him, it seems that he just wants to maintain the superiority of a leader. But this also means that it is difficult to get the whole truth from John without using hypnosis. But using hypnosis to ask anything about the Lord consumes a lot of mental energy. So he has to start with other believers. The problem is that he is already a believer, and he cannot ask other believers to be his referrals. And thus, he cannot help other believers to receive the reward of the Lord. There is no profit to be made, and these believers do not like to deal with new believers. However, if the person asking is not a believer yet, the situation is different. They will be willing to introduce, persuade, and respond enthusiastically. It is easier to get answers to whatever you want to ask. Unfortunately, although some information is known, the hidden task is not triggered. Then we can only try to attack the sculpture to see if it will trigger the hidden task. But random attacks and noises will attract the attention of passers-by outside. So the second purpose is to find an opportunity to close the door of the church to facilitate follow-up actions. As for the third purpose, Zhao Sun's sight deviated and looked at the 2 tied-up old men. There was a faint black gas lingering on the 2 fainted old men. When the 2 strong men attacked the sculpture, wisps of black gas appeared on the 2 old men. But after the 2 old men fainted, the black gas did not increase. Even if the 2 strong men destroyed the sculpture in various ways, the black gas of the 2 old men did not change significantly. Combined with John's previous performance, it can be concluded that when believers are awake, any form of harm or disrespect to the Lord will cause believers to burst out with black gas. But after the believer loses consciousness, the black gas that has appeared cannot be taken back, but it will not increase. Therefore, the Master's control over all water liquids requires the support of rituals. For example, the believer's prayer ritual allows the Master to deepen the believer's mental hypnosis and strengthen their faith in him. For another example, in the curse ritual, the Master can get a part of the power and control the water liquid to kill the cursed target. But as long as it is separated from the ritual, the Master cannot freely control the water liquid for brainwashing or murder. In the final analysis, the Master is not strong enough. In view of this situation, the current Master should not be able to notify the believers in the square to come to the rescue through the water liquid. This means that Zhao Sun has 1.5 hours, which is quite enough. Zhao Sun took off the chameleon's cloak neatly, and said to the 2 strong men who were still trying to smash the sculpture, "Back off!" The 2 strong men immediately got down from the altar, and ran to the side of the 2 elderly believers. It would not block Zhao Sun from performing his magic, and it could also keep an eye on the 2 believers. If the believers woke up, they could be dealt with immediately. Several thin needles made of flames appeared in Zhao Sun's hand, and they all shot at the sculpture. Although the 2 strong men had just tried to burn the sculpture with a lighter, it was useless. But Zhao Sun's flame was unusual. To try to destroy the sculpture was something special. The first thing he thought of was the Samadhi true fire. Even if this so-called Master was not a ghost, it might be able to cause some damage. The fire needle pierced into the sculpture without any hindrance, but failed to penetrate. The sculpture did not burn, but small pits formed where the fire needle pierced. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. This did not trigger the hidden task. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Although he was a little uncertain, Zhao Sun still raised his right hand. When his right hand was raised, a huge fireball had formed. Whether he could trigger the hidden task or not, he should try to destroy the sculpture. This was part of the plan. Since the fire needle can cause damage to the sculpture, it means that the Samadhi true fire is useful. The damage is small, probably because the attack is not strong enough. This time it's going to be a big one. Before Zhao Sun could throw the fireball in his hand, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of him. Hidden task: merge all sculptures. Chapter 292 Fusion Method. Zhao Sun paused, and then took back the fireball in his hand. TSK. It seems that the damage to the sculpture by the fireball was too small before, so the hidden task could not be triggered. This also means that the fireball should be able to cause relatively serious damage to the sculpture. Unfortunately, the hidden task is not to destroy the sculpture, although the method of dealing with the sculpture has been determined. In order to complete the hidden task, the sculpture cannot be started for the time being. The key problem he faces now is to fuse the sculpture. How to fuse? This time, whether it is the main task, the side task, or the hidden task, the content is very short. The side task has at least 2 sentences of hints, and the hidden task has no hints. Normally, the word fusion means that the objects must be integrated with each other. Simply sticking or tying them together should not be considered fusion. But, how to fuse these sculptures? Zhao Sun tilted his head, and suddenly thought of something. It should be possible to burn all the sculptures, and fuse them into a large piece. Right? There is no hard and fast rule for the hidden task. The sculpture must maintain its original appearance. And it does not say that the shape of the sculpture cannot be destroyed. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun took out a dagger from the storage compartment and shot it towards the roof. Under Zhao Sun's control, the dagger cut several ropes tied to the sculptures. The sculptures fell to the ground one by one, making a dull thud. The 2 strong men were startled, not knowing what Zhao Sun was going to do. Even the 2 elderly believers, who were tied up, were shaken by the huge noise, and had a tendency to wake up. Zhao Sun gave the 2 strong men the last instruction. Leave here. After leaving the church, you will forget everything that happened here. The 2 strong men walked to the door swiftly, carefully opened a crack in the door, and got out through the crack. No sound was made throughout the whole process. Zhao Sun first checked the status of the 2 elderly believers, and confirmed that they would have to sleep for a while before they could wake up. So he dragged them to the corner. Then, he summoned the pygmy marmoset. Go to the square and inform my stand-in to hide somewhere where no one is. I want to retrieve him, Zhao Sun said to the pygmy marmoset. I will only wait for half an hour, and I will retrieve him in half an hour. I promise to complete the mission. The pygmy marmoset patted his chest, and ran out of the church. Zhao Sun then walked back to the fallen sculptures. He didn't care whether the 2 believers would wake up, as long as the 2 strong men were not there, and his stand-in could leave the town square in time. Everything would be easy to explain. The most important thing at the moment was to try whether the method he just thought of was feasible. Zhao Sun's hands each turned into a football-sized fireball, and threw it at the 2 sculptures. The fireballs tightly wrapped the 2 small sculptures, just like a stomach, slowly digesting and dissolving the sculptures with gastric juice. Although the speed was not fast, it was indeed visible to the naked eye that the outer layer of the sculptures was slowly softening. The surface melted more and more, and the sculpture that looked like marble gradually became soft and sticky like plasticine. When the 2 sculptures softened completely, Zhao Sun controlled the fireballs to wrap the 2 softened sculptures together. As the 2 fireballs merged, the 2 shapeless sculptures were also tightly mixed together, just like the plasticine needed by a child. It has no proper shape. Zhao Sun waited quietly for 5 seconds. No reminder of the failure of the hidden task was received. It seems that this trick can be used. So, Zhao Sun started to burn the 3rd sculpture again. In this way, he burned the sculptures one by one, and then rolled them into a ball like plasticine. When he burned the 6th sculpture, the 2 elderly believers finally woke up. Seeing the scene in front of them, the 2 old men felt black in front of their eyes instantly. What are you doing? The old man with a mustache had not had time to stand up, and he had already begun to question Zhao Sun loudly. How dare you do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of retribution? This is what the Lord asked me to do. Zhao Sun's tone was calm, not panicking at all. Anyway, the Lord can't communicate effectively with the believers except brainwashing their faith in him. Whatever the specific situation is, he can make it up. How is it possible? The Mediterranean old man questioned. You are just a newcomer who has just joined the sect. How could the Lord give you instructions alone? This is clearly a great disrespect to the Lord.
The old man with the mustache stood up with the help of the wall beside him and trotted towards Zhao Sun.
How could the Lord give such instructions? It was because the Lord gave me instructions that I was able to rush over from the square in time and save you.
Zhao Sun glanced at the old man with the mustache.
Otherwise you would have died long ago.
The old man with the mustache paused. And then he remembered that he was knocked unconscious by the short and strong man.
Where are the two people?
He asked, looking around.
I have beaten them away,
Zhao Sun said, raising one hand. And a ball of fire emerged from his palm.
If it was not the Lord's instructions, do you think I would have such ability?
The Mediterranean old man who had just stood up saw Zhao Sun conjure a ball of fire out of thin air. And then he noticed that the flames burning around the sculpture seemed to be controlled by Zhao Sun. He immediately believed Zhao Sun's words about 70%. Ordinary people definitely don't have such ability. He looked at the old man with a mustache.
What this kid said should be true.
The old man with the mustache also believed it a little. But he didn't completely dispel his doubts. After thinking about it, he asked,
Why did the Lord ask you to do this? Burning all the sculptures. Won't it hurt the Lord? After the Lord was attacked by those two people, he felt that it would be safest to combine all of himself into one. Otherwise, losing a sculpture would lose a part of his strength.
Zhao Sun answered calmly.
I'm not burning the sculptures, but fusing them all together.
The fact that the destruction of the sculptures would cause the Lord to lose some of his strength was purely his own guess. But he thought he was not wrong. He even suspected that fusing all the sculptures together would be beneficial to the Lord. But this point still needs to be verified. As Zhao Sun's voice fell, the sculpture that had just been burned and melted was mixed into the largest mass of colloid. After seeing the fusion process with their own eyes, the old man with the mustache and the old man with the Mediterranean both dispelled their doubts about Zhao Sun.
I didn't expect that the Lord would trust you so much.
The old man with the mustache showed an envious look.
He entrusted you with such an important task. Thank God for saving us.
The Mediterranean old man expressed his reverence for the Lord devoutly. At this moment, Zhao Sun's cell phone alarm rang. It was the half-hour time he had set before. According to the agreement, he had to retrieve his substitute. The puppet who is good at imitation has a tiny embroidery needle on it. When this special item turns into a puppet and leaves Zhao Sun, the embroidery needle will remain with Zhao Sun, no matter how far away the special item is or what it is doing. As long as Zhao Sun twists the embroidery needle, he can recall it. Zhao Sun controlled the large ball of fire with one hand, allowing the sculpture that had been fused together to maintain a soft and sticky state. And with the other hand, he picked up the embroidery needle pinned to the collar and twisted it. The next second, a glimmer of light flashed, and a small palm-sized puppet appeared in Zhao Sun's hand. The puppet was bald, without clothes or facial features. The two old men were a little curious when they saw something suddenly appear in Zhao Sun's hand. But it was too far away to see clearly. When they wanted to get closer, the thing in Zhao Sun's hand disappeared again. Now, they felt that Zhao Sun was a talent valued by the master. The thing that flashed by just now might be the reward given to Zhao Sun by the master. Zhao Sun did not intend to explain anything to the two. He conjured up a fireball again and started to burn the seventh sculpture. This time, the two old men did not stop him. Instead, they moved the benches around to both sides to make more space for Zhao Sun to operate. After burning all the sculptures hanging on the ceiling, Zhao Sun turned his attention to the sculpture on the altar again. This is the main sculpture. It may take more time to melt it than other sculptures, but as long as the firepower is increased, everything will be fine. A new fireball appeared in Zhao Sun's hand again, but the color of this fireball was more fiery red and brighter than the previous ones. Just looking at it, you can feel the burning heat. He threw the fireball at the sculpture, and the altar was burned to slag almost instantly, with only the sculpture still standing. But it didn't last long, and like the other sculptures, it turned into a sticky and soft plasticine. Zhao Sun successfully fused the main sculpture with the other sculptures to form an irregular sphere. After doing all this, he retracted all the flames and sprayed a stream of water at the sculpture ball to accelerate the cooling of the sphere. Soon, the soft sphere became visibly hard, and the appearance looked like marble again, due to the inconsistent cooling speed inside and outside. The sphere became more irregular, but it didn't matter. What's important is that all the sculptures that can be found in the church have been fused, in a physical sense. It's just that the inside of the sculpture may not have fully recovered its hard state. Zhao Sun just waited quietly for 10 minutes. No pop-up window appeared to indicate that the hidden task was completed. He sat on a bench nearby and stared at the irregular sphere. It may be that the task is completed only when the inside is completely hardened and completely restored to the state of a sculpture. There is another possibility. Zhao Sun thought of the small sculpture in John's house. John said that every believer has a small sculpture in his home, which is used for praying in the middle of the night. If those small sculptures were all found in the deep pit, then those small sculptures are also part of the integration. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked the two old men.
The sculptures in the believers' homes were also taken out of the deep pit. Right.
The two old men looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. A newcomer who had just become a believer for 2 days actually knew so much about the sect. The old believers knew what kind of person John was, and it was impossible for him to tell Zhao Sun everything. Other believers would not be so enthusiastic to introduce these to Zhao Sun. This made the two old men think that it was the Lord who took the initiative to tell Zhao Sun these things. Realizing this, the two old men became more respectful to Zhao Sun. Although they didn't understand why the Lord valued Zhao Sun so much, the strength shown by Zhao Sun was no longer comparable to ordinary people. Based on this, they should be more polite.
Yes, they are all from the deep pit.
The old man with a mustache replied.
I need these sculptures,
Zhao Sun said directly.
The Lord asked me to integrate all the sculptures together, and now I'm still short of those small sculptures.
After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun said again.
There should be some small sculptures that have not been used yet. Do you know where they are placed?
Since each believer's home has been allocated a small sculpture, and they have always wanted more people to believe in the Lord, the number of small sculptures must be much greater than the current number of believers. I don't know if there is a warehouse or something like that behind the church, which is specially used to store sculptures.
There should be a lot of small sculptures that have not been used yet,
the Mediterranean old man replied.
But only the pastors know where these sculptures are placed, and we ordinary believers have no right to know.
Zhao Sun said, and didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the two old men and smiled kindly.
You should be willing to give me the sculptures in your home? This is the Lord's request. Of course. Of course.
The two old men agreed almost in unison. Just when the two of them were about to go home to get the sculptures, the door of the church was suddenly opened. At the same time, Zhao Sun heard the voice of the pygmy marmoset.
Master, I'm outside.
Zhao Sun ordered the pygmy marmoset in his mind.
Find a tree to hide first.
The pygmy marmoset obeyed obediently, and did not speak again. At the same time, the believers who opened the door saw the mess in the church, and they were all stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. Many benches were smashed by the fallen sculptures, and all the sculptures in the church were invisible. Only a huge, irregular sphere was seen in front of the altar. The ball looked like it was made of marble, and its volume was larger than 2 people combined. But it was hard to tell what it was. After a while, everyone came back to their senses from the shock, and rushed to the 2 elderly believers, questioning them.
What is this? How did it appear in the church? Where did such a big thing come from? Who moved it? We were out for 2 hours, and the church was robbed? Where is our Lord? Where did he go? Did a thief break in? How did the church get smashed like this? Why did they steal our Lord? What was their intention?
The 2 old men were dizzy from the noise, and tried to speak several times, but they didn't get a chance to interrupt. It wasn't until the pastor said, "Shut up," that everyone quieted down. Chapter 293. Are you crazy? Without waiting for the pastor to ask, the old man with a mustache took the initiative to explain the matter.
About half an hour after you left the church, 2 young people said they wanted to come and see it because they saw the flyer. We thought they were qualified to become believers, so we took them into the church. Who knew they suddenly hit and smashed the sculptures and knocked us both unconscious. Fortunately, a Shui appeared in time to save us. Otherwise, we would probably be killed by those 2 young men.
The Mediterranean old man took over the conversation, pointed to Zhao Sun standing behind everyone, and continued.
He said that he was guided by the Lord to rush back to save people.
Everyone turned to look at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun smiled warmly and nodded.
Yes, I felt the Lord's guidance, so I ran back from the square. No wonder I found you missing when I looked for you after the performance.
John muttered.
I thought you ran away to some place to be lazy and didn't want to distribute flyers.
Others made a standard prayer gesture to express their gratitude to the Lord, although it was Zhao Sun who saved the man. In their eyes, all this was the Lord's instructions, so they should thank the Lord.
Why did the sculpture disappear?
The pastor asked Zhao Sun.
Was it like this when you came? The sculpture is not missing.
Zhao Sun slowly walked to the large irregular sphere and patted the sphere.
This is the finished product that combines all the sculptures.
The air was quiet for a moment, followed by the sound of many people gasping.
Are you crazy?
The pastor widened his eyes and was furious.
How dare you do such a treasonous thing against the Lord? Ashui, why did you do this?
John looked distressed.
If you do this, I can't protect you. This is also the Lord's instruction.
Xiao Sun smiled and said without guilt,
The Lord asked me to merge all the sculptures together.
He repeated what he said to the two elderly believers before. After hearing his words, the crowd did not believe him immediately. But there were more doubts. Xiao Sun was not surprised by this. The two old men believed him only after multiple evidences. No one else saw him create fire out of thin air. And they thought he was just a new believer and was not qualified to get the Lord's instructions. In their eyes, even if the Lord had instructions, it would not be possible for him to give them. It was normal for them not to believe Xiao Sun's words. However, Xiao Sun was not in a hurry at all. He just stood there, quietly watching many people pointing their fingers at him, throwing all kinds of doubts or curses at him, until those people were dry-mouthed and quiet. Xiao Sun spoke.
If you don't believe it, try it yourself and you will know. Try what?
The pastor looked at Xiao Sun suspiciously.
What do you mean by this? Ashui, if you admit your mistakes with a better attitude now, the Lord may still forgive you.
John has begun to persuade Xiao Sun earnestly.
If you continue to defend yourself like this, I'm afraid you will die miserably.
Xiao Sun automatically ignored John's words, and his eyes swept across everyone one by one.
With your own abilities, try to see if you can cause damage to the sculpture.
He chuckled, as if he had thought of something very interesting, and said,
Or you can try to fuse them together like I did. What are you talking about?
The pastor scolded.
As the most loyal believers of the Lord, how could we do anything to hurt the Lord? You are maliciously instigating. This is not to hurt the Lord.
The old man with a mustache who was squeezed at the back by the crowd finally couldn't help but interrupt.
This is the Lord's instruction. The Lord wants to fuse all his sculptures together. Yes. Yes.
The Mediterranean old man next to him also said.
We both saw with our own eyes that Ashui has the ability to conjure a fireball. And that fireball can melt the sculptures and fuse them together. This must be the power given by the Lord.
The old man with a mustache said while making a prayer gesture.
Ordinary people don't have this ability at all.
Hearing the words of the two old men, the other believers were all skeptical. Only the pastor didn't believe the two old men's words at all. He felt that the two old men were deceived by Xiao Sun. He glared at Xiao Sun.
Ashui!
Before the pastor could finish his words, Xiao Sun raised his right hand, and a ball of fire appeared above his palm.
Try it?
He tilted his head, and the smile on his face became even bigger. The pastor was startled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. There were also various whispers among the believers.
He can actually create fire out of thin air. None of us have such ability. This must be the power given by the Lord. So, what he said before was true. But why does the Lord want to merge all the sculptures? We have no right to ask about the Lord's decision. Just do it.
Seeing that everyone gradually dispelled their doubts about Xiao Sun, the pastor's face became ugly.
As a pastor, I don't have the right to talk directly to the Lord. Why do you bypass me and talk directly to the Lord?
He questioned loudly.
I'm afraid all this is made up by you?
He usually treats people with kindness, all based on the premise that his position is not shaken. Being friendly to the lower-ranking people as a superior is conducive to accumulating popularity and making his position more stable. But now, Xiao Sun has the tendency to step on his head, and he can't maintain his usual friendly attitude no matter what.
Then how do you plan to explain my ability?
Xiao Sun slightly raised his right hand, and the fireball above his palm instantly doubled in size. The pastor instinctively stepped back, fearing that Xiao Sun would throw the fireball at him. But he was still unforgiving.
Who knows if you believe in some evil cult?
He snorted coldly.
The evil god gave you this ability to let you deal with our Lord, so as to strengthen the power of the evil god. You have such a rich imagination. You should be a novelist, not a pastor.
Xiao Sun showed a funny look, as if he heard a joke.
If that's what you said, then when the Lord is in such a serious crisis, you, as a pastor, should have some sense of it. Right.
In a sense, their Lord is quite like the evil god, and saying that other sects are evil gods. It's a bit funny.
You have no sense. There are only 2 possibilities.
Without waiting for the pastor to speak, Xiao Sun raised 2 fingers.
First, you have no ability to sense the Lord. Second, The Lord has not encountered any crisis. Which possibility do you think is higher?
The pastor looked at the smile on Zhao Sun's face and felt it was very dazzling. If he said that he had no ability to sense the Lord, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was not as valued by the Lord as Zhao Sun. So it would be very reasonable for the Lord to pass the instructions to Zhao Sun without him. If he said that the Lord had not encountered any crisis, it would prove that what Zhao Sun did not hurt the Lord. No matter what he said, it was a disguised verification that Zhao Sun's behavior was right. He couldn't answer at all. After hearing what Zhao Sun said and seeing the pastor's reaction, the other believers trusted Zhao Sun even more. At this time, Zhao Sun spoke again.
The Lord chose to give me instructions, which only means that in the Lord's heart, my potential is higher than yours. If you don't agree, you can ask the Lord yourself.
He paused deliberately and showed a provocative look.
As a pastor, it's impossible that you don't even have this ability. Right.
Zhao Sun's words made the pastor's face red with anger. He immediately shouted,
Ask if you want. As a pastor, how can I not have this ability?
The pastor walked to the irregular big sphere, walked around and looked at it, but found that he could not see the Lord's eyes. He could only choose a direction at random and kneel on his knees. He turned his head to look at Zhao Sun and said viciously,
I will conduct the inquiry ceremony now. If the Lord tells me that all this is your conspiracy, I guarantee that you will die here immediately. Inquiry ceremony?
Zhao Sun showed a look of doubt.
You actually have the ability to communicate directly with the Lord?
The pastor slightly puffed out his chest and looked proud.
Of course. This is a privilege that only pastors have.
At this point, he glared at Zhao Sun with an ugly face. If Zhao Sun really received instructions from the Lord, it means that communicating with the Lord is no longer a privilege exclusive to pastors. This feeling that the power that should belong to him alone was taken by others made him very unhappy. He sincerely hoped that everything Zhao Sun said was false. If it was true, he also wanted to.
Can you talk to the Lord directly?
Zhao Sun questioned again.
Just like we are now asking and answering one question at a time. Let all believers hear the voice of the Lord. How is that possible?
The pastor said unhappily.
The Lord is willing to respond with 1 or 2 words, which is a great gift from heaven. Even I can't hear the voice of the Lord. And you ordinary believers don't have this honor.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun gave up the idea of forcibly hypnotizing the pastor during the inquiry ceremony. As long as the sound is not made directly, and the answer to the question is only 1 or 2 words, then for him, there is a lot of room for operation.
Since no one can hear the Lord's voice, there must be other ways to make everyone understand that this is the Lord's answer. Right.
Zhao Sun snorted and laughed.
Otherwise, if you only listen to what you say, who knows if it is really what the Lord conveyed to you? Everyone can see that you are now eager for me to die. And it is possible that you are framing me. You?
The pastor stood up suddenly in anger.
I am a pastor. How could I do such a thing? If you don't feel guilty, just do what I say.
Zhao Sun took advantage of the victory and continued.
You can ask the Lord directly if he wants to merge all the sculptures, so that the Lord only needs to answer yes or no. In addition, use the method of tossing a coin to let the Lord answer the question. After landing, the front side is yes, and the back side is no.
In order to successfully obtain the small sculptures in all the believers' homes, he must make everyone believe that he is a believer with high hopes from the Lord. And everything he is doing now is the instruction of the Lord. Letting the pastor ask the Lord is the last and most critical link. As long as the Lord answers yes, then no matter who among the believers still has doubts, they dare not say a word. He can also take away all the small sculptures smoothly. Zhao Sun knows very well that after the ritual, the Lord will gain a certain amount of power and will perform some actions according to the requirements of the ritual. He is sure that as long as the inquiry ritual can be carried out according to his requirements, the Lord must have the power to flip the coin. In this way, the Lord's answer can be obtained under the eyes of all believers, and no one will question the authenticity of the answer. In addition, when he merged all the sculptures, he did not feel any form of obstruction or resistance, which proved that this method was likely to be beneficial to the master. Of course, the possibility that
the master's ability is limited and he can't resist at all
cannot be ruled out 100%. But Zhao Sun is more inclined to believe that the master hopes that all his sculptures can be merged together, so there is no form of resistance. Then, the answer to this question is yes. Even if his inference is wrong and the master chooses no, it doesn't matter. Metal objects such as coins can be easily turned over by using control gold. In this game, No matter what the master's answer is, the final result will not change at all. But he can successfully gain the trust of all believers, verify his speculation from it, and then make the next plan.
This is indeed a good idea.
The old man with a mustache spoke at this time.
It can avoid any possibility of human intervention. And it can also let everyone witness the master's response with their own eyes. No one will question this result. And everyone will not have conflicts over this matter in the future.
The other believers looked at each other and agreed. The pastor was in a dilemma and had to agree. If he refused at this time, he would appear guilty, and his prestige among the believers would be greatly reduced. This was not the result he wanted to see. The pastor knelt down facing the sculpture again, making a prayer gesture and muttering something. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, the pastor took out a silver coin from his pocket and finally asked the question.
Lord, your most devout believer wants to know if you need to merge all the sculptures together? If so, when this silver coin falls to the ground, it will be the front. If not, the silver coin will fall to the back.
After saying that, he threw the silver coin high. All eyes were on the silver coin that kept turning over until it fell to the ground with the front facing up. The pastor's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The old man with a mustache smiled with relief.
I said that Joshua had potential. He was guided by the Lord to come and save us, which is enough to prove that the Lord values him. Such a child must be kind-hearted and can't lie.
Jiao smiled at the pastor.
So, you should believe me. Right.
After saying that, he looked at the others. Everyone smiled friendly at Jiao, fearing that Jiao would mistakenly think that they were still doubting his intentions, and thus offend the Lord. Chapter 294, Not One Less. The pastor had mixed feelings in his heart, and his mind was working fast because of his frustration and dissatisfaction. Even though it was a foregone conclusion now, he had to find a way to keep his position from being shaken. As if he suddenly thought of something, the pastor knelt down again and recited the incomprehensible sutra again. Everyone fell silent and watched the pastor's actions, wondering what else the pastor wanted to do. Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly, but he just watched quietly without saying anything to stop him. Soon, the pastor asked again,
Lord, your most devout believer wants to know, is Joshua's fusion method what you want? If so, when this silver coin falls to the ground, it will be the front. If not, the silver coin will fall to the back.
After saying that, he threw the silver coin again, under the expectant eyes of everyone. The silver coin rolled to the ground, and then rotated a few times, and finally slowly revealed the back. The pastor widened his eyes, and wanted to get up and question Jiao. But before he could move, the silver coin turned again, and became the front side facing up. There was only a brief pause of 1 second, and no one touched the silver coin, and there was no strong enough wind to blow the silver coin. Everyone subconsciously thought that the master had made a deviation when flipping the silver coin, so he readjusted it.
See, this is what the master instructed Joshua to do.
The Mediterranean old man breathed a sigh of relief. Although he believed in Jiao, he was also worried that his judgment was wrong. With such proof, he was more confident to speak for Jiao. The pastor slumped on the ground, his face full of disbelief. He simply didn't want to believe what he had just seen. It was clear that the silver coin gave a negative answer at the beginning, and he was full of hope at that moment, but was hit hard in the next second. While the pastor was still immersed in his emotions, Jiao had already entered the main topic.
I guess now,
everyone will no longer doubt me.
Everyone nodded, indicating that they completely trusted Jiao. Jiao continued,
Then, please bring all the sculptures from your home. They are all part of the Lord. I need to integrate them all.
This time, no one objected, and everyone actively expressed that they could go home and get them immediately.
No hurry.
Jiao smiled.
Just bring them when the party comes. There is no rush in these few hours.
Then he turned to look at the pastor.
Pastor, you should know where the remaining small sculptures that have not been used are placed.
Right.
I need all the sculptures to be integrated together. Not one less.
The pastor looked up at Jiao, and there was still annoyance in his eyes. He knew very well that he could not continue to go against Jiao now. Otherwise he would go against the Lord. But he was a pastor, the highest level among the believers, and he had to be commanded by someone who had just become a believer for less than 2 days. It was really hard for him to accept. Jiao saw the reluctance in the pastor's eyes, and he reminded him lightly,
This is the Lord's will.
The pastor had to speak.
I know where it is, but only pastors are qualified to know this place. You are not a pastor. So you are not qualified.
Zhao Sun interrupted the pastor.
You can choose to take me to that place. Or you can choose to take all the sculptures out of that place yourself. As long as you make sure you don't miss any sculptures.
He didn't have to go to the place where the sculptures were hidden. He didn't care about the so-called
symbol of status.
As long as the pastor could bring all the sculptures. He didn't care about the specific location. The pastor didn't expect Zhao Sun to say that. He was stunned for a while before he spoke again.
Okay. I'll give you all the sculptures.
For him, keeping the place where the sculptures were hidden was equivalent to keeping his irreplaceable position. This would make him feel much better.
Okay.
Zhao Sun knew what the pastor was thinking. But he didn't care. He turned to others and said,
Then let's meet tonight.
After that, he walked to John's side.
Let's go. John. Go home. John said, Oh,
and followed Zhao Sun out of the church. He was completely different from before, leading Zhao Sun like a younger brother. Now he is more like a younger brother following the boss. Cautiously, for fear of offending Zhao Sun, he even began to recall in his mind whether he had offended Zhao Sun in the past few days. And he regretted that he did not answer Zhao Sun's questions completely. But overall, his attitude towards Zhao Sun has always been good. Zhao Sun should not be able to see his little trick of
showing that the senior knows more about things.
Before, after Zhao Sun walked out of the church, he stopped and said to John standing behind him,
I am not familiar with the route to your house. You go ahead and lead the way.
John came to his senses. He did not dare to object, and hurried to the front of Zhao Sun. And Zhao Sun took this opportunity to take the pygmy marmoset back into the primate blessing when he walked into an unmanned corner. He walked while thinking about the next plan. First of all, the fusion of sculptures is indeed good for the
master,
which means that after the fusion is completed, the power of the
master
should be much stronger. He has shown his intention to destroy the sculpture.
After the master
has enough power, he must want to kill him as soon as possible. However, his fusion method was not what the
master
wanted, and he had previously used Samadhi True Fire to hurt the sculptures. So the fusion method of using Samadhi True Fire to knead all the sculptures together like plasticine should be harmful to the
master.
Even if the fusion is completed,
the master
as strength will probably be weakened a lot due to the burning of the flames. But he and the
master
must have had a grudge. And after the
master
merged, even if the fusion method was wrong and the effect of strength improvement was weakened, it would definitely be much stronger than it is now. Therefore, try to complete this hidden task as soon as possible. This time, he took the initiative to attack the sculpture because he wanted to trigger the hidden task. And the troubles he would face later were also determined. In addition, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. After all, the side quests were there.
And he had to try to reduce the occurrence of selective events. There was no conversation along the way, which made John a little uneasy. And he couldn't help but think about it. As soon as he returned to the apartment, he couldn't help asking Zhao Sun,
Ashi, how did you get the master's appreciation?
Compared with his casual attitude before, he has become cautious now.
I don't know about that either,
Zhao Sun said casually.
It was the Lord who took the initiative to find me. You have only been in the sect for a few days, and you are valued by the Lord. Maybe the Lord will choose you as the new pastor for this sacrificial ceremony.
John showed an envious look.
You are so lucky. Then, if the Lord chooses me, I will recommend you,
Zhao Sun said. If he is really chosen as a pastor, there is absolutely no way to hold back. And he will definitely refuse if he can. John widened his eyes in disbelief.
Really? Can it really be like this? You didn't say it can't be like this. Right,
Zhao Sun asked back.
That's right.
John nodded, and immediately became more attentive to Zhao Sun.
Shui, you are really my lucky star.
After speaking, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to order food.
Let's have a big meal tonight to celebrate that you are valued by the Lord and that I can benefit from you.
Zhao Sun did not refuse. But it was still several hours before dinner. So he went back to his room to sleep first. When he got up, John had just laid out all the food. After the two of them finished a sumptuous dinner, they walked towards the church. Many believers arrived early this time, and everyone held a palm-sized sculpture in their hands. John was no exception. After Zhao Sun appeared, everyone sent the sculpture to Zhao Sun and looked at him expectantly. Zhao Sun saw that these people wanted to see how he integrated the sculptures with their own eyes. He did not drive them away, but just said,
Wait until everyone is gathered.
Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Without urging. After a while, everyone was gathered. Zhao Sun asked everyone to line up, and he received everyone's sculptures one by one. If there are multiple believers in a family, there is only one small sculpture in total, and everyone else has a small sculpture. Zhao Sun will carefully ask the believers who did not take the sculptures about their relationship with other believers, and confirm that there is no problem before continuing the next process. Finally, he made sure that there was no omission, and all the sculptures sent out were collected. He looked at the pastor standing by and asked,
"Pastor, where are your sculptures?" "Too many. I haven't moved them all yet."
The pastor pointed to a pile of small sculptures on the altar.
"I will continue to move them after the party tonight. That's not what I'm talking about."
Zhao Sun waved his hand.
"I'm talking about your sculptures."
The pastor's fingers tightened one by one and slowly clenched into fists. Zhao Sun smiled and continued.
"You also have your own residence, not in the church. In this case, you should have a small sculpture in your home. Right?"
Other believers turned their heads to look at the pastor, casting suspicious eyes. Everyone handed over their sculptures in a very compliant manner, but the pastor behaved strangely, which made them have to doubt whether the pastor was not loyal to the Lord. The pastor felt many suspicious and scrutinizing eyes. He forced a smile and took out a small sculpture from his pocket.
"Of course I have a small sculpture, but I want to wait until you are done before giving it to you."
After a pause, he explained to the others.
"This sculpture has been with me for a long time. I can't bear to let it go. I want to keep it with me for a few more minutes at the last moment. You should all be able to understand this feeling. Right?"
Many believers nodded, showing empathy. Seeing that his suspicions were lifted, the pastor breathed a sigh of relief. He took the initiative to walk in front of Zhao Sun and handed his sculpture to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took the sculpture and said to the pastor,
"Then I'll have to trouble you to move the other sculptures as soon as possible. I wonder when you can move them all. Tomorrow noon at the latest."
The pastor replied. Finally, he asked Zhao Sun,
"Then how long will it take you to integrate all the sculptures together? My ability is limited, and I can't integrate all the sculptures at once."
Zhao Sun sighed in embarrassment.
"I can only do a little bit at a time." "Then when can you finish it?"
The pastor was a little dissatisfied. He pointed to the mess on the ground.
"It's impossible for the church to be so messy all the time. The benches are all tilted here and there. How can the believers' morning and evening meetings go smoothly?"
Zhao Sun looked helpless.
"At the latest on the morning of the 24th, I will definitely be able to integrate all the sculptures. This is my limit, and it can't be done any faster." "Then how about tomorrow's wedding?"
The wedding was already prepared. We can't ask the couple to change the date.
Right?
The church is in such a mess. Someone has to clean it up. Can't you just clean it up?
Zhao Sun shrugged.
The current location of the sculpture does not hinder the placement of the benches. You and other believers can clean up the mess.
He looked directly at the pastor with undisguised sarcasm in his eyes.
You don't want to work, so you want to leave it to me, right? Although I am valued by the Lord, you can't leave everything to me. After all, you are the pastor among the believers.
Hearing this, many believers looked at the pastor again. Some were suspicious, some were dissatisfied, and some were confused. The pastor's face froze, and he immediately explained,
I didn't mean that. It's just that I have to move all the sculptures, which takes a lot of time. I don't have time to clean up the church. Then you can arrange for someone else to do it.
Zhao Sun said as a matter of course.
The task of integrating sculptures is very important. I am busier than you. I don't have extra time and energy to do trivial things like tidying up furniture. You should be able to understand.
Right?
Of course.
The pastor responded with a fake smile.
I will arrange for someone else to clean and organize.
Zhao Sun nodded with satisfaction.
By the way, I have to hurry up. I have morning and evening meetings, so I can only integrate sculptures on the side and won't pray with you.
He smiled and looked at the pastor.
I think the Lord can understand.
The pastor nodded with a dry laugh.
Of course, everything is based on the Lord's wishes first.
After getting the desired result, Zhao Sun finally opened his hands and conjured up several fireballs. Each fireball wrapped several small sculptures and slowly melted them. Compared with before, these sculptures are much smaller in size and melt much faster. In just about 5 minutes, the first wave of small sculptures had completely merged together and were added by Zhao Sun to the large irregular sphere. The sphere was very large. In order to save time, Zhao Sun did not use the fireball to wrap the entire sphere as before, but used a small fireball to melt a small part of the sphere. and then melted the small sculptures that were burned soft into that small part. The believers watched the whole process and were so amazed that they couldn't say a word. The pastor who watched the whole process had no doubts. He was like a deflated ball and had to admit that Zhao Sun was really more valued by the Lord than him. Chapter 295. My heart got colder and colder. The pastor cleaned up the church with other believers in a depressed mood, and then led the believers to complete the daily evening party tonight. Zhao Sun was busy melting the small sculptures into the big ball until the believers finished their daily prayers. He worked for a while and rested for a while, pretending to be tired, and still finished fusing all the small sculptures in the church by the end of the party. In case someone interfered, he had to deal with any sculptures that appeared in front of everyone in time. Otherwise, if one or two were missing, he might not be able to find them in time. After the party, before leaving, Zhao Sun walked up to the pastor and asked, "Pastor, how many small sculptures are left?" The pastor no longer had the momentum he had before, and he answered listlessly, "About 10 times more than what we took out today." Zhao Sun knew what was going on, and he told the pastor, "Since only you know where the sculptures are hidden, don't let anyone find out when you move them. If a few sculptures are missing, it will destroy the Lord's integration plan, which will be bad for both you and me." Hearing this, the pastor became more energetic, and he nodded solemnly. "Don't worry. I will never delay the Lord's business, guarding the place where the sculptures are hidden. Even if Zhao Sun doesn't say it, he will do it. After all, this is the only point that can prove that his status is higher than other believers, and he will naturally guard it with his life. And integrating all the sculptures is the Lord's requirement. As the most devout believer, he will naturally complete the Lord's task wholeheartedly. Even if he is worried that Zhao Sun will replace him, he will never dare to destroy the Lord's plan." Zhao Sun returned to John's home. At 2:30 in the morning, John woke Zhao Sun up to pray as usual. Although there were no small sculptures to worship, the process could not be omitted. In order to avoid stimulating John's black energy, Zhao Sun did not refuse and listened to John's chanting for half an hour before going back to sleep. Asterisk. On the morning of the 23rd, in order to hold the wedding, the morning meeting was cancelled and all the believers were helping to arrange the venue. According to the pastor, this was allowed by the Lord before. Only Zhao Sun stood alone in the corner of the church, slowly blending the small sculptures that the pastor moved early in the morning, and did not participate in the work of arranging the venue. Later, when the wedding began, Zhao Sun worked silently while watching the whole process. The process was similar to a normal wedding, except that there was an additional step of praying to the Lord and asking for blessings. This rich family was full of believers, and they were rich and contributed a lot to the church. So they got the honor of holding a wedding in the church. Because the sculpture became an irregular sphere, it was impossible to see where the Lord's eyes were. So the pastor could only choose the more convenient side and let the two newlyweds bow their heads and listen to the prayer. At the end of the wedding process, as a newlywed introduced by the groom into the sect, the bride also needs to undergo a baptism ceremony. This was the first time Zhao Sun witnessed someone being invaded by water. The bride's face was full of pain, and she even begged the groom to save her in a low voice. But the groom just comforted the bride. "It will be fine in a while. The process of eliminating evil thoughts in the body is always a little uncomfortable," and did not take any action. Other believers did not show any abnormal reaction, just watching with a smile. Obviously, in the eyes of all believers, this is a very normal phenomenon. However, the bride's pain did not last too long. After about 10 seconds, she stopped screaming and her expression quickly returned to calm. When she opened her eyes again, she was already very pious and reverent to the Lord like other believers. After the wedding, the rich man donated a large sum of money to the church before leaving. The pastor happily took the money and went to find workers to repair the benches in the church that had been smashed before. If it really couldn't be repaired, just buy new ones. Others also left the church one by one. Those who should go to work went to work, and those who should go home went home. After Zhao Sun fused this batch of sculptures, he did not leave immediately. He walked to the irregular sphere and looked up at the sculpture. Although the eyes of the sculpture were also melted, he could still feel that he was being watched. This feeling would only disappear when he used the Samadhi true fire to melt the sculpture, and when more and more sculptures were fused and the sphere became larger. The feeling of being watched became stronger and stronger. It is obvious that the strength of the master has increased. Just as he guessed before, this is not difficult to understand. Each small sculpture receives the power of midnight prayer in the believer's home. These powers converge with the fusion of the sculptures, and the strength is naturally enhanced. It is just unknown to what extent the master can take the initiative to attack the outside world without any ceremony. Now it is not moving. Is it really unable to move? Or is it dormant? Zhao Sun took out 3 thin needles from the storage compartment. This is a small part of the dagger that was decomposed by controlled gold LV4 before. He conjured a flaming arrow with one hand and inserted it deeply into the sculpture sphere, burning a small piece, and then controlled the 3 thin needles with the other hand to quickly drill into the depths of the sculpture. In any case, it is always right for him to do some preparatory work first. Zhao Sun poured some water on the softened position again until the surface was dry and hard, and waited for another half an hour to make sure that there was no problem before leaving. Asterisk. On the evening of the 23rd, after the party, all the believers did not leave, but started the sacrificial ceremony directly. The believers offered their own tributes one after another, and the pastor kept reciting lengthy scriptures. There was no light in the church. Everyone held a white candle in their hands. After offering the tribute, they used the candle on the altar to light their own candles, and then returned to their seats. When the candle is lit, it means that the Lord has recognized your tribute, John explained in Zhao Sun's ear. At this time, Zhao Sun did not continue to fuse the sculptures, but followed the large group, holding a candle in one hand and a tribute in the other, ready to pay tribute to the Lord. This is a necessary process. Even if he has such an important task as fusing sculptures for the Lord, he cannot shirk it. He tried it in the afternoon. If he doesn't even participate in the sacrifice, John will go crazy and black air will fill the air. This means that in the church, all the believers will emit black air and cause trouble for him because he does not participate in the sacrificial ceremony. He is not afraid of being troubled by believers. None of these people are his opponents. But killing believers will be wiped out by the Lord, and he is still not sure how to wipe it out. It is impossible to determine whether he can be resurrected after being erased. He can kill all the believers in an instant, but the hatred value of the believer's death is likely to greatly increase the power of the master. And the current master has already increased its strength. He can't take this risk easily. So it's better to choose to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. It just so happens that there are not many small sculptures left. He doesn't want to integrate all the sculptures so quickly. So it's appropriate to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. Soon it was Zhao Sun's turn. In his hand, he held the tribute prepared by John for him. A mouse that had been cut open and all its internal organs cleaned out. Yes, the tribute required by the master is not fruits or beef and mutton in the conventional sense, but some raw sacrifices. It must be those animals that are processed alive. Fortunately, the master has no requirements for the size of the animals, and these believers can get some small mice and rabbits. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to cut open a cow or sheep alive, and it would also be difficult to bring it over. Zhao Sun took his candle and stretched it above the candle on the altar. The candle light flickered, and the flame was aimed at the wick of Zhao Sun's candle, but it seemed to have no tendency to ignite. After a short 2-second pause, Zhao Sun had already understood. He made a tisk sound, raised his finger slightly, and manipulated the candle flame to rise, lighting his own candle. No one noticed his little action, and he successfully completed the sacrificial process. Zhao Sun glanced at the huge spherical sculpture, and a hint of provocation flashed in his eyes. From the root, he was not a believer of the Lord at all. He just completed the baptism ceremony, making all believers mistakenly think that he was a believer. He failed to be brainwashed by the Lord, so the Lord could not get any energy from him. The Lord was naturally unwilling to light candles for him, and was unwilling to recognize his offerings. But this kind of small problem did not bother him at all. After all the believers had finished their offerings, they entered the process of selecting a new pastor. The current pastor also held a white candle in his hand. He said to everyone, "The flame of the candle in the hand of the pastor chosen by the Lord will suddenly double." After saying that, he looked down at his candle, full of expectations. But after watching for about 10 seconds, his candle still did not move. His heart gradually cooled down. He was dismissed. At this moment, John's voice sounded, "It's Ashui. Ashui's candle flame has increased." Everyone looked in the direction of Zhao Sun, and they saw that the candle in Zhao Sun's hand was much brighter than others. Zhao Sun lowered his eyes and looked at the candle in his hand, covering up the coldness in his eyes. Before, they clearly refused to light a candle for him, but now they chose him as a pastor. What good can it be?
no matter how glamorous and powerful the pastor looks to other believers. Even if he has not found any disadvantages in this identity, just based on the feud between him and the Lord, he is 100% sure that the Lord is definitely not holding back anything good. Either they wanted to kill him, or there was some election ceremony after becoming a priest, so they could try to brainwash him further. Whatever the purpose, he would not be a priest. Seeing this, the current pastor's eyes were filled with despair. In fact, when Jiao Sun passed him and received the Lord's instructions, he had a premonition that Jiao Sun would become the new pastor. But he still held a glimmer of hope, hoping that he could get the Lord's love with his diligence during this period. Unfortunately, all this was broken by the cruel reality. Among other believers, many people were jealous that Jiao Sun became a pastor just a few days after joining the sect. But no one dared to question the Lord's decision. Some believers thought it was as it should be. When Jiao Sun was not a pastor, he was chosen by the Lord and assigned such an important task. It was expected that he would be the next pastor. Just when everyone had different thoughts, Jiao Sun suddenly said, "I don't have time to be a pastor. Next time." The whole church fell silent, and everyone looked at Jiao Sun in disbelief. Obviously, no one expected Jiao Sun to refuse the Lord's request. How dare? How could it be? Jiao Sun looked up at everyone with a helpless smile on his face. "I still have to fuse the sculptures, and I have no time to organize everyone's morning meetings, evening parties, and other activities. How can I be qualified to be a pastor like this?" Everyone showed a look of sudden enlightenment, and they understood Jiao Sun's refusal. As a pastor, it is indeed not appropriate to not lead everyone to complete various daily activities. Jiao Sun took out a small sculpture from his pocket and said to the sculpture sincerely, "Lord, if you really value me, why don't you wait until I have completed the fusion of the sculptures and choose me as a pastor in the next sacrificial ceremony?" This was stuffed into his pocket before participating in the sacrificial ceremony, just so that he could communicate with the Lord in time when this situation occurred. Jiao Sun brought the small sculpture close to his lips again and said in a very low voice, "I know you can hear it. Change your mind quickly, otherwise don't expect me to fuse the remaining sculptures." In order to complete the hidden task, it is necessary to fuse all the sculptures, but it does not prevent him from threatening the Lord. In this setting with a background story, the Lord is not aware of his identity as a player and will not know that he has a mission. With such a good advantage, the threat must be made. At the end, Jiao Sun added, "Except for me, no one else has the ability to fuse your sculpture." The next second, the flame of the candle in his hand shrank and returned to normal. Jiao Sun showed a satisfied expression and spoke again. "Since the Lord is so fond of me, then I recommend John to be a pastor. He is my recommender and has been a believer for a long time. He prays to the Lord very devoutly every day. With these points, he should be qualified to be elected as a pastor." "Right." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the flame of the candle in John's hand suddenly increased. The bright candlelight reflected John's ecstatic face. "Thank the Lord! Thank the Lord!" John hurriedly made a prayer gesture towards the spherical sculpture, his tone full of excitement. "I will definitely live up to the Lord's trust. I will definitely fulfill my duties as a pastor." All this happened so quickly that the believers felt that they had not digested this change for a while. I don't know if it is their illusion, but they always feel that Jiao Sun seems to have controlled the pace of this pastor selection. It seems that even the Lord listens to Jiao Sun. This feeling is too weird. The Lord is obviously the Supreme One, and everyone should listen to the Lord's arrangements. Many believers have developed an uncomfortable feeling of having their thoughts overturned, but they can accurately describe what it feels like. They just feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 296. Of course, I have to give it back to you. "The new pastor stays, and the others can go," the former pastor said weakly. "The new pastor needs to perform the pastor power transfer ceremony with me, so that he can obtain the ability to hold various ceremonies." John couldn't wait to walk to the altar and wait for the former pastor to perform the ceremony with him. The other believers did not hang around and left the church soon. But Jiao Sun did not leave. He asked the former pastor, "How many small sculptures have not been taken?" "Not many left," the former pastor replied. He looked at John. "After the full transfer ceremony, I will forget where the small sculptures are stored. But John will have the right to know. And let John give you the rest. I want to watch this ceremony here." Jiao Sun said the first half of the sentence, turned his head, and looked at the spherical sculpture. "I wonder if the Lord agrees?" Without waiting for anyone to respond, Jiao Sun said again, "After the ceremony,
I want the new pastor to take out all the small sculptures, and I will keep them uniformly and slowly integrate them. In this way, I can ensure that all the sculptures are integrated by tomorrow morning."
Hearing this, the former pastor sighed. Instead of accusing Zhao Sun as before, he approached the spherical sculpture and said respectfully,
"Then please allow me to use the power of a pastor for the last time to conduct the inquiry ceremony."
Then he began to recite scriptures and made prayer gestures. After the ceremony, he repeated Zhao Sun's question.
"Dear Lord, do you agree that Ah Shui stays here to watch the pastor's power transfer ceremony?" I will throw a silver coin. The front side represents yes, and the back side represents no.
After he finished speaking, he threw a silver coin. The silver coin quickly landed, with the front side facing up. Zhao Sun was not surprised by this. In order to integrate the sculpture, the Lord will definitely agree to his small request. Of course, even if the Lord disagrees, he can't do anything about it. He can forcibly change the Lord's decision. Perhaps the Lord also understands this, so he did not choose to oppose. Seeing that the Lord agreed to let Zhao Sun stay, the former pastor and John no longer had any objections, and the two began to conduct the pastor's power transfer ceremony. The process is somewhat similar to the baptism ceremony, except that there are two more steps. The former pastor needed to cut his palm and drip blood into a small bowl of water, and John needed to drink the bowl of blood and water. Zhao Sun saw that there were wisps of black air lingering in the former pastor's blood. As the black air left, the former pastor's expression became a little dazed, as if he was in a state of confusion. After John drank the blood and water with black air, he showed a very painful expression. He even rolled on the ground and wailed. And it seemed that this pain was more unbearable than the baptism ceremony. It lasted about 10 seconds, and John returned to normal. He stood up and stretched comfortably, as if he was stretching all the cells in his body. The state was completely opposite to before. His expression was enjoyable, as if the whole person was in the warm sun. Zhao Sun speculated that the black air might contain information about the storage location of the small sculpture. The former pastor lost this part of his memory and needed some time to adapt, so he showed a confused look. John should have gotten this information while struggling in pain. Zhao Sun said to John,
"Pastor John, now you should give me all the remaining small sculptures."
John looked at Zhao Sun with the inherent superiority of a pastor in his eyes. But in the next second, he seemed to have completely come to his senses, and his eyes looking at Zhao Sun returned to the polite look before.
"I'll get it right away,"
he said, as he quickly walked out of the back door of the church. Zhao Sun did not follow him, so as not to violate the rule that
only pastors can know.
He stood there and looked at the former pastor. The former pastor had also come to his senses. He stood up, patted the dust off his body, politely greeted Zhao Sun, and left the church directly. He still looked a little lost, but he no longer had the extremely hurt depression before. It seems that he still has memories of being a pastor, but the memory may be much more blurred, and the emotions are not so strong. After waiting for about half an hour, John came back with a cart. The cart was piled with small sculptures.
"The rest are all here,"
John said to Zhao Sun, and asked,
"Are you sure you can fuse them all tomorrow morning?"
"Of course." Zhao Sun nodded.
"I will stay here tonight and work until about 10:30 tomorrow morning. I will definitely be able to fuse them all." "Such an accurate time?"
John was a little suspicious.
"I see that sometimes you fuse more. Sometimes you fuse less. It seems that your ability is not stable. How do you judge that you can fuse the rest of these around 10:30 tomorrow morning?" "I have fused so many times. Naturally, I have a number in my mind."
Zhao Sun waved to John.
"Okay. It's getting late. You go back."
John hesitated for a moment, and sat down on the nearest bench directly.
"I'll stay here with you. Whatever you want."
Zhao Sun did not try to drive John away, but said indifferently,
"Just don't bother me."
Then, he began to fuse part of the sculptures in front of John. After fusing half of the number, Zhao Sun stopped and found a bench to lie down.
"What do you mean?"
John was confused.
"You suddenly want to sleep? You also know that my ability is unstable. Now I suddenly can't use it. I need to rest."
Zhao Sun didn't even look at John, but just reminded him,
"You have to take good care of the remaining small sculptures. If one is missing, it may affect the master."
John couldn't do anything about Zhao Sun, and he felt that what Zhao Sun said made sense. So he had to stay up all night and guarded it. He didn't dare to close his eyes the whole time. He was afraid that the situation of foreign thieves attacking the church would happen again. Jiao Sun fell asleep quickly. However, he didn't completely relax his vigilance. When John wasn't paying attention, he quietly summoned the dwarf marmoset. Let the dwarf marmoset hide under the bench and keep an eye on the sculptures and John's movements at any time. Once there is any unusual movement, the dwarf marmoset will notify Jiao Sun as soon as possible. Jiao Sun slept until 7 in the morning before getting up. John was getting a little impatient. When he walked to Jiao Sun's side and was about to wake him up, he saw Jiao Sun open his eyes. He immediately said,
"You've wasted so much time. Can you still complete the fusion before 10:30?"
It was clearly agreed that he would not sleep at night to speed up the fusion process. But he only worked for a short while and slept the rest of the time. Even if he wanted to be polite to Jiao Sun, he was dissatisfied at this time.
"There's still time."
Jiao Sun stretched and sat up.
"You don't have to be so anxious."
While speaking, he quietly took back the pygmy marmoset.
"How can I not be anxious?"
John said unhappily.
"I have thought that by the end of the morning meeting, you must have melted all the sculptures, just in time for all the believers to stay and witness this most important moment. If you can't finish it on time, my plan will be ruined."
He glanced at Jiao Sun again and murmured,
"Besides, I recommended you to join the sect. If you can't finish this task on time, it will definitely affect my credibility. I said I can finish it, and I can finish it."
Jiao Sun walked back to the cart and started to work while saying to John,
"Don't think about these mindless things."
Perhaps Jiao Sun's performance was too calm, which relieved John's anxiety a lot. John really calmed down and didn't say any more nonsense. This time, Jiao Sun would rest for 10 minutes after melting 5 small sculptures. And soon it was time for the morning meeting. The believers appeared one after another, and there were only more than 20 small sculptures left on the cart. John, who was standing aside, counted and showed an excited look.
"At this speed, all the sculptures can be integrated before 10 o'clock. I'm a little tired,"
Jiao Sun said.
"I need to rest for half an hour."
John's face froze, and his expression was a little ugly. But Jiao Sun said before John could speak,
"Don't rush. I know what's going on."
John had to shut up. He quickly entered the role of a pastor, began to preside over the overall situation, and led everyone to the morning meeting. Jiao Sun just sat aside and watched other believers pray devoutly. No one thought he was disrespectful to the Lord because he didn't pray, and there was no black gas coming out of the believers' bodies before.
The Lord's mission
became a golden ticket to avoid death. Not participating in sect activities would not arouse the fierceness of believers. Avoiding a death crisis. Jiao Sun glanced at the time on the church wall clock and then at the time on his mobile phone. After confirming that the time was correct, he waited patiently until 10 o'clock. He continued to integrate the remaining sculptures. This time, he integrated more than a dozen. And when there were 10 left, he stopped. It was now 10:05. And there were still 26 minutes until 10:31. He planned to merge the last 10 sculptures at 10:25. In this way, he could complete the hidden task just in time. He looked at the clock on the church again. At this moment, the remaining 10 sculptures on the cart suddenly flew up without warning and approached the spherical sculpture at a very fast speed. Jiao Sun reacted quickly and immediately created a huge wall of fire to block the small sculpture's way. All this happened so quickly that the believers didn't have time to react. By the time they reacted, the wall of fire had already formed, and the small sculpture was trying to break through the wall of fire, but it didn't dare to force its way through it. John came to his senses the fastest. He asked Jiao Sun,
"Ashui, what do you mean?"
Jiao Sun did not respond. He stretched out his other hand and instantly transformed 10 palm-sized fireballs, which flew towards the small sculptures. Black air gradually emerged from John's body, and he loudly questioned Jiao Sun.
"These small sculptures are flying towards the big sculpture. They obviously have the ability to actively merge. Why do you want to stop them?"
Jiao Sun still did not answer John. With one hand, he controlled the fire wall to become a densely woven fire net, covering the 10 small sculptures. At the same time, with the other hand, he controlled 10 small fireballs to devour the 10 small sculptures respectively. Seeing that the small sculptures had nowhere to escape and were wrapped in the small fireballs one by one, the black air on John's body became more and more dense.
"Ashui, you are clearly preventing the main fusion of all the sculptures."
His voice was louder than before, and even echoed in the church. John looked at the other believers and ordered,
"We must not let Ashui destroy the Lord's plan. We must get rid of Ashui, the traitor."
Almost at the moment when his voice fell, black air emerged from all the believers. and they all clamored to get rid of Zhao Sun, the traitor. All the believers swarmed towards Zhao Sun. At this moment, what else did Zhao Sun not understand? The power of the spherical sculpture has accumulated enough to control the thoughts of a large number of believers within a close range, thereby controlling their actions. It can also autonomously control the remaining sculptures to actively merge into the main sculpture. And this fusion method will definitely get all the energy in the remaining sculptures, even if there is only the energy in 10 small sculptures. It is like adding wings to the Lord. Zhao Sun knew very well that even if he took the initiative to merge the remaining sculptures at this time, the attacks of the believers on him would not disappear. Since the Lord has the ability to fight back, he will never let him go. So, while he forcibly wrapped the remaining 10 sculptures with fireballs and quickly melted them, he released lightning to kill all the believers who approached him. The believers seemed to have no fear of death, and they still approached Zhao Sun, trying to use the human wave tactic to drown Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun simply used lightning to set up a wall around his body, and anyone who approached would be electrocuted. Then, he merged the 10 softened small sculptures together, and then said to the spherical sculpture,
"You don't seem to be able to snatch the sculpture wrapped in my flames."
From the moment the fireball wrapped around the small sculpture, he no longer felt the pulling force of being snatched. Obviously, the Samadhi true fire will burn part of the energy contained in the sculpture, and it can also play a role in isolating the induction between the sculptures. Therefore, the spherical sculpture cannot control the small sculpture in this situation. This time, Zhao Sun actually heard a response.
"Give me back my things!"
It was a sharp voice with anger, like the sound of a metal blade rubbing against a glass surface, which made people feel uncomfortable. Zhao Sun smiled, and seemed to be in a good mood.
"Of course, I will give it back to you."
After saying that, he controlled the fireball, tightly wrapped the soft thing, and took the initiative to fly over the spherical sculpture. He removed the flame, and the soft thing immediately fell on the spherical sculpture. The high temperature softened the part of the spherical sculpture a little, and even emitted a wisp of white smoke. But the spherical sculpture did not reject it. He ignored the scorching temperature and quickly and actively absorbed the last small part. Chapter 297 Unknown Sculpture. At the moment when all the sculptures were merged, Zhao Sun finally saw the long-awaited pop-up window. Complete the hidden task. Merge all sculptures. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for obtaining 500 points and 500 hours of survival time, and obtaining the special item Unknown Sculpture. The pop-up window flashed by, and Zhao Sun instantly raised his hand towards the spherical sculpture again. The huge fireball enveloped the entire spherical sculpture, and even the nearby tables and chairs were burned. The spherical sculpture rolled quickly, trying to avoid the encirclement of the fireball, but under Zhao Sun's control, the fireball always firmly wrapped around the spherical sculpture. At the same time, Zhao Sun's other hand released a fireball and forcibly broke through the roof. Then he turned into a frog, put on the goddess's wings and flew towards the sky. During his ascension, the black air on all the believers seemed to have independent consciousness, condensed into countless sharp thorns, and attacked Zhao Sun frantically. But it dispersed without warning when it was about to touch Zhao Sun. No matter how many times the black guest tried, it could not attack Zhao Sun. The various attack forms condensed would always disperse when they were about to approach Zhao Sun. The spherical sculpture roared,
"How is it possible? Why can't it attack you?"
Zhao Sun naturally would not answer the question of the spherical sculpture. After he flew to the roof, he immediately released a lightning bolt as thick as an arm at the spherical sculpture. The lightning quickly traveled in the fireball, and also triggered several small metal needles hidden deep in the spherical sculpture. In an instant, the entire sculpture exploded violently from the outside to the inside, and even the deepest part could not leave a complete part, and it was all blown to pieces. At this time, Zhao Sun had already flown high in the sky in these 2 seconds. The entire church was blown into ruins, and all the believers were not spared. Zhao Sun only consumed a part of his mental power to resist the aftermath of the explosion, and it can be said that he was unscathed. At this time, a familiar pop-up window appeared in front of him. The safety barrier purchased by player Zhao Sun is about to expire. Do you want to renew it? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose no. Player Zhao Sun has been in this dream game for 3 days. Do you want to leave? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose yes. As the world spun, another pop-up window appeared. Complete the side quest. Survive until the end of the game. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 500 points and 500 hours of survival time. The next second, he returned to the familiar box. Zhao Sun was the only one in the box. He immediately checked the special item he had just acquired. and then frowned slightly. This was a small sculpture that looked exactly like the original form of the master in the game. But it was smaller than those sculptures. Only the size of a thumb. The strange appearance and the protruding eyes made Zhao Sun feel indescribably weird. Although there is no longer the feeling of being watched, there is still an instinctive discomfort and rejection when seeing the sculpture. It is as if this sculpture naturally makes it impossible for people to look directly at it. What Zhao Sun does not understand the most is the detailed introduction of this special item. Unknown sculpture. This is an unknown small sculpture. It only has such a simple sentence introduction. And the content has nothing to do with the function of the item. This is the first time Zhao Sun has encountered such a situation. When he first saw the detailed introduction, he thought he had read it wrong. So he looked at it a few more times and waited for a while. But no more text appeared. A sculpture that looks very uncomfortable. But there is no description of its ability. Is it necessary to encounter some kind of dilemma to trigger the ability of this special item? Or does this special item have no special ability? In theory, each special item should have its own function. And it is absolutely impossible to give players a special item that is completely useless. Otherwise, what is the point of risking the hidden task and getting the special item? But he has never seen a special item without even the ability details. Zhao Sun frowned and thought for a moment. And suddenly thought of something. He took out his mobile phone, opened the memo, and took a look at the various rules he had recorded before. From train rules for old players to precautions for dream games to how to become a train conductor. Finally, his eyes stayed on the second item of how to become a train conductor for a moment. There are 2 ways to become a train conductor. The first way is to spend 10,000 points to redeem and become a train conductor. The second way is that in the dream game. There may be clues about the train conductor. If you collect enough clues, you can become a train conductor. Could this sculpture be one of the clues to become a train conductor? But there is no description of the train conductor in the detailed introduction of the special item. And the sculpture itself does not seem to have anything to do with the train conductor. Even in this dream game, it has nothing to do with the identity of the train conductor. There is really no basis to prove that this ugly thing has anything to do with becoming a train conductor. Zhao Sun put the unknown sculpture back into the storage compartment and put away his phone. It is impossible to guess this way. So it is better to ask the whistle who has the most information. If the whistle is also unaware, then with all the information he has now, he can only speculate 2 possibilities. Either, the use of this special item will be triggered under special circumstances. Or, this is a clue related to the train conductor. It just takes enough clues to combine to present a useful information chain. If it is alone, no useful information will appear. Zhao Sun walked out of the box, and soon found Xiaozi. The 2 of them entered the nearest public toilet tacitly. Zhao Sun spoke only after Xiaozi lit the special item incense.
Have you ever seen a special item without any detailed introduction about its own use?
Zhao Sun asked straight to the point. Xiaozi showed a blank look.
I really haven't seen this. It's impossible for a special item to have no detailed introduction. Otherwise the player would not even know how to use this item. There is no clue at all.
He glanced at Zhao Sun and asked,
Did you get such a special item?
Zhao Sun said, and didn't say more. Xiaozi was a little curious and puzzled. But he saw that Zhao Sun didn't want to talk about it anymore. So he didn't ask any more questions.
Have you resolved the issue between you and Bai Mao?
Zhao Sun asked Xiaozi.
Soon,
Xiaozi replied.
In 5 days at the latest. I will be able to tell him the information he wants to know.
Zhao Sun frowned slightly, but did not express any opinion on the matter. Since he promised Xiaozi to give Bai Mao a chance, he would not break his promise. He changed the subject directly.
Do you know when the last platform game started?
Xiaozi hurriedly replied.
I know. The last round of platform games ended at midnight on the 22nd. And it was announced at that time that the new round of platform games would start at 8:13 a.m. on the 25th.
Zhao Sun nodded.
I know.
He will have a good sleep today and participate in the platform game tomorrow morning. Just in time. There is no need to buy reserve food. In the dream game before, he basically ate NPC food. Seeing that Zhao Sun had nothing else to say, Xiaozi extinguished the special item incense, and the 2 left separately. Zhao Sun went to a regular restaurant to eat a pork chop meal, and then went back to the private room and fell asleep. During this period, the players in number 1 and number 4 returned to the private room. But the 2 of them basically didn't talk and were very quiet. Zhao Sun slept well, and was not affected at all. Until the evening, the most noisy player in number 2 came back. As soon as he entered the private room, seeing Zhao Sun still lying on the bed, Number 2 yelled.
Why hasn't number 3 woke up yet? Did he die in the dream game?
His tone was full of gloating.
The proxied body of a dead player will disappear.
Number 1's voice sounded, with a calm tone.
Since he didn't disappear, he must not be dead. What's going on?
Number 2 said.
According to the time, he should have returned from the dream game. Could it be that he wants to stay in the dream game for 2 more days? He woke up at noon.
Number 4's voice sounded from above Zhao Sun's head.
I saw him go to the ordinary restaurant when I was having lunch. Then he laid down to sleep so early.
Number 2 said again.
It seems that the game is very tiring. He must have suffered a lot to pass the level. It seems that his strength is not very good.
Zhao Sun opened his eyes impatiently and saw number 2 standing at the head of his bed.
Get lost,
he said to number 2 unceremoniously. Originally, he thought that number 2 would just say a few words, so he didn't want to pay attention. Who knew that number 2 would talk endlessly and had no intention of stopping at all? Number 2's face darkened.
How do you talk like that?
He just made a few jokes. But this person actually scolded him. A new face, obviously a player with much less experience than him, dared to treat him so badly. It's really annoying.
What good will it do you to provoke me?
Zhao Sun sat up, his tone slightly cold.
Do you think you are so strong that you are invincible? Or can't stand the huge pressure of the survival game? Trying to release this pressure by finding faults everywhere?
His eyes were dark, and there was no emotional fluctuation when he looked at number 2. Calm, but also indifferent. This state, on the contrary, is more likely to make people feel an inexplicable uneasiness than fierce quarrels and anger. Number 2 stood there blankly, and for a while, he couldn't speak.
Number 2. We are all trapped here, and no one is nobler than anyone else.
Number 4 also spoke at this time.
It's hard to say how long you can live, so why make more enemies for yourself?
Number 2's face was not very good, but under Zhao Sun's calm and cold gaze, he gradually lost much of his momentum. As he walked towards his bed, he muttered,
I just asked a few more questions and teased him at most. Who knew he was so petty?
He didn't really want to make enemies for himself, but he had been playing survival games for too long and had been constantly hovering on the line of death. So his mental state was somewhat abnormal. He wanted to live, but from time to time, he had the illusion that he seemed to have been wiped out from this world. He always wanted to get a little pleasure by laughing at and attacking others, so as to create a sense of reality that he was still alive, although he knew many times that it was wrong for him to do so. If he offended someone with a bad temper and stronger than him, he would probably die. But he couldn't control himself every time. Just like this time. His ridicule came out subconsciously. This time, his luck was bad, and he ran into a few tough guys. The moment Zhao Sun stared at him, he actually regretted what he had just said. But he was always stubborn and could not give in. Zhao Sun saw that number 2 was not as fearless as he seemed, and he was too lazy to argue with number 2. Seeing number 2 leave, he laid down again to sleep. He slept until 7:30 a.m. on the 25th. Zhao Sun washed up and went to eat a chicken leg meal. After the meal, he did not return to the compartment, but waited by the door of the compartment. Soon the broadcast sounded. The endless train will stop at the Rabbit Kingdom platform at 8:13 a.m. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. Zhao Sun looked at the blurry scenery outside the window and silently recited the 4 words, Rabbit Kingdom, in his heart. It sounded like a fairy tale background. Not long after, the train stopped. At the same time, the broadcast sounded again. This train will stop for 2 days and will depart on time at 12 p.m. on December 27th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 p.m. on December 27th. The door of the carriage opened. Zhao Sun got off the train and quickly shuttled through the white fog. After a while, he came to an open space. Zhao Sun looked into the distance. There was a gorgeous palace there, which looked like a royal palace. This was the background of this game. It didn't take long for the players to gather. Zhao Sun looked around and counted the heads. A total of 16 people. Calculating the time, this is almost the second to last or last survival game in December. There are not many players who are still alive and need to participate in the platform game, which is quite normal. Most of the 15 people except Zhao Sun looks tired, and they didn't make any extra movements after taking a look at the others. It is obvious that they have not been able to get a good rest for more than half a month, and they have to participate in the survival game, which makes them physically and mentally exhausted. After everyone gathered,
A huge public screen appeared above them. Welcome to the Rabbit Kingdom platform game. In this round of the game, players are divided into 4 identity camps, namely Slave, Assassin, Favorite, and Thief. After entering the game, players will be matched with one of the 4 identities, and players with the same identity will automatically form a camp. Players have no way of knowing the identities of other players, but players in the same camp will feel each other when they meet. Each player will have 2 tasks in this game, one that needs to be completed individually, and the other that needs to be completed in collaboration with the same camp. Personal tasks will be announced after entering the game, and collaborative tasks will only be opened after all players in the same camp gather. How to gather all players in the same camp together requires players to think about countermeasures by themselves. If a player in the same camp dies before opening the collaborative task, it will not affect the opening of the collaborative task. However, if there is only one player in the same camp left, the collaborative task cannot be opened. After the collaborative task is opened, if the number of players in the same camp decreases, or only one player is left, the task will not be closed and can continue to be completed. Players who complete both tasks and survive to the end can complete the game. I wish all players a happy game. Chapter 298 Rabbit Kingdom. The next second after the public screen disappeared, Xiao Sun's vision flashed, and then he found himself standing in the stable. Beside him, there was a pile of food neatly stacked, and in front of him stood a beautiful snow-white horse, staring at the food next to him. At the same time, a pop-up window popped up in front of him. Player Xiao Sun's identity in this round of the game is Thief. Player Xiao Sun's personal task: steal the favorite jewelry of the Rabbit Princess and give it to the favorite lover of the Rabbit King. Xiao Sun frowned slightly. This personal task, just from the text, has a sense of dog blood. Hey! A somewhat shrill voice suddenly came from behind. What's wrong with you? The horse slave? Instead of feeding the horse properly, why are you in a daze here? Xiao Sun came back to his senses, and he turned his head to look behind him. A gray rabbit about 1.5 meters tall was staring at Xiao Sun with a pair of blood-red eyes. Xiao Sun, there is no anthropomorphism. It is just an enlarged version of a rabbit. So, the Rabbit Kingdom is literally the same as the name says. The whole country is full of rabbits. Then the Rabbit Princess, the Rabbit King, and the King's lover are all rabbits in the literal sense. The 16 human players are too abrupt among the rabbits. It is impossible for the rabbits not to know that they are not the same kind as them. Is it that the game settings are forcibly rationalized? Seeing Xiao Sun looking over, the gray rabbit's eyes showed dissatisfaction. Do you still dare to be in a daze? Do you want to be whipped? After that, it flicked the whip in its hand. This is the king's favorite horse. If you don't take good care of it, you will be whipped. The whip fell on the muddy ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Sun's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly hypnotized the gray rabbit. Then he asked, "Are all the people in this kingdom rabbits?" "No, there are other races." The gray rabbit paused and added, "But most of them are rabbits." When he said this, his eyes were full of pride. It seems that being a rabbit makes it feel particularly proud. "What other races are there?" Xiao Sun asked. "Humans," the gray rabbit replied. Xiao Sun waited for a while, and when he saw that the gray rabbit only said other races, he understood what was going on. If nothing unexpected happens, all human races in this kingdom should be players. Then do you know how many humans there are in the kingdom? Xiao Sun asked this question. 16. The gray rabbit gave the answer immediately. It is exactly the same as the number of players. Then do you know what jobs these 16 humans do in the palace? Xiao Sun continued to ask. I don't know about that. The gray rabbit shook his head. I am responsible for managing the stables. I have no right to ask about duties beyond my scope of responsibility. Xiao Sun did not give up, but asked, No one knows. You? The gray rabbit glanced at Xiao Sun and said, You are the only human horse slave under my jurisdiction. Xiao Sun did not feel disappointed. He asked another question. Then you should know which room the rabbit princess lives in the palace? The gray rabbit shook his head. I am just a minor official outside the palace. I only enter the palace occasionally, but I can only stay in the main hall. I have never been to other places. How can I know where the rabbit princess lives? Xiao Sun thought about it and asked again. Then do you have a way to bring me into the palace? It is not difficult for him to sneak into the palace. However, he has to find players in the same camp as him and gather together to trigger the cooperation task. It is impossible to hide all the time. He has to show up. So the best way is to enter the palace openly.
The gray rabbit looked Zhao Sun up and down for several times, and asked back,
"Do you have any performances to show the king?"
Then, it added several more sentences.
"For a small official like me, except for large-scale events, I can't go to the palace at will. You, a horse slave, have no chance to enter the palace at all, unless the king encounters a difficult problem and you happen to be able to solve the king's worries, or you have an interesting performance that can make the king happy."
"Sure," Zhao Sun nodded.
"Can you take me to the palace this morning? You want to perform?"
The gray rabbit was a little surprised, and it reminded,
"If the performance is not exciting enough, low-level creatures like you will not be driven out of the palace, but will be whipped."
"No problem." Zhao Sun nodded affirmatively.
"Then perform before lunch. The king likes to watch some shows before dinner to liven up the atmosphere,"
the gray rabbit said.
"Lunch starts around 11 o'clock. We'll go there at 10 o'clock. There should be enough time for you to perform."
"Right," Zhao Sun said, and gave the gray rabbit a final instruction.
"Come to me at 10 o'clock. Don't bother me before that."
The gray rabbit left obediently. It was not until this time that Zhao Sun recalled the entire game rules in his mind, and inferred some hidden information based on the current situation. The first point is that the player has a position that matches the game background in this game. For example, his position is horse slave. Other players should also have similar positions. This identity is not very useful, but it makes their existence more reasonable. However, from the gray rabbit's pride in his rabbit race and his disdain for the human race, it is not difficult to infer that most players' positions in this game should be relatively low. In a sense, this has narrowed the scope of some inquiries. The second point is that the game identity mentioned in the game rules is the identity linked to the game tasks. His identity is thief. In fact, from the 4 identities this time, we can roughly infer the content of the tasks that players need to do. The tasks of the thief are related to stealing. Whether it is an individual task or a collaborative task, it should be related to stealing. After all, the identities of players in the same camp who cooperate with each other are all thieves. The third point is that players can only sense players in the same camp, which means that players cannot determine the specific identities of players in different camps. Combined with the first point, players have their own professions as cover in the kingdom, so it is not easy to guess the camp they belong to by profession. However, slave and favorite are easier to guess. For players with these 2 identities, it is very likely that their occupation and game identity are consistent. Even if they are inconsistent at the beginning, they should soon become consistent, which is conducive to carrying out their game tasks. But the identities of assassin and thief are difficult to guess, at least with his own horse slave occupation. Who can immediately guess that he is a thief? Except for players with the identities of slave and thief. Other players are more likely to think that he is a slave. In addition, from the literal meaning of the words, slave and favorite are both supposed to exist in the kingdom, or they are subordinates of the rabbit king. However, assassin and thief are intruders and have a natural hostile relationship with the rabbit king. There is a high possibility that there will be mission conflicts or conflicts of interest between the 2 parties. If you cannot determine the specific identities of players from different camps, you have to be wary of all players from different camps. Fourth, the collaborative mission can only be started after all the surviving players of the same camp gather together, which proves that it is difficult for a single person to complete the collaborative mission. Although after the collaborative mission is started, even if the companion dies, it will not affect the continuation of the mission. But since it is a collaborative mission, it must be difficult to advance the mission without the help of other companions at some points. Therefore, after starting the collaborative mission, you cannot ignore your companions. At least you have to complete the collaborative mission before all your companions die. Fifth, the number of players in each camp may not be consistent. The game rules do not mention this point, and the 16 people are divided into 4 groups, which makes it easy for people to subconsciously think that each group is evenly distributed with 4 people. However, the game does not mention the even grouping, which is actually possible. The number of players in each camp is uncertain, and the biggest trouble is that you have to meet all the players to ensure that all the companions of your own camp are gathered. You cannot take shortcuts and stop looking for the remaining players after finding 3 companions. Sixth, the game rules finally say, complete 2 tasks and survive to the end to pass the game. In fact, it means that if the cooperative task is not enabled, the player will be directly judged as having failed the game. In order to avoid this situation, all players in the same camp must be found as soon as possible.
Zhao Sun looked at the white horse in front of him, who was still staring at the food, and picked up the food next to him and handed it to the white horse's mouth. The white horse chewed it happily. Zhao Sun simply grabbed a handful of food and put it in the trough, and touched the horse's face casually. The horse did not reject it and looked very docile. Its eyes were also very gentle when looking at people, without any aggression. In comparison, the rabbits in the rabbit kingdom are more aggressive than this horse. But it's normal. The protagonists in this kingdom are all rabbits, whether from the perspective of rabbits or from the perspective of nobles. The horses serving them must be docile. Zhao Sun turned his head and glanced at the gorgeous buildings in the distance. He was actually in the palace, but he was far away from the main building. In a corner of the palace, there is a small house next to the stable, which should be for the horse slaves to live in. Just like the gray rabbit said, a low-status horse slave is not qualified to enter the palace. Performing before the king is a good opportunity. Most of the other players may be like him, with low positions, but the king always needs various types of servants to serve, and there must be many people around him, especially when eating. More people are needed, and it is easier for players to gather together, as long as those players are not too stupid. They should also think of taking advantage of this opportunity. Then the probability of everyone gathering together at lunch is higher. Although he is performing before dinner, as long as he can see the king, he can stay and have lunch with the king. Time soon came to 10 o'clock, and the gray rabbit arrived as scheduled. Zhao Sun followed the gray rabbit and walked towards the palace. I have already arranged it with people I know well, the gray rabbit told Zhao Sun as he walked. Now the king should also know that someone will perform before lunch. We can just go there directly, Zhao Sun said. The gray rabbit tilted its head to look at Zhao Sun, and saw that Zhao Sun looked relaxed, without the nervousness of a person of low status who was about to meet the king. It wrinkled its nose. You are about to meet the king. Do you know? Zhao Sun still just said, That is the most noble existence in our kingdom. Don't take it lightly. The gray rabbit was very dissatisfied with Zhao Sun's attitude. Zhao Sun said nothing. You must perform well, so that I can also get some rewards. The gray rabbit threatened Zhao Sun. If you don't perform well, it will also cause me to be scolded, and then you will not just be whipped. After the king punishes you, you will have to be whipped by me again. After saying that, it shook the whip in its hand, pretending to whip Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun raised his eyes and met the gray rabbit's eyes. His eyes lit up slightly, and the gray rabbit's eyes immediately became blank. Don't talk nonsense in front of me in the future, Zhao Sun ordered. Tell me useful information actively, and shut up at other times. Yes, the gray rabbit responded honestly. For the rest of the way, the gray rabbit did not say a word of nonsense to Zhao Sun. The man and the rabbit quickly walked into the palace. However, they did not enter the main hall, but the side hall. According to the gray rabbit, this side hall was specially used by the king to watch performances. When Zhao Sun entered, he saw the huge pure black fat rabbit sitting at the top. It was estimated to be about 2 meters tall and fatter than the two Zhao Suns. If it were a human, it would definitely be a tall super fat man. But as a rabbit, it has a contrasting feeling of a giant cute pet. And the fluffy and soft fur looks soft and warm. There is no sense of lethality and majesty at all. But cuteness can be seen at a glance. Perhaps Zhao Sun stayed on the rabbit king for a little too long, and the rabbit king coughed heavily. The gray rabbit standing next to Zhao Sun hurriedly crawled on the ground, and whispered to Zhao Sun, Kneel down and salute. Zhao Sun did not kneel, but just raised his eyes slightly and looked at the king. The king, who was originally a little angry, became calm in an instant. It did not care about Zhao Sun's behavior of not saluting, but smiled and said, I heard that you have a very wonderful performance to show. I can't wait to see it. You start now. Zhao Sun looked at the other members present and smiled at the king and said, Okay, king, I will start the performance right away. Chapter 299, Glimpse of the Conflict. In addition to the king, there was also the queen sitting on the chair next to the king, and the princess and prince sitting below. Although they all looked like rabbits, their identities were not difficult to guess. The only one who could be on par with the king was the queen. The queen was a pure white rabbit without a single stray hair on her body. Whether it was the aesthetics of rabbits or humans, she was very beautiful. The princess and the prince were 2 circles smaller than the queen, and their eyes were much clearer than the king and the queen. They were obviously young and had not experienced much in the world. As for how to distinguish between male and female, it was very simple. Zhao Sun heard the servants behind the 2 rabbits call them. These 4 rabbits were the 4 with the highest status in the entire rabbit kingdom. In addition, there was a human servant standing behind each rabbit. Zhao Sun looked at the 4 human servants as soon as he came in, and there was no sense of connection. This meant that none of the 4 servants was a thief. In addition, he noticed that after failing to sense him, the king's servant and the prince's servant looked at each other subconsciously. These 2 players are most likely in the same camp. But after failing to sense him, the queen's servant and the princess servant immediately retracted their gazes, did not look at others, and did not make any extra movements. Perhaps these 2 players belong to different camps, and they are different from the camps of the previous 2 players. But it cannot be ruled out that these 2 players are very cautious and deliberately control themselves not to look at players in the same camp. While thinking, Zhao Sun opened his hands to let the king see that he had empty hands. Then, he made a few gestures casually, and when he opened his hands again, a petite pygmy marmoset appeared in his palm. Wow, the rabbit princess was surprised. This magic is so interesting. It can actually turn into such a cute monkey. Zhao Sun put the pygmy marmoset on the ground and asked the pygmy marmoset to cooperate with some simple movements. Stand, squat, jump, somersault, salute, sit-ups, etc. The rabbit princess explained. Amazing! This little monkey is so smart. The gray rabbit huddled aside also showed a look of surprise. It didn't expect Zhao Sun to have such a skill. Magic tricks were amazing. He could make a monkey so obedient and master so many skills. Its eyes gradually became excited. Seeing the rabbit princess so happy, there will definitely be a reward today. It has the credit of recommendation, and it should be able to get a few gold coins this time. Compared to the gray rabbit's excitement and the rabbit princess's joy, the other rabbits did not seem to have such big emotional fluctuations. The rabbit queen watched with a smile, and it seemed that she also liked the performance. But as a dignified queen, she would not show her emotions like the rabbit princess. The rabbit king also had a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The rabbit prince was not very happy. He even turned his head away and deliberately didn't look at Zhao Sun's performance. I don't know who he was angry with. As for the 4 players, when Zhao Sun turned out a little monkey, they all widened their eyes in surprise. The servants behind the rabbit king and the servants behind the rabbit prince looked at each other subconsciously again. It was basically a done deal that the 2 players were in the same camp. After the performance, the pygmy marmoset was exhausted and panting, while Zhao Sun hardly exerted any effort. The rabbit princess applauded again, and turned to the rabbit king and said, "Father, I like this little monkey very much. Can he give it to me?" The rabbit king looked at his daughter lovingly, and did not mean to stop her. The rabbit princess seemed to be encouraged. She looked at Zhao Sun with a pair of bright eyes. "I want your little monkey. Can you give it to me?" Zhao Sun smiled and said to the rabbit princess, "This is my best friend. I will be very lonely without it, and I will not be able to perform in the future. If the princess wants it, how about buying it with gold coins?" Of course. The rabbit princess agreed almost without thinking. But after saying it, it hesitated again and turned to look at the rabbit king again. The rabbit king smiled lovingly, then turned to Zhao Sun and said, "Since the princess has agreed, I will give you a bag of gold coins." "Thank you, king." Zhao Sun's smile was a little more sincere. This was a deal reached with the king without hypnosis, and it can also be regarded as an item given to him by the NPC. Therefore, this bag of gold coins can be taken on the endless train. Although gold coins are of no use on the endless train, if you can return to the real world, then this bag of gold coins will be of great use. When he first boarded the endless train, he was not very interested in collecting property. But the situation is different now. He has more hope of leaving the endless train, and he should make some preparations in advance. Zhao Sun walked to the rabbit princess and put the dwarf marmoset on the rabbit princess's dining table. The rabbit princess stretched out her front feet and happily held the dwarf marmoset in her hands. The dwarf marmoset was very tactful and rubbed the soft fur of the rabbit princess' front feet with his head. The rabbit princess smiled even happier. The rabbit king was very satisfied with the performance of Zhao Sun and the pygmy marmoset. He turned to the human servant standing behind him and ordered, "Go to my room quickly and bring a bag of gold coins. The largest one." The human servant responded respectfully and turned to leave. Zhao Sun looked at the rabbit king again. "Your Majesty, I wonder if I have the honor to have lunch with you." He had only seen 4 players so far, and none of them were from his camp. He had to see if he could meet other players during lunch. After hearing this request, the rabbit king subconsciously looked at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took the opportunity to hypnotize the Rabbit King. It takes a little more effort to make a request without opening your mouth and rely entirely on mental power to convey consciousness to hypnotize the other party than to speak it directly with your mouth. But with his current ability, it is no problem to hypnotize the other party with consciousness with such simple instructions. The next second, the Rabbit King smiled. Since you made my daughter so happy, I will give you this honor. Father! The Rabbit Prince suddenly stood up, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. He is just a lowly person. How can he eat at the same table with us? Without waiting for the Rabbit King to speak, the Rabbit Prince continued to say with disdain. Except for some hair on his head, the rest of his body is bald. This ugly race is born lowly and is not worthy of sitting at the same table with us. Only races like ours, with dense hair all over the body and maintained fluffy and soft, are noble enough. Son! The Rabbit King scolded. Is this what a cultured rabbit should say? I'm not wrong. The Rabbit Prince said to the Rabbit King unconvincingly. A race like his is inherently inferior. After saying that, it turned its head and glared at Zhao Sun, with undisguised disgust and disdain in its eyes. Zhao Sun slightly raised one eyebrow. Oh! It seems that the Rabbit Prince has been angry with him all the time. He was angry that a low-level race like him could stand in the hall to perform and pollute his eyes. Zhao Sun was not dissatisfied with the words and attitude of the Rabbit Prince. Instead, he saw some clues of contradictions in the words of these rabbits. Although these rabbits are a family, their ideas are not unified. At least the attitudes of the Rabbit Princess and the Rabbit Prince towards humans are completely opposite. And conflicts are inevitable. This kind of setting should not be made for no reason in the game. Maybe the conflict between them is related to the player's tasks. When the Rabbit Prince saw Zhao Sun looking at him fearlessly, he felt angry. Why are you staring at me? Untouchable. You should just lower your head and look at your dirty feet. Before Zhao Sun could say anything, the Rabbit King slapped the handle of the chair. Is my father's words no longer effective? How dare you talk like this? This time, everyone could feel that the Rabbit King was really angry. The Rabbit Prince's face changed slightly. He reluctantly restrained his emotions and turned his head to look at the Rabbit King. Father! I'm sorry. It tried its best to suppress its temper and show its obedience. I shouldn't be so rude. Just know it. The Rabbit King snorted heavily. Copy the house rules 5 times this afternoon and give it to me before dinner. Yes. The Rabbit Prince responded and then sat back in his seat. It lowered its head and looked dejected. But Zhao Sun noticed its eyes. Anger, dissatisfaction, and emotions that could not be hidden, almost overflowing from its eyes. Zhao Sun curled the corners of his lips undetectably. Interesting. I don't know your name yet. The voice of the Rabbit King sounded again, and his tone returned to the previous calmness. Zhao Sun came back to his senses and confirmed that the Rabbit King was asking him. So he spoke. Ashui. Ashui. My son is still too young, and his words are inevitably a little inconsiderate. Don't take it to heart, the Rabbit King said to Zhao Sun. There was no apology in its tone, just an order. Zhao Sun could even feel that the Rabbit King also believed that rabbits were nobler than humans. It's just that its cultivation prevented it from saying those unpleasant words. But the kindness it showed to the lower race was just that. In its heart, Zhao Sun did not deserve an apology or other forms of compensation. Just like when the Rabbit Princess wanted to get the pygmy marmoset, the Rabbit King agreed on his master's behalf without even asking for his opinion. If the Rabbit Princess had not agreed to give the money, the Rabbit King would probably not have given him the money. The Rabbit King punished the Rabbit Prince only because his authority was challenged, not for him. In fact, the Rabbit King and the Rabbit Prince are the same kind of people. But the Rabbit King is better at hiding. But looking at the Rabbit Prince's performance, it is obvious that he does not understand this, and even complains about the Rabbit King's obstruction. This is even more interesting. Zhao Sun smiled at the Rabbit King. Of course I don't mind. During the conversation, the Rabbit King's servant came back with a large bag of gold coins in her hand. Her eyes were full of envy, and she was obviously very moved by this large amount of gold coins. But the bag of gold coins only stayed in her hand for a while, and she didn't even have time to warm it up before she had to give it to someone else. Because the Rabbit King said to her, "Give it to Ah Shui." She obediently walked to Zhao Sun and handed over the bag of gold coins. Zhao Sun took it and expressed his gratitude to the Rabbit King again. The servant looked at the bag of gold coins reluctantly, and then returned to the back of the Rabbit King. It's almost time. The Rabbit King stood up. Let's go to the restaurant. So the rabbits and the crowd walked towards another room. The gray rabbit in charge of looking after the horses walked quickly to Zhao Sun's side and whispered, "I'll go back first. Remember to come back quickly after lunch. One of the horses needs a bath today. Don't forget your job." After that, it didn't dare to stay and left quickly. The king didn't invite it to have lunch together, so it didn't dare to stay on its own initiative. Zhao Sun didn't respond to the gray rabbit's words, and he quickly walked to the restaurant on the side. The oversized long table was already filled with a variety of dishes, but they were all vegetarian. Carrots, greens, lettuce, celery, cabbage, spinach, clover, etc. Except for the clover, which was raw. The others were cooked. It was also delicious. Zhao Sun was arranged to sit at the end of the long table, very far away from the rabbit king at the other end. The rabbit queen, the rabbit princess, and the rabbit prince sat on both sides of the rabbit king. The four of them were so close that they seemed to separate Zhao Sun. But Zhao Sun didn't mind. He was observing all the humans in the restaurant. As he expected, he saw more players here. But to his surprise, he didn't sense anyone from the same camp. Instead, the manservant who was responsible for serving the dishes looked at the princess's maid many times. These two people were obviously from the same camp. But the manservant who served the dishes hardly stayed on the servants of the king, prince and queen. In other words, the servants of the king and prince were in the same camp. The servants of the princess and the manservant who served the dishes were in the same camp. And the servants of the queen belonged to another camp. The performance of the other players was more obscure. They just glanced at the other players. But there was no more performance. For a while, it was difficult to tell who was in the same camp. In addition, Zhao Sun counted the players he had seen, including himself. There were 11 people in total. There were still 5 people he hadn't seen. The good news is that he can at least be sure that the number of players in the thief camp will not exceed 6. The bad news is, where can he find the remaining 5 people? He can't show up during mealtime, and his position is very low. And it's not convenient to find a reason to come to the restaurant. Then he can go to the garden to look for it first. Someone has to do these chores, such as watering, pruning branches, and sweeping fallen leaves. It's most likely done by humans. Chapter 300. Have you ever thought about resisting? Zhao Sun thought about the next plan and began to eat heartily. Although there was no meat, these vegetables were very fresh and tasted good. Except for the clover. He basically ate some until he was full. Seeing this, the other players swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. They still had to work. But Zhao Sun had already eaten, and they served him. The most important thing was that their meals as low-ranking servants were much worse than these. Not only did the servants not have meat, but they also had a simple diet. Only carrots. Especially those players who didn't know what had happened before were envious and puzzled of Zhao Sun. How could this person, who was also a player, be able to sit at the table and eat with the Rabbit King? Zhao Sun ate without caring about the various gazes of other players. He was not idle while eating, and was talking to the pygmy marmoset in his mind. "Master, how long do I have to stay with this rabbit?" The pygmy marmoset complained in a soft and cute way. "It keeps rubbing my body. It's so strong. My bones hurt a little." "Don't be too submissive," Zhao Sun reminded. "It may not know that its strength is too great for you. When you feel pain, try to remind it." "Oh, I see." The pygmy marmoset agreed obediently, and then asked, "Then how long do I have to stay with it?" "At most 1 day," Zhao Sun replied. "Remember your mission and find out more useful information." He handed over the pygmy marmoset. Of course, not just for the bag of gold coins. He now has to find players in the same camp first. But it's best not to fall behind in his personal mission progress. So let the pygmy marmoset stay with the princess first. Maybe he can find out what the rabbit princess' favorite jewelry is, and where it is placed. If you are lucky, you may even know who the Rabbit King's favorite lover is. If there is a chance to hear about the camps and specific tasks of other players, it will be even better. Knowing yourself and your enemy is always an advantage. Few people would be wary of a little monkey anyway, especially one that looks like a pet. Moreover, no one would know that there was no barrier in communication between him and the monkey. "Yeah, I'll try," the pygmy marmoset answered very obediently. It seemed that it knew that it only needed to stay with the rabbit princess for 1 day, which gave the pygmy marmoset hope. And its tone became much lighter. After lunch, Zhao Sun didn't do much to walk around, and said low to the Rabbit King and left. The Rabbit King didn't say anything polite to Zhao Sun, and waved his hand to let Zhao Sun go.
who knew that as soon as Zhao Sun walked out of the restaurant, the Rabbit Prince caught up with him.
Hey, you lowly human.
Prince Rabbit blocked Zhao Sun's way and said bluntly,
I warn you, don't show up in front of me in the future.
Zhao Sun showed a funny look.
Since you don't want to see me, why do you come to me on your own initiative?
Prince Rabbit was stunned for a moment. His brain was a little out of order, and he couldn't think of how to respond for a while. Zhao Sun's eyes slightly turned to the male servant standing behind Prince Rabbit.
Besides, your servant is also a human. If you don't like humans so much, why don't you change a rabbit to be your servant? Such a lowly status. Only humans are worthy.
The Rabbit Prince almost immediately shouted back.
We rabbits are so noble. How could we do such a lowly job?
The manservant behind the Rabbit Prince had a slightly stiff expression. He was very dissatisfied with what the Rabbit Prince said, but due to his current status, he could not refute anything. There were too many rabbits coming and going here, and there were too many eyes. He did not dare to make any move that would make the rabbit suspicious. After all, his mission.
What is your identity?
Zhao Sun's voice suddenly sounded. The manservant came back to his senses and looked at Zhao Sun subconsciously. And then his eyes were empty for a moment. He struggled for a few seconds, but still answered truthfully.
Slave. My identity is a slave.
The Rabbit Prince was confused and a little angry. He stared at Zhao Sun.
I'm talking to you. How dare you ignore me and communicate with my servant?
The manservant's identity and position overlapped, and it didn't make the Rabbit Prince feel strange when he said it. Only Zhao Sun knew what this meant. Zhao Sun seemed not to hear the voice of the Rabbit Prince. He then asked the servant,
What is your personal mission?
This time, the servant frowned and did not answer the question for a long time. Obviously, in the servant's cognition, it didn't matter much to let other players know his identity, but he couldn't easily tell others the content of his mission.
Hey!
The Rabbit Prince's voice became louder, and he directly blocked the servant.
You lowly human. Dare to ignore me so many times.
Zhao Sun stepped over the Rabbit Prince, approached the servant, and strengthened the hypnosis.
What is your personal mission?
His voice was so low that even the Rabbit Prince standing next to him couldn't hear it. The servant struggled for another 2 seconds, and finally gave a reply.
Gain the trust of the prince, and let him believe my loyalty to him.
Even in the hypnotic state, he subconsciously lowered his voice, so that only Zhao Sun could hear it. Just when the servant finished this sentence, the Rabbit Prince came over again.
What are you talking about?
It glared at Zhao Sun in exasperation.
Don't ignore me!
Zhao Sun took a few steps back and distanced himself from the Rabbit Prince. This time, he finally looked at the angry Rabbit Prince. And then he looked at the eyes of the rabbits coming and going. There are many rabbits. And if he hypnotizes the male servant in public and continues to ask questions, it will easily arouse all kinds of suspicion. If he hypnotizes all the people and rabbits present at once, it will consume a lot of mental energy. There is no need to do this now. And the male servant must not have started the cooperative task yet. And he has nothing else to ask for the time being. Zhao Sun decisively turned around and left. The Rabbit Prince didn't expect that it was so angry. But Zhao Sun still ignored its existence. It drew the sword from its waist angrily, jumped up suddenly, and jumped in front of Zhao Sun.
Stop right there!
The tip of its sword pointed directly at Zhao Sun's throat.
You dare to ignore my existence again and again! You lowly person! I will make you pay a heavy price!
The servant had returned to normal at this time. Seeing that the Rabbit Prince was so angry, he hesitated. He didn't know whether he should take the initiative to confront Zhao Sun now. If he helps the Rabbit Prince deal with the problem, it will definitely help him gain his trust. But if he acts impulsively, he doesn't know what Zhao Sun's special ability is yet, and he might be the one who gets into trouble. Before the manservant made a decision, he found that the Rabbit Prince, who was cursing, suddenly became quiet. He looked at the Rabbit Prince's eyes suspiciously, and there was no anger in them. He was a little surprised. How could the Rabbit Prince, who was still furious the previous second, suddenly calm down the next second? Although he had only been in the game for a short time, he had been following the Rabbit Prince. He knew very well that the Rabbit Prince had a very bad temper. When he was angry, he especially liked to smash things. He would not calm down unless he made a mess every time. In the few hours he had entered the game, he had seen the Rabbit Prince lose his temper twice. This was the first time that the Rabbit Prince controlled his emotions so quickly. This was too abnormal. It must be something that the player did. The manservant wanted to see clearly how Zhao Sun made the Rabbit Prince lose his temper instantly. But Zhao Sun turned his back to him, and didn't even make any physical movements.
so it was hard to tell what Zhao Sun had done. When the manservant was surprised, the rabbit prince felt as if his brain had been forcibly paused. It was in a trance for a moment, and then it seemed to have lost its anger. It couldn't even figure out why it suddenly lost its temper. Although it couldn't figure it out, it still retracted its sword as if it was out of its control. Then it turned around and left without saying a word, as if there was a voice hovering in its mind, urging it to go away. Seeing this, the manservant hurriedly followed the rabbit prince. After walking a few steps, he couldn't help but look back at Zhao Sun. But Zhao Sun didn't look back at all. He walked quickly out of the palace and was about to disappear outside the gate. The manservant looked at Zhao Sun's disappearing back, and for some reason, he suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He felt that he couldn't offend Zhao Sun. This was an instinctive intuition, just like the natural perception of danger that animals have. A voice in his heart told him that Zhao Sun was not someone he could afford to offend. Although he himself felt that this feeling came out of nowhere, he chose to trust his intuition. He secretly warned himself in his heart. In this game, he must stay away from Zhao Sun as much as possible, and try not to go against Zhao Sun. Asterisk. After Zhao Sun left the palace, he did not return to the stable as the gray rabbit instructed, but went to the garden. The palace was so big that it took half an hour to walk to the garden with just his legs. However, he did see two players working in the garden. They were both unfamiliar faces that Zhao Sun had not met at lunch. Although they were far apart, the induction mentioned in the rules had no distance limit. As long as you can see each other, you will have induction. For example, now, Zhao Sun obviously had induction on the male player who was pruning branches. It was as if his subconscious was telling him, "This person is a player in the same camp as him." The male player seemed to have induction at the same time and looked up in the direction of Zhao Sun. With just one glance, the male player immediately stopped pruning the branches and walked quickly towards Zhao Sun. His eyes were slightly excited, and his pace was getting faster and faster. In contrast, Zhao Sun was much calmer. His expression did not change. But he also took the initiative to approach the man. After getting closer, Zhao Sun found that the man had a scar on his side face, which looked like he was chopped. "Are you from the thief camp?" the scarred man asked impatiently as soon as he walked in front of Zhao Sun. It seems that he is impatient and does not like to beat around the bush. "Yes." Zhao Sun nodded and admitted, and asked, "Have you found other players in the same camp?" The scarred man shook his head. "I have looked for all the people related to the garden work, but no one is in the same camp as us." Hearing this, Zhao Sun could understand why the scarred man was so excited just now. There must be a lot of worries if you haven't found people in the same camp, especially since the game time is not long this time. Every minute and every second of delay may cause the task to be completed in time. Moreover, the scarred man was still working just now, and he was probably also under the supervision of a rabbit boss and could not leave at will. In this case, if the task progress has not progressed, it must be anxious. Suddenly seeing players from the same camp, it is indeed exciting. "Have you found all the humans related to the garden work?" Zhao Sun asked. "Are you sure there are no omissions?" "I'm sure." The scarred man nodded and explained. "I started trying every way to find players as soon as I entered the game, but I haven't finished pruning branches and leaves. There is a rabbit that comes to check my progress from time to time, and I can't leave for too long. I can only look for all the players in the garden. Finally, I asked the rabbit who supervised me to make sure that I have seen all the players working in the garden." Zhao Sun then asked, "How many players are there here in total?" "There are 4 people including me," the scarred man replied. Zhao Sun said, "Oh," and said to the scarred man, "I met a total of 10 players at noon, none of whom are in the same camp as me, including the 4 players in the garden. There are a total of 15 people, including you and me." The scarred man was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Zhao Sun meant. "Then, there is only 1 player left who has not been encountered by us." "Yes." Zhao Sun nodded. "So, there are only 3 players in the thief camp at most, and at least 2. But where can we find this last player?" The scarred man looked helpless. "I can't get away for the time being." After saying that, he cast an envious look at Zhao Sun. "What is your position in the game? You can actually run around. Unlike me, once I leave the garden, the rabbit will immediately appear and whip me with a whip. Have you ever thought about resisting?" Zhao Sun couldn't help asking. "Of course I've thought about it." Scarred Boy was afraid that Zhao Sun would think he was a fool. So he argued, "But if I hurt my boss, it will definitely be discovered by other rabbits. And I might be wanted. Then won't my next actions be more restricted?
If he had the ability to kill all the rabbits at once, or if he was so strong that he was not afraid of being hunted, he would not want to suffer this bird's anger and work in this garden. Kill one if one comes. Kill two if two come. How cool. But he didn't have such a strong ability. So his action plan could only be to finish the work of pruning branches first, and then do the task. In order to complete his main job, he didn't dare to drink water or eat for several hours, just wanting to prune all the branches as soon as possible. Only in this way can he get the right to move freely. Chapter 301. It wants to eat me, Zhao Sun said, and he could understand the scarred man's concerns. Based on what Zhao Sun had seen before, he did not find any magical abilities of rabbits. For example, his boss, the gray rabbit, would whip people with a whip. The rabbit prince would draw his sword and chop people. But they were all ordinary physical attacks. They did not even have the ability to resist psychic abilities. But as a new player, if the level of special abilities is still at the LV1 stage, and it is not a very powerful offensive ability, it is normal not to dare to fight. Killing a rabbit is definitely no problem. But if you are wanted, under the Rabbit Sea tactics, the primary special abilities will hardly have a chance of winning.
How long will you continue to cut the branches?
Zhao Sun asked, looking up at the trees around him. It is obvious that more than half of the trees have been pruned, and there is a faint smell of plant juice in the air.
Looking at this progress, it will probably take more than 2 hours.
Scarman sighed.
The task of finding the last player can only be entrusted to you.
Zhao Sun glanced at the Scarman and suddenly asked,
What is your personal task?
The Scarman's expression immediately became alert.
Why are you asking this?
Without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak again, the Scarman said again,
Personal tasks and collaborative tasks are not related, so you don't need to care about other people's personal tasks. Right.
Zhao Sun was not unhappy about what the Scarman said, but laughed softly. It seems that the Scarman also has some brains. He did not completely think that there would be no possibility of task conflicts between them just because they were players in the same camp. Although the game rules mention that players of the same identity are in the same camp, players of the same identity may also have the same personal tasks. Once this happens, players in the same camp will be in a competitive relationship in terms of personal tasks. Therefore, you cannot easily let other players know what your personal task is, regardless of whether the other party is a player in the same camp. Unfortunately, the Scarman's caution is useless to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun directly used psychic power to hypnotize the Scarred Man. The Scarred Man didn't struggle for a few seconds before he let down his guard and answered honestly.
My personal mission is to steal the most expensive jewelry from the Rabbit Queen and give it to the Rabbit Princess fiancé.
Zhao Sun lifted the hypnosis and said to the Scarred Man,
I will go to other places to see if I can find the last player. If I haven't come to you before dinner, then after dinner, you go to the house next to the stable to find me. I will definitely be there.
The Scarred Man didn't realize that he had just been hypnotized. When he heard Zhao Sun's words, he nodded repeatedly.
Okay, then I'll leave it to you.
It's much better to have players from the same camp to help than to worry about it alone. He was not as anxious as before. Zhao Sun nodded and turned to leave. The Scarred Man continued to devote himself to the busy work of pruning branches. Zhao Sun walked to an unmanned corner, turned into a sparrow, and flew quickly towards the palace. During the flight, he couldn't help but think of the personal mission that Scarred Man had just mentioned. Scarred Man's personal mission was very similar to his, both of which were to steal jewelry, and both were full of melodrama. The subtle difference is that he wants to steal the favorite jewelry of the Rabbit Princess, while the Scarred Man wants to steal the most expensive jewelry of the Queen. Favorite and most expensive are somewhat different. After confirming that there is no conflict between the personal tasks of players in the same camp, Zhao Sun was not very happy. After all, if the players' tasks conflict, the difficulty will be higher, and the corresponding points will be higher. In this case, it is just the opposite. The points of personal tasks will not be too high. Zhao Sun quickly flew to the periphery of the palace, and he turned into a mosquito and flew into the palace. At present, he did not know where the last remaining player was, but most of the servants were in the palace, so it was always right to look for it in the palace. It's just that he didn't have a clear target direction now. So he decided to find the Dwarf Marmoset first to see if the Dwarf Marmoset had any gains in the past 2 hours. However, this palace is too big, and he has not yet entered the range of mutual induction with the Dwarf Marmoset. He didn't know where the Rabbit Princess was now, so he could only rely on luck to fly around. After flying aimlessly for 2 minutes, Zhao Sun finally got in touch with the pygmy marmoset. According to the command of the pygmy marmoset, Zhao Sun successfully found the bedroom of the rabbit princess. The door was closed, but for a small mosquito, it was easy to get in through the crack at the bottom of the door. After entering the bedroom, Zhao Sun found that the rabbit princess was not in the bedroom, but the pygmy marmoset was. The pygmy marmoset was locked in a birdcage and hung by the window. It blinked its big eyes pitifully, looking as aggrieved as it could be. Zhao Sun flew into the cage and landed on the head of the pygmy marmoset. The pygmy marmoset determined that the mosquito on its head was Zhao Sun by virtue of the induction between it and Zhao Sun, and it almost immediately complained.
Master, this rabbit princess is so annoying. Don't think that she behaved so well in front of the rabbit king before. But she is actually a bad rabbit. A super bad rabbit.
Zhao Sun was more patient with the pygmy marmoset's complaint. He asked,
Did it bully you? It's like a...
The pygmy marmoset was a little stuck. After thinking for a long time, he finally found a suitable word.
Like a gangster? What are the specific behaviors?
Zhao Sun motioned the pygmy marmoset to continue.
It also wants to eat meat.
At this point, the pygmy marmoset shuddered uncontrollably.
When it just brought me back to the room, it wanted to gnaw my head, which scared me to death. Are you sure it wants to eat you? Not just for fun?
Zhao Sun reminded.
Is it because its size is too big for you, which makes you a little scared? So this misunderstanding occurs?
He is not unwilling to believe the pygmy marmoset, but he always wants to make sure whether the pygmy marmoset's judgment is wrong.
I'm 100% sure.
The pygmy marmoset nodded vigorously.
As a wild animal, it has a sense of danger. It didn't bite me for fun. It obviously wanted to eat me.
Seeing that the pygmy marmoset was so sure, Zhao Sun believed it a little. He asked again.
Then why did it lock you in this cage? Was it too full to eat you? It was just about to eat. And suddenly there was a rabbit knocking on the door and calling it out. I don't know what happened.
The pygmy marmoset touched his little head.
Then it locked me in this cage and went out by itself.
It was so scared that it almost thought its life was in danger. After all, its strength was no different from that of an ant trying to shake a tree for a huge rabbit. It couldn't get away even if it wanted to.
Master, I don't want to stay here any longer. I'm afraid it will come back and eat me.
The dwarf marmoset begged Zhao Sun.
Master, save me.
Zhao Sun did not respond to the dwarf marmoset's request immediately, but asked,
Do you know which jewelry the princess loves most? I know.
The dwarf marmoset quickly replied.
Its favorite is an aquamarine necklace, which is in the safe, and the safe is in the painting on the bedside. It's amazing that you found this so quickly.
Zhao Sun praised generously. The pygmy marmoset scratched his ears embarrassedly.
The rabbit took out the necklace and put it on as soon as it returned to the room, and looked at it in the mirror for a long time. I think it's hard for it not to know. And it talked to itself when it looked in the mirror, saying that every time it returned to the bedroom, it would try it on and appreciate it.
Zhao Sun flew out of the cage and turned back into a human. He walked quickly to the head of the bed and turned over the painting. Sure enough, there was a safe inside. It was an old-fashioned safe with a mechanical combination lock and 4 rows of numbers. There were no other security measures.
Do you know what the password is?
Zhao Sun asked the pygmy marmoset.
I know. I tried hard to remember it.
The pygmy marmoset said to Zhao Sun in a tone of seeking credit.
5278.
Zhao Sun quickly turned the combination lock and opened the safe. In addition to the aquamarine necklace, there were also some gold and silver coins. Only this piece of jewelry was put into the safe, which was enough to show that the rabbit princess loved and valued this necklace. Zhao Sun reached out and picked up the necklace and tried to put it into the storage compartment. It didn't work. He wasn't disappointed either. It was a basic operation of the game to not allow such key items to be put into the storage compartment, thereby increasing the difficulty of the task a little. Despite this, Zhao Sun didn't put the necklace back, but stuffed it directly into the inner pocket of his coat. He knew that the rabbit princess would try it on every time she came back, which meant that if he took the necklace now, it would be discovered soon. Since the rabbit princess liked the necklace so much, she would definitely send her men to find it immediately once she found that the necklace was lost. Moreover, as a lowly human being looked down upon by the rabbits, it is likely to become the rabbit's primary search target. But for Zhao Sun, this was not a big deal. It was just to modify some memories. The key point for him was who the king's lover was and where he was. Otherwise the necklace could not be sent out, and the task could not be completed.
As for whether the rabbit princess would find out that his necklace was on someone else after sending it out, and what the consequences would be, it was not something he cared about. Zhao Sun closed the safe and reset the painting. Then he walked to the bird cage, took out the primate blessing, and stuck the small millstone in the gap of the bird cage. The pygmy marmoset immediately understood what Zhao Sun meant. It happily raised its little paw and gently touched the small millstone. Its figure disappeared. It had returned to the small millstone. Zhao Sun put away the primate blessing and turned into a mosquito again, but did not leave. Instead, he quietly waited for the rabbit princess to come back. If you want to solve the trouble of being searched from the root, the best way is of course to hypnotize the rabbit princess directly and ask her not to try on the necklace again in the next 2 days. After waiting for 2 hours, the rabbit princess finally came back. As soon as the door was closed, it couldn't wait to walk towards the window. Before it got close, it found that the cage was empty and the pygmy marmoset inside had disappeared. It immediately let out an angry roar, pulled off the metal cage, threw it heavily on the carpet, and stepped hard with its hind legs. It didn't feel relieved until the cage was deformed. Is the rabbit princess in a bad mood? At this time, Zhao Sun's voice sounded beside the bed. The rabbit princess was startled and turned back quickly. The moment their eyes met, Zhao Sun's eyes lit up slightly. The rabbit princess' eyes suddenly became empty. Zhao Sun first gave the rabbit princess an order that, no matter what happens within the next 72 hours, the safe will not be opened to look at the necklace. After making sure that the rabbit princess accepted it, he started the next step. Do you know who the rabbit king's lover is? He asked. The matter of the king's lover may be a secret to the public, but for the royal family, there is no impenetrable wall. Maybe the rabbit princess knows it. Of course, if the rabbit princess doesn't know, he will go directly to ask the rabbit king. The rabbit princess shook her head. I don't know. Then, it retorted loudly and unhappily. Father loves mother the most. Father will never be with other female rabbits. There is absolutely no lover. Seeing that the rabbit princess was so excited, it was obvious that she had no idea that the king had cheated. Zhao Sun decisively gave up this question and asked another question. In addition to the humans I saw at lunch and the humans working in the garden, do you know where else there are humans in the palace? Of course I know this, the rabbit princess said, as a matter of course. There is a low-level dancer who is a human. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Unexpectedly, the things he thought the rabbit princess knew, she didn't know. But she knew things he didn't expect her to know. Although he didn't know who the lover was yet, he had determined the position of the last player, which was also a gain. Where is the dancer? Zhao Sun continued to ask. Of course the dancer is in the dance room. The rabbit princess stretched out her 2 front paws and made a dancing gesture. There is a grand banquet tonight. All the nobles will attend, and there will be some performances during the banquet. The dancer has been hiding in the dance room all day to train for tonight's dance program. You seem to know it in detail. Zhao Sun asked one more question. Are you familiar with this human dancer? Of course. The rabbit princess snorted and laughed. I arranged this program, and I also taught her the dance. Zhao Sun immediately remembered that the dwarf marmoset said before that when the rabbit princess wanted to eat it, she was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. And then the rabbit princess left the bedroom. It seems that the rabbit princess went to the dance room to teach the dancer to dance. This explains why the rabbit princess knows the dancer's whereabouts so well. No wonder the dancer was not seen outside today. She was hiding in the dance studio all day. If you don't search room by room, you can't find her at all. Where is the dance studio? Zhao Sun's eyes brightened a little, and he increased the hypnosis. Take me there. Chapter 302 Collaboration Mission. The rabbit princess walked out the door without saying anything. Zhao Sun followed behind the rabbit princess. With the rabbit princess by her side, other rabbits on the road would not say much when they found Zhao Sun, a human, walking around in the palace. Soon, the man and the rabbit came to the door of a room at the end of the top floor. There were 2 mixed-haired rabbits guarding the door, dressed like guards. Seeing the rabbit princess coming, the 2 mixed-haired rabbits immediately saluted. The rabbit princess waved her hand. I'll go in and take a look. You just stay outside. The 2 mixed-haired rabbits nodded and quietly opened the door. Zhao Sun looked inside the door through the gap in the rabbit princess' fluffy fur. And sure enough, he saw a young woman wearing glasses dancing in front of a floor-length mirror. Her posture was a little stiff, and her movements were not smooth. It was obvious that she had learned the dance at the last minute and had no foundation at all. Her face was full of impatience, and she was even a little bit about to cry. It seemed that dancing was quite difficult for her. How come I've been teaching you for so long? But you still look so disappointing?
The rabbit princess said disdainfully as she walked into the dance studio.
When you swing your arms, be softer. Don't be so stiff like a piece of wood. I've told you so many times. Why haven't you made any improvement?
The girl with glasses was startled when she suddenly heard the voice of the rabbit princess. She was startled again when she turned around and saw a male player standing next to the rabbit princess. But in the next second, she and Zhao Sun had a sense of each other, and her eyes were faintly excited. At this moment, Zhao Sun had also confirmed the identity of the girl with glasses. Like him, she was a thief and a player in the same camp. In this way, the three players in the thief camp were gathered. The girl with glasses suppressed her excitement and bowed to the rabbit princess. Then she said aggrievedly,
Princess, I tried my best.
The rabbit princess didn't wait for the girl with glasses to finish her words and interrupted her rudely.
As the lowest dancer, it is difficult for you to make a name for yourself. I trained you to help you, but you are so disappointing.
The girl with glasses lowered her head and stopped talking. She was indignant in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She didn't want to be a dancer, and her task had nothing to do with dancing. Practicing dancing was useless to her. Before, the rabbit princess threatened her that she would be imprisoned if she didn't complete her job well. She was worried that she wouldn't even have the chance to do the task. So she had to compromise. Otherwise, she didn't want to spend a day dancing here. Not long after she entered the game, she was locked in this room. There were several rabbits outside taking turns guarding, so she didn't have the chance to find other players at all. When she thought that the game time was only more than 2 days in total, but she had to spend a day here, she was numb. She was so happy when she saw Zhao Sun appear just now. She couldn't find her companions, but they tried hard to find her. She was touched when she thought about it.
Every time I talk to you, you lower your head and keep silent.
The rabbit princess couldn't stand the look of the girl with glasses, and was a little angry.
Your dancing is not as smooth as a puppet. And you can't even talk?
The girl with glasses lowered her head even more.
I'm sorry.
Princess Rabbit was about to say something, but Zhao Sun suddenly walked in front of her and looked up at her. Princess Rabbit subconsciously looked back at Zhao Sun.
What?
Zhao Sun's eyes lit up slightly, and he whispered,
There's nothing for you to do here. Go back and ask the guards at the door to withdraw. Don't come here again before the dinner.
Princess Rabbit struggled a little, but turned around and left. The girl with glasses heard footsteps and looked up quietly, and saw that Princess Rabbit, who was scolding happily before, was actually walking out the door. Soon, the footsteps of the guards leaving were heard outside. The girl with glasses couldn't help asking Zhao Sun,
What did you say to Princess Rabbit? Why did she leave suddenly?
She vaguely heard Zhao Sun say 2 words, but the voice was too low, and she didn't hear clearly what he said. Zhao Sun did not answer but asked,
Is there any purpose for the rabbit princess to let you dance at the dinner? It seems so.
The girl with glasses answered uncertainly.
I heard her mention it, and asked me to attract the attention of the rabbit prince.
Zhao Sun said, and asked again,
What is your personal mission?
The girl with glasses was stunned for a moment, and her expression became a little embarrassed.
Why are you asking this?
Zhao Sun did not waste words, and hypnotized the girl with glasses directly. The girl with glasses answered honestly.
My personal mission is to steal the underwear of the Rabbit King's lover, and put the dance clothes on the Rabbit King's bed for the queen to find. Do you know who the king's lover is?
Zhao Sun thought that the girl with glasses should not have seen many people since entering the game, and almost immediately thought of a reasonable possibility.
Is it the dancer? Yes.
The girl with glasses nodded.
The chief dancer is the king's lover.
When she first entered the game, she happened to see the king and the chief dancer kissing each other. Although she is not very smart, such an obvious ambiguous relationship can be seen by a fool.
Then you should know where the chief dancer is. Right.
Zhao Sun asked.
I want to see her. She's in the bigger dance studio next door.
The girl with glasses replied.
She's also going to perform at the banquet tonight, and she should still be practicing now.
Zhao Sun nodded to show that he understood, and then he gave the girl with glasses another instruction.
You continue to practice dancing here. I'll come to find you later. You won't ask me where I went, and you don't care where I went.
The girl with glasses obediently repeated Zhao Sun's words and said,
I remember.
Zhao Sun then left. The dance studio next door was not guarded, so it was more convenient to enter. There was only a beige rabbit dancing intoxicatedly inside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the rabbit turned his head and looked at the door. Seeing a strange human face, The beige rabbit looked at Zhao Sun vigilantly.
Who are you?
Zhao Sun looked at the beige rabbit below. The fur color is pure, without any stray hair. The eyelashes are very long, and the eyes are blurred, which has a very cute and charming feeling. Like the rabbit queen, she is beautiful from both human and rabbit perspectives. She is indeed quite suitable for the identity of
the king's lover.
Zhao Sun closed the door, hypnotized the beige rabbit, and asked,
Are you the rabbit king's lover? Yes.
The beige rabbit answered without any hesitation. Zhao Sun nodded with satisfaction. This trip not only confirmed the number of thieves, but also confirmed the identity of the king's lover, and also completed the personal task by the way. Later, players in the same camp can also gather to start the cooperative task. The progress is quite fast. Zhao Sun took out the aquamarine necklace of the rabbit princess and walked to the beige rabbit.
I give it to you. You can use it as you like, but if others see it, you can't say that the thing is from me. No matter who asks. You can't expose me.
When he said this, he was still using hypnosis instructions. Anyway, the personal task did not require the king's favorite lover to accept the gift in the state of autonomous consciousness. So hypnosis should have no effect. In case of any impact, when you find that the pop-up window of the task completion has not appeared, you can remove the hypnosis and give it again. The beige rabbit saw the shiny and beautiful gem and happily reached out to take it. It gestured on its neck and looked at the floor-length mirror beside it.
It's so beautiful. If I wear this necklace to dance tonight, I will definitely be the most eye-catching rabbit in the audience.
As it finished speaking, a translucent pop-up window appeared in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing his personal task, obtaining 100 points and 100 hours of survival time. Very good. No need to remove the hypnosis and give it again. However, this score is indeed average. Zhao Sun stopped playing around and opened the door to leave the dance room. The beige rabbit was still immersed in appreciating the beauty of the gemstone and didn't care about Zhao Sun's departure at all. Zhao Sun returned to the small dance room before. At this time, the girl with glasses was struggling to adjust her dance posture. Seeing Zhao Sun coming back, she sighed.
I feel that I can't dance well. But the rabbit princess said that if I mess up the dance at the banquet, she will put me in jail. It's okay. We will rescue you.
Zhao Sun comforted her, and then said,
Come with me to meet another thief. We are leaving like this. Is it okay?
The girl with glasses asked worriedly.
If the rabbit princess comes back and doesn't see me, she may lock me up immediately in a rage.
Despite asking this, she still followed Zhao Sun and left here impatiently. After staying in the game for most of the day, her task progress finally made some progress. Of course, she was reluctant to miss such an opportunity, but she was still a little worried about her future fate.
Don't worry.
Zhao Sun didn't explain in detail, just said this and changed the subject.
There are only 3 players with the identity of thief. If I'm not mistaken, our camp should have the fewest players.
The girl with glasses was immediately diverted. She said, ah, and was a little melancholy.
If our collaborative task conflicts with the collaborative tasks of other camps, we will be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers.
Zhao Sun didn't comment on this, but walked quickly out of the palace. The girl with glasses didn't dare to say anything more. She looked down at the ground and followed Zhao Sun closely. She was not afraid of Zhao Sun, but the rabbits she met on the road. 2 humans were walking in the palace without a rabbit leading the way. They were too conspicuous and too likely to arouse suspicion, so they had to keep a low profile. Stay quiet and leave quickly. Don't give the rabbits a chance to react. Along the way, there were indeed many rabbits looking at them. But because Zhao Sun and the girl with glasses were in a hurry, it looked like their master had told them to do something. So no one stopped them to question them. In this way, the 2 of them successfully came to the garden and met the scarred man. The moment the scarred man saw the girl with glasses, he knew that this was also a player in the same camp. And he immediately came up happily. When the 3 of them approached, a small screen appeared in front of them that only the 3 of them could see. Collaborative mission: steal the scepter of the Rabbit King. Use the scepter to mobilize all the troops in the palace. Overthrow the Rabbit King's regime, and establish yourself as king. After seeing the text on the pop-up window clearly, the girl with glasses opened her mouth in astonishment.
How can this be something a thief would do?
She thought the thief's mission was to steal things. At most, the things that need to be stolen in collaborative tasks are more difficult than those in individual tasks. She never thought that although there is a stealing part in collaborative tasks, there will be a rebellion later.
It's really a bit outrageous.
The scarred man exhaled slowly.
rebellion, and self-proclaimed king. If the task of assassin or favorite is this, I think it is more reasonable.
While the glasses girl and the scarred man were complaining, Zhao Sun had already started to figure out how to execute the task.
I have seen the Rabbit King, and he always holds a scepter in his hand,
Zhao Sun said.
If I am not mistaken, that should be something that can mobilize troops. Let's find out more before taking action,
the scarred man said with some concern.
What if the king has several scepters and uses different scepters for different occasions?
Zhao Sun did not refute.
You have a point. I will find out more. Even if we know which scepter can mobilize troops,
how can we steal it?
The girl with glasses looked worried.
Also, if we take the scepter to find the soldiers, will the soldiers obey our command and rebel? What if they only obey the king's orders? That's easy,
Zhao Sun said in a relaxed tone.
Just kill all the soldiers who don't obey our orders.
The girl with glasses widened her eyes, surprised that Zhao Sun said such a sentence so lightly. But on second thought, she felt that what Zhao Sun said made sense. If the scepter can't make the soldiers obedient, killing them is indeed the most direct way to solve the problem.
I don't know how many soldiers there are.
Scarred Man was a little worried.
If there are too many, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill them all before the game time is over. The main purpose of this mission is to overthrow the Rabbit King. We don't need to kill all the soldiers,
Zhao Sun reminded.
However, we should find out what it means to become the king. Is it enough to kill the Rabbit King? Or do we have to put the king's crown on our head? Or do we have to hold a coronation ceremony?
Scarred Man and Glasses Girl were silent. They didn't know the answers to these questions at the moment, and they really couldn't say anything constructive. After a while of silence, Scarred Man took the initiative to speak.
It's easy to encounter patrolling soldiers in the garden. I can go and find out the number of soldiers and their views on the scepter. If I really have to kill the soldiers, I can be mentally prepared. Then I'll go and find out about the king's scepter.
Glasses Girl also said,
the king's lover should know a lot of inside information. I'll ask it.
Chapter 303 CPU burned. Seeing that the Scarred Man and the girl with glasses were very active in showing their own value, Zhao Sun did not refuse. Although for him, these questions could be asked directly by hypnotizing the king. But they do theirs and he does his. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
Zhao Sun said.
Then I will go and find out the process of self-proclaimed king.
After thinking for a while, he said,
I heard that when a grand dinner is held in the palace, all servants will participate. Because there are too many guests and more servants are needed to serve. We can find an opportunity at the dinner to exchange the information we have collected from each other.
The Scarred Man and the girl with glasses agreed to Zhao Sun's proposal. The three of them didn't say anything else and dispersed. After Zhao Sun left the garden, he finally walked towards the stable. His eyes looked forward, but his mind was floating elsewhere. In fact, there is one thing he didn't tell the Scarred Man and the girl with glasses. Regarding the word,
self-proclaimed king.
There are actually two ways to understand it. One is that all three people become
kings.
Another way is that only one of the three can become the
king.
The most common understanding of the word
king
is the highest level of existence in a group. Therefore, Zhao Sun is more inclined to think that there is only one
king.
That means that only one of the three can pass the game, because the collaborative task clearly requires
self-establishment as king.
To complete the task, those who fail to become
king
will naturally fail the task. Of course, there is also the possibility of taking shortcuts. The three people take turns to be king, which may also be considered as completing the collaborative task. It is also easy to verify what the specific situation will be. Wait until the last step to see whether the pop-up window appears, and you will know. But in general, this collaborative task is different from the conventional understanding of
collaboration.
To start the task,
need
to collaborate. The task process
can
collaborate, and the task
cannot
collaborate at the end. If you have strong enough strength, it should not be a problem to complete the task process independently. At least from the current content of the collaborative task of Thief, Zhao Sun feels that he can complete it alone. So in this part, players can choose
collaboration or no collaboration
on their own. But at the end of the mission, it is very likely that only one player can reap the fruits of victory. And then there will be no cooperation, but internal fighting. I don't know if this is the case for other camps. If so, then the number of players who can pass the game this time is likely to be only 4 people at most.
If there is a conflict between the cooperation tasks between different camps, then the number of players who can pass the game will be even smaller. However, no matter how low the clearance rate is, he will definitely be the one who passes the game. When Zhao Sun returned to the stable, the gray rabbit was personally shaving the white horse. Seeing Zhao Sun coming back, the gray rabbit said unhappily,
"You still know how to come back. You?"
Without waiting for the gray rabbit to finish his words, Zhao Sun directly used hypnosis and asked,
"If someone overthrows the regime of the Rabbit King, what does the new king need to do to successfully
establish himself as king?" Although the gray rabbit's position is not high, this kind of thing should be common sense for all rabbits in the Rabbit Kingdom. He guessed that the gray rabbit knew. After listening to Zhao Sun's words, the gray rabbit opened its mouth slightly. Its eyes widened, but it seemed a little dull. It seemed that it could not understand Zhao Sun's words, and did not respond for a long time. Zhao Sun. It seems that asking questions about rebellion directly will easily burn the CPU of the NPC rabbit. Zhao Sun asked in a different way.
If the Rabbit Prince wants to become the Rabbit King, does he need to hold a coronation ceremony? Or just wear the king's crown? Or is there any other way?
This time, the gray rabbit finally responded. It blinked and replied,
I haven't heard of a coronation ceremony, but it is necessary to issue an edict to announce that the kingdom has changed its owner. That's it?
Zhao Sun was a little surprised.
Yes.
The gray rabbit nodded. Zhao Sun immediately asked,
Does the imperial edict stipulate who should write it? Is there a fixed format? Should it be circulated to all rabbits? Or is it
okay
to just write it down? I don't know the details.
The gray rabbit showed an embarrassed look.
I am just a horse manager. How can I know such a detailed process of the king's accession to the throne?
Zhao Sun said, oh, and didn't ask anything else. It seems that the specific process should be asked to the Rabbit King, the rabbit in charge, who must know it very well. He didn't know where the Rabbit King was now, and it would take a lot of time to find him. Now there is only about an hour and a half left before the dinner, so it is better to wait until the dinner before taking action. It's just right. Take this time to rest for a while. At the latest, you can start the collaborative task after the dinner. If the task does not go smoothly, there will be no time to rest. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun turned and went into the room next to the stable. The gray rabbit was left to trim the horse. Zhao Sun took a look at his accommodation environment. Some straw was laid on the cement bed, and then a bed sheet. The quilt was very thin, and the warmth retention effect was average. Fortunately, the room was not leaky. Zhao Sun sat down on the bed, took out meat buns and mineral water from the storage compartment, and ate and drank. He was definitely not qualified to sit at the dinner today, and he probably had no chance to eat, so he might as well eat now. Zhao Sun's thoughts soon drifted to the task again. After hypnotizing the king, it would be better to let the king write the edict directly, so that he would not have to consider whether the format was wrong or not, which would save him trouble. After finishing dinner quickly, Zhao Sun leaned against the wall and took a nap for a while. Soon the gray rabbit came in. Seeing Zhao Sun sleeping, the gray rabbit's dissatisfaction broke out again.
What time is it? You are sleeping here. You should have bathed the horse, cleaned its hair, trimmed its shape. But I did it all. You said you. Shut up.
Zhao Sun didn't even open his eyes. Just spit out these two words simply, affected by the previous hypnotic instruction of
obey any order from Zhao Sun.
The gray rabbit almost immediately fell silent. The whole room was quiet. The gray rabbit blinked, a little confused, as if it was very puzzled about why it listened to Zhao Sun so much. It just stood at the door without moving, as if trying to remember why it was so obedient. Zhao Sun still closed his eyes, but in fact he was not sleeping. He was just resting his eyes. Not hearing the gray rabbit leave, he simply asked,
Will you attend the dinner tonight? Of course.
The gray rabbit said as a matter of course.
Didn't I tell you that all rabbits in the palace are eligible to attend large banquets?
After that, it muttered softly,
I rarely have such a good opportunity to eat such a delicious meal. How can I miss it? That's perfect. There is something I may need your help with.
Zhao Sun finally opened his eyes and looked at the gray rabbit. The gray rabbit subconsciously asked,
What is it?
Zhao Sun smiled.
It's just a small matter.
Asterisk. The dinner time soon arrived. Zhao Sun came to the banquet hall early. At this time, the tables and chairs had been placed, and even the meals were placed on the table. But they were all covered with dining covers to keep the temperature. Some nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to chat.
The servants were busy shuttling among them, placing wine and juice on the table. Zhao Sun looked around and didn't see the girl with glasses and the scarred man. The girl with glasses should be forced to prepare for the dance, so it's normal that she doesn't show up so early. The scarred man should have finished trimming the branches. If he didn't show up, could it be that he was assigned to help in the kitchen? Zhao Sun looked at the 4 positions at the top again, and they were all empty. The king, queen, prince, and princess, the 4 rabbits with the highest status in the palace, did not show up. Zhao Sun was just about to find someone to ask when he saw the Rabbit King's maid coming over with several money bags. When he performed magic before, it was this maid who took a bag of gold coins to him according to the Rabbit King's instructions. He immediately stopped in front of the maid. The maid paused and looked at Zhao Sun suspiciously. "What are you doing?" Zhao Sun used hypnosis skillfully and asked again, "What is your game identity?" This time, he directly strengthened the hypnosis to avoid the maid's resistance reaction. The maid answered honestly, "My identity is slave." "What is your personal mission?" Zhao Sun asked. "Make the Rabbit King laugh 3 times sincerely." The maid did not show any resistance and answered the question without hesitation. "Have you completed this mission?" Zhao Sun asked again. "Not yet." The maid shook her head and sighed. "The Rabbit King doesn't take a maid like me seriously at all. I tried every way to make him laugh, but it's not as useful as your magic." Zhao Sun asked the next question step by step. "Have you gathered all the players with the slave identity?" "Yes." The maid nodded. "How many people are there in total?" Zhao Sun asked. The maid held up 5 fingers. 5 people." Zhao Sun immediately asked, "What is the collaborative mission of slave?" The maid answered every question. "Find various meats, make delicious dishes, and let the rabbit princess eat to her heart's content and eat to her heart's content." Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. That rabbit princess really eats meat. It seems that when it asked him for the pygmy marmoset, it was not because it really thought the pygmy marmoset was cute and wanted to keep it as a pet, but because it thought it was delicious and wanted to try it. Eating the pygmy marmoset was not a whim, but a plan it had already thought of. In addition, not every faction's collaborative mission will lead to infighting among players in the same faction. It was better than the worst result he expected. Slave's collaborative mission did not conflict with Thief's collaborative mission. And from the information currently available, Slave's personal mission was almost to please the master, which should not conflict with Thief's personal mission. In general, 5 potential enemies can be eliminated. Zhao Sun did not show any extra emotions because of this, but continued to ask questions. "Have you completed this collaborative mission?" "It's still in progress." The maid paused and added, "But I feel it's almost done." "Which 5 people are slaves?" Zhao Sun asked again. The maid told everyone one by one, including their positions in the game and their appearance characteristics. After Zhao Sun wrote it down, he asked one last question. "Is the scepter that the Rabbit King used to mobilize the troops the one he held when he saw me perform magic before?" The maid shook her head blankly. "I don't know." Zhao Sun didn't expect the maid to answer this question, so he didn't feel disappointed when he heard the maid say she didn't know. He waved his hand and sent the maid away. As soon as the maid left, a rabbit dressed as a butler walked in front of Zhao Sun. "Why are you lazy here? A lowly person?" The butler glared at Zhao Sun with displeasure. "Everyone is busy serving the nobles, and you are the only one who is in a daze here. Do you want to be whipped?" Zhao Sun didn't say a word of nonsense and directly hypnotized the butler. "Get lost." The butler walked away without saying a word. Zhao Sun found a corner that was not very conspicuous to stay, using the curtains to cover most of his body, trying not to attract attention. About 10 minutes later, the Rabbit Queen and the Rabbit Princess finally appeared. All the rabbits bowed respectfully to the 2 of them, and the Queen and the Princess smiled and nodded, then sat down in their respective seats. Zhao Sun's sight stayed on the Rabbit Princess for a long time. He was sure that he was not mistaken. The feeling of the Rabbit Princess was a little different. It was only about 2 hours since the last meeting, but there was a very obvious change in the Rabbit Princess. It seemed to be stronger, and the fur had a slick feeling. No, too slick. The fur on the neck even became a wisp, as if it was soaked in oil. The most important thing was its eyes. The Rabbit Princess' eyes were originally red, but now they looked more red than before. A bright red color like dripping blood. Also, its breathing was a little rapid, and the rise and fall of the chest was much faster than normal. But it was not the kind of fatigue that made it difficult to breathe. But it seemed that it was suppressing some impulse. But it was about to be suppressed. The panting caused it. Zhao Sun couldn't help but think of what the Rabbit King's maid said just now.
Feed the rabbit princess meat. At that time, the maid said,
The mission is still in progress, but it feels like it will be successful soon.
So the rabbit princess should have eaten a lot of meat now. Is this the reason for such a change? Zhao Sun can only think of this reason for such a big change in such a short time. This is the most reasonable explanation. It is not difficult to infer from what the pygmy marmoset said before that the rabbit princess wanted to eat meat. Probably because other rabbits only eat vegetarian food. The meals prepared in the palace never have meat. So it has no chance to satisfy its carnivorous desire, which leads to its extreme desire for meat. The rabbit princess's current state is as if she has finally got what she has longed for. But she is not completely satisfied and is addicted. Chapter 304. The scene became more chaotic. Zhao Sun looked at the rabbit princess as if she was addicted to drugs, and always felt that she seemed to explode at any time. But he didn't know what form it would take. Crazy request for the kitchen to cook meat for it? Furious overturning the table to express that she didn't want to eat vegetables? Or randomly grabbing a lucky audience to become its meat? Thinking about it, Zhao Sun was looking forward to the next development. He glanced at the rabbit queen again. The rabbit queen was still dignified and elegant. She sat there gracefully, looking at everyone present with gentle eyes. Her expression, eyes and posture were all normal. There was no sign of anger, disappointment or sadness after discovering that her husband had cheated. It seemed that the glasses girl's personal mission had not been completed. This was normal. It was not easy to steal underwear without special abilities. Not to mention that the glasses girl could not freely enter and exit any place in the palace. And it would take some effort to put things into the room of the Rabbit King. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the Rabbit King finally appeared. Almost at the same time, the scarred man also sneaked in from the back kitchen. Everyone's attention was attracted by the newly appeared Rabbit King, except for Zhao Sun. No one noticed the appearance of a human servant. After the Rabbit King sat down on the most gorgeous and spacious chair, he turned his head and looked at the empty seat not far away, and then frowned slightly. The Rabbit Prince has not appeared yet. However, the Rabbit King did not say anything, but raised his wine glass to the rabbits, indicating that the dinner was officially started. It was not until this time that the rabbits dressed in noble clothes returned to their seats and began to enjoy dinner. Zhao Sun's eyes wandered around the entire banquet hall and found that in addition to the glasses girl, there were 4 players who did not appear. In addition to the performance of the Rabbit King, it was obvious that the Rabbit Prince had not yet appeared, which was not expected by the Rabbit King. He had reason to guess that the 4 players who did not appear were from the same camp and were carrying out a collaborative mission. And the mission target was the Rabbit Prince. The cooperative mission target of Slave is the Rabbit Princess, and the cooperative mission target of Thief is the Rabbit King. Now that the Rabbit Prince is missing, it is easy to think that the cooperative missions of the 4 camps are aimed at the 4 highest-ranking rabbits, namely the King, Princess, Queen and Prince. If this is true, then the cooperative missions of the 4 camps do not seem to have any obvious conflicting relationship, which undoubtedly increases the survival rate of the players. However, the conflict between individual missions still exists. And in the cooperative missions of Favored Minister and Assassin, there may be conflicts of interest between players in the same camp. In this way, the survival rate is about 50%. This puzzled Zhao Sun. In a survival game, a low survival rate is normal, and 50% is too high. In this survival game, several of the difficulties he guessed did not appear, which is not normal. Zhao Sun did not believe that the game setting was like this, and he suspected that there were still hidden dangers that had not been discovered. Just as Zhao Sun was thinking about this, the beige rabbit in a beautiful dance costume stepped onto the round stage in the middle and started the first performance of the night. It wore a beautiful aquamarine necklace around its neck, and the firework-cut gems sparkled under the light, which was very beautiful and eye-catching. The beige rabbit had posed and was about to dance after the music started, but the Rabbit Princess suddenly slammed the table in anger. All the rabbits were startled and looked at the Rabbit Princess in confusion. The maid player standing behind the Rabbit Princess was also startled. She quietly stepped back 2 steps and looked at the profile of the Rabbit Princess with some vigilance. At this time, the Rabbit Princess had stood up from her seat and stared at the beige rabbit with anger on her face.
"How dare you steal my necklace and wear it on your neck?"
it said while slapping the table.
"Who are you? How dare you wear my favorite and most precious necklace?"
Hearing this, all eyes turned to the beige rabbit's neck. The beige rabbit subconsciously touched the biggest gem on his neck and retorted,
"This is a necklace given to me by someone else. How could it be yours? How could I not recognize my own necklace?"
The rabbit princess became more and more angry, and her eyes became more and more bloodshot, as if they were about to bleed. The beige rabbit suddenly felt guilty, but still tried to defend herself.
I didn't steal it. It was given to me by someone else. Who gave it to me?
The Rabbit King spoke up to help the beige rabbit out at the right time.
You may have been framed. Tell me who gave you this necklace, and I will make the decision for you.
The beige rabbit opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't speak. It didn't know the other person's name, nor did it know what the other person did for a living, and could only roughly describe the other person's appearance. But the key is that whenever it wants to say something about that person, it can't speak. It's as if its body is preventing it from speaking. Seeing this, the rabbit princess became even more furious. It turned its head suddenly and glared at the Rabbit King.
Father! How can you speak for an outsider? Don't you trust me? My little sweetheart? How could I not trust you?
The Rabbit King smiled kindly and comforted.
It's just that you are a little too emotional today. I want you to calm down and think rationally. And don't wrongly accuse innocent people.
The Rabbit King's words were reasonable. He neither convicted the person immediately nor rushed to help the beige rabbit get away with it. No matter who heard it, they felt that there was no problem. But the rabbit princess was not comforted, but was angered.
I said the necklace is mine.
The rabbit princess roared and slapped her front paws hard on the dining table again. The sturdy solid wood dining table was actually slapped with a deep crack, and the dinner plate next to it also broke, and the food splashed all over the floor. The Rabbit King was shocked by the rabbit princess's fierce attitude. He was stunned for a few seconds, and the shock turned into anger. The anger of having his supreme authority ignored.
What's wrong with you today?
The Rabbit King looked serious and warned sternly.
Don't lose face for our royal family in such an occasion.
The rabbit princess's fur stood up all over her body, like a hedgehog with its hair standing on end. She laughed in anger, and even laughed louder and louder, as if she was crazy. The Rabbit King's expression became even uglier. He turned his head to look at the rabbit guard standing behind him and ordered,
"Send the princess back to her room to rest. She is probably sick today."
The rabbit guards responded and walked quickly to the side of the rabbit princess. Just when one of the rabbit guards grabbed the rabbit princess's arm, the rabbit princess suddenly jumped up, shook off the rabbit guard's front paw, and at the same time, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed the guard's rabbit head in one gulp. The incident happened too quickly. Although the rabbits and people present saw this scene with their eyes, their brains did not have time to receive this information. It was not until the crisp chewing sound came from the banquet hall that suddenly became quiet, especially the crisp sound of bones being bitten, which was very harsh, that everyone and the rabbits finally reacted.
Ah!
Various screams resounded throughout the banquet hall, deafening. Many rabbits ran out of the door in fear. The players who were very close to the rabbit princess also retreated to a distance, trying to keep a safe distance. The Rabbit King and the Rabbit Queen stood up in unison, and the faces of the two rabbits were very bad. They almost instinctively retreated in a direction away from the rabbit princess, with a trace of fear that could not be concealed in their eyes. The rabbit princess, who had just tasted the fresh bloody rabbit meat, showed an excited and enjoyable look. She licked her lips, grabbed the headless rabbit guard, continued to eat his body, and looked greedily at the other rabbits around her. More panicked screams and cries for help sounded, and the noble rabbits in gorgeous clothes ran towards the gate. In the panic, many rabbits stepped on the complicated long skirts, and several noble rabbits fell to the ground uncontrollably. The other rabbits were blocked in an instant and could not walk to the door smoothly. Some rabbits tried to step on the rabbits in front of them to run out, and some tried to take a detour. But each rabbit was very large. After 5 or 6 rabbits were piled up in front of the closed door, even the door could not be opened. So the scene became more chaotic. In such a chaotic situation, Zhao Sun quickly ran to the side of the Rabbit King and quickly hypnotized him to follow him. There was a small door not far away, which was usually used by servants. The nobles were tall and strong, and it was difficult for them to get out of the small door, so they swarmed towards the main door. But in fact, rabbits have soft bones, so they can still squeeze out of the small door. The maid player of the Rabbit King immediately retreated to a farther place when she found danger, but she still noticed Zhao Sun coming to find the Rabbit King at the first time. Unfortunately, the distance was far, so she couldn't hear what Zhao Sun said to the Rabbit King. But when she saw the Rabbit King leading with Zhao Sun, she hurried to follow him. Her personal task was not completed yet, and she was not sure whether Zhao Sun's task would hurt the Rabbit King, so she had to ensure the safety of the Rabbit King. When Zhao Sun took the Rabbit King out of the banquet hall from the back door, He happened to pass by the scarred man hiding near the back door. He glanced at the scarred man. But his footsteps did not stop. The scarred man understood and hurried to follow. After they walked out of the banquet hall, Zhao Sun turned around and looked at the Rabbit King's maid.
Go away!
The maid responded blankly and left. The scarred man beside him looked surprised.
She actually listened to you so much and left as soon as she said she would?
Just now. The maid followed him, and it was obvious that she wanted to follow him to the end. He was ready for a fight. But Zhao Sun said just 2 words, and the maid left. It was like a joke. Zhao Sun did not explain the scarred man's doubts, but continued to walk to the other side. Just 2 meters away, he met the girl with glasses, who was looking around. Apparently, she heard the chaos in the banquet hall and wanted to see what happened. So she stuck her head out of the waiting room. Zhao Sun waved to the girl with glasses.
Let's go together.
The girl with glasses was stunned for a moment, and then quickly followed.
What happened in the banquet hall?
The girl with glasses asked in a low voice.
The rabbit princess has gone crazy.
The scarred man approached the girl with glasses and whispered.
She's eating other rabbits.
What? The girl with glasses was shocked.
Eating her own kind. From what I see, I'm afraid it doesn't just want to eat its own kind.
The scarred man snorted.
As long as it's meat, I'm afraid it wants to eat it.
The girl with glasses took a breath.
It's just a rabbit. Aren't rabbits vegetarian animals? How can it? Who knows? Maybe it's mutated.
The scarred man showed a bit of disgust.
You didn't see it like that. It's quite disgusting. It's a good thing I didn't see it.
The girl with glasses couldn't help shivering.
I can't stand it just thinking about it.
While chatting, several people had already walked into the study of the Rabbit King. Under Zhao Sun's hypnosis, the Rabbit King personally led the way into the study. Occasionally, if you encounter patrolling rabbit guards, they will not block the way. Of course, at this time, the probability of encountering guards and servants in the palace is not high. Most of the servants were serving the nobles in the banquet hall, and the guards responsible for patrolling the palace rushed over in large numbers after hearing the unusual movement in the banquet hall. It was not until they entered the room that the scarred man and the girl with glasses noticed where they were now. The scarred man could not help asking,
What are we doing in the study?
Zhao Sun turned his head to look at the scarred man and the girl with glasses.
Have you found out everything you asked before?
The girl with glasses nodded.
I have found out. Tell me about it,
Zhao Sun said, while motioning the Rabbit King to sit down behind the desk. The girl with glasses glanced at the Rabbit King carefully.
It's not appropriate to say it here. Right.
She didn't dare to say it in front of the Rabbit King, but her hint was already quite obvious, and anyone could understand what she meant.
Yes,
the scarred man also said.
How can this be said in front of?
When he said the pause in the middle, his eyes unconsciously looked at the Rabbit King. At this time, the Rabbit King was sitting in the office chair with empty eyes, and there was no expression on his face. It seemed that he didn't care about the chaos downstairs at all, and didn't care about what Zhao Sun and the other two had to say. The scarred man and the girl with glasses noticed this, and finally felt that the Rabbit King's state was a little strange.
It's okay.
Zhao Sun certainly knew the concerns of the scarred man and the girl with glasses. He smiled and said,
The Rabbit King is not in a good state now. No matter what you say, it won't react.
The scarred man and the girl with glasses looked at each other and finally understood something. The scarred man asked Zhao Sun,
Did you do it? Of course.
Zhao Sun nodded and urged,
Hurry up and tell me everything you have found out.
He didn't explain in detail how he did it, nor did he say how long the Rabbit King's state could last. Everything was left to the scarred man and the girl with glasses to guess. Chapter 305 Scepter and Imperial Decree. Zhao Sun did not say it clearly, but his behavior of urging Scar Man and Glasses Girl to tell all the information they had found out made Scar Man and Glasses Girl subconsciously think that the control over the Rabbit King would not last too long. The two did not dare to delay any longer and quickly explained their gains. Glasses Girl got clear information from the chief dancer. The Rabbit King has 3 canes. The commonly used one is the ruby scepter it is holding now. It is a symbol of supreme power, but it has no practical use. There is also a sapphire scepter used in various ceremonies. It is not used frequently, but it can be seen occasionally. The last one, the emerald scepter that the Rabbit King uses the least, is the scepter that can mobilize military power. The information that Scarman found out was also very detailed. There are a total of 10,000 rabbit soldiers, including guards. Among them, there are 5 generals,
And the 10,000 soldiers are divided into 5 groups, each with 2,000 soldiers. For all soldiers, the Emerald Scepter can indeed mobilize military power. But the 5 groups of soldiers attach different importance to the scepter. 3 groups of soldiers only look at the scepter, and they will obey the orders of whoever holds the Emerald Scepter, regardless of whether the person holding the scepter is a royal family or not, and whether the order is reasonable. They will obey. As for the other 2 groups, one of them is responsible for patrolling in the palace, and this group only listens to the orders of the Rabbit King. Even if the Rabbit King does not have the Emerald Scepter in his hand, he still obeys the command of the Rabbit King. If the Emerald Scepter is in the hands of someone else, it will be determined whether to execute it based on the identity of the person and the content of the order. Once it is not good for the Rabbit King, they will not only not act according to the order, but will capture the holder of the Emerald Scepter and escort him to the Rabbit King for questioning. The remaining group is the power of the Rabbit Prince, who obeys the Rabbit King on the surface, but actually only obeys the orders of the Rabbit Prince. Normally, they will listen to the command of the Rabbit King. Once there is a conflict between the Rabbit King and the Rabbit Prince, the Rabbit King and the Emerald Scepter will not work. They will only listen to the Rabbit Prince. Hearing this, Zhao Sun looked at the scarred man with some surprise.
How did you find out such a secret information?
It is obvious that this group of soldiers is a force that the Rabbit Prince has gathered privately, and it is absolutely impossible that it is a right given by the Rabbit King. In addition, when he performed magic, he saw the Rabbit Prince's unconvinced look, and he clearly had the intention of rebellion. The significance of this group of soldiers is self-evident. Then, this group of soldiers actually belongs to the Rabbit Prince, which is a secret, and no other rabbits will know it except the Rabbit Prince and this group of soldiers. Whether it is the Rabbit Prince or this group of soldiers, it is impossible to reveal such an important secret to others at will, especially with the identity of the scarred man, who is the lowest in the entire palace. There is no reason to tell the secret to the scarred man. Not only can he not get any benefits, but there is a risk of exposing the Rabbit Prince's ambition. The scarred man chuckled, somewhat complacently.
I have to say that I am very lucky. After I inquired about the identities of the 5 generals, I wanted to recognize their faces so that if I really had to take action, I could avoid making the wrong rabbit. Then I happened to overhear the conversation between the Rabbit Prince and a rabbit, and thus made those inferences. When did you meet the Rabbit Prince?
Zhao Sun asked casually. The scarred man was stunned for a moment, obviously not following Zhao Sun's thinking. After thinking for a while, he replied,
It should be around 5 o'clock in the evening.
Zhao Sun nodded. The dinner started at around 6 o'clock, so the Rabbit Prince disappeared for less than an hour. There was such a big commotion in the banquet hall, but the Rabbit Prince and the 4 players did not appear. The Rabbit King walked all the way to the study and did not meet that group of people. I don't know what their collaborative task is, and where they took the Rabbit Prince. Maybe it's to help the Rabbit Prince rebel? If so, it would conflict with his collaborative task. Although they can complete the task one after the other party may not be willing to cooperate. He has to hurry up. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun turned his head to look at the Rabbit King with empty eyes and asked,
Are the 2 of them investigating the truth?
With the Rabbit King here, he doesn't have to get relevant information from the scarred man and the glasses girl. He did this for 2 purposes. 1. To make rational use of resources, reduce the number of times hypnosis is used, and the consumption of mental power. After the Rabbit King heard what the scar man and the glasses girl said, he only needed to ask,
Is the situation true?
Which would save a lot of hypnosis process compared to interrogating the Rabbit King about this information. Another, to verify whether the scar man and the glasses girl lied, so as to determine whether they realized that the collaborative task might lead to competition among the 3 of them. If they already had second thoughts, then it would be easier to kill them now. The Rabbit King, who had not responded, opened his mouth at this time.
It's true.
The scar man and the glasses girl were both shocked. They thought the Rabbit King was controlled and in a free state, so they boldly told all the information. Unexpectedly, the Rabbit King could still answer questions, although he still looked a little sober. Zhao Sun nodded and asked the Rabbit King,
So, is there anything missing from the information they said?
The Rabbit King was silent for 2 seconds and shook his head.
No.
Then, he added,
But a group of soldiers became the prince's minions. I don't know about this.
When talking about this, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Even in a hypnotic state, the feeling of having his authority invaded can still affect his emotions. Zhao Sun deepened the hypnosis and asked,
Take out your Emerald Scepter.
The Rabbit King stood up.
fumbled on the bookcase opposite, and pressed a small button inside. Soon, the entire bookshelf slowly moved away, revealing a secret compartment inside. The secret compartment was not big, and a glass cover filled the entire space of the secret compartment. And inside the glass cover, there was a golden scepter inlaid with green gems. The Rabbit King pressed a small button on the top of the glass cover, and the glass cover opened, and he took out the emerald scepter from it. It handed the scepter to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took the scepter and said to the Rabbit King,
I want to be the king. You advocate. Write an edict based on this.
The Rabbit King was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly asked,
Why should I advocate?
At the same time, the scarred man's voice also sounded.
What is the Imperial Edict? Is it also one of the procedures for the collaborative mission? Yes.
Zhao Sun did not hide it.
The identity of the new king will be recognized only after the summons is issued.
Getting the emerald scepter can control the military power, and actually being able to control all soldiers is the process stipulated in the collaborative mission. But in order to become the king in the end, the Imperial Edict must be issued.
How do we issue this decree?
The scarred man asked.
Do we need to hold a meeting? Or do we need to hand out flyers so that everyone can see them? Or something else? I haven't asked yet,
Zhao Sun said, and looked at the Rabbit King again.
How do we issue a decree to recognize the identity of the new king?
The Rabbit King's displeasure became more obvious.
I am the king, and I can live for a long time. There will be no new king in a short time.
The scarred man approached Zhao Sun and whispered,
It doesn't seem to be happy. This should be the thing it cares about most. It's normal to be unhappy,
Zhao Sun said, walked in front of the Rabbit King, looked directly into the Rabbit King's eyes, and asked again,
What is the process of issuing a decree?
This is probably the bottom line of the Rabbit King, and his resistance to hypnosis is particularly strong. But this kind of resistance is not a difficult task for Zhao Sun. His mental strength is more than enough, and it only takes a little effort to suppress the Rabbit King's self-consciousness. The light in his eyes was brighter than ever before, and instantly made the Rabbit King's eyes bright for a moment. In just 3 seconds, the Rabbit King became docile again. It replied,
Just post the edict on the notice board outside the palace gate. That's enough.
The scarred man opened his mouth in surprise, and he finally couldn't help asking Zhao Sun,
Is this your special ability? Just a few words can make the other party answer your questions obediently. Can you hypnotize?
After saying that, he subconsciously took 2 steps back, instinctively wary of Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun noticed the scarred man's actions, and he chuckled.
If I really plan to do something to you, you stepping back this distance will be of no use at all.
He didn't deliberately hide his hypnotic ability. He just wouldn't say it specifically. Even if it was guessed, he wouldn't deny it. After all, he has more than one trump card. So there is no need to be timid. He is not afraid that after others know his situation, the other party will adopt targeted tactics. The scarred man's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He smiled awkwardly and asked tentatively,
Then you won't do anything to me. Right. We are in the same camp and have to complete the cooperative task together.
His greatest advantage is that he knows the current situation very well. It is easy to see from Zhao Sun's various performances that Zhao Sun's confidence and calmness are not disguised, but radiate from the inside out. This can only be the confidence brought by Zhao Sun's own strong strength. He has never seen this kind of confidence in new players. So Zhao Sun is most likely an old player. He is very self-aware. With his current strength, he can't be the opponent of old players, and he doesn't even know how to deal with the ability of hypnosis. In this case, it is wise to be nice and not offend Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun did not give any reply to the scarred man, but turned to the Rabbit King and ordered,
Write the edict according to my request.
The Rabbit King obediently walked back to the office chair and sat down, opened a large drawer in the middle of the desk, and took out a piece of exquisite parchment and a blue crayon from it.
Wait!
At this time, the glasses girl who had not spoken for a long time suddenly spoke.
The 3 of us want to be kings, and the edict should write the names of 3 people.
After saying this, she looked at Zhao Sun nervously. In fact, when Zhao Sun said,
I want to be king,
she felt that something was wrong, but she was afraid that she was thinking too much. But if she said nothing and only wrote one person's name on the edict, she would not be able to truly become the king, and she would not be able to complete the collaborative task. After thinking for a long time, she still chose to remind Zhao Sun. If Zhao Sun really slipped his tongue and said,
I want to be the king,
then her reminder was considered tactful, and Zhao Sun would not think that she was suspecting that he said that on purpose. Zhao Sun glanced at the girl with glasses and explained calmly,
I will ask him to write 3 edicts, and then issue them in different time periods.
The girl with glasses was stunned and asked puzzledly.
Why? Have you ever seen a country with 3 supreme rulers at the same time?
Zhao Sun asked back, and explained patiently.
Writing 3 names on 1 edict is likely to cause the collaborative mission to fail. So writing 3 edicts is safer. He makes sense.
The scarred man echoed Zhao Sun's words, and said to the girl with glasses.
It's better to write 3 edicts.
The girl with glasses thought about it, but couldn't think of anything wrong with this suggestion. So she had to stammer and ask again.
Then, should the edict be written with a full name?
Zhao Sun looked at the Rabbit King and repeated what the girl with glasses said.
No need.
The Rabbit King replied.
As long as it can represent your identity. Nicknames are fine. It's quite humane.
The scarred man smiled. The atmosphere eased a lot, and the girl with glasses also laughed.
Yes, it's good not to write the full name.
In the expectant eyes of the scarred man and the girl with glasses, the Rabbit King quickly finished writing the 3 edicts. Zhao Sun reached out, folded the 3 parchments, and stuffed them into his coat pocket. The moment he picked up the parchment, he tried to put it into the storage compartment, but failed. For him, this is a regular restriction, and he is used to it.
Why don't we keep our own edicts ourselves?
The scarred man stared at Zhao Sun's pocket and boldly suggested.
It's safer this way.
He didn't say it clearly, but the meaning couldn't be more obvious. He could only feel at ease if the edict with his name on it was on his own. If he hadn't realized the potential conflict of the collaborative task before, he had understood it when Zhao Sun said he wanted to write 3 edicts. Although he felt that there was no problem in taking turns to issue edicts and become the king, and that the 3 of them would definitely be able to complete the collaborative task, his trust in Zhao Sun was limited. In the case of a huge gap in strength, if there was any problem, he would not even have a chance of resisting. He was in a suppressed lower position, and it was difficult for him to trust an unfamiliar superior. Chapter 306. Of course, he must be killed. Zhao Sun glanced at the scarred man and smiled.
Without me, you wouldn't even be able to get the Imperial Edict so smoothly, and you wouldn't be able to get the Rabbit King to write the Imperial Edict himself. If you wrote the Imperial Edict yourself, the wrong format might cause your mission to fail.
The scarred man was silent for a while. He knew that what Zhao Sun said was true, and he was in the wrong.
Since I'm responsible for most of the collaborative tasks, it's reasonable to let me keep the Imperial Edict,
Zhao Sun said, and walked towards the study door.
But I also tried to find out about the soldiers.
The scarred man followed behind Zhao Sun, and wanted to fight for himself.
I also know the secret of the Rabbit Prince. Even the Rabbit King doesn't know about this. And you can't get this information even if you hypnotize the Rabbit King.
He has some merit anyway, and he just wants his own Imperial Edict. And he thinks this request is not excessive at all.
For me, losing this information is just a matter of spending more time to kill 2,000 rabbits hiding their true camps.
Zhao Sun paused and looked at the scarred man again.
It is because I saw the efforts of you and the girl with glasses that I asked the Rabbit King to write 3 edicts. Otherwise, I could have ignored you. You still want to make other requests, but you are greedy.
For him, dealing with all 10,000 soldier rabbits is just a matter of charcoal grilling or electric shock. This collaborative mission did not require all players in the same camp to be alive, so he did not have to ensure that the scarred man and the girl with glasses completed the mission. It's just that their attitudes have been good so far, and the conflict of interest between them has not been determined. So he did not want to kill them, which is considered to give them a little life. However, if the scarred man does not want to cherish this little life, Zhao Sun does not mind sending the scarred man away now. The scarred man looked at the faint smile on Zhao Sun's face, and somehow felt a hint of danger. He instinctively realized that if he dared to make another request, he might die.
Stop talking.
The girl with glasses also sensed the danger, and hurriedly said to the scarred man,
There's nothing wrong with giving it to him for safekeeping. If someone knows about the Imperial Edict and wants to come and snatch it, it will be safer in his hands than in our hands. He is more powerful than us and can definitely keep the Imperial Edict.
According to the requirements of the collaborative task, they must mobilize all their forces before issuing the Imperial Edict. There is a long period of time in between. If someone takes the opportunity to snatch the Imperial Edict, she and the scarred man cannot guarantee that the Imperial Edict will not be snatched away. So, it is safest to give the Imperial Edict to Zhao Sun for safekeeping. Afterwards, the girl with glasses walked to the scarred man and lowered her voice to say to him,
He won't destroy the Imperial Edict with our names on it. Otherwise, he could have asked the Rabbit King to write only one Imperial Edict at the beginning.
She guessed that this was what the scarred man was worried about. So he reminded him of this. The scarred man thought about it, and felt that it made sense. He took the initiative to apologize to Zhao Sun.
The girl with glasses is right. I shouldn't have made this request.
Sincere attitude and sincere tone. Zhao Sun did not hold on to this matter. He smiled and said,
While the situation is chaotic now, we can mobilize all the soldiers and complete the process faster. Are you just going to leave the Rabbit King here?
The scarred man looked at the Rabbit King, who was still sitting at the desk, with some concern.
Do you want to kill him? Of course I will kill him.
Zhao Sun raised his right index finger before he finished speaking. A fist-sized flame flew towards the Rabbit King's head and burned it to ashes in an instant. The Rabbit King didn't even have time to scream. The scorching flames burned the flesh on his neck together, and not a drop of blood spurted out. The headless body of the Rabbit King just sat behind the desk like a sculpture. The scarred man and the girl with glasses widened their eyes in surprise at the same time. They felt that their minds were a little confused. They thought that the means of controlling the Rabbit King before were Zhao Sun's special abilities. But now they saw Zhao Sun using fire with their own eyes. Is it possible for a player to have two special abilities at the same time? At least this has never happened to new players. Could it be that after becoming an old player, you will get a second special ability? The scarred man and the girl with glasses looked at each other. But in the end, they said nothing. Although they were very curious, they didn't dare to ask. After all, this involves privacy, and the other party may not be willing to answer. If they make the other party unhappy, they will be unlucky. After dealing with the Rabbit King, Zhao Sun opened the door of the study. The sound insulation of the study is very good. When the door is closed, you can't hear the noise outside at all. At this time, when the door was opened, it was found that the downstairs was even more chaotic. Screams and the sound of cold weapons colliding with each other were intertwined, and one or two short screams came from time to time.
When we came up, we clearly saw many guards going to the banquet hall. Why is it more chaotic now?
The girl with glasses was a little surprised.
Could it be that so many guards failed to control the Rabbit Princess? It seems that the situation is like this,
Zhao Sun said as he walked downstairs. The scarred man followed Zhao Sun closely, and he whispered,
Then should we go to the banquet hall to see what's going on? Does your personal mission have anything to do with the Rabbit Princess?
Zhao Sun asked back. The scarred man and the girl with glasses shook their heads in unison.
My personal mission has nothing to do with the Rabbit Princess.
Zhao Sun shrugged.
Our collaborative mission has nothing to do with the Rabbit Princess. So why wade into that muddy water at this time?
He will definitely go to the banquet hall, because there are still many guards there, which are also included in
all the troops in the palace.
However, there are basically all the forces of the Rabbit King, who only obey the orders of the Rabbit King. If he goes there, he will also kill all the guards. It is better to let the Rabbit Princess deal with more, and he will clean up the mess when he goes. The most important thing now is to take advantage of the chaos in the palace to mobilize the troops outside the palace.
That's true.
The scarred man nodded in agreement.
We should now go find the generals of the 5 groups of soldiers and take all the military power into our hands.
As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and asked Zhao Sun.
We just forgot to ask what the 5 generals looked like. I only know what the general who belongs to the Rabbit Prince looks like. It doesn't matter.
Zhao Sun waved his hand.
Just grab a soldier and use the scepter to order it to take us to find the general. The obedient ones will naturally obey, and the disobedient ones must be the forces of the Rabbit King or the Rabbit Prince. So just kill them.
Scar Man. Although it is a bit reckless, it is indeed the most direct and simple way to deal with it. However, without a certain level of strength, there is no way to be so reckless. At least he can't.
The
girl with glasses behind him hesitated.
I have to go to the banquet hall. What's wrong?
The Scar Man asked the girl with glasses in confusion.
Didn't you just say that your personal mission has nothing to do with the Rabbit Princess?
Zhao Sun glanced at the girl with glasses and didn't say anything. He knew what the girl with glasses' personal mission was, and naturally he could guess why the girl with glasses wanted to go to the banquet hall. The girl with glasses hesitated for a few seconds, but still told the truth.
My personal mission has something to do with the Rabbit Queen. Before I complete my personal mission, I have to make sure it's not dead.
At this point, she asked the Scar Man.
When you came out of the banquet hall, the Rabbit Queen should still be in the banquet hall. Right. Indeed.
The Scar Man nodded.
Then I have to go and finish my personal mission first.
The girl with glasses said seriously.
I'm afraid that after mobilizing all the troops, the Rabbit Queen will be dead.
It has only been more than 10 minutes since they left the banquet hall, and the probability that the Rabbit Queen is still alive is very high. No matter how crazy the Rabbit Princess is, and how she wants to eat her own kind, she will not lose her mind to the extent of eating the Rabbit Queen immediately. After all, she is her mother. If there are other options, the Rabbit Princess should attack other rabbit nobles, so the Rabbit Queen is safe for the time being. But after a long time, the other rabbit nobles have been eaten, and it is unclear whether the Rabbit Princess will target the Rabbit Queen. She has no idea how long it will take to mobilize the troops, but it is definitely not something that can be done in 3 or 5 minutes. So, she has to finish her personal mission while the Rabbit Queen is still alive.
Your personal mission is not to protect the Rabbit Queen. Right,
Scarred Man said, and immediately shook his head to deny his guess.
It's definitely impossible. We are thieves. How can there be such a personal mission of protection?
Girl with Glasses also shook her head.
It's not to protect the Rabbit Queen.
She didn't say much else, just looked at Xiao Sun eagerly, trying to get Xiao Sun's approval. Although this was her own personal mission, and there was no need to ask for the consent of other players, she still had to rely on Xiao Sun to complete the collaborative mission. So she had to care about Xiao Sun's opinion.
Your choice to go to the banquet hall is your own business. I have no reason to stop you.
Xiao Sun continued to walk downstairs, saying indifferently,
but I won't slow down the progress of the mission because you are not here. If you can't catch up, it's your own problem. You can't blame others.
Girl with Glasses bit her lip and didn't speak for a long time, until she reached the first floor. She finally made up her mind.
I know.
Then she ran towards the banquet hall. As long as she confirmed that the Rabbit Queen was safe and could bring her from the banquet hall to the king's bedroom, her personal mission would be completed. She had already got the underwear of the Rabbit King's lover, which was in her trouser pocket, but she had never had the chance to put it on the Rabbit King's bed. If everything went well, the personal mission would be completed very quickly, and she could rush back to Xiao Sun and the Scarred Man in just 10 minutes. There's still time to do the collaborative mission. There's definitely time. The girl with glasses ran faster and faster, wishing she could get to the side of the Rabbit Queen right away. Looking at the back of the girl with glasses leaving, the Scarred Man also spoke.
Then I'll go do my personal mission too.
In addition to asking about the soldiers in the afternoon, he also found out who the Rabbit Prince's fiancée was, and which piece of the Rabbit Queen's most expensive jewelry was. He spent a lot of effort to find out these news, and spent too much time, resulting in him not having time to steal the Queen's gems. And the dinner was about to start. He had to obey the arrangement to help in the kitchen, and his personal mission was delayed. He didn't feel anything special before, but now seeing the girl with glasses in a hurry to do her personal mission, he couldn't help but think of his own personal mission. And he couldn't wait. Xiao Sun waved his hand.
It's up to you to decide whether you leave or not. What I just said to her is also valid for you. I won't wait.
Yeah, I know, the Scarred Man responded, turned around and ran upstairs. He didn't think as much as the girl with glasses. He just felt that even if the time was delayed because of the personal task, the collaborative task could be completed in the end. Even if Xiao Sun had completed all the steps and didn't want to care about the rest, wouldn't it be okay to give him the edict that belonged to him and let him issue the edict to become the new king? Anyway, he couldn't snatch it from Xiao Sun. If he followed him now, Xiao Sun would definitely be the first king. He might as well finish his personal task first and then go. Xiao Sun didn't feel anything when the Scarred Man left. He didn't even turn his head and walked straight out of the palace, without the two players following him. He simply used telekinesis and soon met two rabbit soldiers guarding the palace gate outside the palace. As mentioned before, he directly took out the king's emerald scepter and asked the soldiers to take him to find the general. The two soldiers looked at each other and refused together.
We only listen to the king's orders.
Before they finished speaking, Xiao Sun released two balls of fire. Everything happened so fast that the two soldiers had no time to prepare and were burned into roasted rabbits with meaty aroma. Unfortunately, Xiao Sun had no appetite for animals that could speak human language, and he could not eat them no matter how delicious they were. He strode away from here and walked further away. In the same way, Xiao Sun quickly found the three generals who only obeyed the orders of the scepter owner, and asked the generals to gather all the rabbit soldiers in their group and assemble outside the palace gate. Xiao Sun also found out the whereabouts of the other two generals. The general who only obeyed the orders of the Rabbit King was in the banquet hall, and it was not clear whether he was dead or alive. The one who listened to the Rabbit Prince was just burned into a roasted rabbit by Xiao Sun. When the general was burned to death, He was followed by dozens of rabbit soldiers, all of whom were under his command. Seeing the general being burned to death, these dozens of rabbit soldiers instantly changed sides. And Zhao Sun did not need to spend much time talking. And they took the initiative to express their willingness to obey Zhao Sun's orders. Zhao Sun then let them join the other three groups. He knew very well that not all of these rabbit soldiers who changed sides at the last minute would truly obey him. But it didn't matter. The cooperative mission did not require them to truly obey him. He just needed to mobilize these troops. Chapter 307. A little knowledge of charcoal grilling. Zhao Sun stood outside the palace gate, waiting for the three groups of rabbit soldiers to gather. The rabbit generals had good appeal, and it took half an hour to gather their respective teams. Zhao Sun held the scepter in his hand and said to the rabbit soldiers, "The king has been killed by the crazy princess, and now the princess is still hunting other nobles. The palace is already in chaos." Hearing this, the soldiers who were still unaware began to whisper, and every rabbit had a look of astonishment on their faces. The king found that no rabbit was capable of presiding over the overall situation. So before he died, he wrote an edict to pass the throne to me and let me be the king, Zhao Sun said while scanning the whole scene. "I will now mobilize all the troops to set things right and solve this chaotic situation. You will all unconditionally obey the orders of the scepter holder." "Right." As he said this, he raised the emerald scepter in his hand to ensure that all the rabbits present could see it clearly. "Yes." A very uniform answer. Without any hesitation, Zhao Sun was very satisfied. He gave the first order. "You disperse to various parts of the palace. Find the remaining soldiers in the other two teams, and inform them of the current situation. Those who recognize me as the new king will be assigned to which team by yourselves. Those who are unwilling to cooperate will be killed directly, and no one should be left out." "Yes." It was still a very quick and neat answer, which was enough to show their obedience. Zhao Sun gave the second order. "Before dawn, all hidden dangers must be resolved, and gather here after dawn." "Yes." The loud voice resounded through the sky. Zhao Sun waved his hand. "Begin the action." The rabbit soldiers immediately formed a team of 10 people in an orderly manner and scattered in different directions. In the bright moonlight, Zhao Sun noticed that more than 20 rabbits did not move and were still standing in place. When Zhao Sun saw him looking at him, one of the gray and white mixed-haired rabbits said, "Where is the prince? He is the most qualified to inherit the throne. You are just a lowly human being. How could the king pass the throne to you?" This suddenly rang out in congruous voice, causing the rabbit soldiers, who had not yet walked far, to stop. They looked at the 20 or so rabbits with doubts. No rabbit was shaken by this sentence to follow Zhao Sun, but they did not understand why the rabbit soldiers raised such doubts. Zhao Sun glanced at the reactions of the other rabbit soldiers and confirmed that the game settings stipulated that the obedience of these three groups of rabbits to the holder of the scepter was absolute. And he felt relieved. Without considering the possibility of rebellion in these three groups of teams, he could focus all his energy on dealing with the rabbits in the banquet hall. I believe that they will definitely complete the orders he issued. It saved him a lot of worries. As for those who raised doubts, Zhao Sun turned his eyes to the gray and white mixed-haired rabbit. These 20 or so rabbits were obviously members of the team that obeyed the orders of the rabbit prince. Maybe they didn't find the whereabouts of the rabbit prince and discovered that their rabbit general was dead. Seeing that most of the soldiers gathered here, they took the opportunity to sneak into the team and find out what was going on. Seeing that Zhao Sun was just looking at him, but not speaking, the gray-white mixed-haired rabbit showed a dissatisfied look. "Did you kidnap the prince?" it asked loudly. "You are a lowly person." Before it finished speaking, Zhao Sun raised his right hand. A huge fireball appeared instantly and flew quickly towards the 20 or so rabbit soldiers. The speed of the fireball was too fast, and the rabbit with the fastest reaction was also burned part of its body. And Zhao Sun had no intention of letting them go at all. When the rabbits were dodging the first fireball, the second fireball had already rushed up. In just a few seconds, all the 20 or so rabbit soldiers turned into charred rabbits. Zhao Sun showed a very warm smile. He raised his voice slightly and said to all the living rabbit soldiers, "If any of you don't understand the truth, I also know a little bit of charcoal grilling methods." The deterrent effect of this trick was quite good. No rabbit stood up and said something nonsense, and they all left quickly. Zhao Sun also turned and walked towards the direction of the banquet hall. After experiencing the threat of the scorched rabbits, even if there are still rabbits with ulterior motives in the team, they dare not show it easily, as long as it does not affect the progress of his mission, and these rabbit soldiers can act according to his orders. It meets the requirements of the cooperative mission. which is enough. Asterisk. After Zhao Sun walked for a while, he heard screams from afar again. However, compared with the previous time, the frequency of the screams was much lower, and the sound was much smaller. Obviously, there are not many rabbits alive who can make sounds. Perhaps some players are dead among them. Zhao Sun walked to the main door and tried it, but found that he could not push the door at all. It should be blocked by the bodies of many rabbits. If you go to the back door, you have to take a long detour, and there is no guarantee that it is not blocked there. Zhao Sun was too lazy to take a detour. He raised his right hand, and a long sword formed by flames was inserted straight into the thick wooden door. After a few seconds, the wooden door was burned to ashes. Even the bodies of the rabbit nobles, who were close to the wooden door, were burning. As Zhao Sun walked in, he retracted the flames on the corpses. At this moment, the chaotic scene inside was briefly quiet. The wooden door that suddenly caught fire, and the human that suddenly appeared attracted the attention of all the rabbits and players in the banquet hall. Zhao Sun looked up and saw 2/3 of the corpses lying on the ground. Most of them were rabbits, including nobles, guards, and servants. And there were 6 or 7 broken corpses of humans. I don't know if the rabbit princess has a special liking for heads. Each corpse has no head, and the other parts are either gnawed or still. Zhao Sun saw the rabbit princess, who was still in a crazy state at a glance. Its fur was stained with blood, and it condensed into dark red blocks. And it was lying on a rabbit that had no breath and biting it, because she had her back to Zhao Sun. The rabbit princess had not noticed Zhao Sun's appearance until now. It was still shouting incoherently, "I want to eat meat! Eat meat! Eat meat!" Even though you can't see its face and eyes, you can tell from its voice that it's crazy. The girl with glasses hiding in the distance noticed Zhao Sun the first time, and she quickly ran to Zhao Sun's side.
"The players have used all their abilities, but no one can do much damage to it,"
she said with lingering fear.
"The most powerful one just damaged a piece of its fur, which made it even angrier, causing its attack power and movement speed to be much faster than before."
Zhao Sun asked calmly.
"Have you completed your personal mission?"
When he asked this question, he was still looking at the rabbit princess. Judging from this situation, the cooperative mission of slave may not be completed. The rabbit princess seems to have completely lost her mind and eats everywhere. Even if the rabbit princess is full, it is not the result of slave feeding her, but because she is full and can no longer feed her. If the rabbit princess regains her sanity tomorrow, there is still hope to complete the cooperative mission. But looking at the current state of the rabbit princess, she is completely crazy. Not only can she not communicate, but from the words of the glasses girl, we can know that the rabbit princess also has a strong offensive and particularly high defense. Slaves should not have the opportunity to do the cooperative mission again. Whether these 5 players can survive to the end of the game or not, they will not be able to pass the game. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame themselves for not taking the time to feed the rabbit as soon as possible. When the rabbit princess couldn't bear it anymore, it was too late. The girl with glasses was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that in this situation. Zhao Sun would first ask her about her personal mission, instead of collecting more information about the rabbit princess. After being stunned for a few seconds, she smiled bitterly.
"No, I tried everything, but I couldn't get the rabbit queen to go with me. I was afraid that something would happen to her, so I didn't dare to go."
Her eyes looked into the distance. The rabbit queen hiding in the corner was a circle larger than other rabbit nobles. Even if she huddled into a ball, she was very conspicuous. Obviously so scared, but she just refused to leave. From time to time, she would summon up the courage to speak out and try to persuade the rabbit princess to calm down. Even though it hadn't worked once so far, it still refused to give up. The girl with glasses sighed heavily. She really didn't have the strength to forcibly take away the rabbit queen, who was twice her size. And the persuasion of words didn't work. She even felt a little desperate. If the individual mission cannot be completed, what is the point of doing the collaborative mission? The heart that was originally anxious to rush back to Zhao Sun gradually cooled down. But this is related to her life, and she is unwilling to give up. So she can only stay here. Zhao Sun listened to the words of the girl with glasses in his ears, and his eyes were always looking at the rabbit princess. It seems that this is the hidden danger in this game. After the rabbit princess went crazy, she attacked indiscriminately, whether it was to kill the player's mission target or to kill the player, making it the biggest threat to all players. And the players tried various attacks but to no avail, which means that it is very likely that the whole army will be wiped out. I don't know whether the level of the new player's special ability is too low.
so it can cause much damage to the rabbit princess. Or the rabbit princess can be set to specifically resist the player's special ability attack. However, it is not difficult to confirm this point. When Zhao Sun had this idea, the rabbit princess' ears suddenly moved. It turned its head suddenly and looked straight at Zhao Sun. The next second, the blood-red light in its eyes was extremely bright. It almost immediately dropped the broken rabbit leg in its hand and ran towards Zhao Sun. It trampled on various corpses along the way, but its steps did not slow down or stumble at all. Its eyes were fixed on Zhao Sun, as if this was the prey it had been looking forward to for a long time and was very interested in. In its eyes, the others were not as attractive as Zhao Sun. Seeing this, the girl with glasses was so scared that she quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, she did not forget to remind Zhao Sun loudly, "Run quickly! It's coming for you!" Zhao Sun did not move his feet. When she was about 5 meters away from Zhao Sun, the rabbit princess' eyes burst into unprecedented excitement and desire. "You are the most delicious!" Sticky saliva flowed from the corners of its mouth, and even the sound of saliva came out of her mouth. "I can smell it!" Zhao Sun did not say a word, but raised his right hand. A flaming spear pierced the rabbit princess' body neatly and quickly, directly piercing her heart. The rabbit princess was forced to stop, and her whole body was stiffly leaning forward. There were several sounds of gasps in the distance. It seemed that no one expected that the rabbit princess, who had such strong defense, would be pierced so easily by Zhao Sun. The rabbit princess slowly lowered her head and took a look at the flaming spear on her chest. The fire burned the fur around the wound, and even the flesh around the wound was scorched. She could smell the burnt smell coming from her body. There was no fear on her face, and she didn't even seem to feel the pain. She took a deep breath, and her expression was a little intoxicated. "It smells so good!" The players and rabbits, who were still alive, were all speechless by the abnormal appearance of the rabbit princess. Those with low tolerance even made a faint retching sound. The girl with glasses, who was closest to Zhao Sun, had a pale face, but she still mustered up the courage and walked back to Zhao Sun's side. She lowered her voice and asked, Is it dying?" Zhao Sun shook his head. "Not sure. Let's wait and see." Unless the rabbit princess has no pain at all. Otherwise, this state does not look like she is about to die. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun's fingers moved slightly, and the flame spear inserted into the rabbit princess' body instantly turned into countless tiny flame needles, following the rabbit princess' skin texture and blood vessels, and moved to all parts of the rabbit princess' body in an instant. Tiny flames appeared all over the rabbit princess' body, but the fire did not get bigger. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. The rabbit princess's physical condition did not seem to have the ability to heal quickly, because those wounds did not disappear. In addition to the penetrating wound caused by him, there was also a piece of obviously damaged fur on the rabbit princess' neck, which should be the scar caused by another player mentioned by the girl with glasses. If the scars are all there, it is impossible to have the ability to heal. It is more like isolating all the damage. Most common attacks cannot cause any damage to the rabbit princess because of this isolation. However, a small number of attacks with high strength can break through this isolation and leave marks on the rabbit princess' body, but they cannot cause fatal injuries. Although the injuries do exist, the wounds are only on the surface and do not cause damage to the inside of the rabbit princess. This description is a bit strange, but it can only be explained in this way. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, after his flames ignite various parts of the rabbit princess' body, they will burn very vigorously in an instant, and the rabbit princess will turn into a piece of charcoal. But this time, the flames did not change, as if they did not really burn anything. Chapter 308: The Prince's Sword. The small flames all over her body made the rabbit princess's fur all over her body turn yellow and curled. But she still did not show any fear or nervousness. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath again in ecstasy. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were bloodshot and fixed on Zhao Sun. She took steps towards Zhao Sun again. Seeing this, the girl with glasses chose to protect herself again and hid far away. Zhao Sun calmly shot a piece of lightning as thin as a hair into the rabbit princess' body, and the rabbit princess' body became stiffer than before. Not only because of the stimulation of lightning, it temporarily lost the ability to control its own limbs, but more importantly, the flames on her body were still there, and the lightning entered and wandered in it. And soon a small-scale explosion occurred in her body. A pit the size of half a football was blown out on the right side of the rabbit princess' waist and abdomen, and blood sprayed all over the ground. Even half of her kidney was blown off.
and the remaining half slipped out of her body, connected by blood vessels, and hung on her body and swayed. But there was still no fear in its eyes, as if it felt no pain at all, and it even laughed. The excitement in its eyes was even more intense, and it kept repeating, "You are indeed the most delicious. I knew you must be the most delicious." As it spoke, it tried to move its legs, although it was difficult to control. It still took a small step towards Zhao Sun with difficulty. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. Perhaps the delicious, in the eyes of the rabbit princess, is measured according to strength. However, he had no interest in becoming food. Zhao Sun used psychic ability, but he soon found that this trick was completely ineffective against the rabbit princess in a state of madness. Let alone hypnosis. Even attacking the rabbit princess's brain nerves would not be of much use. Now Zhao Sun was 100% sure that it was the game setting that allowed the rabbit princess to stay alive under the damage of special abilities. But as a survival game, there should not be completely invincible NPCs. Even if the special ability could not cause fatal damage to the rabbit princess, there should always be other ways to kill the rabbit princess. Otherwise, the player will only have one option: run away desperately until the game ends. If this is the case, then the chance of passing this survival game will be zero. Neither the rabbit nor the player can kill the rabbit princess, but the rabbit princess keeps eating like a glutton. How can the player have a chance to complete personal and collaborative tasks? Therefore, Zhao Sun is more inclined to believe that there should be other ways to deal with the rabbit princess in the setting of this character. Almost at the moment when Zhao Sun had this idea, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of him. Hidden task: only the prince's sword can kill the crazy rabbit princess. Zhao Sun immediately glanced at the glasses girl standing not far away. The glasses girl stared at the rabbit princess nervously. When she noticed Zhao Sun's sight, she hurriedly reminded, "Don't stand still. Run!" Zhao Sun looked at the players hiding in other places. Everyone was nervous and vigilant. They carefully hid themselves, but couldn't help but look out to take a look at the current battle situation. The expressions of all the players were in line with the current situation, and there was no joy or thinking about the hidden task. It seemed that, except for him, no other players had received this hidden task. Therefore, this hidden task can only be triggered after the player has caused a fatal injury to the rabbit princess, and concluded that there must be other ways to kill the rabbit princess. Very good. This extra point reward is his. Zhao Sun glanced around, and quickly locked his sight on two players. These two players had not appeared in the banquet hall before. They were two of the 4 players whose cooperative tasks were aimed at the rabbit prince. There were originally 4 players in total, but now it seems that 2 of them are dead, and they may have become food for the rabbit princess. No matter what the cooperative tasks of these 2 people are, it can be confirmed that it is related to the rabbit prince. Then, they should also know the whereabouts of the rabbit prince's sword. At this time, the 2 players huddled together and hid behind the curtains. When they found that Zhao Sun was looking at them, they felt a little flustered for some reason and immediately retracted their heads into the curtains. Zhao Sun used blink, and when the rabbit princess finally moved in front of him, he flashed past the rabbit princess and instantly opened up a distance of more than 40 meters. The rabbit princess's body reaction was still very slow. She froze in place for about 5 seconds before turning her head slowly to look behind her. At this time, Zhao Sun had already used blink in succession and moved in front of the 2 players. Just at this time, the 2 players poked their heads out again to check the situation outside. They were surprised to see Zhao Sun, who was still far away a few seconds ago, appear in front of them. The place where they were hiding was far away from where Zhao Sun stood before, and there was a drooling rabbit princess and dozens of huge rabbit corpses in the middle. How did he get in front of them in just a few seconds? "Where is the rabbit prince?" Zhao Sun didn't say a word of nonsense, and directly used hypnosis to ask the young man in hip-hop clothes standing outside. The hip-hop man gave the answer almost immediately. "We killed him." The buzz-cut man who was hiding a little inside immediately showed an angry and panicked look. He didn't understand why the hip-hop man told this story. Even if it wouldn't hurt them, it wouldn't do any good, and it would expose their mission. He shouldn't have said it, but he didn't dare to cover the hip-hop man's mouth in front of Zhao Sun. He had never seen a player who could use several special abilities, but he just saw Zhao Sun use fire, lightning and flash, and the effect of releasing fire was more than 100 times stronger than another player who also used fire. The strength shown by Zhao Sun was enough to make him realize the reality that he could never be Zhao Sun's opponent. So, no matter how unhappy he was, he didn't dare to do anything in front of Zhao Sun easily. Zhao Sun noticed the change in the buzz-cut man's expression. He pretended not to see it, and asked the hip-hop man, "By the way,
Are you an assassin? Yes.
The hip-hop man nodded. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. Assassin's mission is to assassinate a certain character, which is normal. He asked again.
Where is the Rabbit Prince's sword? In his hand.
The hip-hop man pointed at the buzz-cut man. The blue veins on the buzz-cut man's forehead popped out. If Zhao Sun wasn't here, he would have wanted to directly split the hip-hop man's head and let the hip-hop man pay the price for his talkativeness. But Zhao Sun happened to be here, and the buzz-cut man could only smile awkwardly. Zhao Sun looked at the buzz-cut man. His lips raised, revealing a very warm smile. But this smile didn't feel warm at all in the eyes of the buzz-cut man, but made him feel a certain threat. If he didn't take the things out, he might die. The buzz-cut man trembled and took out the long sword belonging to the prince from the storage compartment and handed it to Zhao Sun respectfully. Zhao Sun raised his hand slightly, and the long sword in the buzz-cut man's hand immediately flew into the air. The buzz-cut man opened his mouth in surprise, and then secretly thanked himself for choosing to cooperate. He never thought that Zhao Sun actually had a fourth ability. He was not even sure if Zhao Sun had a fifth or sixth ability. Just from what he had learned, he felt that Zhao Sun was like an insurmountable mountain pressing on him. Not to mention that Zhao Sun might have other abilities. If he resisted, wouldn't he be courting death like an ant trying to shake a tree? Fortunately, he held back. Zhao Sun turned around and looked at the rabbit princess, who was walking towards him. However, the effects of the fire and lightning were still there. The rabbit princess's movements were stiff and slow. After moving for a while, she was still far away from Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun waved his hand, and the long sword suspended in the air was immediately unsheathed, and it flew towards the rabbit princess's head. The rabbit princess's body had been destroyed beyond recognition, and her reaction became very slow. She didn't even have time to dodge before she was chopped on the neck by the sharp sword. But nothing happened. The rabbit princess lowered her eyes and looked at the long sword.
This seems to be my brother's sword.
She slowly stretched out her hand, trying to grab the long sword. Zhao Sun controlled the long sword to fly high, and tried to stab the rabbit princess' chest. Nothing happened.
Are you tickling me?
The rabbit princess laughed, as if she really felt the itch. After laughing, her pace was faster than before, and her movements were not so slow. Zhao Sun's eyes darkened slightly. This effect was not as useful as his flame spear. At least the flame spear penetrated the rabbit princess' body, and the long sword could not even cut off a rabbit hair of the rabbit princess. Instead, it made the rabbit princess more excited, like a chicken blood, offsetting some of the negative effects on her body. Although it was not as fast as when it was healthy, it was able to take heavy steps without stopping, step by step, approaching Zhao Sun. However, the distance was still far, and Zhao Sun did not rush to escape. He stared at the rabbit princess, thinking. He used hypnosis, and the answer of the hip-hop man could not be false. This sword must be the one that the rabbit prince has been holding. But this sword is completely ineffective in attacking the rabbit princess, which can only mean that this is not a real weapon that can kill the rabbit princess. Does the rabbit prince have other swords? Or does this sword lack other elements? For example, the rabbit prince's blood or something like that. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked the hip-hop man again.
How many swords does the rabbit prince have in total? There should be only one.
The hip-hop man replied.
When we attacked it, we took away its sword, and it didn't take out other weapons. In that case, it's impossible for it to have weapons hidden and unused.
Zhao Sun turned his head and looked elsewhere, and soon found the male servant who had been following the rabbit prince, the player whose identity was Slave. The male servant felt Zhao Sun looking at him, and he subconsciously looked back. The moment their eyes met, Zhao Sun immediately used hypnosis and asked loudly,
How many swords does the rabbit prince have in total?
The male servant stretched out a finger and answered loudly,
Only one.
Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at the hip-hop man again.
Where is the body of the rabbit prince?
Since the rabbit prince only has this sword, attacking the rabbit princess is invalid. Maybe it lacks a certain element. Without any game instructions or other clues, he can only guess the most common situation. The blood of the rabbit prince. So, he has to find the body of the rabbit prince first. The hip-hop man answered honestly.
Part of it is on the terrace on the top floor, and part of it is in our hands. What do you mean?
Zhao Sun realized something after asking this question, and he asked another question.
What is your collaborative mission?
The hip-hop man answered without hesitation.
Separate the spine of the rabbit prince, inlay it with the gems from the queen and the king's crowns, and make a sword.
The short-haired man next to him was already pale. but he still didn't dare to say a word. Zhao Sun understood instantly. No wonder these assassins had to run back to the banquet hall after killing the prince. Their collaborative mission has not been completed yet. They need the gems from the queen and the king's crowns. They knew that a banquet was being held here, and the king and queen must be here. So even if they heard unusual movements in the banquet hall, they had to come. But after entering, the situation was too unexpected for them, and the rhythm was completely out of their control. They have not had the opportunity to get close to the queen until now, let alone find the king who ran away to an unknown place. The prince's sword mentioned in the hidden mission does not refer to the prince's sword, but the sword made of the prince's spine. Only by combining the bone sword of blood relatives and the crown gem representing the highest power can the crazy rabbit princess be killed. It's quite reasonable. Zhao Sun summoned the gorilla and told him, "Go to the study and pick the gem on the crown of the rabbit king and bring it to me." When he burned the rabbit king's head, he only burned the rabbit head. The crown was affected at most. The edge may have been burned, but the gem was absolutely intact. The gorilla nodded and quickly ran out on various corpses. It avoided the route of the rabbit princess and ran safely out of the gate burned by Zhao Sun. Although the rabbit princess was attracted by the gorilla for a moment, it was obvious that Zhao Sun made her more eager. So she hesitated for only a second and decisively chose to continue to approach Zhao Sun. The other players stared in amazement at Zhao Sun suddenly conjuring up in gorilla. "I don't know what he said." And the gorilla ran away. They were all confused, not understanding what Zhao Sun was going to do, nor how many cards Zhao Sun had hidden. They felt that they could do nothing, and could only watch blankly. Only the hip-hop man and the short-haired man who were closest to Zhao Sun heard what Zhao Sun said. And they also knew that Zhao Sun wanted to get the king's gem. They had no reason to stop him, which was conducive to their collaborative mission. Chapter 309. Are you lying? Zhao Sun looked at the hip-hop man again and asked, "Where is the spine of the rabbit prince? Hand it over." The hip-hop man answered obediently. "Here." His finger pointed to the top of the curtain. Zhao Sun looked up and saw a long spine attached to the curtain. This kind of item related to the collaborative task cannot be hidden in the storage compartment. Players must not be confident to hide it too far away, so they can only choose to put it in a place where they can see it in front of them. However, it is not tied with ropes, and there are no traces of adhesive tape. It seems that a player's special ability makes this spine firmly attached to the curtain. "Remove the special ability," Zhao Sun said to the hip-hop man. If this special ability belongs to the hip-hop man, then the hypnotized hip-hop man will immediately remove the effect of the ability. If the hip-hop man does not move, it must be the special ability of the short-haired man. He will hypnotize the short-haired man again. As Zhao Sun's voice fell, the hip-hop man raised his right hand. "Wait!" The crew-haired man suddenly held the hip-hop man's hand. He looked at Zhao Sun and finally spoke with courage. "You want a spine inlaid with gems, right?" His voice was very low, and only he, the hip-hop man and Zhao Sun could hear it. When he said this, he kept staring at Zhao Sun's face, trying to see something from Zhao Sun's expression. Unfortunately, Zhao Sun was not a person who showed his emotions on his face, and it was difficult for him to see Zhao Sun's thoughts. Just when he was a little hesitant and didn't know whether to continue, he saw Zhao Sun signal him to continue. He seemed to be encouraged and finished the next words in one breath. "Our collaborative task is to make this sword. In this matter, we have no conflict with you. Just give us a chance to complete the collaborative task. After the task is completed, this sword will be fully handed over to you. We won't grab it." When Zhao Sun hypnotized the hip-hop man, he did not hypnotize him into a robot that would answer questions. In addition to answering questions, the hip-hop man has independent consciousness. Therefore, after hearing what the buzz cut guy said, the hip-hop guy also looked at Zhao Sun with a pleading look. Yes. We promise that as long as you complete the collaborative task, the things are yours, and we won't fight with you for it." Both the hip-hop guy and the buzz cut guy felt that their request was reasonable. They just wanted to inlay the gemstones on the spine by themselves. Only in this way could they be considered to have completed the collaborative task. This request was not difficult for Zhao Sun at all, and the inlaid spine would be handed over to Zhao Sun immediately. In their opinion, Zhao Sun would not refuse such a small request. "What's the benefit for me?" Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. The hip-hop guy and the buzz cut guy were both stunned. The two looked at each other, and the buzz cut man spoke first. At least there is no conflict of interest between us, so we can cooperate. Cooperation is based on the premise that both parties have to make efforts and both can gain benefits. Zhao Sun chuckled.
Without you, I can easily make the
prince's sword.
By myself. You can't give me any substantial help. And you are unwilling to give me other benefits. Why should I give you the opportunity to complete the collaborative task?
Does he look like a kind person who doesn't ask for anything in return? He didn't reject the proposal directly, just to see what the two players could offer in exchange. If there was nothing, then there was no need for him to waste time talking to them. The hip-hop man reacted almost immediately, and he hurriedly said,
I have something. I have something to exchange.
As he spoke, he opened his storage compartment and searched for his few things. Soon, he took out a small plastic medicine box.
There are 3 antipyretics, 2 amoxicillin and 1 loratadine in it.
As he said that, he handed the green medicine box, which was smaller than the palm of his hand, to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun looked at the medicine box and became a little interested.
Where did you get this thing? From other players.
The hip-hop man answered awkwardly.
In every survival game I participated in, whenever I encountered a player's body, I would search it.
Zhao Sun said, New players must not have points to open storage compartments at the beginning. In the first and second rounds of the survival game, searching corpses can indeed find some things. Zhao Sun used hypnosis to ask the hip-hop man,
Do you have any special items?
The hip-hop man hurriedly shook his head.
No.
Zhao Sun put the medicine box into the storage compartment. Although he has medicines, the variety and quantity are much more than this small medicine box. But medicines are scarce supplies, and there is no harm in having more. As a new player, the hip-hop man has very few supplies. In the absence of special items, medicine should be his most precious supplies. He is willing to take out medicines as a condition for exchange, and his attitude is very correct. Zhao Sun is quite satisfied. Then, Zhao Sun looked at the short-haired man.
What about you? Isn't what he gave you enough?
The short-haired man said reluctantly.
That's medicine, which is more rare than food and water.
His eyes evaded, and he didn't dare to look at Zhao Sun. But it was obvious from his words that he was unwilling to take out his own things in exchange. Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly.
The things he gave me can only be used as his exchange conditions.
Not yours. Yes. Yes. This is only my exchange conditions.
The hip-hop man responded repeatedly, and took the initiative to urge the short-haired man.
You have to take out your own things too.
After that, he desperately used his eyes to signal the short-haired man not to bargain anymore. He knew very well that this was the opportunity given to them by Zhao Sun. If they failed to grasp it, there would be no hope of passing the game. This is the only chance to survive, and it must be firmly grasped. But the short-haired man was still a little hesitant. He glanced at the hip-hop man who urged him, and then at Zhao Sun, who had a calm face. As soon as he opened his mouth, he felt his throat tighten a little. He quickly cleared his throat and asked Zhao Sun the doubts in his heart.
How do you know that the king's crown is in the study? Did you tie the king there?
He wanted to ask this question before. At least, he had to clarify the doubts in his heart before he was willing to give the things to Zhao Sun.
I killed the king in the study.
Zhao Sun answered lightly.
What?
The man with a crew cut widened his eyes instantly. At that moment, his expression was both terrified and desperate, as if he had fallen into the abyss. Zhao Sun understood almost immediately, and asked,
Your personal mission is to assassinate the Rabbit King?
The buzz-cut man looked at Zhao Sun angrily, and even his fear of Zhao Sun was reduced a lot.
You are not an assassin. Why do you want to kill my mission target?
The answer to the buzz-cut man was a sword piercing through the heart. The sword used was the long sword that the buzz-cut man had just given to Zhao Sun, which belonged to the Rabbit Prince. The hip-hop man on the side was splashed with blood, and his legs were weak and leaned against the wall behind him. This is not the first time he has experienced a survival game, nor has he killed people in a survival game. But the current situation is that he may be killed by others, and he has no ability to fight back. How can he not be afraid? Zhao Sun drew out the long sword in the air, and smiled at the hip-hop man again.
Don't worry. Since I have accepted your things, the deal is done.
The hip-hop man realized that Zhao Sun did not intend to kill him, and his pale face finally eased a little. His heart was beating violently, and he was excited and grateful that he still had a chance of survival. His reason gradually returned, and he also figured out why Zhao Sun suddenly wanted to kill the buzz-cut man. The buzz-cut man had no way to complete his personal tasks, and even if he completed the collaborative tasks, he could not pass the game. Without the hope of passing the game, the buzz-cut man was likely unwilling to cooperate in other tasks, and might even make trouble and let everyone be buried together. Therefore, killing the buzz cut man can avoid the hidden dangers from the root. After figuring this out, the hip-hop man took a few deep breaths and tried to make his heartbeat gradually stabilize. In the distance, other players did not know what Zhao Sun and the other two said, so they did not know why Zhao Sun suddenly wanted to kill the buzz cut man. But when they saw that the buzz cut man had no chance to defend and counterattack, and was pierced through the heart by Zhao Sun, their eyes looked at Zhao Sun with defense and fear. It was already a headache for them to face the hunting of the rabbit princess, and they also had to face a player who was stronger than them. It was very likely that the other party would kill them if he was unhappy. They felt that their hope of passing the level was even slimmer. The hip-hop man wiped the blood on his cheek and tried to find his voice. I'll go get the crown of the rabbit queen. No need. Zhao Sun raised his left hand and pointed in the direction of the rabbit queen from a distance. The crown on the rabbit queen's head suddenly flew away from her head. The hip-hop man widened his eyes. This ability is too good. He actually saw other players use similar special abilities in previous survival games. But the control distance and the accuracy of controlling the movement of objects were far inferior to Zhao Sun. The gap was so big that he suspected that this was not the same ability at all. The rabbit queen felt that her head was a little empty, and she subconsciously looked up. At the same time, in a corner not far from the rabbit queen, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. Wait! Following that, a male player dressed as a servant stumbled towards the rabbit queen, but his eyes were looking in Zhao Sun's direction. He begged loudly, "Don't take the crown first. Please!" Zhao Sun's fingers moved slightly, and the crown had floated to the section between him and the rabbit queen. He took a moment to look at the panicked male player, and had some impression of this person. The male player was the male servant, who was responsible for serving the dishes during the lunch he had with the rabbit king. Zhao Sun had basically figured out the players, with the corresponding identities of servant, assassin and thief. The identity of this male player serving the dishes could only be favorite. Seeing his anxious look, it was undoubtedly related to the crown of the rabbit queen. The situation was urgent, and the serving servant didn't care about anything else. He said loudly, "My cooperative task is to let the rabbit queen take the initiative to hand over the crown and tell a secret." He looked at Zhao Sun standing in the distance, with a pleading look in his eyes. "I don't need its crown. I just wanted to take the initiative to hand over the crown. It doesn't matter to me who it is handed over. This task should not conflict with what you want to do. Right? Please, let me complete my cooperative task." Among the players in the same camp, he was the only one still alive, and all the others were killed by the crazy rabbit princess. The original plan to let the rabbit queen announce it in public was also forced to shelve. His strength was not strong to begin with, and he didn't even dare to take the initiative to show up in such a scene. But at this point, he knew very well that this was his last chance. If he didn't work hard, he would completely lose the chance to pass the game. This was his only hope, and he had to give it a try. He didn't dare to delay for a second, and even didn't dare to look at Zhao Sun's expression, for fear of being rejected. He urged the rabbit queen, "Hurry up and take this opportunity to tell us everything we agreed on before." The rabbit queen slowly turned her head, looking at the eyes staring at her, and suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. "We have already agreed on it before. You can't go back on it at this time." The serving man stamped his feet anxiously. "I just asked you to say a few words, not to kill you." It seemed that the last half of the sentence had some effect, and the rabbit queen finally spoke. I voluntarily hand over my queen's crown, and will no longer be a queen." It raised its head slightly, glanced at the crown floating in the distance, hesitated for 2 seconds, and when the serving man stamped his feet again, it said another sentence. "The princess is not the king's daughter, but the daughter of Duke Rabbit and me. I am not worthy of the position, and am not worthy of being a queen." Until the rabbit queen finished speaking all the content, a pop-up window immediately appeared in front of the serving man, prompting that the collaborative task was completed. He breathed a sigh of relief and fell to the ground, as if he had lost his strength. My collaborative task is completed." He was enveloped by great joy, and he thanked Zhao Sun repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. I don't need that crown anymore." He originally thought that the queen must take the crown down personally to be considered, voluntarily handing over the crown. Now it seems that as long as the queen expresses her intention to voluntarily hand over the crown, it will be okay. This is better. He has no confidence at all to convince Zhao Sun to cooperate with him to complete the action of voluntarily handing over the crown. Without this trouble, he successfully completed the collaborative task. Next,
As long as he can survive until the end of the game, he can pass the level. The rabbit princess, who had finally walked halfway, had been staring at Xiao Sun greedily, but stopped after hearing the words of the rabbit queen. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face, and the crazy blood in her eyes faded a little. She turned her head to look at the rabbit queen and asked,
"How is this possible? Are you lying?"
Chapter 310 It's all garbage. When the rabbit princess questioned the rabbit queen, Xiao Sun had already taken the queen's crown floating in the air. At this time, most of the living rabbits and players were attracted by the rabbit princess and the rabbit queen, and did not pay much attention to Xiao Sun's actions. While Xiao Sun listened to the rabbit queen revealing her secrets, and proving that the rabbit princess was not the daughter of the rabbit king, he took out a dagger and pried off all the gems on the crown one by one. The hip-hop man stood aside and watched, swallowing his saliva nervously. His lips moved, but he still didn't dare to speak at this time. In the distance, the rabbit queen had finished the whole story. It cried in pain.
"The king sometimes ignores me for no reason, and I am really miserable and lonely. But I know that no matter what excuses I make, it is my fault in the end, and I am sorry for the king. That,"
the girl with glasses standing not far from the rabbit queen said weakly.
"In fact, you don't have to feel so guilty. The king also has his own lover."
The crying stopped abruptly, and the rabbit queen raised her misty eyes and looked at the girl with glasses.
"What?"
The girl with glasses knew that this was a good time to complete her personal mission, so she explained,
"I have been persuading you to come with me before, just to let you see the evidence of the king's cheating."
The rabbit queen's lips trembled, and it took a while to make a sound.
"So, it is cold to me because it has a lover?"
Without waiting for the girl with glasses to answer, it asked again,
"Who is it? Who is it?" "It's the chief dancer,"
the girl with glasses answered. The rabbit queen's eyes swept around the banquet hall, trying to find the voice of the chief dancer.
"Don't look for it,"
the girl with glasses whispered to the rabbit queen.
"It has been eaten by the rabbit princess a long time ago, and only half of its body is left."
The girl with glasses pointed to the beige rabbit on the stage, with only the limbs below the waist left. When she rushed to the banquet hall, she happened to see the scene where the rabbit princess ate the chief dancer, and she was quite impressed. Hearing this, the rabbit queen shuddered uncontrollably. It was obvious that it was very afraid of the current rabbit princess, and even just mentioning the word, eat, made it uncomfortable.
"Queen, can you come with me?"
The girl with glasses approached the side of the rabbit queen and said kindly,
"It's safer for you to leave here, and I can show you the evidence of the king's cheating, and you will know that your guilt is unnecessary."
Although she is not a person with a silver tongue, as a woman, she understands women's hearts very well. The female rabbit is almost the same. So, she chose to lobby the rabbit queen in this way, and the success rate should be higher. Sure enough, the rabbit queen's expression was much more relaxed. At this time, the rabbit princess, who had listened to the whole process, suddenly laughed. Everyone in the rabbits instantly became quiet and looked towards the rabbit princess. The rabbit princess' laughter became louder and louder, gradually becoming crazier, and the blood in her eyes became even more intense, looking even crazier than before. No one dared to speak at this time, fearing that if they accidentally made a noise, they would become the rabbit princess' first target of attack. After a while, the rabbit princess seemed to have laughed enough, and she turned her head to look in the direction of the rabbit duke. She gritted her teeth and said,
"It's all garbage. You are all garbage."
Almost instantly, the rabbits near the rabbit duke fled, fearing that they would be implicated if they were too close to the rabbit duke. The rabbit duke showed a panicked look, and he subconsciously took a few steps back, constantly looking at the front and back doors, trying to find a way to escape. The back door had been blocked by the corpses of various rabbits, and the door was still closed. The front door was burned out by Xiao Sun. A big hole. Even if there were many rabbit corpses blocking the way there, the chance of escaping was greater. However, it was difficult to avoid the rabbit princess when running from its current position to the front door. With no way to escape, Duke Rabbit had to launch a family offensive against Princess Rabbit.
"Your mother and I are truly in love, and I have always been very caring towards you. I will personally deliver the foals, beautiful dresses, and beautiful flowers you want to you. No matter what. I love you."
Princess Rabbit seemed not to hear Duke Rabbit's words at all. She ran towards Duke Rabbit step by step, much faster than before. It seemed that this incident aroused more anger and madness in her, and restored some of her body functions. Duke Rabbit retreated in panic, while constantly trying to impress Princess Rabbit with words. While Princess Rabbit shifted her target, The girl with glasses whispered to Queen Rabbit again.
Queen, come with me. Don't miss this good opportunity. Otherwise, if the princess kills the Duke, the next target may be you.
Queen Rabbit shuddered. Although she was reluctant and loved her daughter, she lost the courage to stay when she thought that she might die in her daughter's mouth. Before, she thought that Princess Rabbit would not attack her no matter how crazy she was. But after learning the truth about his life and seeing the attitude of the Rabbit Princess towards his biological father, he was not so sure. After hesitating for a few seconds, the Rabbit Queen agreed to leave with the girl with glasses. The man and the rabbit ran towards the front door cautiously. The Rabbit Duke discovered the Rabbit Queen's intention at the first time, and he immediately said to the Rabbit Princess,
"The Queen wants to run away. Even if you want to take revenge, you should find it first. It was it that cheated first. It was it that let the king down. And I was just implicated."
The Rabbit Queen was shocked, and she looked at the Rabbit Duke with a trace of anger and pain. The Rabbit Princess did not even turn her head back. She stared at the Rabbit Duke straight.
"It's not your turn to teach me what order to kill."
He ran towards the Rabbit Duke faster. The Rabbit Duke saw that the Rabbit Princess was getting closer and closer, and he tried every way. But the Rabbit Princess just refused to change, and his heart became more and more panicked. He ran away along the wall, trying to distance himself from the Rabbit Princess while trying to run to the front door in a roundabout way. But the Rabbit Princess ran faster and faster, and it seemed that she had fully recovered. At this time, the Rabbit Queen had already quickened her pace to escape. The Rabbit Princess words clearly meant that the second one would attack her. The Rabbit Queen was really scared, and she didn't want to die. It stumbled and ran in a very embarrassing manner. But it didn't care about much. Just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. Just when the Rabbit Queen and the glasses girl ran out of the front door, the Rabbit Duke's shrill screams came from the banquet hall. The Rabbit Queen's body trembled uncontrollably, and even her steps of running away staggered. But it didn't dare to stop, or even look back, and just kept running forward. The Rabbit Queen was so panicked that she didn't notice that a sturdy gorilla suddenly rushed out and quickly ran into the banquet hall. The glasses girl just passed by the gorilla. She remembered that this was the animal that Zhao Sun had transformed before. So she took a closer look. The gorilla held something tightly in both hands, but it left too quickly, so she didn't see clearly what it was. The glasses girl retracted her thoughts. No matter what it was, it didn't have much to do with her. The most important thing at the moment was to complete her personal task quickly. Thinking of this, the girl with glasses said to the Rabbit Queen,
"Let's go to the king's bedroom."
The Rabbit Queen responded and ran upstairs quickly. The girl with glasses followed closely. Asterisk. At this moment in the banquet hall, the Rabbit Princess had bitten off the head of the Rabbit Duke. But it didn't eat it, but spit it out directly, just like spitting out an unpalatable date pit. And its disgust was beyond words. Then, it turned its head again and looked at Zhao Sun. It knew that the Rabbit Queen had run away, but it was not anxious at all. Killing the Rabbit Duke had already vented its anger to a certain extent. Now it wanted to eat Zhao Sun first, and then deal with other things. Zhao Sun turned his back to the Rabbit Princess, but still noticed the Rabbit Princess's gaze. But he didn't look back, and calmly took a pile of large and small gems from the gorilla's hand.
"I have taken all the gems from the king's crown,"
the gorilla said to Zhao Sun.
"I guarantee that none of them will be missed. You did a good job."
Zhao Sun took out the small millstone and put the gorilla back into the primate blessing. At this moment, the hip-hop man suddenly exclaimed nervously,
"It's coming!"
Zhao Sun turned his head and saw the Rabbit Princess running towards him. At this speed, she would be in front of him in another 30 seconds. But he did not dodge, but released a fireball and lightning again, creating a tiny explosion in the Rabbit Princess' body. This time, the Rabbit Princess's kidney was completely blown to pieces, leaving only a blood vessel half hanging on the side of her body. But it did not die, but its movements became as slow as before. Seeing this, the hip-hop man, who was originally so nervous that his heart was beating wildly, breathed a sigh of relief. He was so scared that he almost lost his ability to think. He just felt that with the running speed of the Rabbit Princess, he would have a hard time dodging. And he did not even think of fighting back. Zhao Sun just waved his hand and restricted the Rabbit Princess's mobility again. The gap between him and Zhao Sun was too big, and he was far behind. Zhao Sun stuffed all the gems in his hand into the hip-hop man's hand.
"Hurry up!"
The hip-hop man was stunned for a second, and then he realized that Zhao Sun was giving him the opportunity to complete the collaborative task. He was so excited that he thanked him repeatedly. He waved his hand upwards, and the spine that was originally stuck to the curtain suddenly lost its stickiness and fell off. He caught it steadily and concentrated on inlaying gems on the spine. It was not until this time that he discovered that there were many grooves of different sizes on this spine. As long as he found the right gems of the corresponding sizes, he could just inlay them. He was afraid that Zhao Sun would be unhappy if he waited. So he explained,
"There are a lot of gems, and they are of different sizes. I may need a little time. As soon as possible."
Zhao Sun only replied this. His eyes were fixed on the rabbit princess. After the rabbit princess moved about 1 meter away, he raised his right hand, and a flaming long knife suddenly appeared, and neatly chopped off one of the rabbit princess's feet. The rabbit princess, who lost a foot, almost fell to the ground, and her forward speed was also slower. The hip-hop man took a look at the rabbit princess, who was standing unsteadily, and his originally anxious heart was much calmer. He took a deep breath, while admonishing himself to stay calm, and pressed the gems into the appropriate grooves step by step. Zhao Sun suddenly asked the hip-hop man,
"Can your special ability stick the rabbit princess to the wall or ceiling?"
The hip-hop man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head.
"There are weight and volume limits. The rabbit princess is too big and too heavy. Beyond my control."
Zhao Sun didn't say anything else, just waved his hand to signal the hip-hop man to continue inlaying gems. The hip-hop man was very focused this time, and he didn't look up no matter what happened. Finally, after 2 minutes, he had inlaid all the gems. He excitedly handed the spine in his hand to Zhao Sun.
"I'm done!"
He had received a prompt that the collaborative task was completed. The long sword made of the rabbit prince's spine was finally completed. Zhao Sun looked sideways. On the entire spine of the rabbit prince, every groove was inlaid with a shining gem, which looked like a beautiful work of art with a bit of weirdness. He reached out and grabbed the part of the cervical vertebra, just like grabbing the hilt of a sword. Then, he took the initiative to walk in the direction of the rabbit princess. This
prince's sword
is made of bones and gems, without metal objects. He cannot control it remotely. If you want to use this sword to kill the rabbit princess, you have to walk in front of the rabbit princess. However, according to the length of the sword and the current injury of the rabbit princess, Zhao Sun is not worried that he will be injured by the rabbit princess after getting close. Seeing this, the hip-hop man silently sweated for Zhao Sun, and looked much more nervous than Zhao Sun. Soon, Zhao Sun walked to a place 3 meters away from the rabbit princess. He stopped without getting closer. The rabbit princess was still trying to maintain her body balance. After losing 1 foot, she could only jump on 1 foot to approach Zhao Sun. But the damage to her body function made her jumping movements slow and her jumping ability dropped significantly. She could only jump about 10 centimeters each time. Seeing Zhao Sun taking the initiative to come over, the rabbit princess grinned. Its teeth were stained with bright blood, and there were some meat residues between its teeth. As it smiled, a strong fishy smell spread out, causing Zhao Sun to frown slightly.
"Why? Have you figured it out? Are you willing to offer yourself to me?"
The rabbit princess's blood-red eyes were full of salivating desire. Zhao Sun carefully observed the rabbit princess's expression and concluded,
"It seems that you don't know that you have a fatal weakness."
Otherwise, when it saw him coming with the
prince's sword,
it should have tried to escape or beg for mercy, instead of thinking that he would take the initiative to deliver itself to its mouth. Chapter 311 Swear in the name of the Marquis. The smile on the face of the rabbit princess faded a little.
"What do you mean? What is my fatal weakness?"
Zhao Sun did not answer the rabbit princess's question. He took out the unknown sculpture from the storage compartment and shook it in front of the rabbit princess. After seeing the sculpture's strange appearance, the rabbit princess showed a look of disgust.
"It's ugly."
It's a normal reaction. The sculpture is indeed ugly. But other than that, there is no other reaction. Zhao Sun did not receive any detailed prompts. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun threw the unknown sculpture towards the rabbit princess' face and hit the rabbit princess' nose accurately. For a while, the whole banquet hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All the rabbits and players looked at Zhao Sun with puzzled eyes, not knowing what Zhao Sun was doing at all. The rabbit princess did not feel any pain, but was very unhappy.
"You don't think this ugly doll can hurt me, do you?"
Zhao Sun stared at the unknown sculpture that fell to the ground for a few seconds, but still did not show any abnormal phenomenon. It seems that under the current circumstances, the effect of this special item cannot be triggered. Zhao Sun did not hold much hope at first. He picked up the unknown sculpture and put it back into the storage compartment. Perhaps, it can only be triggered in a life and death crisis.
Or maybe this unknown sculpture is not a trigger-type special item, but a clue related to the train conductor. At present, he cannot confirm this in a short time. What are you doing? The rabbit princess looked at Zhao Sun's actions, a little impatient. First you bluffed and said that I have a fatal weakness, and then you took out an ugly doll to show me. Do you think I can be scared to death by these little tricks? Zhao Sun didn't say a word of nonsense. Raised the prince's sword in his hand and stabbed it towards the rabbit princess's heart. Although his speed was not as fast as that of fire and lightning, it was much faster than that of the slow-reacting rabbit princess. Although the rabbit princess subconsciously raised her hand to block, she was still a step slower. There was a hole in its chest that was pierced by the flame spear, and the prince's sword pierced through the hole and successfully pierced through its body. The rabbit princess looked down and was about to laugh, but suddenly felt a piercing pain. It couldn't bear it and knelt on the ground, screaming. How? It glared at Zhao Sun. How is it possible? Obviously, the bone sword only passed through the hole in its body and did not cause any additional damage to its body. But it felt as if the hole in its chest was torn into countless small cuts, and the pain was unbearable. And this pain was still spreading rapidly to all parts of the body. Every blood vessel and every cell of it seemed to be corroded by something. It could feel itself slowly melting from the inside out, just like the melting of ice and snow after being burned by fire. Zhao Sun let go of his hand and took a few steps back. In his sight, he could clearly see the prince's sword slowly melting, and the gems melted like ice cream, and melted into the rabbit princess' body along the wound on her chest. As more and more of the sword body was integrated, the rabbit princess' body also dripped drops of dark blood from the inside out. It was not the blood that flowed out of the blood vessels, but the blood drops that formed after its body was constantly dissolved. In the end, it could not even make a scream, and it just rolled in vain on the ground full of corpses for a few times. And then it completely turned into a pool of blood. The next second, a pop-up window jumped in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the hidden task, obtaining 300 points and 300 hours of survival time, and obtaining the special item Crazy Rabbit. It worked! It actually worked! The hip-hop man happily ran to Zhao Sun's side. He couldn't help but ask curiously, How do you know that the sword made of the rabbit prince's spine can kill the rabbit princess? Zhao Sun didn't even look at the hip-hop man. He looked up and looked at the rabbits, who were still alive in the banquet hall. After solving the problem of the rabbit princess, he should start to deal with the rabbit soldiers. The rabbit soldiers were easy to identify. Their clothes were neither as gorgeous and complicated as those of the rabbit nobles nor as crude and simple as those of the rabbit servants. Their straight lapels and conspicuous collar badges showed that they were soldiers. When the hip-hop man saw that Zhao Sun ignored him, he shrank his neck and ran back to the wall to squat. Zhao Sun said, The king is dead. The queen abdicated. The prince and princess were killed. And I have the king's edict. And I am the new king recognized by the king. He stopped deliberately at this point. Sure enough, a rabbit in a soldier's uniform immediately asked, The king obviously ran out. How could he die? Did you kill him? Zhao Sun smiled and performed a live rabbit on fire on the spot. Soon, the smell of burning rabbits came from the banquet hall, and all the rabbits present were silent. The hip-hop man hiding in the corner had just recovered from the shock of, he was going to be the king. He realized that Zhao Sun had something big to do, so he stood up and ran out the door. No matter what Zhao Sun wants to do, he doesn't care. His current goal is to survive until the end of the game. So, he must not be affected by Zhao Sun's next action. While running, the hip-hop man turned his head from time to time to look in Zhao Sun's direction, fearing that Zhao Sun would burn him if he was unhappy. But until he ran out of the banquet hall, Zhao Sun did not do anything to him. From this, he finally determined that as long as he did not offend Zhao Sun and did not do anything that would harm Zhao Sun's interests, Zhao Sun would not easily do anything. After understanding this, the hip-hop man was both relieved and afraid. Fortunately, his attitude towards Zhao Sun has always been very polite. When Zhao Sun wanted to exchange conditions, he also took the initiative to give the best thing he could give. And his personal tasks and collaborative tasks were completed, and there was no conflict of interest between him and Zhao Sun. Otherwise, his fate would probably be the same as that of the short-haired man. Seeing that the hip-hop man successfully ran out of the banquet hall, the other surviving players also ran towards the gate. No matter what tasks they had not completed, they dared not stay here any longer. They might not have fully understood Zhao Sun's strength,
But they were sure that they were definitely not Zhao Sun's opponent. Since Zhao Sun's target was not them, they should run far away to avoid being affected by new troubles. In the banquet hall, there was silence for more than a minute, and another soldier spoke.
You are not here to save us. You are here to usurp the throne.
The look it gave Zhao Sun was like looking at a traitor who was treasonous. Zhao Sun burned the rabbit soldier to death as usual, and then spoke.
I have the king's handwritten edict, and the succession to the throne is legitimate. How dare you say that I am usurping the throne? Even if the king wants to pass the throne, he should give it to the prince. Even if it is not a prince, he can choose a duke, marquis, or earl. How could he pass the throne to a lowly human like you?
Finally, a rabbit dressed in a general's uniform spoke.
A species like you who only has hair on your head is the ugliest and lowest existence in the rabbit kingdom.
This time, Zhao Sun didn't even wait for the rabbit general to finish his words before burning it to death.
I can see your loyalty to the rabbit king. Very good.
Zhao Sun smiled and nodded, without any anger on his face. When the rabbits were confused about Zhao Sun's attitude, balls of fire appeared from Zhao Sun's hands and burned all the rabbits dressed as soldiers in the banquet hall. After seeing him kill the rabbit princess and several rabbits being burned to death by fireballs, these soldiers dared to say such words, which was enough to prove their loyalty to the rabbit king. He must not keep any such rabbit soldiers. Soon, ashes were scattered everywhere in the banquet hall, and the rabbit fur and clothes of the living rabbit nobles and rabbit servants were stained by ashes. The room was terribly quiet.
Does anyone else have any opinions?
Zhao Sun showed his usual warm smile and glanced at the remaining rabbits present calmly. Originally, his target was only the soldiers, but the rabbit general just mentioned the earl, marquis, and duke, which reminded him, if these rabbits are not satisfied with his ascendancy, they may find an opportunity to attack him after he becomes king and try to overthrow his regime, rather than causing trouble later. It is better to burn them all now. Just as Zhao Sun was thinking this, a gray male rabbit about 2 meters tall suddenly knelt down.
I am a marquis, a noble second only to the duke.
The gray rabbit said to Zhao Sun.
I am willing to swear here as a marquis, offer my most loyal and sincere submission, and congratulate you on becoming the new king of our rabbit kingdom.
Zhao Sun thought about it, and used hypnosis to ask the rabbit marquis.
Is this a polite remark? Or will you really not rebel after swearing? I really mean it.
The rabbit marquis replied.
I will never rebel against you. Okay,
Zhao Sun said readily.
Then I will spare your life.
In this rabbit kingdom, it seems that only one rabbit is a duke. The duke is dead, and the marquis is the one with the highest status among all the nobles, since it cannot betray after swearing. Keeping it will be useful later. Seeing this, the other rabbits knelt down and swore in their own identities to express their loyalty to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun let the rabbits go and turned to walk out. After solving all the troubles in the banquet hall, he should go outside the palace gate to wait for good news from the 3 groups of soldiers. He had consumed a lot of mental energy this evening, so it was time to take a break. As soon as Zhao Sun walked out of the banquet hall, he saw the scarred man coming down from upstairs. The scarred man showed a surprised look.
Why are you in the banquet hall? Aren't you going to deal with those soldiers who don't obey orders?
Zhao Sun didn't answer but asked.
Have you completed your personal mission? Yes.
The scarred man smiled and looked relaxed.
I'm really lucky.
The prince's fiancée was not feeling well and did not attend the banquet, so he asked about her room and saw the rabbit lying on the bed to rest as soon as he entered. The queen's most expensive gem was hidden in a safe in a room dedicated to storing jewelry. He had always been troubled by the fact that stealing was easy to be discovered. But the whole palace was so chaotic tonight, and most of the soldiers obeyed Zhao Sun's orders and no longer patrolled according to the rules, which gave him an opportunity to take advantage of. For that kind of old-fashioned safe, you can identify the correct password by listening carefully to the sound. But it just takes a little more patience. This is also where he spends more time when doing personal tasks. Everything went smoothly afterwards, and the personal task was completed smoothly. The scarred man really felt that he had good luck this time, so he was full of confidence in completing the collaborative task.
By the way, you haven't told me why you came to the banquet hall?
The scarred man had not forgotten the question just now.
There are still some guards in the banquet hall, all of whom are the king's men,
Zhao Sun replied.
I killed them all.
The scarred man nodded in agreement.
Yes, these should be killed.
After saying that, he looked behind Zhao Sun and asked,
Where's the girl with glasses? Didn't she come to the banquet hall to find the rabbit queen? Why isn't she with you? I'm here.
The voice of the girl with glasses sounded on the stairs not far away. The scarred man turned to look at the girl with glasses, with a surprised look on his face.
Why did you go upstairs too? Of course, it's to complete my personal mission.
The girl with glasses ran downstairs quickly, looking relaxed, and took the initiative to say,
I'm going to take the Rabbit Queen to the master bedroom and let it see the underwear belonging to the Rabbit King's lover on the bed.
The mission has been completed. She doesn't have to worry about anyone obstructing her, and there is no need to hide it. So she answered quite straightforwardly.
Your mission is even more bizarre than mine.
The scarred man couldn't help but complain. The girl with glasses didn't care about the scarred man's complaints. She looked at Zhao Sun, the smile on her face slightly restrained, and asked cautiously,
How is the progress of our collaborative mission?
The scarred man was a little puzzled when he saw the girl with glasses like this. He knew that Zhao Sun was not a character that could be easily provoked. And he was also very polite to Zhao Sun. But he always felt that the girl with glasses was much more humble than before. He didn't understand why the girl with glasses suddenly became like this. However, the girl with glasses mentioned the business. And the carefree scarred man did not dwell on this question. He also asked Zhao Sun.
Yes, I was just about to ask. How is the progress? We will know when the sun rises,
Zhao Sun said, as he continued to walk out of the palace.
I have an appointment with the soldiers to gather at the palace gate at sunup.
The scarred man immediately took out his mobile phone and took a look.
It's already past 5 in the morning.
He quickly followed Zhao Sun's footsteps.
I'll go with you. Anyway, it will be sunup soon. It's not too late to rest after the work is done.
The girl with glasses had the same idea. She couldn't sleep until the work was done. She trotted after him. Chapter 312. A fish slipped through the net. The three of them quickly reached the palace gate. There was no rabbit at the gate at this time, and it was very quiet. The moonlight was still bright, although not as bright as the sun, but it was no problem to see clearly whether there were people or rabbits nearby. The waiting process was a bit boring, and the scarred man couldn't stay idle, and suddenly asked,
I don't know what happened to the other players. 7 or 8 were killed by the rabbit princess.
The girl with glasses answered in a low voice.
The rest, except for the 3 of us, there are only 5 or 6 players. The rabbit princess actually killed so many players?
The scarred man widened his eyes.
It's so powerful. How did you 2 escape?
After asking, he subconsciously glanced at Zhao Sun and smiled awkwardly.
I almost forgot. You are so powerful. It must be easy to deal with a rabbit.
The girl with glasses sighed secretly. She could see clearly that although the scarred man knew that Zhao Sun was very powerful, he didn't know how powerful Zhao Sun was as deeply as she, who had seen it with her own eyes. However, she couldn't say that she fully understood it. At least she didn't know how Zhao Sun killed the rabbit princess. Since Zhao Sun walked out of the banquet hall, the rabbit princess, who had always coveted Zhao Sun, must have been killed. She only remembered that before she left. The rabbit princess was going crazy, and Zhao Sun took the rabbit queen's crown. But she couldn't guess what it was for. She didn't really want to ask. She was more concerned about whether her collaborative task could be completed. As for the rest, she felt that the less she knew, the safer she would be. Zhao Sun didn't speak the whole time. Only the scarred man and the glasses girl occasionally chatted. Not long after, the sky became brighter and brighter. The moon completely disappeared. The sun rose, and the day came. At the same time, hurried footsteps came from all directions and quickly approached here. The glasses girl and the scarred man couldn't help but stretch their necks to look around, and soon saw a group of rabbit soldiers rushing over from all directions. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, more and more rabbit soldiers gathered. The girl with glasses and the scarred man subconsciously counted to determine how many rabbit soldiers there were. Zhao Sun looked up at the bright sky and asked the rabbit soldiers,
Have they all been solved?
The rabbit soldiers answered in unison,
All solved.
Zhao Sun said nothing more. He took out the imperial edict and posted it on the notice board beside him. He stood in front of the notice board and waited quietly for a while. No pop-up window appeared. He turned his head and looked at the rabbit soldiers.
There are fish that slipped through the net.
The rabbit soldiers looked at each other, not understanding how Zhao Sun could be so sure that there were omissions. The girl with glasses and the scarred man on the side understood what Zhao Sun meant. It must be that the pop-up window for completing the task did not appear, which made Zhao Sun sure that the rebellious soldiers were not completely solved. The two looked at each other. Their faces were a little heavy. The palace was really too big, and it was difficult for the 3 players to search all the places. So they had to rely on the rabbit soldiers. But they didn't know whether the rabbit soldiers checked carefully, or whether they had the intention to protect a rabbit they were familiar with. There are too many uncertainties. But there are less than 2 days left. Even if they don't eat, drink or sleep, they are not sure whether they will make it in time.
King,
One of the rabbit generals responded boldly.
we will absolutely obey your orders and search the entire palace according to your requirements. All soldiers with rebellious hearts have been killed by us, and those who are willing to surrender have been incorporated. There is no omission.
Xiao Sun is much calmer than the girl with glasses and the scarred man. There is no sign of anxiety on his face. He said to the rabbit soldiers in a calm tone.
Think carefully. Is there any place that has not been searched carefully? Will there be soldiers with rebellious intentions who noticed that something was wrong and hit first?
The rabbit soldiers looked at each other, and no one spoke immediately, admitting that the search was not careful. I don't know if I will be punished. But Xiao Sun was so sure that there were still fish that slipped through the net, and they were not confident that there would be no omissions. Seeing that no one spoke, Xiao Sun suddenly smiled.
I will give you one last chance. Go to the places you missed and can hide in before and find the remaining rebel soldiers. Solve this problem, and all of you rabbits will be safe. Otherwise, I don't mind burying you and this palace in the sea of fire.
This is not the best choice. But if these rabbit soldiers are unwilling to cooperate, burning them all becomes the most convenient way. Anyway, the cooperative task does not require him to have a certain number of subjects when he becomes king. What's wrong with supporting himself as king? The glasses girl and the scarred man behind him couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard this. Burn the entire game and all NPCs? They didn't even dare to think about it. But Xiao Sun said it so lightly. The expressions of the rabbit soldiers all became not very good, and some of them were visibly panicked. Xiao Sun noticed it, but did not point it out. Instead, he said,
Remember, this is your last chance. When you gather here at 10 o'clock, if you haven't done the job, I will do it directly.
Everyone has seen Xiao Sun's way of keeping his word, and has seen Xiao Sun burn those disobedient rabbit soldiers to death. All rabbits know that Xiao Sun is not just a verbal threat. He will really do it. They dare not neglect it, and quickly dispersed, ready to search from beginning to end again. After all the rabbit soldiers left, the scarred man asked Xiao Sun,
What if at 10 o'clock? Do you really want to burn the entire palace? What else?
Xiao Sun looked at the scarred man.
Do you have a better plan to check the entire palace, including the secret room, in less than 2 days?
If the rabbit soldiers don't cooperate, then it will be too late for 3 players to search. What's more, the rebellious rabbits who are hiding can keep changing places, making it even harder for them to find them. If he burned the palace directly, either all the rabbits would be burned to death, and the rebellious rabbits would also die, or the rebellious rabbits would sense danger and not want to die, and run out in fear, and he would kill them. It would be much more efficient than running around the palace by himself. The scarred man choked and could not speak. The girl with glasses asked quietly,
What are we going to do in the next few hours? Are we just standing here and waiting? If you have other things to do, you can leave first.
Xiao Sun waved his hand indifferently.
I won't keep you.
After that, he shouted into the palace.
Come a servant.
The palace was very quiet, and his voice was heard quite far away. After a while, a rabbit servant ran over. It saluted Xiao Sun very respectfully.
King, what do you want?
Although he has not officially become the king, after the banquet hall incident, the surviving rabbit nobles have expressed their submission to him and acknowledged Xiao Sun's identity as the king. These rabbit servants naturally regard Xiao Sun as their master.
Bring me a chair and prepare some food,
Xiao Sun ordered.
Okay.
The rabbit servant saluted again and left quickly. Half an hour later, several rabbit servants came to the door of the palace carrying chairs and pushing dining carts. Xiao Sun sat on the chair, and the rabbit servant opened the lid of the dining car one by one, revealing the exquisite vegetables on the plate. Xiao Sun was not unhappy because there was no meat. He started to eat with satisfaction. The meat in this game is still unknown. The talking rabbit meat made him have no appetite. And other meats. Look at the fate of the rabbit princess. It is not ruled out that the rabbit princess is a special case. But he does not need to gamble for the momentary appetite. Vegetables are still safe. After a busy night, he didn't even have breakfast. Now he can finally reward his stomach. Xiao Sun is in a good mood. The girl with glasses and the scar man stood aside and watched, and couldn't help showing envy. They swallowed subconsciously, but did not dare to ask Xiao Sun to share. The scar man looked for a long time, and he had some complaints in his heart. He is also going to be the king. Why is Xiao Sun the only one who enjoys it?
Although the current situation is mostly due to Zhao Sun, he can also have a share. Right? They are in the same camp. Compared with the dissatisfaction in the heart of the scarred man, the glasses girl is much calmer. She just turned her head to look elsewhere, trying not to look at the food in the dining car to avoid drooling with envy. After Zhao Sun was full, there were still some leftovers on the dining car. He threw down the knife and fork and said to the scarred man and the glasses girl, "I can't eat anymore. If you want to eat, you can do it yourself." The scarred man couldn't help but frown. Isn't this treating him as a beggar? Eat leftovers. The glasses girl didn't have so many concerns. She walked directly to the dining car and said a little embarrassedly, Then I won't be polite." She was so hungry that she didn't care about anything else. As long as there was something to eat, it was good, and she didn't care whether it was leftovers from others. Then she asked the rabbit servant beside her, "Do you have a new knife and fork?" Although she was not picky about food, using other people's tableware was still a bit uncomfortable. The rabbit servant glanced at Zhao Sun, and seeing that Zhao Sun had no objection, he took out a new set of knives and forks from the bottom of the dining car and handed them to the girl with glasses. The girl with glasses thanked Zhao Sun and began to eat the food in big mouthfuls. The scarred man wanted to be reserved for a while, but now he was a little anxious. There was not much food left. If he stood aside and did nothing, the glasses girl would eat it all, and he would really be hungry. He hurried over and asked for a new pair of knives and forks to fight for food with the glasses girl. Zhao Sun did not watch the two players fighting for food. He looked up at the blue sky and the gauze-like white clouds, and felt that he was in a good mood. He had a trick. He was not worried that the next development would be out of control, so he could be in such a good mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery for a moment. He chose to sit here and wait for the result because the imperial edict had been posted on the notice board. It might be damaged if it was torn off. It was too troublesome to rewrite it. If he walked away without tearing the imperial edict, there was no guarantee that no one would sneak in to destroy the imperial edict. It was better to stay here. It was just waiting for more than 3 hours. The glasses girl and the scarred man finished all the remaining food on the dining car and licked their lips with some satisfaction. The girl with glasses didn't have a big appetite. She had eaten 70% full. She sat down on the ground and waited quietly for the result after 10 o'clock. The scarred man felt that he had only filled a gap between his teeth, and the food was gone. He smacked his lips and asked Zhao Sun politely, "Can they bring some more food? I'm still hungry." Zhao Sun lay there without moving, and did not respond to the scarred man. The scarred man did not dare to mention it again. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't want to offend Zhao Sun because of this little thing. After thinking about it, he said, "Then I can go to the kitchen to get some food myself." "Right. Anyway, Zhao Sun and the girl with glasses are watching here, so there is no need to worry about the progress of the task. Taking advantage of these few hours, he will go to have a full meal first, and it won't be too late to rush over later." Zhao Sun still didn't react. The scarred man felt that Zhao Sun had tacitly agreed, and his mood improved immediately. He walked quickly towards the kitchen. The rabbit servant standing beside Zhao Sun hurriedly asked softly, "My lord king, do you agree that the human servant can go to the kitchen to find food?" Zhao Sun waved his hand indifferently. "It doesn't matter." He didn't really want to be the king here for a long time, and there was no way to take the food in the survival game out, so there was no need for him to hold on to these resources. He would not prepare food for the scarred man, but he would not stop the scarred man from finding food for himself. Zhao Sun glanced at the rabbit servant. "There is nothing for you to do here. Retreat first." The rabbit servant responded and retreated obediently. Only the glasses girl and Zhao Sun were left here. But the glasses girl was very sensible and didn't ask any questions. Zhao Sun remembered that he hadn't seen the details of the new special items, so he opened it and took a look. Crazy rabbit, a huge and very crazy rabbit. The holder specifies the hunting target, and the rabbit will chase the target to the end no matter where it runs. Even if it is damaged to the point where only a tooth or a rabbit hair is left, it will try its best to kill the target. PS1. After the rabbit is attacked and injured, its defense and attack power will be increased accordingly. PS2. After the rabbit completes the hunt, it will automatically return to the holder and enter a 72-hour cooling period. If the hunt is not completed and the body is completely damaged, it will automatically return to the holder and enter a 30-day cooling period. After reading the detailed introduction, Zhao Sun felt a little funny. Isn't this the crazy rabbit princess herself? However, if you don't want to show up, it is a good choice to use this special item to hunt others, or in some situations, using this special item to cooperate in combat is also very useful. Chapter 313. Did you have a guess long ago? For the next period of time, Zhao Sun closed his eyes and rested. The girl with glasses also sat silently by the side and did not say anything. It was not until the scarred man came back after eating and drinking that there were some sounds. However, the scarred man did not dare to make a fuss, but just chatted with the girl with glasses in a low voice. After waiting for about half an hour, a pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the cooperation task, obtaining 200 points and 200 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun sat up straight. The scarred man who was talking immediately stopped talking. He looked at Zhao Sun and saw that Zhao Sun did not look angry, but seemed to be in a good mood. He thought of something and asked, "Have you completed your cooperation task?" The decree for Zhao Sun to become the king has been posted on the notice board. As long as all the rebellious rabbits are killed, all the processes of the cooperation task will be completed. It is indeed not necessary for the rabbit soldiers to gather here before the reminder of the completion of the task appears. Yes! Zhao Sun did not hide it. He took out the other two edicts and handed them to the scarred man and the girl with glasses. The scarred man and the girl with glasses immediately stood up from the ground, both of them showing a look of joy. They have been uneasy because the edict was in Zhao Sun's hand. Now they saw that Zhao Sun took the initiative to give them the edict without them asking for it, and they were very happy. The girl with glasses looked at the scarred man's eager face and suggested, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will be the king first." Okay. The scarred man agreed readily. For him, as long as he can complete the collaborative task, it doesn't matter whether it's early or late. The progress is quite smooth now. He only needs to wait until all the rabbit soldiers gather here. Take the emerald scepter. Announce to the rabbit soldiers that he is the new king, and then post the edict on the notice board to cover Zhao Sun's one. And everything will be done. One round determines the winner. The scarred man's fist wins the glasses girl's scissors. Hee hee. It seems that my luck in this game is really good. The scarred man smiled and stretched out his hand to Zhao Sun. Give me the scepter. Zhao Sun said nothing and handed the scepter on his waist to the scarred man. The girl with glasses watched the scarred man take the scepter, sighed silently, and stepped aside. Although she was a little regretful that she was not the second one, it didn't matter if she waited a little longer. Zhao Sun still sat on the chair and didn't rush to leave. He also wanted to know if the two players still had a chance to complete the collaborative task. After about half an hour, the rabbit soldiers finally gathered again at the gate of the palace. They looked at Zhao Sun anxiously, like prisoners waiting for the final verdict. Soon, all the rabbits noticed that the emerald scepter was held in the hand of the scarred man, and Zhao Sun sat on the chair with his eyes closed and rested as if it had nothing to do with him. "I am your new king," Scarred Man said impatiently. "You all obey the orders of the holder of the scepter. And now I am the holder of the scepter. You should now recognize me as your master." The rabbit soldiers looked at each other, and there was silence for a while. There was no questioning or rejection, nor was there any obedient response. The scarred man just thought that these rabbit soldiers had acquiesced, and hurriedly unfolded his edict and neatly pasted it on the edict that Zhao Sun had issued before. He waited with excitement. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. The excitement on his face gradually disappeared and turned into anxiety. He turned to look at the rabbit soldiers and asked angrily, "Are there any of you who are rebellious?" There was no problem with this process, and there was no lack of any conditions. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, there was no message to remind him that the task was completed. The most likely reason was that some of these rabbit soldiers were dissatisfied with him being the king. It was the same as Zhao Sun's previous situation. The rabbit soldiers looked at each other again, and still no one spoke. The scarred man suddenly became anxious. He knocked on the notice board with his scepter in a rage. "Are you all mute? I am your king! The king asked you questions, and you dare not answer? We have no rebellious intentions against you." Finally, a rabbit dressed as a general spoke. "You took the scepter and issued an edict to make us sure that you are the next king designated by the new king." Here, it paused for a few seconds, and in the anxious and urging eyes of the scarred man, it continued, "But only after the king dies. The next king can succeed to the throne." Almost at the moment when the rabbit general finished speaking, the scarred man's head fell to the ground. The scarred man even understood what happened after seeing the scene of his body falling to the ground. But the remaining consciousness was fleeting, and at the last moment of death, he seemed to hear a scream. The glasses girl on the side screamed and kept backing away. and she looked at Zhao Sun vigilantly and terrified. The flame machete in Zhao Sun's hand disappeared quickly. There was no change on his expression. He even maintained his comfortable sitting posture, as if he was not the one who had just chopped off the scarred man's head. Did you have this guess early on? The girl with glasses asked tremblingly. You want to be the first king because you guessed that the player behind must kill the one in front to be the king. Even if Zhao Sun gave them the opportunity to complete the collaborative task, they would still be killed by Zhao Sun in the end. Instead of wasting time like this, it would be better for Zhao Sun to be the king himself from the beginning. I guessed it roughly. Zhao Sun stood up slowly, picked up the emerald scepter that fell to the ground, and showed a gentle smile to the girl with glasses. I'm not 100% sure, so I gave you a chance. The girl with glasses kept backing away, fearing that Zhao Sun would get closer to her, while looking for a suitable escape route. She stuttered and accused Zhao Sun. You are too treacherous. You pushed me and the scarred man to a dead end. Only you can survive. You can't think of the potential risks of this collaborative mission. It's your own brain that is not good enough. Zhao Sun had a very warm smile on his face, but his words were slightly chilling. Besides, I'm not a good person. Survival games are originally about struggling for survival, and death is the norm. Even if you use moral kidnapping on other players, it won't be of much use, let alone someone like him who has no emotions. The girl with glasses stared at Zhao Sun in a daze, and her legs trembled unconsciously. Her heart was chilled. Although Zhao Sun did not show much emotional ups and downs, she still felt that Zhao Sun wanted to kill her, and he had to kill her. Yes, as long as she killed Zhao Sun, she could become the new king and complete the cooperative mission. In order to survive, she could not give up any opportunity to assassinate, even if her strength was weak and did not pose a threat to Zhao Sun. It was always a trouble to be on guard against sneak attacks. Killing him as soon as possible would save her worries. She understood this, and knew that she might do the same if she were in his place. But she was about to be killed. How could she look at this matter objectively like a spectator? She only hoped that the other party would be a little soft-hearted and give her a chance to live. Unfortunately, her hope was dashed after all. Zhao Sun fired a flaming arrow at the girl with glasses without hesitation. The girl with glasses was so scared that her whole body trembled. She retreated awkwardly and threw one ping-pong-sized water ball after another at the flaming arrow, like a moth to a flame. When the water ball was about 5 centimeters away from the flaming arrow, it was evaporated into water vapor by the scorching temperature. The blood color on the glasses girl's face completely faded, leaving only despair. She knew that there was a huge gap in strength between her and Zhao Sun, but she always thought that even if her water ball could not completely extinguish Zhao Sun's fire, it should at least reduce the fire. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the fire weakening, she could escape. But the reality is so cruel. Her water ball was useless in front of Zhao Sun's fire. It couldn't even damage the tip of the flaming arrow. This feeling of being powerless was really too desperate. The glasses girl continued to release water balls in vain in order to get a glimmer of life. But even this struggle couldn't let her live for 2 more seconds. The speed of the flaming arrow did not slow down at all, and finally pierced the glasses girl's chest directly. With a shrill scream, the flames instantly covered the glasses girl's whole body, and she was burned into charcoal in an instant. None of the rabbit soldiers who watched the whole process spoke. After the glasses girl and the scarred man died, they all knelt down towards Zhao Sun and saluted respectfully, expressing their loyalty to Zhao Sun, the new king. Zhao Sun sat down on the chair again and began to think about the next plan. The last sentence of the rules of this game is, players who complete 2 tasks and survive to the end can pass the game. Therefore, this time, players will not be allowed to leave the game early because of the early completion of personal tasks and collaborative tasks. They must wait until the end of the game time to return to the endless train. Current situation. 4 of the 5 servants are still alive. But because the rabbit princess has died, they can no longer complete the collaborative tasks and are destined to die in this game. Only the hip-hop man is left among the assassins. Only the male servant carrying the tray is left among the favorites. Among the thieves, the scarred man and the glasses girl were killed, leaving only Zhao Sun, although there are still 7 players alive. In fact, only Zhao Sun, the hip-hop man, and the male servant carrying the tray can pass the game. The 4 servants are very clear that they have no hope of passing the game. If they are timid, they can only hide in a corner and survive until the end of the game and the arrival of death. If they are bolder and feel unbalanced because they cannot pass the game, they may want to kill other players who have a chance to pass the game before the game ends. Especially Zhao Sun.
who killed the rabbit princess, which was equivalent to personally cutting off the slave's hope of passing the game. These slaves must want him to die, even if he showed his strength to crush them. The barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. They will die anyway, and they will always be cruel enough to try to die with him. Moreover, sneak attacks always have more chances of winning than head-on confrontations. The main thing is to let others die with him if you can't survive. Therefore, in order to live a more comfortable life in the next period of time and avoid being ruined by these players' rare and relaxing time, he has to find a way to get rid of these hidden dangers. Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. December 26th, 10:30 a.m. There are still more than 30 hours before the end of the game. It was inconvenient for him to go to find those players alone. It was good that he could take the initiative to attack him. If they were all hiding, it would be difficult for him to find them, which would waste his time. So he chose to do other things and wait for those players to find him. But he would not sit and wait for death. Zhao Sun ordered all the rabbit soldiers.
Send half of the soldiers to find the humans hiding in the palace, and say that I invited them to dinner. Those who obey should be brought to me at dinner time, and those who resist will be executed on the spot. The other half of the soldiers will be arranged according to your daily habits, and do what is within your duties.
The rabbit soldiers dispersed in response. Those who should patrol. Those who should guard the gate. And those who should search. Zhao Sun also got up and returned to the palace. He waved to a passing rabbit servant. The rabbit servant quickly trotted to Zhao Sun.
Go and call the Marquis over.
Zhao Sun thought for a while and said,
See me in the study.
The rabbit servant responded and left quickly. Zhao Sun went upstairs and went to the bedroom of the rabbit king first. As expected, he saw the rabbit queen lying on the bed crying. Among the 4 masters in the palace, only the rabbit queen was still alive. It had been several hours, and the rabbit queen seemed to have not recovered from the king's cheating. She was crying until now, and probably didn't know that the rabbit princess and the rabbit prince had already died. Zhao Sun didn't say a word and directly used lightning power to electrocute the rabbit queen to death. The rabbit queen died very quietly, without making any sound. Then, Zhao Sun came to the study and saw the headless rabbit corpse still sitting behind the desk. He simply set a fire and burned the rabbit king clean, leaving no ash. Then he opened the window of the study to disperse the smell. After a while, the rabbit marquis came. As soon as they met, the rabbit marquis showed a flattering smile.
My beloved king, do you have something to talk to me about? Well,
Zhao Sun waved to the rabbit marquis.
Come with me for a walk.
The rabbit marquis, it thought Zhao Sun asked it to come to the study to discuss some confidential matters. As a result, it just came and asked it to go out. Why did they meet in the study? The rabbit marquis didn't know what Zhao Sun wanted to do, but he didn't dare to ask more. He followed Zhao Sun out of the study obediently. Zhao Sun first went to the jewelry room that belonged to the rabbit queen, and there was indeed an open safe in it. It was obvious that the scarred man was in a hurry at the time, and he didn't hang up the paintings, and the door of the safe was not closed. As long as you look into the innermost part of the room, you can see the open door of the safe on the wall above the sofa. Chapter 3:14 What is going on? Perhaps the servants did not dare to enter the rooms of the masters before the new king issued an order, so the jewelry in the safe was not missing. Zhao Sun took out all the gems and jewelry and stuffed them into the hands of the rabbit marquis. The rabbit marquis looked at the various shining gems in his hand with a confused face, and asked hesitantly,
What do you mean by this? Say you want to give all these to me.
Zhao Sun said to the rabbit marquis,
You must say this sincerely. You must want to give these to me from the bottom of your heart for it to work.
This is why he wants to kill the rabbit queen. The jewelry belongs to the rabbit queen. If you ask her to give it, she will probably be reluctant to give it, whether it is hypnosis or coercion and inducement. Even if the things are given to him, he cannot take them on the endless train. It must be given willingly in a sober state. Therefore, let these jewels become ownerless, and then let the NPCs without vested interests give them to him. The success rate will be much higher. Marquis Rabbit, what is going on here?
These are your things.
Marquis Rabbit felt that the jewelry in his hand was particularly hot. It originally thought that it had performed well before, and the new king wanted to give it all these to let it taste the sweetness. It was secretly excited. Unexpectedly, Zhao Sun actually wanted it to give these things to him. But Zhao Sun was the new king and could have inherited all the property in the palace, so there was no need for it to give them.
Just do what I say.
Zhao Sun naturally did not explain the reason, but just urged Marquis Rabbit. Marquis Rabbit calmed down and thought for a few seconds.
thinking that Zhao Sun might want to use this to confirm whether it was really loyal. As a loyal subject, no matter how outrageous the king's request was, he should choose to obey and not question it. Thinking of this, the Rabbit Marquis tried to correct his attitude and said in the sincere tone that Zhao Sun expected. My beloved king, I give you all these jewels and jewelry. I hope you can accept them. Zhao Sun saw that the Rabbit Marquis' eyes were sincere and his attitude was very sincere, so there should be no problem. So he took all the jewels and jewelry from the Rabbit Marquis and put them in the storage compartment. The Rabbit Marquis widened his rabbit eyes. How come so many jewels and jewelry are gone in the blink of an eye? Is this magic or magic? Before the Rabbit Marquis had time to think more, he saw Zhao Sun pick up all the other jewelry in the jewelry room and put them in front of him. These jewelry were placed in various glass jewelry cabinets, and they were not as valuable as those in the safe, but they were also very beautiful. This time, the Rabbit Marquis was very sensible and given them to Zhao Sun in the same way as before. Zhao Sun was very satisfied. After clearing out all the jewelry in the jewelry room, he led the Rabbit Marquis to the bedroom of the Rabbit Princess. Following the same pattern, he asked the Rabbit Marquis to give him all the jewelry of the Rabbit Princess. Then, Zhao Sun found the secret compartment in the Rabbit King's bedroom and looted a lot of gold ornaments. The 2 crowns of the Rabbit King and the Rabbit Queen that had lost all their gems were not wasted. The crown itself is made of pure gold, and it is still valuable even without the gems. The Rabbit Prince also has a small crown, which was also found by Zhao Sun. All these things passed through the hands of the Rabbit Marquis and returned to Zhao Sun's hands. The Rabbit Marquis was confused throughout the whole process, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He kept saying similar lines according to Zhao Sun's requirements. Zhao Sun finally ended the search for jewelry until he was dry-mouthed. Just when the Rabbit Marquis thought that the matter had come to an end, Zhao Sun took him to the armory again. All kinds of weapons were also put into the storage compartment by Zhao Sun in the same way. This time the Rabbit Marquis really couldn't stand it. Your Majesty. His voice was hoarse, but he still said humbly, Can I have a drink of water? Zhao Sun looked at the empty armory and patted the dust on his hands. As he walked out, he said to the Rabbit Marquis, Of course, I'll ask the servants to prepare some refreshments for you. Hearing this, the Rabbit Marquis couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it goes on like this, it will think that this is Zhao Sun's way of deliberately torturing it. It is hard for it to guess Zhao Sun's purpose for such a weird behavior that he had to make him give him something that originally belonged to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun casually grabbed the passing rabbit servant and told him to prepare refreshments. And then he and the Rabbit Marquis came to the tea room together. Soon, 7 or 8 rabbit servants came in, carrying tea sets, tea and various snacks. While drinking tea and eating snacks, Zhao Sun didn't speak, and the Rabbit Marquis didn't dare to speak casually, so he drank tea honestly. In fact, the Rabbit Marquis was tired of talking before, and he didn't want to talk much at this moment. It felt that this rare silence was really good, and it didn't want to speak again for the rest of the day. While Zhao Sun was drinking tea, his ears and eyes were paying attention to the movements outside. However, there were no accidents. He and the Rabbit Marquis wandered around the palace until after 4 in the afternoon. During this time, no player came to attack him. He was a little disappointed. Was there no one among the players this time who was bold and could not stand others doing well? Didn't anyone think that since they couldn't pass the level, they had to drag a few people to take the blame? Whether it was too kind or too timid, it made him a little disappointed. Zhao Sun changed his sitting position and drank 2 more sips of tea. Or did those players think that it was too conspicuous to attack during the day and wanted to choose to attack at night? I don't rule out this possibility. It is indeed more likely to succeed to attack while everyone is asleep. Let's wait and see at night. After drinking afternoon tea without any trouble, Zhao Sun led the Rabbit Marquis to the cloakrooms of the Rabbit King and the Rabbit Prince. He picked and chose some clothes that looked good in material and simple in style, packed them together, and asked Marquis Rabbit to send them to him. Marquis Rabbit was stunned. He thought that the previous ones were over, but he didn't expect there would be something else. He sighed silently, but he still obeyed Zhao Sun's instructions and began to send things skillfully. After harvesting a wave of clothes, Zhao Sun found a very delicate and beautiful pottery jar with a lid, and the size and capacity were also suitable. He also asked the Rabbit Marquis to give him. Then, he sent the Rabbit Marquis away, took out the garbage bag containing his adopted mother's ashes from the storage compartment, stuffed it into the pottery jar together with the bag, and closed the lid. Since the adoptive mother could not be buried for the time being, he would first find a beautiful urn to place it. After doing all this, it was completely dark. Candles were lit everywhere in the entire palace, and the lighting effect was quite good. When Zhao Sun walked out of the room, he saw several rabbit servants peeking in the corridor. Seeing Zhao Sun appear, one of the gray and white mixed-haired rabbits hurried to Zhao Sun.
Your Majesty, dinner is ready, but I don't know where you want to eat. In the restaurant,
Zhao Sun said. The banquet hall has been messed up, and there must be rabbit servants cleaning it up there. But it can't be restored to its original state in a short time. Anyway, he can't invite many people to have dinner together, and the restaurant is enough.
Okay.
The gray-white mixed-haired rabbit nodded repeatedly and asked,
How many sets of tableware should we prepare? Should the nobles' dinner also be placed in the dining room? Those nobles haven't left yet?
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. At first, these rabbit nobles came to the palace to attend the dinner last night. Logically, they should leave after the dinner, even if they were frightened by what happened last night and almost didn't sleep all night. They needed to stay in the palace for a while to rest and relax. Now it is the second night, and the self-conscious rabbits should take the initiative to leave. There is no banquet tonight.
They stay here to attend your celebration banquet,
the gray-white mixed-haired rabbit explained.
As the new king, you always have to hold a banquet to celebrate.
Zhao Sun, why is there still this? After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun asked,
Is there a rule about when the celebration banquet must be held?
The gray-white mixed-haired rabbit shook his head.
No, but it is usually held within 3 days after becoming the new king. It is not appropriate to hold it too late.
Zhao Sun nodded to show that he understood.
Then hold it 3 days later. During this period, let those nobles live in the palace. But tonight and tomorrow, let them eat in their respective rooms, and don't come out to join in the fun.
He added 2 more sentences.
Just say it's my order. Okay, Your Majesty.
The gray-white mixed-haired rabbit responded respectfully. Zhao Sun continued.
Bring my dinner first. And when we go to the restaurant, we will see how many guests have arrived, and then decide how many sets of tableware to prepare. Yes, Your Majesty.
The gray-white mixed-haired rabbit responded again and retreated respectfully. Zhao Sun quickly walked into the restaurant and sat in the main seat, waiting for the arrival of dinner and guests. Not long after, the hip-hop man and the serving man appeared. The two showed Zhao Sun a flattering smile and were very polite.
During this time in the palace, I'll have to rely on you to take care of me.
The hip-hop man scratched his head and nodded to Zhao Sun.
I'll also ask you to take care of meals and other things. We won't cause you any trouble.
The male servant who served the tray was afraid of being disliked by Zhao Sun, so he tried hard to promote himself.
We just want to eat better and sleep more comfortably. Sit down.
Zhao Sun raised his hand slightly, signaling the hip-hop man and the serving man to choose a chair to sit down. He was not surprised by their appearance. These two players were sure to pass the game, and there was no conflict of interest between them and him. They naturally wanted to make friends with him to avoid unnecessary unexpected fights in the following time. He did not intend to embarrass them. The hip-hop man and the serving man looked at each other and chose 2 seats nearby to sit down. The two people close to each other, as if in this way, the two of them could give each other a sense of security. After a while, the rabbit servants brought up a lot of dishes. Seeing the hip-hop man and the serving man sitting at the dining table, the clever rabbit servants also prepared a dinner for them, until all the tableware and meals were placed. No other players appeared. However, a rabbit general came to report that a total of 4 humans had been found before. 2 of them agreed to come for dinner, namely the hip-hop man and the serving man, and the other 2 ran away without saying a word. The rabbit soldiers chased and blocked them, but still let them run away. The remaining 2 humans have not been found yet. After the report, the rabbit general lowered his head, as if he was ready to be criticized. Zhao Sun waved his hand indifferently.
Continue patrolling and searching for people.
The rabbit general looked up at Zhao Sun in surprise. He didn't expect that he would be let off so easily. Zhao Sun had no intention of punishing it at all. It was a little fortunate and became more respectful to Zhao Sun. Then, it left quickly, determined to arrange the soldiers to patrol and search more reasonably, stay up all night, and try to find the 4 humans. The hip-hop man and the serving man subconsciously looked at Zhao Sun, but the 2 quickly retracted their gazes and concentrated on eating the food on their plates, fearing that they would meet Zhao Sun's gaze. Zhao Sun felt the hip-hop man and the serving man's scrutiny, but he didn't care. The two players just wanted to know what he wanted to do with the other players. After all, they didn't know the content of the cooperative mission of the 4 players. So they didn't know that the 4 players had no hope of completing the game. And they didn't know that the purpose of his finding the 4 people was to eliminate the trouble. As for the fact that the rabbit generals had almost no gains, Zhao Sun was not surprised. The hip-hop man and the male servant who served the tray wanted to show his goodwill to him. So they would naturally agree to come to have dinner together. There was no need for them to hide. The 2 slaves who were found should have sensed the danger when the rabbit soldiers invited them to the banquet. So they chose to escape. As for the 2 slaves who had not been found, they were most likely to have murderous intentions against him and wanted to choose the right time to sneak attack. They must not be in a passive situation. Maybe they are hiding in the dark now. Zhao Sun thought it was normal that the rabbit soldiers could not catch these 4 slaves, although the rabbit soldiers have an advantage in size. Except for the rabbit princess. The other rabbits look quite ordinary and have no special skills. The players have more or less special abilities, which may not be enough to kill the rabbit soldiers. But escaping should not be a problem. After all, this is not the first round of the platform game for new players. If they are so weak that they have difficulty escaping from such ordinary NPCs, they should not be alive now. Zhao Sun did not expect the rabbit soldiers to catch the 4 people, but just wanted to make the situation more tense and make them feel a sense of urgency. If they don't have the courage, they will naturally hide far away because of fear. If they are ruthless, then under this sense of urgency, they should take action tonight. Chapter 315 A Great Harvest. After dinner, Zhao Sun said to the hip-hop man and the serving man, "For the next period of time, you should stay in the guest room. Don't come out casually. You should also eat in the room. As long as you don't disturb me, I promise that I won't cause you trouble." He won't cause them trouble. But whether the 4 players who have no hope of passing the level will cause them trouble is not within his promise. Whether these 2 people can realize this is not within his consideration. The hip-hop man and the serving man looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. All the previous uneasiness finally had a place to go. From Zhao Sun's previous behavior, he was a man of his word. What he promised and the conditions for the exchange were done well. He would do it. What's more, there was no conflict of interest between them and Zhao Sun. So they believed that Zhao Sun was not deceiving them. Zhao Sun said to a rabbit servant standing behind the hip-hop man, "Arrange a guest room for them." After a pause, he asked the hip-hop man and the serving man, "Do you 2 want to live separately or together?" "Let's live together," the serving man whispered. "We can take care of each other and feel a little safe." The hip-hop man also nodded. Zhao Sun looked at the rabbit servant again. "A larger guest room with its own bathroom." The rabbit servant responded respectfully and led the hip-hop man and the serving man away. Zhao Sun also ordered the rabbit servant standing behind him, "Send all 3 meals to me in the room tomorrow." The rabbit servant responded obediently. Zhao Sun stood up and walked towards the bedroom of the rabbit king. It was still early, but he didn't sleep last night, so it was time to rest. After returning to the room, he closed the door, summoned the gorilla and baboon, and guarded the window and door respectively, and then lay down to sleep. Late at night, 2 o'clock in the morning, most of the nobles and servants in the palace had fallen asleep. There were many rabbit soldiers patrolling outside the palace all night, especially outside the king's bedroom. The patrol frequency was more frequent, and the number of soldiers was greater. Under such strict defense, a shadow on the ground shuffled freely in the darkness, without attracting any rabbit's attention. The shadow quickly climbed up the outer wall of the palace, consciously avoided bright places, walked in the shadows, and soon successfully got into the king's bedroom through the window that was not closed tightly. The shadow looked at the bulging figure on the bed, and immediately came down from the wall, turned back into human form, and took out a long knife without hesitation and stabbed it into the quilt. The feeling of the blade piercing the flesh was very real, but the figure did not react at all, as if it did not feel any pain, and did not even scream in pain. It was a bit strange. Just when the figure wanted to lift the quilt to check, the long knife in his hand suddenly slipped out of his hand. The figure was not prepared at all, and there was no time to react, and the long knife slipped out of his hand. After the long knife left the figure's hand, it quickly turned around and chopped down at the figure's neck. The figure made some uncontrollable noises, but because of the broken throat, he couldn't really make a sound. Until this time, a small ball of fire flew out from under the bed, illuminating a small area in the room. In this not-so-bright light, Zhao Sun turned over from under the bed and looked at the surprised figure with a smile on his face. Oh no! The figure had revealed her face in the firelight. It was one of the servants, the maid of the Rabbit King. At this time, blood gushed out of the maid's neck, and it was obvious that she was dead. She widened her eyes in surprise, her face full of unwillingness. She thought her sneak attack would succeed. After all, she could turn herself into a shadow. No one could catch her, and it was difficult to find her whereabouts. But she didn't expect that Zhao Sun was hiding under the bed. It was not until the candlelight was lit that she saw that the person lying on the bed was not Zhao Sun, but the body of the Rabbit Queen. She didn't expect Zhao Sun to guess that she came to attack. And she didn't expect Zhao Sun to sleep in the same room with a corpse. All her plans were ruined. Seeing the maid's unwilling look, Zhao Sun chuckled. I slept here specially just to wait for you. Otherwise you might not be able to find me. There was no rule that the king must sleep in the exclusive bedroom. He could choose to sleep somewhere else. So those who wanted to assassinate him would have to work hard to find him. The maid was stunned and understood what Zhao Sun meant. It was not that her plan was ruined, but that she walked into Zhao Sun's trap invisibly. This was originally a hopeless dead end. She smiled silently and never had the chance to make a sound again. Just in case the other party pretended to be dead, Zhao Sun chopped off the maid's head with a long knife and burned the maid clean with fire. After dealing with it, Zhao Sun slept under the bed again. The baboon and the gorilla stayed in the corners by the window and the door respectively, vigilantly paying attention to various small movements. However, until dawn, no second assassin appeared. It was around 4 in the morning when Zhao Sun heard screams coming from a room far away. Judging from the direction, it was most likely the room where the hip-hop man and the male servant who served the dishes lived. It seemed that the other hidden player felt that he had no chance of winning by killing him. So he chose the two people with a higher chance of winning as his target. Zhao Sun did not join in the fun. Whether he could escape the night attack depended on the skills of the hip-hop man and the male servant who served the dishes. It was not until the rabbit servant knocked on the door and said that breakfast was ready that Zhao Sun got up and washed. He opened the door and saw 4 rabbit servants standing outside the door, with a small dining cart in the middle, which contained various dining plates. Zhao Sun asked the leading rabbit servant, Are the 2 human guests in the guest room used to living here? The leading rabbit servant replied respectfully, If your majesty wants to know, I can call the servant who specially delivers meals to them and let you ask him. Go. Zhao Sun returned to the bed and sat down. So, the leading rabbit servant was sent to call people, and the other 3 pushed the dining cart into the bedroom and placed various plates and tableware on the small table. After Zhao Sun finished eating, they cleaned up the tableware and pushed the dining cart away. As soon as Zhao Sun finished eating, the previous rabbit servant brought a mixed-hair black rabbit over. Your Majesty. The mixed-hair black rabbit saluted Zhao Sun and said, The 2 guests seem to have been attacked last night, and both of them were injured. They asked me to ask you if you can give them some medicine to bandage their wounds. Where is the assassin who attacked them? Zhao Sun asked first. He was killed. The male black rabbit replied. Soldiers have already gone to deal with the body. Zhao Sun nodded, no longer interested in the assassin. He turned to another topic of interest. There is a room in the palace dedicated to storing medicine. Right. Yes. The male black rabbit nodded. But the key to the pharmacy is kept by His Majesty the King himself. Well, you wait outside the door. I'll get the key, and you come with me to the pharmacy. Zhao Sun waved to the male black rabbit. The male black rabbit immediately bowed and retreated. The rabbit servant standing aside stood still. Zhao Sun glanced at the rabbit servant. Anything else? The rabbit servant made a salute, and then said, Your Majesty, you should choose 1 or 2 of the most trusted servants as your personal attendants, so that you can give orders at any time. Like this, whoever you catch will be asked to do the work. It's really not good. But it didn't dare to say it directly, fearing that it would upset Zhao Sun and bring bad luck to itself. So, it could only express it in a more tactful way. Zhao Sun waved his hand to the rabbit servant. Retreat. The rabbit servant didn't understand for a moment whether Zhao Sun agreed with its proposal or not. But looking at Zhao Sun's expression, it seemed that he didn't want to talk about it anymore. It didn't dare to ask any more questions, and quickly stepped out. Zhao Sun got up, opened the secret compartment at the head of the bed, and looked for the key. He would leave the game at 12 o'clock tonight, so there was no need to find a personal attendant for himself. It would be inconvenient to follow him at any time. So, since he became king, if he had something to do for others, he would just grab whoever he saw on the road and give him an order. He didn't really want to stay here as king for the rest of his life. Soon, Zhao Sun found a bunch of keys in the secret compartment. There were no labels on the keys, and he didn't know which room they corresponded to. After thinking about it, 2 of the keys may be for the corresponding armory and the jewelry room of the Rabbit Queen. After all, these 2 places are very important. However, the jewelry room was pried open by the scarred man before, and the door of the armory was also forcibly opened by Zhao Sun. So he has not used the key so far. However, it is better to use the key to open the door to the pharmacy. It is a good opportunity to ask questions and see what the rooms corresponding to the other keys are used for. Maybe you can get another wave. Zhao Sun took the key and opened the door, and saw the Black Rabbit waiting outside the door. "Lead the way," Zhao Sun said to the Black Rabbit. The Black Rabbit hurriedly led the way. As he walked, Zhao Sun asked questions and found out that the remaining keys were all for the underground death cell. There were several important traitors imprisoned in it, because they were the brothers of the Rabbit King. The Rabbit King did not kill them, but put them in the death cell. The Rabbit King was worried about giving the key of the death cell to others, so he kept it himself. Zhao Sun immediately lost interest in the remaining keys, and the man and the rabbit quickly walked to an iron door. Zhao Sun tried the keys one by one, and soon opened the iron door. As soon as he opened the door, Zhao Sun saw several rows of tall iron shelves inside, all filled with neatly stacked medicines. He leaned over and looked at the names of the medicines carefully, and was a little surprised. The medicine reserves here were much richer than he had imagined, and they were completely not available in this era. In theory, in this era, the types of medicines were very rare, and even if there were any, most of them were spices. But there were actually some chemical synthetic drugs and ancient herbal medicines here, which can be said to include all kinds of medicines from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. However, games are not real history, so it is understandable that some things that do not fit the background appear. Anyway, there are many types of medicines, which is a good thing for him. Zhao Sun looked at the mixed-haired Black Rabbit. "What medicine do they need? Take some over." The mixed-haired Black Rabbit was stunned for a moment before realizing that Zhao Sun was talking about the 2 injured human guests. Zhao Sun had never mentioned giving medicine to the 2 human guests before, and had thought Zhao Sun didn't want to give it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Sun came to get the medicine in person. The Black Rabbit was moved. It responded, looked up and searched on the shelf. It quickly took out a roll of gauze and some hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder, bowed respectfully to Zhao Sun, and then left. "I'll be back when I'm done," Zhao Sun said to the Black Rabbit, who had already walked out of the door. The Black Rabbit responded repeatedly and ran quickly to the guest room. Zhao Sun searched the pharmacy carefully. He found a few wooden boxes in the corner and put all the commonly used medicines in them. Although there were no antibiotics here, there were a lot of hemostatic powder, cough drops, bandages, gauze, etc. He even saw a whole box of alcohol spray. Those medicines filled 2 wooden boxes, plus a box of alcohol spray. A total of 3 boxes of medicines were packed out. Zhao Sun was in a very good mood. In this game, there were a lot of gains in weapons, medicines, and property. Although he has not needed to use medicine so far, this thing is better to be prepared. Moreover, it would be great if there was a chance to sell it to others in exchange for something else. Although medicines also have a shelf life, and the storage grid does not have the function of stopping time, expired medicines are still usable. Besides, supplies are in short supply, and it is good to have medicines. Who cares whether they are expired or not? Zhao Sun spent 80 points to open the 5th storage grid. When collecting cold weapons, the storage grid was actually not enough. However, he was not rigid in the use of cold weapons. So at that time, he used control gold to split and fuse the metal parts of these cold weapons, trying to fill the entire space of the 1 cubic meter storage grid. The rest were thrown away. But now if you want to store these medicines, it really can't fit. You must open another storage grid. Zhao Sun had just opened the 5th storage grid when the mixed-haired Black Rabbit came back. Zhao Sun pointed at the 3 wooden boxes at his feet. "Give them to me, with a very sincere tone, and give them to me willingly." The mixed-haired Black Rabbit looked confused. Its long ears moved uneasily, as if doubting that it had not heard Zhao Sun's words clearly. "You must really want to give it to me from the bottom of your heart," Zhao Sun emphasized again. The mixed-haired Black Rabbit was sure that he had not heard it wrong. It tried to pick up one of the wooden boxes and handed it to Zhao Sun. I give this to you. I hope you can accept it." Although he didn't understand why his king did this. As a servant, he shouldn't question the king's orders. Just obey and act according to the orders. Soon, the 3 wooden boxes really belonged to Zhao Sun. Chapter 316 Died in the game? Zhao Sun waved to the black rabbit. Go away! The black rabbit left the pharmacy obediently. After the black rabbit left, Zhao Sun put all 3 wooden boxes into the 5th storage compartment. It just took up most of the space, leaving only a little space on the side. He also took out the medicines in his suitcase and the medicines in his mountaineering bag, and put them into the remaining gap of the 3rd storage compartment. Now there are more medicines, so it's just right to put them all together and occupy a separate storage compartment. In this way, the 1st storage compartment is filled with suitcases, mountaineering bags and other spare clothes. The 2nd storage compartment is filled with special items, which is also the only storage compartment with a lot of free space. The 3rd storage compartment is full of metal weapons. The 4th storage compartment is the adoptive mother's urn and various jewelry, gold and other valuables. The 5th storage compartment is full of medicines. In the following time, there were no more accidents. Neither the hip-hop man nor the serving man nor the other 2 players, who were hiding as slaves, appeared in front of Zhao Sun again. As the king, Zhao Sun ordered the rabbit chefs to make a lot of delicious food. Although food and water could not be brought back to the endless train, at least they could be eaten in the game. In this way, he ate and stopped until the pop-up window appeared. Game over. Congratulations to all players who have completed personal and collaborative tasks and survived until now and cleared this round of the game. The next second, Zhao Sun was teleported directly back to the endless train. Familiar carriage number 5. Zhao Sun turned around and walked back to compartment number 7. It was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Although the other players in the compartment had not fallen asleep yet, they had already laid on their beds one by one. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 3 players looked at the door in unison. Seeing Zhao Sun coming back, no one took the initiative to say hello. Zhao Sun didn't care. He closed the door, quickly took off his shoes, socks and coat, and lay on the number 3 bunk. As soon as he lay down, the train broadcast sounded in his ears. The train will arrive at the 6th station at 1:23 a.m. on December 29th. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. Zhao Sun was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Yes, this time, just like last month, there is another round of survival games in the last 3 days of the month. For him, this is undoubtedly good news. This round of survival games must end on December 31st at the latest, and will not delay the time of the new round of dream games. He will definitely participate. Asterisk. December 28th. 9 a.m. Zhao Sun got up and washed. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he saw Ajay, who looked a little haggard. I will go to this round of platform games. Zhao Sun said this sentence as usual. Before each platform game, Wu Wei would come to ask if he would participate, so as to stagger the time of participation with him. So when he saw Wu Wei, he was already used to actively replying. It was just that Wu Wei had always come over before, but this was the first time that it was Ajay who came over. Ajay opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Zhao Sun was about to leave, but when he saw Ajay's hesitation, he stopped and said, Anything else? Boss! Ajay's voice was a little hoarse, and he seemed to be choked after saying only 2 words, and he couldn't say anything else. Zhao Sun frowned slightly, although Ajay only said 2 words. Just by looking at his dying expression, even a fool could guess what was going on. Died in the game? Zhao Sun took the initiative to help Ajay finish his words, and then asked, You didn't come to me just to inform me of Wu Wei's death, did you? He and Ajay's relationship was not good, although Ajay's attitude was eased later because of Wu Wei's mediation. They were always people from 2 different worlds, and were destined not to get along. It was good to be a nodding acquaintance. Besides, Wu Wei was dead, and without this bridge in the middle, Ajay would not come to him to chat for no reason. It was unlikely that Ajay came to inform Wu Wei of his death. He should have something else to say. This is the boss's last words. Let me tell you something. Ajay adjusted his mood and continued to say to Zhao Sun, Let's find a suitable place to talk. Where do you think is suitable? Zhao Sun asked. Restaurant? He didn't have a special item like a whistle that could isolate the sound, so he couldn't ensure that no one would overhear the conversation. It's better to choose a crowded and lively place like a restaurant. The space is completely open, and it is easy to observe whether there are others approaching, as long as the volume is controlled. People sitting nearby will not easily hear their conversation. Okay. Ajay turned and walked towards the restaurant. Zhao Sun followed behind.
The two entered the ordinary restaurant one after another, and sat down in the corner. This position has walls on both sides, and the two people only need to observe whether there are people approaching on the other two sides. Zhao Sun took out the remaining reserve food meat buns from the storage compartment, took a bite, and signaled Ajay to start speaking with his eyes. Ajay opened his mouth and didn't say a word for a long time. He hunched his back in a somewhat decadent manner and said to Zhao Sun,
"My mind is very confused now. I don't know where to start talking to you. You ask me and I answer."
He had a lot to say, but he felt that he shouldn't tell Zhao Sun. But there were 5 volunteers in the same period, and now he was the only one left. He should probably talk to the volunteers who were still alive in the later periods. They were like-minded people and could empathize more easily. But he still came to Zhao Sun first because of Wu Wei's request. But his thoughts were too confused now. Wu Wei's death was a huge blow to him. He had already spent all his energy to stay calm, and it was difficult to sort out a useful line of thinking. In fact, his mind was like a ball of paste now. Zhao Sun thought for a while and asked,
"Did he die in the dream game or the platform game?" "Dream game."
Ajay put his hands on the dining table, as if he wanted to cover his face, but he restrained himself. He couldn't show it too obviously. He was a mature adult. Even if he was sad, he had to hide it. Zhao Sun noticed Ajay's little move, but he didn't expose it. He just continued to ask,
"You said he left a last message to me. Did he know he would die before entering the dream game?" "Of course not."
Ajay was a little dissatisfied with Zhao Sun's statement. He glared at Zhao Sun and then continued,
"He has a special item. No matter where he dies, he can give the information to the person who left the mark. And this information is transmitted in the form of brain waves, and it cannot be monitored or seized by others."
After Wu Wei got this special item, he left a mark on Ajay. But Ajay never thought that this mark would be useful one day.
"I see."
Zhao Sun nodded to show that he understood. Humans can have 84,000 thoughts every moment, and there is no problem in conveying complete information to Ajay through brain waves.
"You said he died in the dream game. Was he killed by an NPC?"
Zhao Sun asked again.
"Or did he merge his dreams with other players and die at the hands of other players?"
Ajay said with a gloomy face.
"Merge the dream game and die at the hands of an old player."
Zhao Sun nodded, his expression calm. Obviously he had guessed before. Wu Wei can live to this day. It is not easy to be killed by players with special ability level below LV4. Unless the opponent's special ability just restrains Wu Wei, or it is a rare special ability, there is a certain chance of winning. In addition, those who can kill Wu Wei in the dream game are either very powerful NPCs or dead ends caused by the game rules. Or they can only be old players with more experience than Wu Wei. When the old player was mentioned, Ajay finally caught a clue in his chaotic thoughts. He took the initiative to say to Zhao Sun,
"What the boss asked me to tell you is related to this old player."
Zhao Sun had already finished a meat bun and took out the second one. He nodded and motioned Ajay to continue. Ajay tried to sort out his thoughts and then said,
"As long as the old player knows a person's full name and spends some time to make a clay figure that looks like this person, he can curse people to die in various ways."
Zhao Sun stopped chewing and showed an interested look in his eyes. This doesn't sound like an ordinary special ability. Perhaps it is also a rare species that is only one. Moreover, judging from the effect of this ability, even if there are conditions for use, it should be suitable for him. If he really encounters it, he would like to devour it and try it. Ajay seemed to be in a certain mood. He did not notice Zhao Sun's distraction and continued.
"There should be restrictions on his making clay figures. It took 2 days to make it. The full name of the cursed person is engraved on the back of the clay figure. After a certain ritual, the clay figure and the real person will have 5 senses. Killing the clay figure can kill the cursed person. The clay figure is much easier to kill than the real person."
Zhao Sun commented. Ajay said bitterly,
"You are right. The boss died like this."
Zhao Sun looked at Ajay's angry look and didn't say what was in his heart after all. In fact, Wu Wei suffered because he was too honest. He reported his real name to everyone, and his full name. Maybe he wanted to exchange sincerity for sincerity. But how much sincerity can there be in a survival game? Besides, he should be on guard against others. So he shouldn't report his real name to everyone. In the final analysis, he also needs to take half the responsibility for his death. But Ajay certainly can't accept this statement. Although Zhao Sun didn't care about Ajay's emotions, there was no need to make things worse at this time, considering that Wu Wei wanted to leave him a last word before he died.
"What does the old player look like?"
Zhao Sun asked. Thought about it,
and asked another question. Is there a description in Wu Wei's last words? You should be able to recognize the old player at first sight. Ajay's eyes were filled with hatred, and he clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions. He has 6 fingers on his right hand, is not tall, has a short haircut, and does not look aggressive. He may even make others think he is a friendly person. The information Wu Wei sent to him was like a movie. He could clearly see the old player's face and hear his voice. He could even see the scene Wu Wei saw before he died. Once he recalled the scene, he felt a surge of anger and hatred in his body. How he wished he could rush up to help Wu Wei. But he knew that it was something that had already happened, and he could not reverse it. He also thought about going to the old player to avenge Wu Wei as soon as possible. But Wu Wei's last words to him also included other things. So he had to fulfill Wu Wei's last wish first. Patience was not his strong point. But he had to suppress his anger and restrain himself to stay calm and not act impulsively. Zhao Sun noted down the characteristics of this old player and asked, "Why did Wu Wei ask you to tell me this?" Ajay came back to his senses, but did not understand what Zhao Sun meant. "What?" Zhao Sun changed his words. "Does he want to exchange this information with me? Or does he have other purposes?" Ajay looked at Zhao Sun steadily, and his eyes gradually accumulated more anger. This time, Zhao Sun was really puzzled. He didn't understand why Ajay was so angry all of a sudden. He just wants you to beware of this player to prevent you from dying defenselessly in the hands of the other party. Ajay suppressed his roar and tried to speak in a voice that only 2 people could hear. He couldn't help but slam the table and stood up. "Do you think everyone is like you, who only knows how to exchange interests?" This time, it made a big commotion, and the players in the entire restaurant cast their eyes on him. Even the train attendant at the front desk looked over, with scrutiny in his eyes. "Don't violate the train rules," Zhao Sun reminded him indifferently. Article 8 of the train rules prohibits fighting and quarreling in the restaurant compartment. Due to Zhao Sun's kind attitude and steady tone, the quarrel has not yet been established. Otherwise, Ajay will definitely be punished for violating the rules of the game. Of course, Zhao Sun will also be implicated. Ajay calmed down a little and sat back down again. The train attendant at the front desk still did not retract his gaze, staring at Ajay's every move, as if he would take measures as long as Ajay made any more radical moves. The other players were very tactful and retracted their gazes to avoid staring too long and offending each other. In the survival game, it is difficult to make friends, but it is too easy to make enemies. Without knowing the strength of the other party, no one wants to offend others for such a small matter. People like you will never understand the kindness and intentions of the boss in your life. Ajay commented on Zhao Sun. "You're right." Zhao Sun didn't care, but smiled. "You and I are not the same kind of people." He just felt that if someone took the initiative to give him useful information, he would also give an equivalent exchange as long as the conditions were right. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this idea. Of course, if Ajay and Wu Wei didn't need him to exchange anything, he didn't have to chase them to give it to him. Chapter 317 Hiding in the Campus. Zhao Sun stood up, with a smile on his face. "However, I am still very grateful that he thought of me before he died. And the information he gave me was also very useful." Ajay looked at Zhao Sun, who stood up, pursed his lips, and said nothing. "You should have nothing else to tell me, so I will leave first." Zhao Sun nodded politely and turned to leave. Ajay did not speak again throughout the whole process, let alone to keep Zhao Sun. He really had nothing else to say to Zhao Sun. Most of Wu Wei's last words were for him. There was only one thing that he hoped he could tell Zhao Sun. Now that the matter has been said, he really does not need to talk to Zhao Sun anymore. He should do his own thing. Ajay also stood up and left the restaurant in silence. Asterisk. When Zhao Sun returned to carriage number 5, he saw Su Tiantian standing in the corridor of the carriage. Su Tiantian saw Zhao Sun appear, immediately raised a smile, and waved to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun walked over and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about? Do you remember what you told me about the fake whistle before?" Su Tiantian didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I found this person." Zhao Sun remembered that he had indeed mentioned this to Su Tiantian. The fake whistle deceived new players and sold false information to make new players deliberately target old players in the platform game. However, when he participated in the platform game recently, he didn't encounter the kind of new players who blindly targeted old players. He almost forgot the existence of the fake whistle. "Is this person still alive?" Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Recently, he hadn't encountered any new players who were deceived in the platform game. He thought that the fake whistle
had died in a certain game, and the deception plan was naturally interrupted. Now it seems that he didn't encounter the kind of players who were easy to deceive in the platform games he participated in recently. After all, the fake whistle as deception is not very clever, and it can only deceive players who are not smart enough and are easy to trust others. This kind of trick is useless against those who are wary and intelligent.
He's dead.
Su Tiantian shrugged nonchalantly.
I killed him.
Zhao Sun became interested.
Where did you meet him? How can you be sure that he is a fake whistle? In the dream game. Where else could it be?
Su Tiantian did not intend to elaborate, but just explained a few words.
He brought another person into the dream game. Just like you and me at the beginning. But he happened to choose the same time as me.
At this point, she snorted and laughed.
It's their bad luck.
Zhao Sun also laughed, although he didn't say anything. His expression clearly agreed with Su Tiantian's statement.
In short, this guy specifically picks on those new players who don't have good brains to fool. After fooling them, they will act according to his ideas.
At this point, Su Tiantian showed a malicious smile.
These new players, who don't have good brains to begin with, listen to him and take the initiative to provoke old players. They will most likely die. In this way, no one has the opportunity to expose his deception. What is his purpose?
Zhao Sun asked. Su Tiantian tilted her head and thought for a while before answering.
He feels that he can't live too long, and he doesn't have the ability to lead the endless train. Killing a few more people will reduce his fear of death.
Her eyes showed disdain.
What if luck is good? A blind cat meets a dead mouse, and a new player can really kill the old player and survive. Then this kind of player, who is not smart but listens to him and has strength, is just right for him to use. He has a beautiful idea.
Zhao Sun chuckled.
It's beautiful.
Su Tiantian tooted twice, with some sarcasm.
The player he brought into the dream game this time was the one who was fooled by him and survived the rookie period by luck. He merged the dream game to kill the other party and snatch special items. The player who was brought into the dream game boarded the endless train in November?
Zhao Sun asked.
Yes.
Su Tiantian nodded.
He's not very smart, but he's still alive. It seems his special ability is pretty good.
Zhao Sun commented.
That's all.
Su Tiantian snorted and laughed.
Anyway, he's not as good as me.
After saying that, she raised her chin slightly, with a proud look on her face. Zhao Sun didn't comment on this. However, looking at Su Tiantian's appearance, the player with a bad brain should have been killed by Su Tiantian. Although he had some guesses, Zhao Sun didn't ask much. He didn't care about the life and death of a person he didn't know at all.
I told you this mainly to let you know that the fake whistle is dead. After all, it was you who told me about this person's existence first.
Su Tiantian concluded with this sentence and changed the subject.
Also, I want to ask you, do you want to participate in the next round of the platform game? Of course I will.
Zhao Sun answered without any hesitation.
I knew it.
Su Tiantian muttered. But she was not dissatisfied.
Okay, I've made it clear what I should say and what I should ask.
She waved to Zhao Sun.
When the new ranking comes out, I'll come back to see where you are.
After that, she left without looking back. Zhao Sun then returned to his compartment and fell asleep. He slept until 9 o'clock in the evening. He ate some of the food in the storage compartment, went to the ordinary restaurant to buy 20 points of food and water as a supplement, and then returned to the compartment to continue sleeping. He didn't sit up from the bed until the train broadcast sounded. The endless train will stop at the hide and seek campus platform at 1:23 a.m. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. Zhao Sun rubbed his face and woke up faster. Then, he quickly put on his clothes, opened the door of the compartment, and walked out. Number 2 in the compartment was a little surprised.
He actually went to participate in the platform game again. He fought so hard. Is he tired of living? Or is he really that strong?
Can the body and mind really withstand such a high frequency of participating in survival games? Number 1 and number 4 did not say anything, and number 2 turned over and changed his posture to sleep again. Zhao Sun had already walked to the door of the carriage, quietly waiting for the train to stop. After a while, the broadcast sounded again. This train will stop for 2 days, and will depart on time at 12 o'clock on the evening of December 30th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please get on the train before midnight on December 30th. After saying that, the carriage door opened. Zhao Sun walked out quickly. The moonlight was dim tonight, and the visibility was extremely low due to the white fog. He could only walk completely by feeling. However, for the experienced Zhao Sun, this was not a problem. He skillfully walked through the thick white fog in the dark, without any hesitation or pause. Soon, he walked out of the white fog area and came to an open space. He habitually looked into the distance, and there was indeed a school there. The lights in the school were basically off, and only a few street lights were on at the school gate. But the light was not bright, and the distance was so far that the name of the school could not be seen clearly. Soon, the players gathered. There were 11 people in total, including the hip-hop man and the tray-carrying manservant who had passed the previous round. Well, he can't be called a tray-carrying manservant now. Zhao Sun looked up and down at the other party. Let's call it Dog-Bitten Head, who made this player's hair look like it was bitten by a dog. After the players gathered, a public screen appeared in front of everyone. Welcome to the Hide and Seek Campus platform game. This round of the game is divided into 2 stages. The first stage starts from now until 6 in the morning. All players need to work together to complete a collective task. While getting points rewards, they will also get a clearance hint for the second stage of the game. If the collective task fails, you will still enter the second stage, but you will lose the hint and deduct the corresponding points. The second stage starts at 6 in the morning and ends at the end of the game time. The detailed rules will be announced when entering the second stage. The content of the collective task in the first stage is as follows. There are 11 number plates with different numbers, and 5 6-pointed star silver medals scattered throughout the school. Players need to find all the number plates and silver medals. A player can only wear one number plate, and how to choose the number is up to the player. If there are still players who have not worn a number plate at the end of the first stage, the system will randomly match the excess number plates in the hands of other players. A player can have multiple silver medals. Silver medals are not bound to a certain owner and can be snatched. After the first stage, the ownership of the silver medal will be fixed. After entering the second stage, it will not be able to be snatched. I wish all players a happy game. The public screen disappeared. Zhao Sun's sight flashed, and then he appeared on the school playground. The other 10 players were also here. This time, the teleportation did not separate everyone. The moonlight was dim, and it was even difficult for everyone to see each other's faces clearly. For a while, no one spoke.
Let's act in groups.
Zhao Sun took the initiative to speak.
Divide the area. Everyone finds a place, and gather back to the playground at 5:30 in the morning.
Everyone looked at each other, but no one acted immediately. Zhao Sun was not annoyed, but smiled and said,
If you have any ideas, say it quickly. Wasting time will not benefit anyone. If you follow what you said, everyone is responsible for an area. How can we guarantee that others will not leave their posts without permission?
A woman in a bright red down jacket spoke first.
We didn't have a way to contact each other before, and it was difficult to supervise each other. As long as you have a little bit of brains, you won't do such a thing that harms others and benefits yourself,
Zhao Sun said, while his eyes were smiling and scanning the crowd.
Number plates and silver medals are not big things. It takes time and effort to find them. Once you miss a certain area, you may miss the opportunity to gather them together.
Although everyone didn't speak, they all nodded subconsciously. Zhao Sun continued.
The first stage only lasts more than 4 hours, and the failure of the collective task will deduct points, and you will lose the clearance tips for the second stage. I think no one wants to see this result.
Everyone nodded again.
Then how to calculate the silver medal?
The woman in the bright red down jacket asked again.
There is no way to distribute it evenly.
Although the other players didn't speak, their bright eyes proved that they were all very concerned about this issue. The fundamental reason why they didn't take action immediately was here. The scarcity of silver medals, and the fact that a player can have multiple silver medals undoubtedly represents a struggle for interests. Although the game rules do not clearly state the role of silver medals, everyone has experienced several platform games, and can guess that this rare object should play an important role in the second stage. And it is definitely a benefit, not a disadvantage.
Whoever finds it will own it.
Zhao Sun shrugged.
Of course, if you want to fight for it, I have also reserved the last half an hour, before 6 o'clock in the morning. Who can grab more silver medals depends on your own ability.
For a moment, everyone was silent. Zhao Sun's idea cannot be said to be good, but it cannot be said to be bad. This is indeed the fastest solution to the conflict. First, work together to find all the number plates and silver medals. This is the most important thing. Only in this way can they get points, rewards, and clearance tips. As for whether they can earn more benefits for themselves, they will wait until they gather together and rely on their own abilities. Those who get the silver medals will hide them with their own abilities to avoid being discovered. Those who want to grab the silver medals will find and seize them with their own abilities. In a sense, it is quite fair.
I agree.
The hip-hop man raised his hand.
There is not much time left in the first stage. We must act as soon as possible. If we can't find all the number plates and silver medals, there is not much meaning in discussing the ownership of the silver medal. I agree too.
Dog Biting Head followed up and agreed.
Getting the clearance hint for the second stage is the most important thing.
Perhaps the last sentence played a role, and the other players also expressed their agreement.
How should the number plates be distributed?
The woman in the bright red down jacket suddenly spoke again.
Different number plates may have different results in the second stage. It depends on luck.
Zhao Sun shrugged again.
The rules of the second stage will be announced after the number plates are distributed. When the number plates are distributed, the specific rules are not clear. And naturally, it is impossible to choose the number plates that are beneficial to you. It all depends on luck. Okay. Don't say these useless nonsense.
The man with a short ponytail glared at the woman in the bright red down jacket with some annoyance.
You have too many questions. You have wasted almost 10 minutes. If you don't have time to find all the number plates and silver medals later, I will beat you to death.
The woman's face sank slightly, and she looked at the man with a short ponytail with anger.
Then start choosing your own area.
Zhao Sun interrupted the tense atmosphere. He raised his hand and pointed to the nearest teaching building.
I am responsible for this building.
The other players didn't want to waste time anymore, and they all took the initiative to follow Zhao Sun's rhythm. Chapter 318, the first stage of collective tasks. Soon, everyone chose their own areas and scattered. This should be a high school, with teaching buildings, dormitory buildings, canteens, teacher office buildings, library buildings, etc. A total of 10 buildings. Exactly 10 players, each responsible for one building. The remaining player is responsible for the outdoor space, including the playground, security room, roads between teaching buildings, gardens, etc. Zhao Sun chose one of the teaching buildings. After he entered the first classroom on the first floor, he tried to press the switch by the door, and the ceiling light immediately lit up. Fortunately, it was much easier than searching in the dark. Zhao Sun summoned 5 primates, an orangutan, a baboon, a squirrel monkey, a dwarf marmoset. The first 2 were large in size, and they searched most of the place with Zhao Sun, and the 3 small ones behind them were specifically searching above the ceiling and some narrow spaces. 5 primates plus a human, working together tacitly, can quickly search a classroom. Zhao Sun searched room by room, from the first floor to the second floor, and then to the third floor. Finally, he found a number plate in the water tank of the public toilet on the third floor. It was a very ordinary white background with black characters, made of cotton cloth, and the number 10. Zhao Sun tried it, and confirmed that it could not be put into the storage compartment. He removed the plastic bag outside the number plate, wiped the water off his hands, and then stuffed the dry number plate into his coat pocket and zipped the pocket tightly. Then, he continued to search in order with the 5 primates.
What does the silver plate look like?
The orangutan couldn't stand the quiet atmosphere, but Zhao Sun told him not to speak casually. So it asked Zhao Sun in his mind.
Round or square? There is no reference. What if I find the wrong one? Just take them all away.
Zhao Sun had obviously thought about this a long time ago. Whether there are fake silver plates or not, as long as you see something that looks like a silver plate, pack it all. There is no loss if you find too much, but you may miss the real one if you take too little. What to do is obvious.
Is this it?
The pygmy marmoset was hanging on the top of the curtain, with one of its front paws struggling to hold a coin-sized silver metal plate. Zhao Sun walked under the pygmy marmoset and stretched out an arm. The pygmy marmoset immediately bit the silver coin with its mouth and jumped onto Zhao Sun's hand with all 4 limbs. Zhao Sun rubbed the pygmy marmoset's head with one hand and took the silver coin with the other hand to look at it carefully. There was no pattern or number, just a simple and plain pure silver metal. There was no system prompt in front of him, and he couldn't be sure whether this was the silver plate he was looking for. He looked over and over again, and then he noticed that there was a small hexagram pattern on the side.
That's it,
Zhao Sun said, stuffed it into his coat pocket, and then said to the pygmy marmoset,
"Continue."
The pygmy marmoset obediently jumped back onto the curtain from Zhao Sun's hand and began to search the area he had not searched before. After searching all the way to the 6th floor, there was no new discovery. And this teaching building only has 6 floors.
You have searched all of this.
The gorilla turned to look at Zhao Sun, and spoke to Zhao Sun again in his mind.
It seems that you can only get a number plate and a silver medal. Not necessarily,
Zhao Sun said as he walked up the stairs to the top. There is another platform here with a manhole on top. But there is no ladder to help get up. And the cover is closed and locked. But this is not difficult for Zhao Sun at all. He raised his hand and used control gold to decompose and reorganize the metal cover, and finally turned it into a ladder. Not only did it solve the problem of the cover blocking, but also the problem of the ladder. Of course, he didn't use the ladder for himself. Zhao Sun turned into a sparrow and flew quickly to the roof. Behind him, 5 primates also climbed up quickly with the ladder. The roof area is not small, but there are no buildings. Only some half-human high weeds and some mud. It seems that no one has cleaned it for a long time. The primates spontaneously dispersed without Zhao Sun speaking and started a carpet search. Zhao Sun took out a flashlight from the storage compartment and was responsible for lighting them. Soon, he searched every crack on the roof, but found nothing. Zhao Sun was not discouraged. He first took back the 5 primates, then turned into a sparrow and flew to the roofs of other buildings, and then released the 5 primates to continue searching on the roofs. Although each player has divided different areas, other players may not think of the rooftop. And even if they think of it, it may not be as convenient as his. And the search speed of other players is definitely not as fast as his. When he finishes searching the roofs of all the buildings, other players may not have finished searching the interior of the building. There is no need to worry about conflicts. Zhao Sun did not care whether he would be noticed by other players, so he did not act secretly. After searching the roofs of all 10 buildings, the squirrel monkey finally found a silver medal on the roof of the library. Zhao Sun looked at the silver medal, which was exactly the same as the one found by the pygmy marmoset before. And there was also a small 6-pointed star pattern on the side. He put the 2 silver medals into the inner pocket of his coat, and then took back the 5 primates. Then, he took out his phone and looked at it. It was 5:03 in the morning. It wasn't long before the gathering time. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun turned into a sparrow and flew downstairs, then turned back into a human and wandered between the buildings. While wandering, he shouted,
"It won't be long before the end of the first stage. If any player feels that he can't find the remaining areas before the time is up, please speak up and I'll help."
He didn't want to miss the rewards of the first stage because other players didn't find all the places and missed a number plate or silver medal. Even if other players have selfish motives, they should consider this. There is always a consideration in the heart about what is important. Zhao Sun said it once, and it would be said again in half a minute. Just like that. When he said it for the 4th time, a player finally asked Zhao Sun for help. Zhao Sun followed the sound and soon saw a figure lying on the 4th floor of the dormitory building. The light was too dim, and he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly. But the voice sounded familiar. It was the hip-hop guy. Seeing Zhao Sun really coming over, the hip-hop guy quickly said,
"I definitely can't find the rest of the area by myself. Please help me."
Zhao Sun didn't say anything, but quickly turned into a sparrow and flew to the side of the hip-hop man before turning back into human form. The hip-hop man stared at Zhao Sun for 2 seconds and quickly came back to his senses. In the last round of the game, he had already determined that Zhao Sun was an old player and had seen that Zhao Sun had multiple abilities. Seeing Zhao Sun suddenly turn into a little sparrow, he was only briefly surprised and quickly adapted.
"There are still 2 dormitories on the 4th floor that have not been searched, and the 5th and 6th floors have not been searched yet."
He took the initiative to tell Zhao Sun about the current situation. When the search area was first allocated, he quickly and anxiously chose the dormitory building, fearing that others would snatch it from him. He thought that there were many places to hide things in the dormitory building, and there was a higher probability of finding the number plate and the silver medal. In fact, he did find 2 number plates and a silver medal, which was a good harvest. But he still overestimated his search speed. At this rate, before 6 in the morning, he could only search the 5th floor at most, and the 6th floor would definitely be too late. In fact, when he searched the 4th floor, he had the idea of finding someone to help him. But other players were busy in their own areas. Who had time to help him? He could only bite the bullet and continue to work, and tried to speed up his progress. But there were too many miscellaneous things in the dormitory, and he couldn't just search roughly, so the progress was still not much faster. When he heard Zhao Sun's voice, and heard clearly that Zhao Sun was willing to help, the hip-hop man was even a little excited. Even if the things found later could only be given to Zhao Sun, It was better than not being able to complete the first stage of the task. Failure to complete the task will deduct points. Zhao Sun said, and took out Primate Blessing again. This time, he summoned all 10 primates and asked them to divide into 2 groups according to their size. Each group had a large one responsible for searching the whole, and a small one responsible for searching the details. The 2 groups entered the remaining 2 dormitories on the 4th floor and searched in an orderly manner. The dormitory lights could be turned on, and Zhao Sun didn't need to help with lighting. Zhao Sun turned to look at the stunned hip-hop man and smiled warmly.
Let's go! Let's go to the 5th floor first.
The hip-hop man came back to his senses. He responded repeatedly and followed Zhao Sun to the 5th floor. He looked at Zhao Sun's blurred back in the dark, and he really felt that he was out of reach. Every time he came into contact with Zhao Sun could show something new. And the hip-hop man himself, up to now, only has one special ability. Although he has heard of the existence of special items, he has never obtained any. Compared with Zhao Sun, the gap is really too big. He even felt that even if he became an old player and lived on the endless train for a year, he might not be able to reach Zhao Sun's current situation. Thinking of this, the hip-hop man was somewhat fortunate that he had never offended Zhao Sun, and every time he played a game with Zhao Sun, they did not become hostile. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning. When Zhao Sun and the hip-hop man finished searching the first dormitory on the 5th floor, the 2 groups of primates had already entered the 2nd and 3rd dormitories on the 5th floor respectively, and their progress was halfway completed. The hip-hop man couldn't help but sigh.
With their help, it's really much faster.
He thought he would never finish searching the remaining dormitories before 6 a.m. But now, he even thinks he has a chance to complete the progress at 5:30. Without the huge pressure, the hip-hop man was much faster. The 5th floor was quickly searched, and the 2+6 animals quickly went to the 6th floor. In the end, it was the baboon who found a number plate in one of the dormitories on the 6th floor. It was embedded in the gap of the bedboard. The baboon and the gorilla worked together to fold the 2 wooden boards in the middle, and then took out the cotton number plate. The baboon handed the number plate to Zhao Sun like a treasure. The hip-hop man watched from the side, without any dissatisfaction. Zhao Sun took a look and saw the number 5. He casually put the number plate into his coat pocket, zipped up the pocket, and looked at the time again. 5:35 in the morning.
It's past the agreed time. Let's go!
Zhao Sun urged the hip-hop man, and he turned into a sparrow and flew downstairs quickly. Hip-hop man. He also wanted to fly. This is much more convenient than going downstairs with his legs. Or he could jump directly from the 6th floor. He wouldn't die or get hurt. That would work too. The imagination was very beautiful. But in reality, the hip-hop man had to fiddle with his legs quickly and run downstairs at his fastest speed. When the hip-hop man ran to the playground panting, the other players were all there. Although the light was not good and the expressions of those people could not be seen clearly, the hip-hop man could still feel that several players were a little impatient. Some crossed their arms, some kept pacing back and forth, and some tisked Ed when he appeared. The hip-hop man was very tactful and apologized as he approached.
Sorry, I have too many things to search for. It took a little longer.
Seeing the hip-hop man's polite attitude, the mood of the impatient players was slightly better, and they did not deliberately make things difficult.
Then let's get started,
the woman in the bright red down jacket urged.
There are only 17 minutes left. Let's distribute the number cards first.
She looked at the other players eagerly.
I haven't found any number cards. You must have extra number cards in your hands. Right. I have.
In order to show his active cooperation, the hip-hop man took out 2 number cards from his trouser pocket.
I have 2 here. One is the number 2, and the other is the number 8. Which one do you want?
The woman was a little hesitant.
Hurry up,
the short ponytail man urged impatiently.
Anyway, no one knows the difference in choosing numbers. Just pick one at random.
The woman also knew that time was tight, so she didn't argue with the short ponytail man. She thought about it and stretched out her hand to the hip-hop man.
Give me the number 8.
It sounds more auspicious. The hip-hop man didn't care which number the woman would choose, and he readily handed the number card with the number 8 to the woman. While the handover was still going on, Zhao Sun had already spoken.
I have 2 number cards. One with number 10 and one with number 5.
After a pause, he continued.
I like number 10. Anyone who doesn't have a number card can take number 5. Me. Give me number 5.
The man with frameless glasses took the initiative to walk in front of Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun didn't say anything and directly handed over the number card with number 5. The man with glasses took it and thanked him.
Is there anyone else missing a number card?
Zhao Sun asked while scanning the circle. No one spoke again.
Then the remaining few people, please report the numbers on your number cards.
Before Zhao Sun finished speaking, he saw several players moving, as if they were going to refute. He didn't give these people a chance to speak, and continued.
Listen to me. I have a reason to make this request.
Chapter 319, the second stage of the chase. The few people who wanted to speak fell silent. Zhao Sun did not explain anything as they imagined. Instead, he used psychic power to hypnotize. After brainwashing them one by one, everyone reported their number plates honestly. Zhao Sun showed a satisfied look. This saves a lot of time than finding excuses to explain. And there is no need to guard against them reporting false numbers. From the numbers reported by everyone, it can be determined that they are 1 to 11. Very regular. The name of this game is Hide and Seek in School, and the content of the game should be related to
hide and seek.
The first stage is to find objects, which is considered
hide and seek
between people and objects. So the second stage should become
hide and seek
between people. If it is just hide and seek between players, then perhaps they will take turns to be
hide and seek
according to the order of the number plates, or they may be divided into groups according to odd and even numbers. The specific situation will be known when the rules are announced in the second stage. Now he should remember the numbers on each player's number plate, which might be useful later. Zhao Sun lifted the hypnotic effect, and the players returned to normal. However, under the hypnosis, everyone forgot what Zhao Sun said last, and started discussing the silver medal.
I think everyone should take out the silver medals,
the woman in the bright red down jacket said righteously.
We have to make sure that all 5 silver medals are found. If there are any missing ones, we can still look for them. We can't waste time like this.
Tisk, the short ponytail man snorted disdainfully. The woman was annoyed.
Why are you being so sarcastic? We are not fools. We all know what you are thinking. Don't pretend to be good for everyone.
The short ponytail man exposed her bluntly.
Don't you just want to know who has the silver medal so that you can find an opportunity to snatch it?
The woman was not panicked at all when her thoughts were exposed. Instead, she said confidently,
the possibility I mentioned does exist. In order to ensure the clearance, is there any problem in confirming the number of silver medals found? There are only a few minutes left before the end of the first stage. Even if we really don't find all the silver medals, we don't have time to find them again.
The short ponytail man snorted coldly.
What's the point of confirming the number of silver medals?
This time, the woman was really stuck. Zhao Sun glanced at the short ponytail man calmly. The short ponytail man's reaction. He should have a silver medal in his hand. Those who don't have a silver medal must hope that others can reveal their silver medals. Those who obstruct this behavior must have a silver medal in their hands, and don't want other players to snatch it away. It's just that the short ponytail man's performance was too obvious, and other players should be able to guess it. Just as Zhao Sun's thought came to mind. The lame man standing next to the short ponytail man suddenly stretched out his hand towards the short ponytail man. The short ponytail man had been prepared, and the moment the lame man made a move, he quickly stepped back.
I advise you not to do it.
The short ponytail man narrowed his eyes dangerously.
There are only a few minutes left, and the first stage will end. If you insist on fighting me at this time, whether you will die or get injured, it will not be conducive to surviving the second stage.
After saying that, he sneered.
Or do you think you can have an overwhelming chance of winning against me?
The lame man did not move. He did hesitate. His inconvenient legs and feet were already at disadvantage. Not to mention that he did not think his special ability had any advantage over she. He wanted to get the silver medal, which was to have more chances to pass the second stage. But if the price was to get injured, it would not be worth it. While the lame man was hesitating, Zhao Sun had already moved. He used instant body to quickly appear in front of the short ponytailed man. The short ponytailed man was startled and instinctively wanted to escape. But before he could act, he was confused by Zhao Sun's slightly shining eyes. Zhao Sun hypnotized the short ponytailed man again and asked him to hand over his silver medal voluntarily. This time he only hypnotized the short ponytailed man. The other players clearly saw that the short ponytailed man did not struggle or resist, and just handed over his silver medal obediently. And they all widened their eyes in astonishment. They couldn't hear what Zhao Sun said to the short ponytailed man, nor could they see what Zhao Sun's expression was with his back to them. But from the short ponytailed man's behavior, they had to guess that Zhao Sun must have threatened the short ponytailed man.
Is Zhao Sun so powerful? Just a threat made the short ponytailed man dare not even resist. Of course, the hip-hop man and the dog-chewing head had seen Zhao Sun's strength and were much calmer than other players. After Zhao Sun took the short ponytailed man's silver medal, a public screen pop-up window appeared above everyone. Congratulations to all players for completing the first stage of the collective task. Each player successfully matched a number card. The silver medal is fixed and cannot be snatched. Each player gets 50 points. At the same time, a personal pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 50 hours of survival time. Following this, 2 new lines of text scrolled out on the public screen pop-up window. Congratulations to all players for getting the clearance tips for the second stage of the game. The hint is as follows. It's cold at high places.
What? What does this mean?
The hip-hop man was a little confused.
This hint is too general. Isn't it? I thought it should at least say when there is danger. Or what to do to save your life.
Although the other players didn't say anything, their thoughts were similar to the hip-hop man's. This hint is too vague. Does it mean that you can't forget to walk to high places? Or that you can't go to places that are too cold? Or is there something in high places? Dog-chewing head whispered.
Maybe after the rules of the second stage are announced. You can understand the meaning of this hint by combining the rules.
The other players listened and felt that there was some truth in it, and nodded subconsciously. Soon, the text on the public screen scrolled and changed again. The rules of the second stage are as follows. First, 11 players and 11 NPCs form 2 teams respectively, and carry out alternating chase battles. Each round of chase battle lasts 7 hours, for a total of 6 rounds. Second, as the chasing party, you can kill the fleeing party in any way. As the fleeing party, you can only defend, flee and hide, and cannot kill the chasing party. Third, when the NPC is the chasing party, it will be hunted in the order of the player's number card, from small to large. Even if the player with a larger number is found first, the player will not be killed. If the player wants to ensure that he/she is 100% safe from the NPC's pursuit, there is only one way. Refer to clearance tips. Fourth, when the player becomes the chasing party, he/she needs to act as the main hunter, according to the number plate of the surviving players. From small to large, the main hunter performs the hunting action, and other players can only assist in the pursuit. NPCs have different weaknesses, and you need to target their weaknesses to successfully kill them. Special treatment. Players with silver medals can use silver medals to kill the chasing party when they become the escape party. A silver medal can only be used once. After successfully killing all NPCs, or after the second stage of the game time expires, all players who are still alive can clear the game. The rules pop-up window stays for 2 minutes and then disappears. A new pop-up window appears here. Since the players have successfully completed the tasks of the first stage, they will act as the chasing party in the first round and hunt the NPCs, who become the escape party. The total number of NPCs is 11. The campus radio will broadcast the battle situation in real time so that the chasing and fleeing parties can adjust their strategies at any time. The first half hour of each round of chasing is the hiding time for the fleeing party. Since it took about 10 minutes to announce the rules in the first round, the hiding time for the fleeing party in this round is only 20 minutes. The first round of chasing officially begins. The next second, a huge screen appeared in the air, and the 7-hour countdown began, counting from 6 hours and 50 minutes. The 11 players looked at each other, and soon got closer to each other. The rules of this game made it clear that there was no conflict of interest or hostility between the players, but rather comrades on the same front. They didn't have to be wary of each other as before.
Fortunately, we cleared the first stage of the game.
The hip-hop man sighed.
Otherwise, we would have to be the ones running away in the first round of the chase. And we wouldn't have time to discuss tactics or anything. Yes. Yes.
The lame man also showed a look of relief.
And we also got a hint, which is a hint that can 100% avoid NPC pursuit. As long as we understand the hint, we can all pass the game.
The man with glasses supported his eyes and made his own guess.
Since this is a hint to avoid NPC pursuit, then the meaning of it's cold at high places. I think it means that we should run to higher places and not stay there. Are you sure?
The woman in red expressed doubt.
Why do I feel that this means that we should not forget to go to higher places?
We should.
What about staying down there? It's cold in high places literally means standing up high, unable to stand the cold.
The man with glasses analyzed calmly.
This sentence doesn't say that staying up high will kill you. It just says that staying up high will make you feel cold.
So my understanding is that as long as we can stand the cold up there, we can be safe. The man with glasses looked at the woman in red and continued.
If it's telling us not to go up there, it should imply that there might be death or danger up there. But feeling cold is far from the level of death. I admit that your analysis makes some sense.
The woman in red didn't express her opposition very strongly. She just said,
but this is just your own idea, and there's no evidence to prove that your speculation is correct.
After a pause, she looked at other players, as if seeking agreement.
Besides, it's so cold that it can freeze people to death. How can there be evidence for this?
The hip-hop man couldn't help but complain.
Unless someone tests it personally. I think what you two said makes sense.
The dog-biting head scratched his messy hair, feeling a little headache.
This is too difficult for me. I don't know which is the right choice. This matter can be put aside for the time being.
Xiao Sun said.
There are still more than 6 hours before the second round of the chase. And we still have time to think about what this hint means. When we catch the NPC, we may be able to torture him for useful information. What you said makes sense.
The hip-hop man and the dog-biting head almost agreed in unison. Other players did not object. Catching the NPC and interrogating him is indeed more likely to get closer to the correct answer than guessing here.
Now, let's analyze the rules of the second stage of the game and some precautions.
Xiao Sun smiled slightly and continued.
If you want as many players as possible to survive until the end of the game, you must kill all the NPCs as soon as possible, so that the chase will end early.
Yes, that's right. The short ponytail man nodded fiercely.
If we can kill all the NPCs in the first round of the chase, then we don't need to analyze what the prompt means, and all players can survive.
Indeed. The red-dressed woman also nodded.
It would be great if it could go so smoothly. I think you guys are too idealistic.
The glasses man poured a basin of cold water.
Although each round of the chase has 6.5 hours of chasing time, the school is so big, it is not an easy task to find all the NPCs in 6.5 hours.
He glanced at Xiao Sun and reminded him.
Besides, we need to target the weaknesses of different NPCs to kill them. It will probably take a lot of time to determine their weaknesses.
You are right. Xiao Sun smiled.
So, I just said that we kill all NPCs as soon as possible. Not that we can kill all NPCs in the first round. The meanings of these two sentences are completely different.
The man with glasses smiled awkwardly.
I thought you had the same idea as them. I don't think as beautiful as they think.
Xiao Sun shrugged and said,
after the second round of pursuit begins, we have to hide in all directions. So I want to make a rough plan now. Next, I hope you don't interrupt me anymore. Wait until I finish speaking, and then you can express your opinions.
The players nodded and shut up honestly. Xiao Sun then spoke out all his analysis.
NPCs have numerical restrictions on killing players. The higher the ranking, the better they need to hide, which is good for all players. In other words, when necessary, players with higher numbers can protect players with lower numbers and stop NPCs from chasing them. However, the rules only say that NPCs will not kill players with higher numbers in advance. So tying them up, imprisoning them, breaking their legs and carrying them with them are all okay. As for players who are escaping, they cannot kill the NPCs who are chasing them. Therefore, it is best for players with silver medals to do the blocking work, so that they can still fight back.
At this point, Xiao Sun glanced at everyone, and everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they understood.
Now the ownership of the silver medal has been fixed, and others cannot compete for it. Who else has a silver medal? Take the initiative to say it.
Xiao Sun paused, then said,
I have 3 silver medals.
Chapter 320 You Can't Kill Him. As soon as Xiao Sun finished speaking, the other players gasped subconsciously. Several envious eyes were cast at Xiao Sun.
You already have 2 silver medals. Why do you want to steal mine?
The short ponytail man couldn't help but question.
I didn't intend to steal it. Who told you to expose yourself?
Xiao Sun shrugged, looking helpless.
He didn't choose to hypnotize everyone to hand over the silver medals at the beginning. That is, he didn't intend to deliberately snatch them. Although he was sure that there were benefits to owning silver medals at that time. No one could ensure that getting all the silver medals would only bring benefits and no trouble. Moreover, this survival game tends to require players to cooperate with each other. If he took all the silver medals by himself, it might trigger bad results. So he controlled his thoughts of harvesting. But the short ponytail man showed it so obviously that Xiao Sun acted subconsciously. Anyway, it was just one more. And it shouldn't matter whether he took all of them or not. As he expected, Having 3 silver medals did not trigger any difficult mode. Nor did any other troubles occur. The short ponytail man was a little angry. He had clearly robbed his things. But he still had an expression of,
I didn't want to rob them. I was forced to do so.
This was too infuriating. Zhao Sun didn't care about the short ponytail man's mood. He turned his head to look at the others and spoke again.
Time is limited. Who has the 2 silver medals? Tell me. I have a silver medal.
The hip-hop man hurriedly stated.
I have one too.
The glasses man also told the truth.
Okay.
Zhao Sun nodded.
When we enter the second round of the chase, number 1 will follow us as long as he meets one of the 3 players with silver medals. The other players just need to take care of themselves and not be found by the NPC.
The man holding the number 1 number plate was a man with features that looked like a monkey. After Zhao Sun said this, everyone looked at the monkey-faced man in unison. The monkey-faced man scratched his face uncomfortably.
I see. This is the general plan for the second round of pursuit. If you have anything to add, you can say it.
Zhao Sun looked around and waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, he continued.
Then, we should discuss the tactics for the first round of pursuit. When we are the chasing party, it is more suitable to act together, because only the main hunter has the right to kill NPCs, and other players can only assist in the pursuit. It is more troublesome to act separately. Acting together, it is easier to besiege NPCs.
Zhao Sun finished speaking and asked casually,
What do you think? I agree.
The man with glasses nodded.
If we act separately, even if we encounter an NPC, players except number 1 cannot kill the other party, and we may not even be able to catch the person.
Others also nodded in agreement.
The purpose of our first round of pursuit is to find and kill as many NPCs as possible.
The man with glasses said again.
In this way, after the second round of pursuit begins, NPCs will also be at a disadvantage due to lack of manpower. Players with silver medals will take the opportunity to kill NPCs, and the success rate will be higher.
Others nodded again.
By the way, when you use the silver medal to kill the NPC, you don't need to know the NPC's weaknesses.
The hip-hop man seemed to have suddenly thought of this and said,
It feels much more convenient and faster than killing the fleeing NPC as the pursuer. You don't want to deliberately save these NPCs for the second round of pursuit and kill them with the silver medal. Right.
The dog-eater glared.
I'm not against your suggestion, but there are only 5 silver medals, and 1 silver medal can only be used once. So we still have to find the weaknesses of the remaining 6 NPCs.
The hip-hop man explained.
I didn't deliberately save them for the second round of pursuit. I just think that if everything goes well, I can kill 6 NPCs in the first round of pursuit, and then kill 6 more in the second round. Kill the remaining 5, and we only need 2 rounds of chase battles to pass the game. Imagination is definitely beautiful.
The glasses man adjusted his glasses and poured cold water on the hip-hop man.
But you have to understand that reality is often not so smooth and beautiful. The weaknesses of NPCs are not necessarily so easy to find. It is not easy to kill 6 NPCs in 6.5 hours. I know.
The hip-hop man muttered.
Can't I just think about it? You have to lecture me, making it seem like I'm stupid. Time is up.
Zhao Sun, who had been paying attention to the countdown in the sky, suddenly said,
Let's go!
As he said that, he walked towards the nearest building. The other players looked up and saw the countdown was 6 hours 29 minutes and 54 seconds. Indeed, it was time for them to hunt NPCs. Everyone immediately followed Zhao Sun's footsteps. The woman in the bright red down jacket suddenly remembered something and said,
Speaking of which, we don't know what the NPC looks like. Don't say such stupid things.
The man with glasses couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust.
In the first stage, the entire school was searched by us. There was no one except the 11 of us players. Once a strange face appears at this time, it must be an NPC. What's there to be entangled about?
The woman in red pursed her lips and said nothing. The crowd entered the first teaching building and searched classroom by classroom. Soon, they saw a person standing on the podium in a classroom in the middle of the 3rd floor. The NPC didn't hide at all. Just stood there, holding a piece of chalk in his hand, writing something on the blackboard. The sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard was very dull, which made people feel dull unconsciously. Outside the window, the sky has gradually brightened, and even if the lights are not on in the classroom, you can roughly see the appearance of the NPC. Some bald and slightly fat middle-aged men, wearing black down jackets, have some white chalk dust on one shoulder.
What is he writing?
The dog-headed man asked in a low voice.
I can't see clearly.
The hip-hop man responded subconsciously. Zhao Sun turned on the lights in the classroom. Everyone could see clearly that there were math problems on the blackboard. It looked like a math teacher.
You don't want us to do the problems?
The woman in red muttered.
You can only kill him after you finish his problems? I'm a poor student.
The monkey-faced man said with embarrassment.
I'm really not good at doing problems.
The math teacher didn't turn around until he had finished writing 3 questions on the blackboard before looking at the player standing at the door. His expression was very serious.
Why don't you go back to your seat? What are you doing standing at the door?
The players were all stunned.
Why does he look like he's going to teach us? Why do I feel like he treats us as his students?
The short ponytail man and the lame man asked questions almost at the same time. Although the words they said were different, the meanings they expressed were similar.
Why don't you hurry into the classroom and sit down?
The math teacher picked up the pointer on the podium and knocked it hard on the edge of the podium.
Do you want to be whipped?
The players looked at each other and couldn't make up their minds for a while. They didn't really want to
attend the class.
But if this was the process set by the game, they probably couldn't refuse. But if they had to find the weaknesses of the NPC during the class, or had to answer questions to get the right to kill the NPC, it would take too long. It's hard to say whether they can kill 3 NPCs in this round of chase. Just when other players were hesitating, Zhao Sun had already stepped into the classroom. Seeing this, the other players followed him in subconsciously. But Zhao Sun did not go to the student seats, but walked to the podium and approached the math teacher. The math teacher's face darkened.
What's wrong with you, student? The class time is up. Why don't you go back to your seat and run to me?
Zhao Sun's eyes lit up slightly.
What's your weakness?
Almost the moment Zhao Sun asked the question, the math teacher's expression suddenly became weird.
You are so bold. You dare to ask me such a question directly.
The math teacher sneered.
Students who disrespect teachers like you should be punished.
Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. His psychic ability could not make mistakes. But it had no effect on this NPC. That can only mean that he was restricted from using hypnosis in this game. Yes, if he directly asked about the weakness through hypnosis and then killed the NPC directly, the game would end soon. From another perspective, not being able to ask about the weakness through hypnosis increases the difficulty of killing the NPC. So the final score should be higher. Right? Thinking of this, Zhao Sun's mood did not get worse. Seeing that the math teacher was about to hit him with a whip in his hand, he immediately raised his hand, and a ball of fire appeared instantly, and the whip and the math teacher's head were affected by the fireball. The whip turned into ashes instantly, but the math teacher was unharmed.
Attack the teacher!
The math teacher was very angry. His whole body gradually swelled, and his face turned black.
You will be punished.
For a while, the tables and chairs in the whole classroom shook slightly, as if affected by the math teacher's angry mood. Seeing this, other players retreated to the back of the classroom, guarding against the tables and chairs around them, and paying attention to the changes in the math teacher, fearing that they would be affected. Zhao Sun observed the math teacher's situation calmly and spoke again.
Can I know what your weakness is by listening to your class? It's very rude to pry into the teacher's privacy at will.
The math teacher warned sternly.
Attending class is the student's duty, and learning knowledge is what students should do. It sounds like your class can't let me know what I want to know.
Zhao Sun raised his hand and conjured a bigger fireball, which completely wrapped the math teacher. The math teacher's body instantly swelled into a ball, and his voice became louder and louder.
Severe demerit. Severe demerit. Severe corporal punishment.
The sound made people's scalps numb. The players standing at the back of the classroom covered their ears. Obviously some of them couldn't stand such a sound attack. Zhao Sun, who was closest to the math teacher, was attacked the most by the sound wave. He clearly felt that his heart was a little dull, and his brain nerves were throbbing. But it was all within the tolerance range. His face didn't change much, and he even conjured a flaming long sword and stabbed it towards the math teacher's heart. This time, the math teacher floated up like a balloon. The whole classroom was shaking, and the desks and chairs were all suspended in the air of the classroom, as if they were swept by a tornado, constantly rotating in the center of the classroom. All the players felt the suction and squatted down with their backs pressed against the wall behind them. They were afraid that they would be swept into the tornado of tables and chairs, although nothing actively attacked the players. In such an environment, if they failed to stabilize their bodies, they would be swept into the tables and chairs, and their heads would be crushed.
Sure enough, when the NPC is the escapee, it is not just passive to be beaten.
Zhao Sun raised his left hand,
and a thin iron chain was wrapped around the door handle to stabilize his body. The rules of the game do stipulate that the escapee cannot attack. On the player side, only players with silver medals can kill the NPC. It sounds like the NPC can only run and hide when it is the escapee. If the weakness is caught, it can only be killed. But when Zhao Sun saw the math teacher standing on the podium in the classroom, he knew that the NPC should also have a way to counterkill, even if the NPC's weakness is not found so quickly. There is too much time now. As the first NPC to be discovered, the probability of finding the weakness and killing it is extremely high. The NPC did not hide, which only means that he thinks he has the means to protect himself by influencing the changes in the environment by himself and not treating the player as an attack target. It is not considered a violation of the rules of the game. When the environment changes to a certain extent, it will definitely affect the player, such as this tornado of tables and chairs with suction. If the player is caught in the tornado and is crushed to death by the tables and chairs, it can only be regarded as an accident caused by the environment, not the NPC's action. However, the sonic attack of this math teacher will indeed directly affect the player, but the focus of this degree of sonic waves should be on obstruction rather than counterkilling. Make the player's head dizzy and his heart uncomfortable, thereby preventing the player from continuing to chase him. This is a kind of defense and is not considered a violation of the rules of the game. Zhao Sun raised his right hand, and the flaming sword in his hand instantly turned into a whip formed by lightning. 8 of the 10 players standing at the back of the classroom were stunned. Not to mention that the power of the fireball was beyond their imagination. They could use lightning and fire. A player had 2 special abilities at the same time? This was too much. The hip-hop man and the dog-chewing head, who had seen it with their own eyes, were much calmer in comparison, and even had a feeling of seniors looking at juniors. The hip-hop man even thought, this is just the beginning. If they see 7 or 8 abilities later, these people's eyes will probably fall out of shock. Seeing that the whip in Zhao Sun's hand was about to hit the math teacher, the monkey-faced man couldn't help but remind him, You can't kill him!